The talented player from a Dragon Kingdom has rejected the CBA, opting instead to sit on the bench in the NCAA, only to be chastised by his coach for his lackadaisical attitude. In the arena of Ohio University, Yang Yin, bundled in his jacket, huddles on the bench as his good friend Johnny prods him. Will you get on the court today? Yang Yin rolls his eyes. In your dreams. Everyone knows he is now the team's problem player absent from training and leaving without reason, on the verge of expulsion without having played a single game. Meanwhile, the live commentary explodes. Isn't that Yang Yin, the one who turned down the CBA? Why is he sitting on the bench? He deserves it. He could have taken a high-paying job in the domestic league, but chose to humiliate himself abroad. I heard the coach scolded him for his poor attitude. He's likely done for. Yet the announcer exclaims, this game is a clash of titans. The Emperor Odin versus Durant. March Madness is showcasing a top-tier duel. The comments flood in. Odin is obliterating Durant. The first pick is secure. How can that skinny Reed compete with the Emperor? Durant's scoring ability is unmatched. As the game intensifies, Ohio University finds itself trailing. Odin is double-teamed, while Durant is scoring relentlessly from the perimeter. The coach is anxiously pacing, his bench devoid of options. Suddenly, Johnny nudges Yang Yin. The coach is looking at you. Yang Yin looks up and indeed meets the coach's gaze. The coach grits his teeth and gestures. You're in. The entire arena is taken aback, is sending in a problem player who hasn't played a single minute, especially at such a crucial moment. The live comments explode. Has he lost his mind? He's putting him in now? Is he just conceding defeat? Can't wait to see him embarrass himself. Yang Yin stands slowly, removes his jacket, revealing his number 13 jersey. He stretches his wrists, a smile unexpectedly curling at the corners of his mouth. Little do they know, a voice echoes in his mind. Invincible Odin system loading 99.9. Loading complete. Can you guess if Yang Yin, equipped with the Odin system, can withstand the pressure from Odin and Durant? In the next chapter, the arena erupts. Yang Yin steps onto the court and immediately faces Durant. With a step back, three-pointer swish. The ball goes in. Durant is left dumbfounded. Does this move sting? Please ensure you maintain at least 10 hours of sleep daily to adjust your body. Yang Yin looks at the system panel before him. On the verge of tears, his cursed invincible Odin system is turning him into the team's enemy. Who would have thought this system also has a penalty mechanism? At first, Yang Yin dismissed it, but a week later, he was horrified to discover his little brother had shrunk by a centimeter. What the hell? Yang Yin nearly fainted. From that moment on, he completely cowered to ensure he got his 10 hours of sleep. He slept in class, napped during training breaks, and arrived late or left early, effectively transforming himself into the epitome of a problem player. Just moments ago, when the head coach shot him a fierce glare, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Invincible, loud Deng system loading 100. Binding successful. Yang Yin was taken aback. His months of suffering had not been in vain. However, upon reading the system's introduction, he was once again bewildered. At 34, I failed to enter the NBA and can only return to the CBA to earn money? It turned out that, had he followed the conventional path, not only would he have been unable to play in the NBA, but he would also have regretted his retirement at 34 for the rest of his life. That I am only 18. Why should I resign myself to this fate? Yang Yin clenched his fist at that moment. The situation on the court took a dramatic turn. Ohio State was trailing by 10 points. Odin was being double-teamed, and Durant was unleashing three-pointers from the perimeter. The coach was in a state of panic, drenched in sweat, with no substitutes available. Suddenly, Yang Yin stood up and shouted at the coach, "Coach, I want to play basketball." The entire arena was left dumbfounded. Had this sleeping god lost his mind? The live stream's comment section was flooded in an instant. Who does he think he is? Hanamichi Sakuragi? Is he completely out of it? Can't wait to see him get wrecked by Durant. Yet Yang Yin paid no heed to the reactions. He understood that this was the second chance bestowed upon him by the system. He would rewrite the regrets of his 34-year-old self with his 18-year-old hands. Can you guess if Yang Yin will seize this opportunity? In the next chapter, the scene erupts. Upon entering the game, Yang Yin matched up against Durant, executed a hard-ass step-back three-pointer, and even drew a foul from Durant. 31. Durant was left bewildered. Was this move impressive, coach? Sometimes, the prejudices in people's hearts are as heavy as a mountain. You harbor prejudice against me. Yang Yin glared at Coach Gallagher, saliva nearly spraying onto his face. Beside him, Johnny was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. Challenging the head coach like this in the NCAA? Was he throwing away his future? Gallagher, furious yet amused, replied, "All right, he'll give you a chance to play." He was secretly calculating. Once you embarrass yourself on the court, the principal will have no reason to stop me from getting rid of you. It should be noted that previously, under the punitive mechanism, Yang Yin had been thoroughly outplayed by the coach during training now, stepping onto the court. Wouldn't he just be serving as a sacrificial lamb? Yang Yin stripped off his training gear, revealing his number 13 jersey, and strode confidently onto the court to tee that moment. Ohio State was trailing by 12 points. Their substitute small forward had just sustained an injury, and Durant was warming up beyond the three-point line, exuding an air of confidence. The live stream comments erupted in laughter. Is he going up there just to be a punching bag? He probably won't even touch the ball before being subbed out. My heart goes out to Odin, his teammate, is this kind of player. The referee's whistle blew, granting possession to Ohio State. Odin attracted two defenders beneath the basket and suddenly passed the ball to Yang Yin on the perimeter. All eyes were on him. Let's see how you mess this up. Yang Yin received the ball, and standing before him was none other than the defender, Durant. Skinny bamboo? Yang Yin suddenly chuckled. He dribbled the ball between his legs, suddenly changing direction with astonishing speed, without even a hint of slowing down. Is this Rose's no-slowdown crossover? The commentator was utterly bewildered. Durant was caught off guard, watching helplessly as Yang Yin surged past him, heading straight for the basket. Bang! A thunderous dunk reverberated, causing the rim to vibrate. The arena fell silent instantly, and 3 seconds later, a chorus of gasps erupted. Wow, is this really the so-called sleepy god? That crossover was even faster than Rose's. Gallagher's smile froze on his face as his tactical board clattered to the floor. As Yang Yin landed, he fixed his gaze on Durant and patted his jersey, saying, "This play is for you." Durant's expression darkened instantly. How could he tolerate being provoked in such a manner by an unknown rookie? In the next possession, Durant charged towards Yang Yin with the ball, seeking to reclaim his pride with a dunk over him. However, Yang Yin remained stationary, waiting for the precise moment he leaped, then executed a sudden sidestep. What do you think Yang Yin was about to do? In the following chapter, he would ascend to glory. Not only did Yang Yin successfully defend against Durant, but he also stole the ball, swiftly maneuvering past two opponents with another no-slowdown crossover, finishing with a layup. The coach was left in utter disbelief. Was this truly the same player who had been slacking off in practice? Was this sequence of plays painful for Durant's pride? Deng! Congratulations on acquiring Derrick Rose's NCAA-level no-slowdown crossover. Yang Yin glanced at the system panel, a smile spreading across his face. This future legendary player was still just a high school student. Yet, 5 minutes into the game, he had yet to touch the ball. His teammates seemed oblivious to his presence. For players engaged in a 4-5 situation, helplessly watching Durant score 3 consecutive points right in front of him. Do they think a yellow-skinned player doesn't deserve to handle the ball? Yang Yin clenched his fists in frustration. The live stream chat was rife with mockery. See? He's just here to make up the numbers. 5 minutes without a touch, what a record for the worst substitute. Durant is making him look foolish. Isn't it time he sat down? Coach Gallagher stood by the sidelines, smirking, thinking, if we lose a few more points, they'll take you out, and you'll never see the light of day. At that moment, Odin was double-teamed under the basket, and, in a panic, threw the ball right into Yang Yin's hands. The arena went silent. All eyes fixated on him. Let's see how you handle this. Durant immediately closed in, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, Yang Yin sprang into action. Dribbling between his legs, he executed a crossover with a speed akin to the wind, without slowing down. Is this Rose's signature crossover? The commentator exclaimed. Durant felt a blur before him. As Yang Yin slipped past him effortlessly, Yang Yin charged towards the basket, facing the center who was attempting to block him. In midair, he maneuvered around the defender, performing a reverse layup swish. The ball went in. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, and Odin paused for a moment before pounding his chest in exhilaration. Yang Yin fixed his gaze on Durant and patted his jersey, declaring, "This shot counts as interest." Durant's expression darkened, instantly being outmaneuvered by an Asian player who hadn't touched the ball for 5 minutes, and being taunted as well. In the next possession, he demanded the ball and, facing Yang Yin, attempted a pull-up three-pointer clang. It was a complete miss. Yang Yin seized the rebound, initiating a fast break. With an effortless change of direction, he bypassed everyone, executing a one-handed slam. Bang! The score narrowed to a mere 5 points. Gallagher's smile froze on his face, nearly crushing the tactical board in his grip. The live stream chat exploded. Whoa, is this really the sleeping god? 2 consecutive crossovers, more ferocious than Rose, who just claimed he couldn't make it in the NBA? Step forward. Breathless, Yang Yin surveyed his teammates' astonished expressions now. Do they realize it's time to pass? Can you guess if Yang Yin can fend off Durant next? In the subsequent chapter, he ascends to greatness. A steal, and during a fast break with Durant hot on his heels, he performs a 360-degree dunk. The spectators rose to their feet. With such a display, Who would dare assert that Asians cannot play basketball? I earned this rebound through sheer skill. Why should I pass it to you? Disregarding his teammate's shouts, Yang Yin dashed forward, moving like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he reached the three-point line, facing Durant, who stood at the free throw line, arms wide open, waiting to be collided with, a smile tugging at his lips. Offensive foul is a certainty, Coach Gallagher sneered. The chat flooded with comments. As expected, a reckless rookie, this is an easy score. Just a second before the collision, Yang Yin made his move. His ankles and knees unleashed a phenomenal force, propelling him forward without losing speed, darting past Durant on his left like a bolt of lightning. What the heck? Durant was taken aback. What kind of maneuver was this? Changing direction without slowing down, Yang Yin reached the basket, executing a one-armed slam. Bang! The crowd erupted in jubilation, Odin leaping up, pounding the advertisement board. Coach Gallagher's tactical board fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes wide as saucers. She had never witnessed such a change of direction in his life. The live stream went wild. Was that a teleportation move? Did Durant just get left behind like a statue? Is this really Yang Yin who hadn't touched the ball for 5 minutes? Upon landing, Yang Yin looked at Durant, who wore a dazed expression, and suddenly understood this was Rose's unparalleled change of direction. Changing direction while sprinting at full speed left defenders utterly unprepared. In the next possession, Durant, determined to reclaim his pride, held the ball, but Yang Yin executed a clean steal, initiating another fast break. This time, he reached the three-point line, confronted by two defenders. Once again, he employed his signature change of direction, effortlessly bypassing them and scoring. The score was now tied. Gallagher anxiously paced the sidelines, torn between wanting to substitute him out and his reluctance to do so. Has ignited such ferocity in this young man. All of a sudden, Durant's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, humiliated by being outmaneuvered repeatedly by the same individual using identical tactics. Yang Yin gasped for breath, the flames of determination within him intensifying. What a being of Asian descent. Today, let me show you who the true prodigy is. What do you suppose Durant's retaliation will be? The next chapter promises high stakes. Durant unleashed his full prowess, attempting a pull-up three-pointer to redeem his honor, only for Yang Yin to leap and block it, sending the ball soaring into the stands. The entire arena erupted with cries of MVP. Who could withstand such a display? Odin actually passed the ball to Yang Yin. The crowd fell into stunned silence. This marked the first occasion in this match that Yang Yin received the ball from a teammate. Durant fixated on him, a simmering resentment brewing within. This time, he must not be outdone. Yet, as Yang Yin dribbled the ball, all were left astounded. Once again, he executed a swift change of direction without losing speed. He zipped past Durant like a bolt of lightning, charging towards the basket. With a one-handed dunk, boom! Odin thumped his chest on the basket, laughing like a 200-pound child. His teammate arrived just in time. The live broadcast erupted. Twice in succession, he has outmaneuvered Durant. Who is it that labeled him a fraud? Step forward to take your punishment. Where's the host? Yang Yin has already scored 4 points. That's $4,000 in prize money. The host, Xiao Yang, slumped his share, his face drained of color, having lost 4,000 in mere minutes. At this rate, he would face bankruptcy. Yet, watching Yang Yan's performance, he couldn't help but exclaim, that change of direction is explosive, even more ferocious than Rose. On the court, Yang Yin had completely lost himself in the game. For the third encounter with Durant, he executed a behind-the-back dribble followed by a swift change of direction, once more slipping past, and successfully made the layup. On the fourth occasion, he surged to the three-point line, suddenly halting for a jump shot swish. It swished through the net, scoring 6 consecutive points. His teammates were utterly convinced. Odin grabbed the rebound and sought him out, while point guard calmly eagerly passed him the ball. Head coach Gallagher clapped vigorously from the sidelines, having long forgotten his earlier intentions to dismiss him. This was no problem player. This was a savior. Durant stood on the court, his gaze bewildered, being continuously humiliated by the same person, especially in a nationally televised game, was profoundly embarrassing. In the final 2 minutes of the match, Yang Yin executed a steal, and in a fast break counterattack, he once again employed his swift change of direction, gliding past everyone to deliver the winning shot. Beep, the final buzzer sounded, and Ohio State achieved a stunning comeback victory. The entire arena chanted, Yang Yin. Yang Yin. Odin rushed over and embraced him. Brother, you were phenomenal. Yang Yin, panting, gazed at the scoreboard displaying his 12 points and suddenly smiled. Who says that people of Asian descent cannot thrive in the NBA? Today is merely the beginning. Can you guess if Yang Yin will score 20 points in the next game? In the upcoming chapter, he will ascend to greatness. Yang Yin not only outperformed the top small forward in the nation, but also received a business card from an NBA scout. Even Kobe sent him a text message saying, "Kid, you've got something. Who can withstand such a wave of brilliance?" Yang Yin's breakthrough turned the highly favored prospect, Durant, into just another player on the court. Unsurprisingly, under the influence of this X factor, Ohio State University clinched a victory in this NCAA regular season game on their home turf. In the clash between the two nearly top draft picks, Durant and Odin, it was Yang Yin who emerged victorious in the end. Chapter 6. Old Odin's Pursuit of Wellness. It's truly not my intention to stagnate. After the game concluded, Coach Gallagher immediately summoned Yang Yin to his side. Gallagher fixed his gaze on Yang Yin intensely before uttering a perplexed remark. "Damn it, you little rascal. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" This statement caught Yang Yin completely off guard. He had anticipated that Coach Gallagher might continue with his usual mockery or curses, but he never expected such a lamenting question to be thrown his way. Yang Yin slowly shook his head, pondering how to persuade Coach Gallagher. Observing the look of intense concentration on Yang Yin's face, Gallagher, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I won't hold your previous mistakes against you. Just remember to arrive on time for training at the gym tomorrow." With that, he turned and left the arena. "Hey, buddy, you're simply incredible." After Gallagher departed, Johnny, who had been hiding nearby, finally jumped out and wrapped his arms around Yang Yin's neck. "Ahem, damn it. If you don't let go, I might just choke to death." Yang Yin coughed and, in exasperation, exclaimed, "Treat me. I demand an enormous pizza. Otherwise, I shall strangle you, you scoundrel." After Johnny released Yang Yin, a forlorn expression settled on his face as he gazed at him, utterly baffled. How could the usually lackadaisical, tardy, and indolent companion suddenly transform into a formidable contender, effortlessly dominating the scene? They had agreed to squander their days together, yet unbeknownst to him, Yang Yin had clandestinely evolved. It was akin to having a close friend who, after promising to lead a carefree life together, suddenly confronted you in a luxurious Range Rover, declaring, "No more pretending. The truth is out. I am the scion of wealth." Words could scarcely convey the torment Johnny felt within. Ultimately, he channeled his sorrow into resolve, consuming not one, but 2 colossal pizzas before reluctantly forgiving Yang Yin. The following morning, head coach Gallagher strode into the gym, his gaze discreetly surveying the surroundings. At last, he spotted the figure he had been longing to see. Satisfied, Gallagher nodded to himself. This fellow had finally arrived on time. It seemed that his words from the previous day had indeed inspired a transformation. "Gather around. Training begins," Gallagher proclaimed, his voice firm as he signaled the start of the session. Yet, merely half an hour had passed when Gallagher's face flushed crimson, resembling a boiled shrimp, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. For not far from a gym, Yang Yin sat slumped against the wall, lamenting, "Oh dear, I simply cannot run any longer. I need a break." This was not the first instance. In fact, it had only been 10 minutes since training commenced. Yang Yin began to express his headache. Initially, Gallagher was quite concerned, wondering if Yang Yin was unwell. However, after an examination by the team doctor, no signs of illness were discovered in Yang Yin. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, every passing minute, Yang Yin continuously concocted new excuses. "Oh, coach, my foot hurts terribly. I can't train anymore. Coach, I think I've sprained my arm. Ouch, my back is cramping." However, all these excuses were swiftly dismissed after the team doctor's examination. It became evident that Yang Yin's body harbored no issues whatsoever. From initial concern to subsequent indifference, and now to an eruption of fury, Coach Gallagher felt his blood pressure rising within a mere half hour. "Get up and stop fooling around. The head coach is glaring at you." His close friend Johnny reached out to help Yang Yin, but to everyone's surprise, rather than rising, Yang Yin flopped directly onto the floor. "I can't take it anymore. I truly can't. My whole body aches. I cannot train." Yang Yin appeared resolute, evidently having no intention of continuing his training. Coach Gallagher finally approached with a stern expression. "You must continue your training," he commanded Johnny. Upon hearing this, Johnny glanced at Yang Yin. "Ignore him," Gallagher reiterated. With a sense of resignation, Johnny turned and walked away. "Weren't you seeking a break? You may take one now," Gallagher declared, turning on his heel and departing. "Damn that guy. A reckless fool, turning back. I should never have held any expectations for him," Gallagher cursed inwardly. With Gallagher's permission granted, Yang Yin promptly flipped over and sat up, a broad smile gracing his face as he leaned against the wall. as if the previous moment of despair had never been his reality. He gazed at the others training on the court. Yang Yan's gaze fell upon the scene before him, where a system panel materialized. As a 34-year-old veteran, his body could no longer endure the rigors of intense training on a daily basis. The limited energy he possessed was reserved solely for his performance on the court. Each day, he was required to complete only a basic activation routine, which could not exceed half an hour. Surpassing this threshold would trigger a punitive mechanism, a reality Yang Yan had personally experienced. Hence, he had no choice in the matter. Although he presently felt vibrant and full of vigor at the age of 18, in the eyes of the system, he was merely the 34-year-old veteran. This was not a situation Yang Yan desired. It was not that he wished to neglect his training. Rather, engaging in training would paradoxically diminish his capabilities. Over the next 2 days, during team practices, Yang Yan consistently sought various excuses to evade participation, claiming stomach troubles, an urgent need for the restroom, a restless night's sleep resulting in a headache, or even an incident on his way to practice where he was purportedly struck by a vehicle. Coach Galahad had become quite acquainted with the extent of one's imagination. Throughout these days, Yang Yan had not repeated a single excuse. Of course, were he to be aware of his predicament, he would solemnly assert that even in neglecting his training, he remained conscientious and responsible. Yet, without exception, any training session that exceeded 30 minutes was something he sought to avoid. Yang Yan resolutely refused to train even for a single additional second, as though such an endeavor would cost him his very life. Coach Gallagher, in turn, did not press him further, seemingly having accepted Yang Yan's stance. Time swiftly progressed to the 3rd day. Following the conclusion of the training session in the gymnasium, Gallagher gathered all the players together to announce the roster for the upcoming match. Starting point guard, Mike Conley. Center, Greg Oden. Shooting guard, Hill. Power forward, August. At this juncture, Gallagher paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled players. Johnny, standing nearby, nudged Yang Yan with a knowing grin, convinced that his close friend's promotion was all but assured. In his view, no one could possibly rival Yang Yan for the small forward position. Starting small forward, Johnny. Substituta player, Yang Yan. The roster was announced. Dismissed. Gallagher coolly uttered those final words, closing the clipboard in his hand before turning to exit the gymnasium. Chapter 7. An unexpected arrangement. The entire team on the bench? The atmosphere in the gymnasium was thick with confusion as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Coach Gallagher's decision had truly taken them all by surprise. Oden scratched his head in astonishment, glancing at his close friend Mike Conley. He found himself baffled by the coach's choices, yet he believed that his astute friend Conley would surely comprehend the rationale behind it all. However, upon turning to see Conley's equally bewildered expression, he realized that his friend was just as lost as he was. After all, based on Yang Yan's performance in the last match, it seemed only logical that he would be included in the starting lineup. Hey, buddy, what on earth is going on? I truly don't understand why this is happening, Johnny exclaimed, throwing his hands up in exasperation, his face a mixture of confusion and concern as he looked at Yang Yan. Yang Yan smiled and shook his head in silence. Johnny had initially believed that Yang Yan's position as the starting small forward was a foregone conclusion, but to his surprise, the head coach appointed him as the starting small forward instead. Suddenly, Johnny realized his predicament. He was a point guard. Even if he were to start, it should not be in the position of small forward. With his height of just 1.8 meters, competing as a small forward would be utterly disadvantageous. Unless one were to lose their senses, no one would make such a decision. Was Coach Gallagher a fool? Clearly he was not. Thus, the answer began to crystallize in Johnny's mind. I understand now, Johnny exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Buddy, I comprehend the coach's strategy. He must be preparing you to be the trump card, just like in the last match. The coach included me in the starting lineup to confuse our opponents. With this realization, Johnny looked at Yang Yan with a joyful expression. Yang Yan gazed at the retreating figure of Gallagher. Could it truly be so? Perhaps it is. Yang Yan shook his head gently. Beside him, Conley and Oden heard Johnny's loud outburst. They exchanged a glance, a look of sudden realization dawning upon them. To their surprise, the seemingly simple-minded Johnny was the first to grasp the coach's intentions. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Soon, the day of the match arrived. Johnny looked despondently at his opponent, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall. He then turned to glance at Gallagher on the sidelines. At that moment, Johnny came to a definitive conclusion. Coach Gallagher was truly out of his mind. He had indeed placed him, a point guard, in the position of a small forward. Faced with Gallagher's steely demeanor, Johnny could only accept the situation before him. On the sidelines, Gallagher cast a sidelong glance in Yang Yan's direction. "Oomph. I refuse to believe you aren't feeling anxious." Watching Johnny, who is not as capable as himself, take to the court while he remained on the bench, surely that wouldn't stir any turmoil within him, especially considering Johnny's status as his close friend. With these two factors at play, could they not ignite his competitive spirit? Indeed, this entire scenario was part of Gallagher's scheme. Ever since Yang Yan had shown a lack of effort in the first training session, Gallagher had begun to devise his plan. Yang Yan has already demonstrated his remarkable talent, a fact that has significantly altered Gallagher's impression of him. Yang Yan is not a fool incapable of refinement. Thus, he is worthy of considerable effort. Gallagher believes that Yang Yan's lackadaisical attitude and his insufficient training stem from a deficiency of stimulation. He seems to live as if he were an old man, devoid of the youthful fervor and tenacity. This is precisely why Gallagher has gone to great lengths to orchestrate such a spectacle. No matter how adeptly you disguise it, the inherent drive of youth cannot be concealed. Are you not already feeling a sense of restlessness? Gallagher glanced triumphantly at Yang Yan in the distance, only for his expression to darken once more as he realized that Yang Yan was staring blankly ahead, lost in thought. Damn it! Gallagher could no longer contain his frustration. As he turned to see Johnny on the field, being bullied by the opposing forward like a helpless spouse, his anger surged uncontrollably. Fool! Isn't Yang Yan your good friend? You spend every day playing together. You haven't even learned a fraction of his skills. Gallagher couldn't help but complain. However, Yang Yan was not dawdling as Gallagher imagined. He was intently observing the system panel before him. At the age of 34, he had successfully made his debut in the NCAA. Although it seemed somewhat illogical for someone of his age to participate in NCAA competitions, it nonetheless marked a promising start on his journey to the NBA. His next task was to strive diligently to become a rotation player for the team, participating in 3 consecutive games with no less than 10 minutes of playtime in each. Completing this task would reward him with a random secondary league skill package. Despite the system's cold mockery, Yang Yan focused on the subsequent objectives. Becoming a part of the team's rotation seemed feasible given the current situation. He was indeed included in the rotation for this game. However, achieving over 10 minutes of playtime in 3 consecutive matches posed a significant challenge. He suspected that Coach Gallagher would not easily overlook him this time. Reflecting on his performance during training, Yang Yan realized that if things progressed as expected, he would likely end up sitting on the bench for the entirety of the games. Alas, this was truly a troublesome predicament. Yang Yan let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the game on the court had turned against Ohio State University. The opponents seemed to have discovered Johnny's vulnerabilities on the defensive end. Faced with the opportunities presented by Ohio State University, the adversaries were not inclined to let them slip away. Consequently, with each offensive possession, they relentlessly exploited Johnny's weaknesses. Although the synergy between Odin and Conley on the offensive front remained sharp, it could not mask the team's defensive lapses. As the game progressed, Ohio State University found itself in a disadvantageous position. Throughout the match, Johnny frequently glanced at the head coach, Gallagher, his intentions unmistakably clear. He was evidently urging Gallagher to make substitutions. Not only Johnny, but Conley and Odin also directed their gazes toward the bench. Yet, Coach Gallagher appeared resolute, disregarding the players' signals. Ultimately, as expected, with Johnny's assistance, the final buzzer sounded and the opponents emerged victorious. Odin stood under the basket, his face a portrait of dejection. Just days prior, they had triumphed over the formidable University of Texas, a moment that had ignited Odin's fervor and showcased the team's brilliance. Yet, now they had succumbed to a second-tier team. This stark contrast inflicted a profound wound upon Odin's spirit. Meanwhile, Johnny, the unwitting architect of their defeat, lay despondently on the gym floor. At that moment, he harbored but a single thought. He had been naively optimistic. He had believed that being selected as a starter by the coach was akin to a stroke of good fortune. Now, he realized that it was no fortune at all, but rather a heavy burden, a weight capable of crushing him. Chapter 8. Training is impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Following the loss in the previous match, the routine of the team underwent little alteration. Odin, however, intensified his training regimen. Johnny, usually lively and quirky, had grown taciturn. Meanwhile, Yang Yan persisted in his familiar habits, concocting various excuses daily. Once he fulfilled the half-hour training requirement, he would immediately collapse onto the floor in a theatrical display of despair. It seemed as though head coach Gallagher had forgotten Yang Yin altogether. Soon, the second match approached, and Coach Gallagher once again gathered the players to announce the starting lineup. In the midst of Johnny's despondent expression, Gallagher predictably placed him in the starting position once more. However, to everyone's surprise, Yang Yan's name was conspicuously absent from the substitutes list, suggesting that Coach Gallagher had seemingly abandoned him. This match was to be played away, and without a place in the team roster, Yang Yin found himself sidelined. Yang Yin found himself remaining on campus this time, while the others departed for the away game. In the vast emptiness of the gymnasium, devoid of any company, he diligently engaged in half an hour of warm-up exercises. Subsequently, he reclined on the bench, contemplating how he might persuade Coach Gallagher to grant him a chance to play. The clock ticked on, ushering in the following day. In the gymnasium, Yang Yin encountered the players who had just returned from an away game. By observing their expressions, he could discern the outcome of the match. Once again, Ohio had succumbed to defeat. The grim countenance of Johnny further elucidated the reasons behind this loss, which mirrored the previous game almost identically. Upon noticing Yang Yan's presence, Johnny seized the opportunity during a training break to approach him. These past few days have been utterly dismal, Johnny lamented, casting a sorrowful glance at Yang Yan. Buddy, take it easy. Brighter days are surely on the horizon. Yang Yan gently patted Johnny's shoulder, offering comfort. Do you see me now? Is there still a beautiful future ahead? In response to Yang Yan's consolation, Johnny wore a bitter smile. Although the starting players had remained silent throughout the two matches, the other athletes had exerted every ounce of effort in their pursuit of victory. Yet, due to his own shortcomings, all their endeavors had culminated in failure. The weight of this pressure threatened to crush Johnny. Buddy, just apologize to the head coach. I believe that if you admit your mistake, he will certainly reinstate you as a starter. Just do it for my sake, Johnny implored, looking at Yang Yin with pleading eyes. Initially, Yang Yin had intended to refuse without hesitation. Apologizing was out of the question, for he understood all too well that if he capitulated to Coach Gallagher, it would necessitate rigorous training every day. However, the system would not permit him to train for such an extended period. He had already experienced the terrifying repercussions of the punishment mechanism. Yet, upon witnessing Johnny's beseeching gaze, his resolve wavered. Yang Yin ultimately softened his heart. Very well, I shall speak with the head coach. With that, Yang Yin turned and walked towards Coach Gallagher. Meanwhile, Gallagher's lips curled into a slight smile. At last, he could no longer contain himself. Indeed, Gallagher had long noticed the conversation between Yang Yin and Johnny. The reason he remained unperturbed was that he was waiting for Yang Yin to come to him and make amends. During this time, Gallagher had not been idle either. He had repeatedly reviewed the footage of Yang Yan's recent match. His exaggerated dribbling style was nothing short of a perfect work of art. This only strengthened Gallagher's conviction. He must guide Yang Yin back onto the right path. He could not bear to witness a genius squander his talent recklessly. Thus, in this silent confrontation, Gallagher understood that in order for Yang Yin to recognize his mistakes, he must be resolute. After all, the regular season had only just begun. Winning 1 or 2 games was not of paramount importance. The coach, Yang Yin, approached Galahad. Upon hearing this, Galahad turned his head, his expression remaining serene as he regarded Yang Yin. I wish to participate in the next match. Yang Yin straightforwardly expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, a barely perceptible smile graced Gallagher's lips. Certainly, no problem at all. Gallagher agreed without any hesitation. However, before Yang Yin could feel elated, Gallagher spoke again. As long as you promise me to adopt a proper attitude and diligently complete the team's training from now on, I can not only ensure your participation in the upcoming match, but also grant you playing time in every subsequent game. Yang Yin furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. The head coach, Gallagher's attitude, aligned perfectly with his expectations. There was no way out of this predicament. Yang Yin slowly shook his head. Training is simply not an option. However, I can assure you that once I step onto the field, my performance will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Upon hearing this, the smile that had briefly graced Coach Gallagher's face vanished instantaneously. His gaze turned icy once more. There is no room for negotiation. You may leave now. I will not acquiesce to your demands. Gallagher coldly dismissed Yang Yan. Yang Yin shook his head in resignation and turned to leave. I have encountered too many prodigies. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. If you continue to squander your talent, there will come a day when the divine will reclaim the blessings bestowed upon you. The words of Gallagher echoed from behind. Upon hearing this, Yang Yin did not turn around but simply uttered a phrase, I apologize, coach, but I do not believe in God. After delivering this statement, Yang Yin proceeded towards Johnny. Gallagher observed Yang Yin's retreating figure and chose not to say anything further. Yang Yin returned to Johnny's side, amidst the anticipation reflected in Johnny's gaze. Yang Yin slowly shook his head. My friend, I apologize for disappointing you. Regrettably, the head coach did not acquiesce to my request. Upon hearing this, the light in Johnny's eyes faded, and a look of despondency crossed his face. Thus, another half-month slipped away, ushering in January 2007, the dawn of a new year. Yet for the individuals at Ohio State University, it was not a period of joy. Over the past month, the university had secured merely a single victory. It seemed as though every opposing team had discovered the method to counter them. Whenever Ohio State took to the court, rivals relentlessly targeted Johnny's defensive weaknesses. The string of defeats had plunged the morale of Ohio State to an all-time low. Silence enveloped the gymnasium as everyone mechanically fulfilled their training duties. Yang Yin remained as he always had. However, he no longer needed to fabricate excuses. Everyone was acutely aware that he only trained for half an hour each day. Coach Gallagher had also ceased to persuade Yang Yin further. After training concluded, everyone departed the gym, save for Odin, who lingered behind along with his close friend Conley. The two appeared to conspire about something significant. Chapter 9. Thousands of complaints. Return to the rotation. This cannot continue. Within the gym, Odin turned to Mike Conley and spoke in hushed tones. Conley nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the current circumstances, we can no longer remain passive. Seeing his friend concur, Odin continued. If we persist in losing, we may truly forfeit our chance at March Madness. Though reluctant to admit it, the team's lack of a legitimate small forward meant that, with his current abilities, he could not lead them to greater victories. A look of frustration marred Odin's features. Conley, sensing his friend's burden, placed a reassuring hand on Odin's shoulder. He understood well that the pressure on Odin was immense. Being a projected #1 pick and the core player of Ohio State. Recently, numerous media outlets had begun to question Odin's leadership capabilities. I believe we can have a conversation with the head coach, Conley proposed. Odin looked at Conley in surprise. Why? I thought you would seek out Yang Yin. Conley slowly shook his head in response to Odin's inquiry. Because my instincts tell me that persuading Yang Yin would be far more challenging than convincing the head coach. Upon hearing this, Odin scratched his head in confusion. Nevertheless, he chose to place his trust in Conley, as he had always believed that Conley possessed far greater intelligence than himself. The following day, Gallagher arrived at the gym an hour later than usual. Frowning, he immediately spotted Yang Yin languishing by the sidelines. It was evident that Yang Yin had already completed his half-hour training regimen. Unlike his usual indifference towards Yang Yin, Gallagher fixated on him today, his mind evidently preoccupied with thoughts unknown. Soon, the training session concluded, and Alden and Mike calmly approached Coach Gallagher. Coach, we need him. Although his training attitude is lackadaisical, we must concede that his performance on the court is not only adequate, but remarkably impressive. They implored. Coach, we genuinely aspire to make it to the exhilarating March Madness playoffs. We beg of you. Alden and Conley articulated their sentiments to Coach Gallagher, bracing themselves for his inevitable reprimand. They understood that even when adopting the most humble of attitudes, such a request inherently challenged the authority of their coach. What awaited them, however, was not Gallagher's scolding, but rather a heartfelt sigh. Very well, I shall grant your request. Yang Yin will take the court in the upcoming games. Alden and Conley, taken aback, exchanged incredulous glances, as they had never anticipated that persuading Gallagher would be such an uncomplicated endeavor. All right, you may return now. I need some time alone, Gallagher said, appearing to have lost all his vigor, slowly waving his hand at the two. In their elation, Alden and Conley were oblivious to Gallagher's unease. It was only after their departure that Gallagher let out a resigned sigh. Was this compromise truly the right course of action? Gallagher was acutely aware that after this compromise, the opportunity to steer Yang Yin back onto the right path would likely never arise again. However, he found himself utterly powerless at this juncture. Odin and Conley still believed they had persuaded him. In truth, Gallagher had been summoned by the principal earlier that morning. While the head coach of the university team wielded considerable authority over the squad, such power was contingent upon the team's performance. Should the team's record falter, the institution would have justifiable grounds to dismiss him. During his conversation with the principal, the latter had expressed dissatisfaction with Gallagher's recent actions and presented him with a denunciation letter. The contents of the letter accused him of fostering racial discrimination within the team, forcibly suppressing players of different ethnicities, and denying them equal opportunities. The identity of those players was all too apparent. Aside from Yang Yin, who else could it be? Initially, Gallagher had presumed this was merely the result of Yang Yin's actions. However, the principal subsequently informed him that this was merely one among thousands of similar denunciations. The principal sternly warned him that failing to address this matter would have grave repercussions for the institution. As an Ivy League university, Ohio State University could not afford to bear such a blemish on its reputation. Thus, upon exiting the principal's office, Gallagher understood that this situation had transcended his ability to control it. Racial discrimination has always been a sensitive issue in the United States. Indeed, the principal's remarks had been rather diplomatic. Soon, the second day arrived. As usual, Yang Yin spent half an hour training before succumbing to a routine lethargy. Leaning against the wall, his mind was far from idle as he pondered the path to becoming a stable rotational player with ample playing time. Soon, the training session came to an end. Head coach Gallagher gathered the players together to announce the roster for the upcoming match. For some reason, Yang Yin felt as though Gallagher cast a fleeting glance in his direction after delivering the news. Starting point guard Mike Conley. Starting center Odin. Starting power forward Augustus. Starting shooting guard Hill. Starting small forward Johnny. As the names were called, Odin and Conley exchanged a glance, both recognizing a profound sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. They had believed they had convinced the head coach, who had previously assured them of a different outcome. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. Upon hearing the announcement, Johnny's face reflected a sense of desolation. He could already envision the impending scene of being overpowered and overwhelmed by the opposing small forward. Substitute player Yang Yin. Immediately following this, Gallagher proceeded to reveal the list of substitute players. Yang Yin furrowed his brows upon hearing the news. Logically, he had been removed from Gallagher's rotation list and had not appeared on it for over half a month. How could he suddenly find himself reinstated? However, Gallagher appeared disinclined to offer any explanation. After announcing the roster, he promptly turned and exited the arena. The following day, all the players listed on the team gathered together. Yang Yin gazed curiously at the bus before him. It was his inaugural experience accompanying the team on an away match. The time spent on the bus proved to be quite arduous, as the lengthy journey of several hours nearly churned his breakfast back up. Beside him, his friend Johnny sat with a despondent expression. "Buddy, I fear I cannot endure this any longer," Johnny suddenly exclaimed. "Why?" Yang Yin turned around in surprise. "After contemplating this match, I have decided to submit my application to the team. I shall withdraw from the basketball team." Johnny suddenly appeared calm, as if he had reached a certain reconciliation with himself. Yang Yin opened his mouth, yet he could not find the words to comfort Johnny. He understood that, during this period, Johnny's burdens were far heavier than one could imagine. Chapter 10. A support from the other shore. At last, Yang Yin made his entrance. Subsequently, both Yang Yin and Johnny fell into a profound silence. Yang Yin pondered whether he should take some action, setting aside the fact that Johnny was his closest friend. Johnny's current predicament was, to some extent, intertwined with his own situation. It was evident that Gallagher intended to provoke him through Johnny. Perhaps it was time to confront Gallagher once more. If Gallagher remained obstinate, the one to depart the team would not be Johnny. Yang Yin questioned his ability to feel at ease while allowing someone else to bear the burden for him. After his departure, Johnny's life would likely improve. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yang Yin's eyes. Soon, a group of individuals arrived at the gymnasium of Georgetown University, their opponent for today's away game. Prior to the match, the team from Ohio State University engaged in their warm-up activities. Yang Yin joined the group in their activities, as he had yet to complete his half-hour training session for the day. Naturally, this allowed him to engage in warm-up exercises. Observing this scene, Coach Gallagher's expression softened somewhat. Soon, the players finished their warm-ups, and the match commenced. Meanwhile, across the waters in the Dragon Kingdom, dear viewers, we meet once again. I am your beloved host, Xiao Yang, here to present the matchup between Ohio State University and Georgetown University. Those of you familiar with our regular segments will know the drill. I shall not indulge in unnecessary chatter. The link for our prize quiz is now available in the upper left corner of the live stream. Will Ohio State's losing streak come to an end? Will our Dragon Kingdom player, Yang Yin, take to the court? At long last, it is Ohio State's turn to play. Though I am aware they are destined to lose, I still place my hopes on Yang Yin. Come on, little brother. You are surely bound to fail. The head coach of Ohio State must be out of his mind. With a stronger player like Yang Yin available, he insists on starting an inept player instead. This individual is a liability on the court, incapable of providing any defensive support. Goodness, Even the widows in our village would not be so indiscriminate. Alas, my poor Emperor Odin. At this rate, let alone being the first overall pick in the NBA draft, merely making it to March Madness would be a miracle. We desire Yang Yin. Yang Yin has demonstrated exceptional skills, yet he remains deprived of the opportunity to step onto the field. Indeed, have the complaint letters been submitted? Of course. I sent them directly to the official website of Ohio State University. It is truly perplexing. Despite the submission of the complaint letters, why has Yang Yin not yet been granted a chance to play? I observe that Ohio State University seems to be indifferent to this matter. How frustrating. I shall compose another complaint letter to them. I refuse to accept this situation. Count me in. Yang Yin finds himself alone in a foreign land, and we are his strongest support. Poor Yang Yin, enduring such discrimination while abroad. Meanwhile, the audience in the live broadcast feels sympathy for him. After completing his warm-up, he strides towards a substitute bench, just as he always does. He selects the most comfortable spot, ensuring it lies within the blind spot of Coach Gallagher's gaze. Yang Yin leaned back in his chair, allowing himself a moment of tranquility. Soon, the match commenced, and the cacophony of the arena began to permeate his ears. As anticipated, the dynamics on the court mirrored his expectations. Johnny once again proved to be a glaring weakness on the defensive end. It seemed that any encounter with Ohio State had led to a consensus among all NCAA teams. Targeting the small forward, Johnny, was now a strategic norm. Merely 2 minutes into the game, Ohio State found themselves trailing by 4 points. On the court, Odin and Conley exchanged glances, almost in unison, towards their coach, Gallagher. Upon witnessing this, Gallagher let out a sigh. Yang Yin, prepare to enter the game. The words startled Yang Yin from his reverie, his eyes snapping open. What was happening? Was he actually going to play? Could it be that Gallagher, the old traditionalist, had decided to take a chance? Yang Yin subconsciously glanced towards Gallagher's direction. The head coach, Gallagher, displayed a stubborn expression, clearly indicating that things should not be as they appeared. But what could be the reason? Who cares? No more pondering. After all, he was finally able to take the field. Yang Yin's lips curled into a subtle smile as he slowly rose to his feet, shedding his training jacket. Upon noticing Yang Yin approaching the sidelines, Odin and Conley exchanged a glance, a flicker of joy evident in their eyes. Indeed, the head coach had not deceived them. Meanwhile, Johnny, upon seeing Yang Yin arrive at the edge of the court, unleashed an astonishing surge of potential. After being outmaneuvered by his opponent, he relentlessly pursued and delivered an exaggerated foul, contributing a defensive infraction. The game fell into a dead ball state. The only means for Yang Yin to be brought onto the court more swiftly. This scene prompted Coach Gallagher on the sidelines to grind his teeth in frustration. Damn it. If only Johnny exhibited such a defensive attitude regularly. Even if he couldn't stop others, rival teams would think twice before taking advantage of him. Though worked. Gallagher gestured to the referee to make the substitution. Johnny's eyes remained fixated on the referee, and upon witnessing the signal for substitution, he sprinted to the sidelines as if the court were a hellish realm he wished to escape in an instant. Finally, it was over. As Johnny reached the sideline, he enveloped Yang Yin in a hearty embrace, tears involuntarily spilling from the corners of his eyes. Who could fathom the turmoil he had endured during this period, plagued by relentless challenges? But at last, he was liberated from his torment. "You got this, brother," Johnny exclaimed, giving Yang Yin a firm pat on the shoulder. "Rest assured, my friend. Just watch for below." Yang Yin smiled as he stomped his foot on the sidelines, then stepped onto the court. The sensation of entering the arena was truly delightful. Yang Yin took a deep breath and glanced at his teammates. Odin Conley and the other starting players cast him encouraging looks. Meanwhile, the live stream in Longdou erupted with excitement. "Oh my, Yang Yin is on the court. That damned Mediterranean has finally come to his senses. He actually let our Yang Shun take the stage. At last, we can witness Yang Yan's exaggerated dribbling skills once more. Goodness, that unyielding maneuver. I've replayed it dozens of times. Even the top draft prospect, Durant, was left bewildered. I eagerly anticipate Yang Yin scoring double digits in this match. My report letter was not in vain after all. Go, Yang Yin. The host has initiated a prediction game. Guess Yang Yan's score for this match. Haha. The host is already on the verge of bankruptcy. As Yang Yin took to the court, the streamer's predictions fell short of success. Not long ago, he had effortlessly claimed all of their stakes. Today, however, he relinquished them all in a single match. I am immensely grateful to Yang Yin for providing me with such a profitable opportunity. My thanks extend to the divine gifts from Yang Shun. Chapter 11. Who is Yang Yin? The secret weapon. Within the hallowed halls of Georgetown University's basketball arena, the starting players cast curious glances at Yang Yin. He was absent from the intelligence gathered prior to the match, leaving them intrigued. Soon, however, they turned their attention away from him. In the eyes of Georgetown's team, Johnny was the star player, while Yang Yin merely occupied the role of a benchwarmer. It was presumed that Yang Yin could not possibly rival Johnny's prowess. After all, Johnny's reputation had spread widely, known by nearly half of the NCAA teams. Thus, they regarded the seemingly inconsequential Yang Yin as no threat. As Georgetown concluded their free throws, the point gap widened by another 2 points. Yet, the players from Ohio State University wore smiles on their faces. As the offensive play commenced, calmly advanced past half-court, promptly pausing to search for Yang Yin's presence. Their gazes met in the air, with Conley clearly signaling for Yang Yin to move forward and receive the ball. Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback, initially believing he had misread the situation. However, he soon noticed Conley waving at him, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. It became evident that he had not been mistaken after all. Yang Yin swiftly advanced, and Conley promptly passed the basketball to him, simultaneously shifting to the side to create space. However, time was not merely passing by. As soon as Yang Yin received the ball, Odin in the paint, without uttering a word, took a giant step beyond the three-point line and signaled to Yang Yin for a screen. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Yin felt an unsettling sensation at the nape of his neck. Conley delivered the pass. Odin set the screen. What a spectacular opening. However, seizing the moment, Yang Yin utilized Odin's screen to swiftly penetrate towards the basket. He executed a floating shot that kissed the backboard, marking his first score of the match. The players from Georgetown University were utterly perplexed, casting curious glances at Yang Yin. Everyone pondered, who exactly is this Yang Yin? In the very first possession, he had their second-in-command making the pass and their core leader willingly stepping up to set a screen. This narrative seemed far from their expectations. On the court, Conley and Odin exchanged a glance, each finding solace in the other's eyes. This matter had not been previously discussed between them, yet in that moment, they inexplicably reached a silent agreement to assist Yang Yin in delivering a dazzling performance. Under normal circumstances, players like Yang Yin, who occupy such a specialized position, often find themselves relegated to performing the more arduous and laborious tasks during NCAA competitions. Opportunities to score and showcase their talents are typically reserved for the star players of the team. However, both Odin and Conley have grown weary of defeat. They are determined to prevent Coach Gallagher from once again substituting in Johnny, whose defensive shortcomings are glaring. To ensure that Yang Yin remains on the court, they must enable him to deliver a performance that captivates Coach Gallagher's attention. Yang Yin soon realized that Conley and Odin appeared to be deliberately coordinating with him. With the opportunity presented before him, Yang Yin would certainly not be coy. Thus, in the ensuing matches, Yang Yin basked in the privileges reserved for core players. Conley consistently delivered comfortable passes to him, while Odin vigorously set screens and would even return to the paint to assist him in establishing position. Yang Yin did not disappoint their expectations. Despite a prolonged absence from competition leading to a slight inconsistency in his shooting touch, he maintained an offensive efficiency above the average line. Before long, he not only leveled the score, but even took the lead momentarily. On the Georgetown University side, upon noticing the change in Ohio State University's offensive strategy, Coach Elijah furrowed his brow and made tactical adjustments from the sidelines. He observed Yang Yin on the court, then glanced towards Gallagher, ultimately muttering a frustrated expletive. Elijah felt he had been outmaneuvered. Yang Yin was undoubtedly Ohio State's hidden ace. Had it not been for the team's recent string of losses, it seemed plausible that their secret would have remained concealed. Little did Elijah realize that Yang Yin had already participated in a game, facing off against the prospective #1 pick, Durant. Swiftly, Elijah made a decisive call. It was evident that Yang Yin was the focal point of Ohio State's offense, and they could not allow him to continue to operate unfettered. He gestured to his protege and pointed in Yang Yin's direction. Observing this, Jeff Green promptly moved to defend Yang Yin. Georgetown University opted to deploy their star player to counter Yang Yin's influence. Upon receiving a pass from Conley beyond the three-point line, Yang Yin's gaze fell upon Jeff Green, compelling him to adopt a wary mindset. As a star player for an NCAA team, it was clear that his opponent was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Yang Yin was aware, prior to the game, of Jeff Green's background. Unlike himself and his peers, Green was a junior, having already endured the rigors of 2 years of NCAA competition. One must not underestimate the significance of this 2-year difference. At this age, each additional year brings substantial enhancements in physical prowess and strength. Thus, even a prodigy like Odin found it challenging to gain any advantage over Jeff Green in terms of physicality. When Yang Yin confronted Jeff Green while in possession of the ball, Odin, positioned beneath the basket, chose to step out and assist Yang Yin with a screen, just as before. However, this time, the pick and roll between Odin and Yang Yin proved unsuccessful. As Yang Yin attempted to drive forward, Jeff Green forcefully maneuvered his body to push Odin aside, creating a narrow gap, albeit only half a body's width. Yet that was sufficient. Jeff Green extended his arm to make a direct attempt at a steal. Fortunately, Yang Yin's reflexes were quick enough, otherwise possession would have shifted. Nonetheless, this encounter disrupted the flow of the offense. Yang Yin retreated beyond the three-point line, the clock ticking down as he prepared for the next play. In NCAA games, the offensive possession lasts 6 seconds longer than in the NBA, providing ample time to orchestrate 2 effective attacks. Odin swiftly adjusted his footwork, ready to set a screen for Yang Yin once more. At that moment, Yang Yin raised his hand, signaling Odin to create space. Initially taken aback, Odin chose to trust Yang Yin and promptly moved towards the baseline. Suddenly, only Jeff Green and Yang Yin remained at the arc. Jeff Green kept a vigilant eye on Yang Yin, his expression devoid of any emotion. In fact, Jeff Green exuded confidence. In a one-on-one matchup, no one in the NCAA could easily breach his defense. His 3 years in the NCAA, coupled with the physical advantages afforded by age, were the sources of his unwavering self-assurance. Even a prodigy like Odin found himself at a disadvantage in terms of physical confrontation. Time, it seemed, was an insurmountable barrier. Even for geniuses, perhaps in the future, his opponent would easily dominate him, but the present belonged to Jeff Green. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Chapter 12. The Return of Unstoppable Drives. A stellar performance with 21 points. Yang Yin was uncertain about Jeff Green's thoughts. After a slight adjustment in rhythm while holding the ball at the arc, Yang Yin suddenly accelerated to the right, driving past with the ball. There were no feints, merely a straightforward burst of speed. Witnessing this, Jeff Green instinctively tensed every muscle in his body, slightly shifting his center of gravity to the left. He was confident that in the forthcoming confrontation, Yang Yin would undoubtedly be propelled away from the three-point line once more. Thus, the ensuing events would become far more manageable. Yang Yin would scarcely have the opportunity to adjust his offense once more. Jeff Green had encountered such scenarios countless times, hence his heart remained unperturbed. At this moment, the starting players from Ohio State University, including Odin and Conley, were already contemplating certain thoughts. Indeed, they were reflecting on the exaggerated dribbling style exhibited by Yang Yin in the previous match. On the court, as Yang Yin approached the ever-prepared Jeff Green, they were poised to collide. Yang Yin's right hand suddenly curled, and his ankle simultaneously unleashed immense power. In an instant, he executed a pivot of his center of gravity, minimizing the loss of speed. Jeff Green merely sensed a brisk gust of wind approaching him. In the next moment, Yang Yin, who should have been contending with him on the left, unexpectedly appeared on his right side. Jeff Green had no time to react. By the time he regained his composure, Yang Yin had already surged past him toward the basket. Meanwhile, Odin had cleared all obstacles for Yang Yin beneath the rim, effectively trapping the center from Georgetown University behind him. Yang Yin showed no signs of restraint, executing a one-handed slam dunk with remarkable finesse. Ha ha ha! At last, the moment has arrived. Yang Yin's audacious maneuvering has astounded us all. I was beginning to think I wouldn't witness his trademark swift dribbling in this match. Indeed, the legend remains a legend. Goodness, that was astonishingly rapid. The player wearing number 32 must be utterly bewildered. To the opposing team, do not lose heart. Even the soon-to-be number 1 draft pick, Durant, has been left in the dust by Yang Yin's dazzling footwork. This is simply magnificent. Remarkable. Yang waved his hand, asserting that straight-line speed is not impressive. True swiftness lies in the ability to navigate sharp turns with agility. Yang Yin's relentless change of direction ignites a fervor within me each time I witness it. Go, Yang Yin, overcome them. Let them behold the speed of our Dragon Nation. On the field, Yang Yin's astonishing maneuvers have set ablaze the live stream across the ocean in the Dragon Nation. The host, Xiao Yang, watches the viewer count surge exponentially, experiencing a mix of pain and joy, having previously lost all his savings in a bet. Who could have foreseen that a once steady stream would now burgeon towards 10,000 viewers? Xiao Yang understands that if the online count surpasses 10,000, he will ascend to the ranks of mid-tier streamers, all thanks to Yang Yan. Brothers, the host can only proclaim, Yang Yi is remarkable. Today, the host has made a pledge. Should Yang Yi score over 20 points, he will distribute a 5,000 yuan red envelope in the live stream. Your greed is quite evident. Someone quips, previously a critic of Yang Shun, now you've become his fervent supporter. Congratulations, Yang Shun, on acquiring a new son. I stand by you, host. Earning while kneeling is not disgraceful. Is this support for the host? I see it as support for the 5,000 yuan red envelope. That is quite different. I can claim the red envelope while standing. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Georgetown University arena is starkly different. A timeout has been called, and the team spirit feels particularly subdued. Ever since Jeff Green was decisively outmaneuvered by Yang Yin, the Ohio State University offense has become increasingly simplistic. Utilizing Yang Yin as swift and unyielding dribbling skills, they have ruthlessly torn apart their defense. In just a few fleeting minutes, Georgetown University has begun to crumble, with the score gap widening to over 10 points. It is important to note that in NCAA competitions, unlike the fast-paced NBA games, a 10-point deficit in the slower-paced NCAA is akin to an insurmountable mountain. Yang Yin once again demonstrated his prowess. After the match, Coach Gallagher unusually praised Yang Yin with a compliment. Well done. Yang Yin raised his head to look at Coach Gallagher. Under the scrutiny of Yang Yin's gaze, Gallagher felt a twinge of discomfort. Although he was not particularly fond of Yang Yan's lackadaisical attitude towards training, there was no denying the excellence of Yang Yan's performance on the court. In the realm of the NCAA, his skills could undoubtedly be classified as elite. Furthermore, the deliberate synergy with Conley and Odin only enhanced his prowess. Yang Yan's performance could even be said to rival that of the very best players in the NCAA. This elicited a complex mix of admiration and frustration from Gallagher. Moreover, he was not oblivious to the sentiments of Conley and Odin. Clearly, his two-prot GS were reluctant to see Yang Yin sidelined once again. Thus, they exerted every effort to support Yang Yan's performance in this match. It was indeed a naive yet endearing thought. Gallagher shook his head helplessly. Nonetheless, he was now resolute about one matter. Regardless of his personal feelings towards Yang Yan's training attitude, the sheer brilliance displayed in this game meant he could not stubbornly choose to bench him. Casting another glance at Yang Yin, Gallagher seemed to have an epiphany. Let him be. After all, geniuses often exhibit eccentricities. He could only hope that one day, Yang Yin would not regret his current reckless squandering of talent. The timeout called by Georgetown University did little to alleviate their predicament. Once the break concluded, Yang Yin continued to shine. His relentless focus on driving through the defense exposed numerous vulnerabilities in Georgetown's strategy. Whenever he drew multiple defenders, he swiftly opted to pass the ball to Conley or Odin. As star players of Ohio State University, neither of them would falter under pressure. Yang Yin also demonstrated his prowess, reciprocating the support of Conley and Odin. Ultimately, Ohio State University triumphed in this NCAA regular season match. Yang Yin scored a remarkable 21 points throughout the match, setting a new personal record in his NCAA career. Ohio State University has finally put an end to their losing streak, securing this invaluable victory. Undoubtedly, the most elated individual in this scenario is Johnny. His nightmare has finally come to an end. He no longer has to endure nightly dreams plagued by imposing figures. In this game, he played for merely the first 3 minutes. Yang Yin has completed the entire match that followed. In the upcoming games, Coach Gallagher is unlikely to assign him to the small forward position again. Chapter 13, Corver's Spot Up 3, Old Bitch's Relentless Pursuit. Nearly a month has passed since their victory over Georgetown University. The time has now reached February 2007, and the NCAA regular season is nearing its conclusion. Ever since their triumph against Georgetown, Ohio State University seems to have undergone a renaissance, embarking on a remarkable series of victories in subsequent matches. The reason for this resurgence lies in Yang Yan's consistent playing time in each game. The relationship between Yang Yin and Coach Gallagher seems to have experienced a degree of thawing. Gallagher appears to have tacitly accepted Yang Yan's lackadaisical training attitude, while Yang Yin himself has not fretted over his position within the team. The other players have remained largely silent on the matter, as Yang Yin has consistently appeared on the substitute list for every match over the past month. The starting small forward position has consistently belonged to Johnny, though his playing time in each game has been exceedingly limited. In contrast, it is Yang Yin, the substitute player, who has shouldered the weight of the entire match. Compared to his peers, Yang Yin has assumed the role of a starting small forward. Given Yang Yin's playing time and performance, it would stand to reason that Coach Gallagher should have promoted him to a starting position by now. However, Gallagher seems to have forgotten this matter entirely. Inside the arena of Ohio State University, the court is alive with fervent training. Nearby, Yang Yin leans against a bench, resting and daydreaming. This scene has seemingly become a familiar sight to those in the gym. Yang Yin gazes ahead, reflecting on the passage of time. At 35 years of age, you have grown wiser and more resilient. You have successfully established yourself as a reliable rotation player for the NCAA team, achieving double-digit scoring in 3 consecutive games, a remarkable feat for someone at your advanced age. Your role as a substitute, coupled with your ample playing time, clearly illustrates the coaching staff's trust in you. Congratulations on accomplishing your task. The reward, a secondary league package, has been duly dispatched. Please check for its arrival. At long last, the mission is complete. Yang Yin let out a sigh of relief. This task had consumed over a month of his time. Yang Yin did not hasten to inspect the rewards in the gift package. Instead, he continued to gaze at the system panel before him. At the age of 35, he successfully became a rotational player in the NCAA. Although the journey was fraught with challenges, he has firmly established himself within the NCAA, nearing the accomplishments of his youth. This time, he did not falter. He remained resolute in pursuing his dreams. The next objective was for the host to become a starting member of any minor league team and to complete match. Upon accomplishing this task, a random minor league gift package would be awarded. Yang Yin displayed an expression of evident understanding. The initial task was to assume the role of a rotational player, undoubtedly. The next step would be to secure a position as a starting member of the team. Yang Yin silently etched the task into his memory. He then opened the previously received task package. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the spot-up 3-point shooting ability of NBA star Kyle Korver, NCAA level. Yang Yin furrowed his brow. Indeed, luck does not always favor one. It appears that the ability to draw legendary stars previously was merely a stroke of extraordinary fortune. The moment the reward was revealed, Yang Yin discerned the difference. Previously, the reward had been associated with the legendary player Derrick Rose. However, this time, the term legendary was conspicuously absent. Upon seeing the name Korver, Yang Yin recalled something and promptly pulled out his phone to search. Soon, he found what he was looking for. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. Korver is indeed a current NBA player, having established himself as a pivotal member of the Philadelphia 76ers rotation. Korver's primary role is that of a stationary sniper, providing an external threat from beyond the arc for the 76ers. Although his role in the NBA may seem rather commonplace, Yang Yin discovered that Korver's collegiate performance had been nothing short of explosive. Most importantly, however, is Korver's 3-point shooting ability, which is the cornerstone of his prowess. After reflecting on this, Yang Yin found himself more accepting of the reward. The critical factor is that he currently has a pressing need for 3-point shooting skills. Yang Yin's primary scoring methods are derived from explosive drives for dunks and sudden mid-range shots. In truth, even without acquiring Rose's signature acceleration and direction changes, he could still thrive. Yang Yin's ability to break through defenses is undoubtedly among the elite in the NCAA. Coupled with Ross's unwavering agility, Yang estimates that there are no more than 3 players at this level whose breakthrough capabilities can rival his own. As for mid-range shooting, this has always been Yang's pride, as he excels in this area. However, 3-point shooting remains one of his weaknesses. In recent matches, he has attempted no more than 3 shots beyond the arc. Thus, enhancing his 3-point shooting ability has become quite timely. The next focus will be to secure a position as a starting player on the team. Yang Yin gazed towards Gallagher, contemplating for a moment. He then rose from the bench and walked directly in Gallagher's direction. Engaging in intellectual pursuits had never been Yang Yin's forte. Thus, he opted for the most straightforward approach. Coach, when will I be included in the starting lineup? Yang Yin approached Galahad and inquired. Upon hearing the question, Galahad turned to glance at Yang Yin and then shook his head. You should focus on being a substitute. Your recent performances in that role have not been particularly outstanding. Galahad replied nonchalantly, turning his back to Yang Yin. Coach, are you sure that was merely a substitute performance? Yang Yin raised his eyebrows, unable to contain his amusement. Moreover, which team would employ substitutes as if they were seasoned veterans? He then muttered softly to himself. Gallagher, who had his back turned to Yang Yin, felt a slight flush of embarrassment at the first remark, while the latter's statement caused the corners of his mouth to twitch. though he longed to refute Yang Yin. Gallagher knew that the latter's words were indeed the truth. No team would utilize substitutes in such a manner. However, in the next moment, Gallagher seemed to recall something. All right, you needn't complain to me any longer. In just a few days, your upcoming substitutes won't have to endure such strain, Gallagher remarked with a casual tone. Yang Yin furrowed his brows, unable to discern what Gallagher was hinting at. However, at that moment, Gallagher had already impatiently waved his hand. Yang Yin departed with a sense of perplexity. However, he soon acquired the answer he sought. Following the conclusion of the team's training, Johnny, who had been enjoying a good stretch of days, swiftly made his way to Yang Yin's side. Buddy, have you heard? Oakley is returning, Johnny remarked with an air of intrigue. Oakley? Who is that? Yang Yin was utterly bewildered. The team's former starting small forward had returned. Surely, he would be vying for the starting position. Johnny, with a hint of malicious delight, watched Yang Yin's expression darken like the bottom of a pot. That old schemer. How dare he play such tricks on me? Chapter 14. The return of the starter. Does he not feel a sense of urgency? The head coach, Gallagher, had naturally overheard Yang Yin's curses and, stumbling outside, glanced back at the arena before hastily departing the scene. He felt somewhat guilty about the situation. Truth be told, if it weren't for Yang Yin's dismal training attitude, given the contributions he had made to rescue the team from dire straits during this period, even the likes of a deity could not usurp his starting position. Johnny's inside information proved accurate. On the third day, as Yang Yin entered the arena, he noticed an unfamiliar face among the familiar surroundings. This individual was none other than the former starting small forward from Ohio State University. Yang Yin had previously focused on activating the system, and with Oakley sustaining an injury early in the regular season, he had been sidelined for months, leaving Yang Yin largely oblivious to this fellow. Yang Yin did not ponder for long. He set down his backpack and commenced his warm-up exercises, dedicating half an hour to the task. Upon completing his daily physical regimen, he took a seat on the bench, observing Oakley's rigorous training on the court. Oakley executed each drill with meticulous precision, embodying a serious commitment to his practice. Coach Gallagher, too, was intently watching Oakley. Seeing Oakley's earnest approach to training, Gallagher couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. If only Yang Yin could exhibit even half of Oakley's diligence, he mused, shaking his head in frustration. Why was he thinking of that fellow again? Gallagher glanced back towards the bench and noticed Yang Yin lounging comfortably with his legs crossed. Oomph. Gallagher couldn't suppress a cold snort of disdain. Didn't this guy feel any urgency? Under normal circumstances, one would expect Oakley's return to invoke a sense of crisis, yet Yang Yin appeared utterly unfazed. Gallagher turned away, dismissing Yang Yin from his thoughts, as he had already devised his plan. Soon, the training session concluded, and Coach Gallagher gathered everyone together to announce the lineup for the upcoming match. The next game would take place at Ohio State University, and, as anticipated, the starting positions remained unchanged, except for the last forward slot, which had shifted from Johnny to Oakley. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Oakley's eyes amidst the crowd. Thank you for your trust, Coach. I will not disappoint you, Oakley assured, patting his chest with gratitude. Don't be too excited. For your first game back, focus on finding your rhythm, Gallagher said, patting Oakley's shoulder with approval. Oakley nodded earnestly. However, neither Gallagher nor Oakley noticed the frowns of the other four starting players. As the crowd dispersed, Odin clasped Conley's shoulder. What are your thoughts? Odin inquired softly. What thoughts? Conley replied, shaking his head. Don't play coy. We've been performing remarkably well lately. Moreover, Yang Yin has integrated seamlessly with the team. With March Madness approaching, is the coach really intending to throw us back into chaos by substituting Oakley? It's not that I doubt Oakley's abilities, but the team cannot withstand any further upheaval, Odin lamented. You need to worry so much. While Yang Yin has indeed blended well with the team, have you not noticed his training attitude? If I were the head coach, I would find it quite challenging to develop a fondness for him, Conley remarked. Gesturing with an open hand, Odin opened his mouth, seemingly eager to elaborate, but Conley swiftly interrupted him. Well, there's still more than 2 weeks until the madness of March, so there's no need to worry excessively, Conley said, patting Odin on the back before turning to gather his belongings. Yet, as he turned away, a flicker of helplessness crossed Conley's eyes. He was well aware that Odin spoke nothing but the truth, and he sensed Odin's intentions. However, after their previous attempt to pressure Coach Gallagher, which had yielded a favorable outcome, Conley understood that such actions had crossed the line. Odin's desire to replicate that strategy was undoubtedly unrealistic. Conley's maturity surpassed that of Odin, leading him to contemplate matters with greater depth. Although Gallagher had not held their prior transgression against them, it did not imply that he would remain lenient indefinitely. After all, challenging a head coach's authority in collegiate athletics is a grave matter. Of course, this individual is an exception. Conley couldn't help but cast a glance back at Yang Yin, realizing that he was a truly enigmatic man, one whom he simply could not comprehend. Yang Yin has consistently provoked Coach Gallagher, a behavior that Conley finds utterly unreasonable, shaking his head in resignation. Conley packed his bag and departed the gym. Before long, the following day arrived, and the match commenced in the afternoon. As expected, the returning Oakley took to the court as a starter. From the outset of the game, Oakley approached every possession with utmost seriousness, diligently defending his opponent and actively moving into position. Yet, Gallagher, observing from the sidelines, occasionally furrowed his brow. Was Oakley's performance subpar? Not at all. In fact, it could be said that Oakley played quite adequately, fulfilling the role of a competent starting small forward. He diligently executed the responsibilities expected of his position. However, perhaps having witnessed Yang Yan's flamboyant playstyle too frequently, it now seemed to Conley that Oakley's game lacked that elusive spark of brilliance. Nevertheless, Gallagher afforded Oakley ample playing time, recognizing that after his return, he needed time to regain his form. In his mind, the coach concocted a perfect excuse for himself. Meanwhile, in a Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, where was everyone? Where is Yang Yin? More than half of the first quarter has elapsed, yet he has yet to make his appearance. Indeed, typically, within the first minute or two of the game, Yang Yin would have already been substituted in. Moreover, who is that clumsy giant currently occupying his position? He is certainly performing far below Yang Yan's standards. This is troubling. I hope Yang Yin hasn't sustained an injury. Goodness, with March Madness approaching, it is imperative that Yang Yin remains unscathed at this critical moment. Everyone, please remain calm. I just spotted Yang Yin on the screen. Yang Yin donned his training attire, yet he appeared unscathed. So why was he not allowed to take the court? The current small forward of the team was performing exceedingly poorly, reminiscent of his usual lackluster play. Today's match garnered significant attention from the fans of Long Nation, only for them to swiftly realize that the typically anticipated Yang Yin was inexplicably confined to the bench. Chapter 15, Pouring Money. Then let us replace the head coach. Observing the increasingly sharp comments in the live chat, the host, Xiao Liang, furrowed his brow and promptly pulled out his phone to send a message. Bro, can you check if anything major has happened with your university basketball team recently? Before long, a response came through the call. After reading the message, Xiao Liang's frown deepened. Dear viewers, I have gathered the information. Today, the starting small forward for Ohio State University is named Oakley. This Oakley was previously the team's starting small forward, but he had been injured at the onset of the regular season, which is why we had not seen much of him until now. I couldn't care less about this Oakley. This guy is utterly incompetent, resembling nothing more than a wooden post. We want Yang Yin, don't you realize? The host implies that with the return of the team's starting small forward, Yang Yin's playing time will likely be severely limited. What is going on? How can such a player usurp Yang Yin South time on the court? Yang Yin has exhibited such remarkable skills that he should have long been elevated to his starting position. I am truly exasperated. This infuriating Mediterranean coach has once again resorted to foolish maneuvers. Oh, how I pity my dear Yang. The live chat is filled with lamentations. On the court, the Ohio State University game is becoming increasingly arduous. Although Oakley is diligently performing on the field, it is crucial to note that since the onset of the regular season, he has not participated in any matches with the team. Months have elapsed, and the abilities of the players have evolved. Notably, the star players Odin and Conley have significantly advanced, making it difficult for Oakley to keep pace with their rhythm. Consequently, mistakes on the Ohio State University court have begun to multiply, as the team finds itself at a disadvantage. Gallagher finally raised his hand and summoned Yang Yin onto the court. Yang Yin did not engage in unnecessary chatter. Upon his entry into the game, an immediate chemical reaction ensued. Odin's offensive maneuvers beneath the basket became fluid, and Conley's orchestration was rendered considerably more straightforward. In a mere 5 minutes, the team reversed their dismal trajectory and reclaimed the initiative. However, at that juncture, Coach Gallagher once again substituted Yang Yin, reinstating the starting small forward, Oakley. Following Oakley's reintroduction, the team's synergy faltered, gradually eroding the advantage Yang Yin had established. Odin could not refrain from glancing towards the sidelines multiple times. Yet ultimately, Coach Gallagher chose not to reinstate Yang Yin on the court. Ohio State University succumbed to defeat in this regular season match, marking their first loss after an impressive month-long streak of victories. Following the loss, the players were understandably despondent. Oakley himself promptly acknowledged his errors to Coach Gallagher. Gallagher opined that Oakley had been estranged from the team for too long and would likely require several games to regain his form. Consequently, Ohio State University found themselves ensnared in a series of consecutive defeats, 3 in total. Since Oakley's return to the starting lineup, the team had not triumphed in a single match. Furthermore, Yang Yan's playing time was drastically curtailed, averaging a mere 7 minutes per game. In the arena, after training for half an hour, Yang Yan had just seated himself on the bench when he noticed Coach Gallagher approaching. Gallagher slowly took a seat beside Yang Yan. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Yan's eyes. Today, Gallagher seemed somewhat peculiar. "I will arrange for you to start in the next match," Gallagher said to Yang Yan in a nonchalant manner. Yang Yan was momentarily taken aback. Based on his understanding of Gallagher, this was not characteristic of his usual demeanor. "I have but one request." Gallagher turned to face Yang Yan. "What is your request?" Yang Yan inquired with a sense of urgency. "We cannot afford to lose this match." After uttering these words, Gallagher rose slowly and departed. Yang Yan gazed silently at Gallagher's retreating figure for a moment. What on earth had transpired to compel this obstinate old man to humble himself? In truth, everyone within the team was well aware of the ongoing rivalry between Coach Gallagher and Yang Yan. Gallagher disapproved of Yang Yan's training demeanor, while Yang Yan, Eva the Maverick, showed little regard for Gallagher's authority. Consequently, Yang Yan had yet to be promoted to the starting lineup. A change in the status quo seemed improbable unless one of them chose to concede. Previously, under pressure from the school authorities, Gallagher had reluctantly included Yang Yan in the roster and granted him playing time. This had been Gallagher's most significant concession thus far. Yet, just moments ago, Gallagher had taken the initiative to approach Yang Yan. Yang Yan pondered for quite some time, yet could not fathom the underlying reason. Indeed, exercising his intellect was not his forte. However, as long as he could avoid losing the match, this dilemma was not of great consequence. Meanwhile, within the live stream of Longdou, the viewers expressed their sentiments. "Brothers, remember to watch the next match featuring Ohio State University on time." "What's the point? Yangshan won't be making an appearance." "Exactly. It's too frustrating to watch. It's better not to watch at all." "Rest assured, Yang Yan will undoubtedly take the stage in the next match." "What does that mean? Will Yang Shun take the court in the next match? Or will he merely serve as a substitute for a mere 5 or 6 minutes? How dare you look down on him? Yang Shun is undoubtedly a starter." "Are you joking? Is this true?" "Yang Yan has been benched for numerous games." "I have reliable information. Yang Yan will start in the next match." "Brother, how do you know?" "Just trust me, brother. You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you?" "Seriously, you all underestimate him too much. I merely had my father donate some funds to Ohio State University, and the condition was to replace that Mediterranean fellow." "No way. Is that true, Big Shot?" "I've long been displeased with that Mediterranean." "What relief." "Well, actually, the school did not agree to the replacement." "What the heck?" "Big Shot, didn't TU just make us happy for nothing? Such emotional investment wasted. Why are you all so impatient?" Although the Mediterranean isn't out of the picture, the school has agreed to discuss matters with him. Ultimately, he consented to let Yang Yan start. "Really? So, does this mean Yang Yan will indeed start in the next match?" "Absolutely. While I may lack in many areas, I certainly have wealth, and I cannot stand foreign individuals bullying Yang Shun. Foster father, if Yang Yan starts in the next game, you shall be my foster father. Likewise, a mighty foster father. What a relief. Finally, someone is supporting Yang Yan." Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the host, Xiao Yang, also took notice of the commotion. He promptly pulled out his phone and sent a short message. Moments later, upon receiving a reply, Xiao Yang's expression turned to one of surprise. Initially, he thought the individual in the live room was merely boasting, but to his astonishment, the matter proved to be true. Donating to the school was indeed a means to replace the team's head coach. What an extravagant approach. Nonetheless, this situation is undeniably gratifying. As a newfound fan of Yang Yan, Xiao Yang felt a significant alleviation of the frustration that had accumulated over time. Chapter 16. Return to the starting lineup. Number 30 of Davidson College. Inside the Ohio State University Gymnasium, today's match remains a home game. The players are warming up on the court, and Yang Yan, having completed half an hour of warm-up, is now reclining on the bench, awaiting the official commencement of the game. The team's morale is evidently high, although this does not extend to Oakley. After yesterday's training, Coach Gallagher announced the roster. Just as expected, Gallagher has directly placed Yang Yin in the starting lineup. While the previous starting small forward, Oakley, has naturally found himself relegated to the bench. Having lost his starting position, Oakley appears somewhat downcast. Yet, apart from him, no one else seems to care. Congratulations, mate. You've finally become a starter. On the sidelines of the court, Johnny beamed at Yang Yin and remarked, "What good does your congratulations do for me? You ought to put in a bit more effort. Having played an entire regular season with the team, there hasn't been much progress. I've witnessed many transition from bench warmers to starters, but I have yet to see anyone descend from the starting lineup to being excluded from the roster entirely." Yang Yin looked at Johnny with a sense of resignation and said, "My friend, you need not worry about me. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Had it not been for your training efforts, I would not have had the opportunity to claim a starting position." Johnny merely smiled, indifferent to the matter. Yang Yin shook his head in silence. While he was merely pretending to be lackadaisical, Johnny was genuinely slacking off. Let us not dwell on that. By the way, you all need to be cautious today. The opposing team is quite formidable and may prove to be a challenging adversary, Johnny remarked, shifting the conversation. Yang Yin raised his gaze to glance at the opposing team's camp. Today, they were set to compete against Davidson College. This was the first time Yang Yin had heard of such an institution. Clearly, it was not a powerhouse in the NCAA realm. Unlike renowned universities such as Kentucky or North Carolina, which were widely recognized, the name Davidson College seemed rather obscure. What else have you learned? Initially, Yang Yin felt indifferent, but Johnny's remark piqued his curiosity. There was indeed a formidable player on the opposing side. Johnny pointed towards the player wearing jersey number 30, who stood a short distance away. Yang Yin followed Johnny's gaze and looked in that direction. The number 30 player from Davidson College seemed to have noticed as well and turned to look over. Upon seeing Yang Yin and Johnny, he smiled softly before turning back to resume his warm-up routine. Yang Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed, as he had anticipated, a relatively obscure team making a name for itself in the NCAA was likely due to the acquisition of a formidable player. This narrative holds true for the majority of NCAA teams. However, this phenomenon is primarily confined to the regular season, as prestigious institutions within the NCAA possess their own profound heritage. The narrative of an underdog rising to prominence is not easily realized. Nevertheless, the ability of the opposing team to lead Davidson College to success suggests they possess considerable strength. "Don't you have anything to say?" Johnny asked, looking at Yang Yin with a pained expression. He had expected Yang Yin to be either surprised or curious after hearing the news. However, Yang Yin's demeanor was excessively composed, leaving Johnny feeling as though ants were crawling all over him. A glance across the court revealed an opponent who was indeed a guard. The real headache should be for Conley and his teammates, not for him in this matchup. Yang Yin dismissively waved his hand. Johnny stood frozen, his mouth agape. Ultimately, he succumbed, for he recognized the validity in Yang Yin's words. Soon, both teams completed their warm-ups, and the match commenced. Upon taking the field, Yang Yin instantly perked up. This was his inaugural start, and victory was imperative. On the sidelines, Coach Gallagher's gaze was fixed on Yang Yin. He had not anticipated that he would be the one to compromise in the end. Now, Yang Yin's position as a starter was untouchable, not even by Gallagher himself. Unless Yang Yin's performance faltered. Between unemployment and concession, Gallagher made what he believed to be the right choice, genuinely experiencing the weight of capital's influence. However, this did not leave Gallagher feeling discontent. After yielding to Yang Yin the previous day, he surprisingly felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Perhaps his long-held stubbornness had indeed been misguided. On the field, Odin seized possession, and Ohio State initiated their first offensive thrust. Yang Yin positioned himself at a 45-degree angle. Conley advanced with the ball, but his matchup was not the number 30 player that Johnny had mentioned before the game. Instead, it was another player. Thus, Yang Yin realized that the opposing number 30 was not a point guard but rather a shooting guard. Conley executed a pick and roll with Odin at the top of the arc. Subsequently, Odin rolled to the basket, completing an alley-oop dunk with Conley, delivering a formidable statement to their opponents. In this initial offensive possession, Yang Yin did not participate. Yang Yin is observing the strength of his opponents. However, the first round has indeed left him somewhat disheartened. The defensive performance reveals much. Davidson College appears to be merely a third-rate NCAA team. Their positioning is chaotic, and their help defense is abysmal. The defensive choices are rigid and uninspired. In just one round, Yang Yin has identified countless flaws. Is this truly the team that Johnny described as having considerable strength? In a fleeting moment, Yang Yin felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a powerful blow upon Johnny. On the court, it was Davidson College's turn to mount an offensive. The opposing team's number 30 player began to dash frantically, evading his defenders. Subsequently, he received a pass from the point guard at the arc's left side. Without hesitation, he launched a three-pointer from the top of the arc, and the basketball smoothly swished through the net. The score now stood at 2-3. It seemed there was indeed some potential here. Yang Yin smiled. The offensive and defensive capabilities of Davidson College were as distinct as day and night. What intrigued Yang Yin the most was the opponent's number 30 player. It was merely a single offensive possession. Yang Yin could discern that the entire Davidson College's offensive strategy was fundamentally structured around facilitating plays for the player wearing number 30. Yang Yin carefully examined the jersey of the individual before him. Stephen Curry, if his eyes did not deceive him. That was indeed the name emblazoned upon it. Moreover, the youthful countenance of the individual left a profound impression on Yang Yin. Compared to a college student, he was more inclined to believe that this person was either a high school or even a middle school student. At this moment, in a live broadcast room of Longdou, an exclamation erupted. Wow, Yang Shun has truly made it to the starting lineup. Father, please accept my humble admiration. The realm of the esteemed was indeed beyond comprehension. Thank you, dear father. Yang Yin has finally endured hardship and is now reaping the rewards. Anticipation surrounds Yang Shun's performance in this match. I have always asserted that Yang Yin would undoubtedly start. Father figure, no words are necessary. Please accept my humble bow. I hope Yang Yin can score over 20 points in this game. Rest assured, the opposing team is not particularly formidable, and 20 points should be quite manageable for Yang Yin. Was 20 points after all? I eagerly await Yang Yin to achieve 30 points. I believe Yang Yin can score at least 40 points. Yang Yin, please refrain from including me in your boasts. If Yang Yin were to know of the extravagant praises being sung in his honor, he would likely flee in the dead of night. Chapter 17. The legendary Stephen Curry, a formidable adversary. The game on the court had progressed for over 10 minutes, with more than half of the first half elapsed. Contrary to everyone's expectations of a crushing defeat, Ohio State University was not enjoying a significant advantage. The score stood at 22-24, with Ohio State leading by a mere 2 points. At this moment, Yang Yin finally grasped the truth of Johnny's words. The opposing player, number 30, Stephen Curry, was indeed formidable. He alone accounted for 12 of Davidson College's total points. Particularly, his three-point shots were astonishingly precise. Each time Ohio State attempted to widen the gap, Stephen Curry would respond with a three-pointer, staunchly keeping the score within reach. On the court, calmly advanced past the half-court line before passing the basketball to Yang Yin, as Davidson College began to apply pressure on Odin beneath the basket. Their defense was gradually solidifying. Although Davidson's defense was riddled with gaps, they opted for a clever strategy, concentrating their defensive efforts on Odin. They had discerned that, over the past 10 minutes, Odin had been Ohio State's primary scorer, leading to a significant decline in his scoring efficiency. Calmly, recognizing this shift, chose to have Yang Yin take the lead in orchestrating the offense. Yang Yin, with the ball outside the three-point line, surveyed the positioning of his opponents. Davidson College's interior defense was congested, not only limiting Odin's impact beneath the basket, but also stifling Yang Yin's most formidable scoring tactic, his penetrating drives. Whether this was merely coincidental remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Yang Yin possessed an array of scoring techniques at his disposal. With a deceptive feint, he swiftly initiated a drive to the right. The defender firmly maintained his position. Yet in the next moment, Yang Yin executed a sharp pivot, effortlessly bypassing his opponent. It was his seamless transition without a deceleration that made this maneuver increasingly proficient. He discovered that this particular move proved to be a lethal weapon within the NCAA competitions, as few defenders could match such rapid changes of direction. After evading his defender, Yang Yin opted not to drive to the basket, but rather halted for a mid-range jump shot, which confidently found its way through the net, extending Ohio State University's lead to 4 points. Just as Yang Yin completed his score, Davidson College promptly initiated a quick baseline inbound. Number 30, Stephen Curry, advanced the ball rapidly, then executed a sudden stop outside the three-point line and released a shot that swished through the net, narrowing the deficit to a mere 1 point. This scenario was not the first of its kind in this matchup. Although the adversary did not appear particularly formidable, they clung tenaciously like a stubborn adhesive, proving difficult to shake off. Such a sentiment began to fray the nerves of Ohio State's players, leading to a rise in needless errors as emotions fluctuated. In this ebb and flow, Davidson College began to seize control of the game. Head coach Gallagher promptly recognized the shift in momentum and called for a timeout. Calm down. Do not rush. You were too hasty just now. Take it one play at a time, he implored. I understand that their number 30 is an exceptional three-point shooter. So Hill, I need you to closely mark him, understood? Gallagher's fervent exhortations aimed to awaken the disoriented players, including Yang Yin, from their stupor. Yang Yin took a deep breath, casting a glance in the direction of Stephen Curry. This individual is indeed remarkable. It turns out Johnny was not exaggerating. Only by standing on the court alongside him does one truly grasp that his prowess extends far beyond the superficial. Just moments ago, the entire Ohio State University fell under the sway of his rhythm. Suddenly, Yang Yin found himself momentarily stunned as the system panel materialized before him. At 35 years of age, you once again encounter the legendary playmaker Stephen Curry on the court. You cannot shake off the memory of that fateful day in your youth, when your team suffered a crushing defeat against Davidson College. With unwavering determination, Curry single-handedly led a seemingly inferior team to triumph over you. Throughout that match, you were engulfed by a sense of helplessness, and in that moment, you understood what true genius entails. A humorous tale from the Dragon Kingdom comes to mind. After eons of arduous training and countless tribulations, one ultimately ascends to immortality, only to find oneself among the ranks of the celestial soldiers besieging the great sage, Sun Wukong. Countless times in the depths of the night, Stephen Curry has haunted your dreams. Please, dear host, endeavor to overcome Stephen Curry and vanquish the specter of your youthful nightmares. Upon the completion of this task, rewards will be granted based on the level of achievement. Yang Yin gazed at the system panel, unable to resist glancing once more at the faction of Davidson Academy. That cherubic-faced individual, a nightmare? Yang Yin truly struggles to connect the two. According to the system's description, without its assistance, this encounter should not only culminate in a victory for Davidson College, led by Stephen Curry, but should also leave an indelible memory for oneself. Goodness gracious! When Yang Yin cast another glance at Stephen, he couldn't shake off the discomfort that the man exuded, a persistent urge to impart some lessons upon him. Yang Yin's gaze subsequently fell upon several other words on the system panel. Legendary star. This term again. It was the second time Yang Yin had encountered this phrase. Previously, he had received a reward featuring the abilities of the legendary star Derrick Rose. Now, the system's description of Stephen Curry also labeled him as a legendary star. Could it be that the youthful visage across from him would one day evolve into an NBA legend? Despite Yang Yin acknowledging the opponent's strength, he found it hard to believe that the number 30 on the opposing team exhibited the qualities of a legendary star. The threshold for future legends seemed unduly low. In such a brief span of time, he had already encountered two potential legendary players. Yang Yin rolled his eyes in silence, choosing to disregard the system panel. After all, the sudden task issued by the system was merely to shatter the nightmare, without any specific requirements. Yang Yin was uncertain as to what could truly be deemed a breaking of the nightmare. However, emerging victorious in this match could certainly be considered a triumph over it. Furthermore, after Coach Gallagher called for a timeout, Yang Yin has now regained his composure. He finally recollects that he had acquired a three-point shooting ability a few days ago. During this period, he had nearly forgotten about it. After all, his previous proficiency in three-point shooting was rather lackluster. Thus, he instinctively believed that his three-point shot could not be regarded as a formidable weapon. With this thought in mind, Yang Yin approached Conley. My friend, I'll be stretching the defense beyond the three-point line shortly. This will alleviate some pressure off Odin. So I hope you can pass me the ball in a manner that allows for a comfortable shot. Yang Yin spoke it to Conley. Conley was momentarily taken aback by the words, then cast a glance at Yang Yin. His eyes unmistakably conveyed a sense of distrust. After all, they had played numerous matches together. What Yang Yin's three-point shooting entails is something that everyone is quite aware of. His offensive arsenal predominantly consists of drives and mid-range shots. However, considering that this is the first time Yang Yin has directly communicated his requests, Conley pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Chapter 18. Seize your youth and claim your life. So, you're called a legend, are you? Soon, both teams' players returned to the court. Yang Yin squinted at Stephen Curry, murmuring to himself, a nightmare, indeed. A legendary athlete, no less. While you are still young, I shall take your life. In the initial play upon returning to the court, Davidson College maintained their staunch defense beneath the basket. However, Conley opted not to pass the ball to Yang Yan, instead choosing to attempt a shot from beyond the arc. After all, for a point guard, possessing a three-point shooting ability is merely foundational. Yet, Conley's proficiency from long range was barely adequate. Facing a player of Stephen Curry's caliber, such skills were hardly sufficient. Conley's three-point attempt failed to find its mark. Underneath the basket, Odin, facing three defenders, forcefully secured the offensive rebound, completing a second-chance opportunity. This remarkable feat of 1 against 3 significantly bolstered the morale of the Ohio State University players. However, immediately following Odin's offensive play, in the next round, Stephen Curry effortlessly executed a layup through deft positioning, clearly demonstrating that the three-point shot was not his sole weapon. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, viewers remarked, "Gentlemen, this game is quite intriguing. Remarkable. Who would have thought it could be so exhilarating? What is this Davidson College team? So formidable? Primarily, that number 30 on the opposing team, both his three-point shooting and layups are rather fierce. It is not merely that the opposing team is exceptional, but rather that they possess a formidable player. I initially believed that Yang Yan's team would dominate, yet they find themselves trailing. Goodness, Yang Yan can't possibly falter in his debut game. I sense trouble. Yang Yan may indeed face a setback. What unfortunate luck for him. After waiting so long for a starting position, he unexpectedly encounters a formidable adversary. I have faith in Yang Yan. He is certainly capable. He has yet to unleash his full potential with his drives. His drives? The opposing defense is congested beneath the basket. Will he really penetrate and face the onslaught? Yang Yan is evidently more astute than you all. He would never bestow such a favorable opportunity upon his opponents. How unfortunate. In the very first match of the season, he finds himself targeted, rendered unable to unleash his full potential, leaving a significant portion of his prowess sealed away. It is indeed a pity. If only there were a sharpshooter on Yang Yan's team, as the absence of an external threat allows Davidson Academy to congregate around the basket unchallenged. After nearly half a game, the fans in the live stream have discerned this limitation. Yang Yan's performance appears to be constrained. Meanwhile, number 30, Stephen Curry, has successfully captured the attention of the crowd. The fans have seemingly lost faith in Yang Yan, having previously witnessed his capabilities. Yang Yan's signature skill lies in his ability to execute powerful dunks or layups without losing speed while maneuvering past defenders. However, the defensive strategy employed by Davidson College, which focuses heavily on interior protection, has effectively curtailed his performance, rendering it less impressive than in previous games. Should Yang Yan's abilities truly be limited to this extent, he might face a setback. Nevertheless, it is evident that Yang Yan does not perceive such a possibility. As the offensive possession shifts to Ohio State University once more, following a timeout, Conley does not immediately seek to connect with Yang Yan. Instead, he opts to pose a threat from the perimeter himself. Yang's previous remarks also served as a reminder to Conley. The external threat could alleviate some pressure off Odin. However, after a few rounds, Conley realized that his impact was not as significant as he had hoped. Although Yang Yan did not receive a pass from Conley, he remained unperturbed. After all, the point guard, as the commander on the court, possesses the authority to distribute the ball. Furthermore, he had yet to showcase his three-point shooting prowess. Merely uttering a few words would not suffice to persuade Conley to willingly pass him the ball. The matter was far more intricate than that. During this offensive possession, Conley cast a glance at Yang Yan's positioning, seemingly convinced of Yang Yan's lack of three-point capability. The defense from Davidson College was positioned nearly 2 meters away from Yang Yan, rendering the defense almost equivalent to that of an open shot. Given this circumstance, it was time to take a gamble. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Conley's eyes. After advancing the ball past half court and reaching the top of the arc, Conley flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring towards Yang Yan at a 45-degree angle. The ball was positioned at the height of Yang Yan's hips, approximately 40 centimeters in front of his body. It was an exquisitely precise pass, akin to a surgical incision, perfectly aligning with the type of pass Yang Yan had previously indicated was conducive for shooting. It was evident that Conley genuinely comprehended Yang Yan's intent. In truth, many individuals harbor misconceptions regarding basketball assists. Most believe that an assist is merely the act of passing the ball to the scorer. However, this is far from the case. Passing entails much more than simply tossing the ball away. The angles and force required for passing during a drive, a shot, or a low-post attack differ significantly. Thus, in the eyes of many masterful point guards, passing is indeed an art form. In terms of passing alone, Conley's skill has already surpassed the standards of the NCAA. Yang Yin received the pass from Conley. The force and angle of the basketball arriving were exceedingly pleasant. Yang Yin hardly needed to make any significant adjustments to discover his shooting rhythm, reminiscent of Korver's exceptional three-point prowess. At the moment Yang Yin released his three-point shot, a wondrous sensation surged within me. This attempt would undoubtedly find its mark. Subsequently, the basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, creating a delightful splash as it swished through the net. A faint smile graced Yang Yin's lips, for his arsenal had gained yet another formidable weapon. Meanwhile, Conley gazed at Yang Yin in astonishment. A true expert could discern the prowess of another at a mere glance. Through Yang Yin's recent three-point shot, Conley could unmistakably sense his remarkable skill. Yang Yin is indeed proficient at shooting three-pointers. That recent shot was not merely a stroke of luck. Observing Yang Yin's successful three-pointer left Conley somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom why Yang Yin suddenly excelled at long-range shooting. After all, Yang Yin had been languishing right under their noses every day. The only plausible explanation is that he had been secretly honing his skills in private. It must be so. His lackluster performance was merely a ruse to deceive others. Conley squinted as he gazed at the seemingly composed Yang Yin. Clearly, Yang Yin was not surprised by his successful three-pointer. Witnessing this scene further solidified Conley's suspicions. Thanks to Yang Yin's three-point shot, Ohio State University managed to level the score. However, Davidson College was naturally reluctant to see such a turn of events. Indeed, in the next possession, Davidson implemented a strategy beyond the arc. Through a series of screens set by two players, they sought an opportunity for Stephen Curry. With the ball in hand, Stephen Curry, positioned beyond the three-point line, took his shot without hesitation. The basketball soared through the air and found its mark with precision. The score widened once more by 3 points. After scoring, Stephen Curry glanced in Yang Yin's direction. Three-pointer, you still have a long way to go. Yang Yin clearly discerned the subtle hint of provocation in Curry's gaze. This baby-faced youth certainly exudes a certain arrogance. Yang Yin chuckled and shook his head. Chapter 19. Refusal of Failure. An explosive 3 rounds. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room. Oh my, here it comes again. It's happening once more. This is simply outrageous. It always unfolds this way. Whenever Yang Yin and his team catch up and score, the opposing side instantly responds with a three-pointer. Even through the screen, I can feel the suffocating tension. Yang Yin just made a three-pointer, leveling the score. However, turning around, the opposing team swiftly responded with another three-pointer, widening the gap once more. This sequence rendered Yang Yin's effort seemingly futile. If this continues, the team's morale is bound to collapse. One can only hope that Odin will soon step up. Indeed, Odin's performance in this match has been rather lackluster. What a surprise. The opposing team has 5 players hanging on to him. Should he headbutt them? On the court, after Curry sank a three-pointer, Ohio State University's coach, Galahad, began to feel restless. He promptly stood on the sidelines, raising his voice in an attempt to rouse his players. Slow down. Don't rush. Do not match their tempo. Mike, control the pace, and then make a play beneath the basket. Galahad waved his arms fervently from the sidelines. Yang Yin distinctly sensed that after Curry's three-point shot, the emotions of his teammates experienced a significant fluctuation. Yang Yin's gaze instinctively sought out Conley, who happened to meet his eyes at that very moment. Yang Yin's gaze was unwavering and resolute, fixed intently upon Conley. It was evident that Conley comprehended Yang Yin's intent. Pass me the ball. Indeed, in Conley's eyes, Yang Yin's entire being exuded those 5 words. After skillfully controlling the rhythm of the dribble, Conley delivered the basketball to Yang Yin from beyond the three-point line, maintaining the optimal angle and force suitable for the shot. As Yang Yin received the ball, he swiftly reset his footing, and in an instant, the basketball soared from his hands. This scene left Gallagher, watching from the sidelines, utterly astounded. He had clearly instructed them to maintain control of the pace. Damn it, that was splendid. The expletives he had intended to utter transformed into commendations on his lips. On the court, Yang Yin took another three-point shot. Although this attempt did not swish through the net, it struck the back rim and subsequently fell into the net. The referee signaled the basket as valid. Ohio State University once again extended their lead to 3 points. At this moment, Conley felt decidedly assured. Yang Yin possesses a commendable three-point shooting ability. With this thought, Conley smiled, feeling assured about the upcoming match. Meanwhile, Curry from Davidson College cast a meaningful glance at Yang Yin. As it was Davidson College's turn to attack, they continued with their perimeter strategy. Curry, holding the ball outside the three-point line, had found an opportunity following a screen. He had already initiated his shooting motion when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a figure dashing in from the side, enveloping him beneath its presence. It was none other than Yang Yan. This shot was a gamble for Yang Yan. He was convinced that the opposing player, number 30, Curry, would undoubtedly respond with a three-pointer. Thus, as the opposing team executed their strategy, Yang Yan prepared for the anticipated play. Yang Yan was already positioned beyond the three-point line, anticipating Curry's move. To his astonishment, his gamble paid off. With a resounding clap, Curry's three-point attempt was swatted away by Yang Yan, sending the ball flying out of bounds. Incredible. Did you see that? I knew Yang Yan had it in him. Remarkable. 2 three-point shots, 1 impressive block. Yang Yan has stepped forward once again. Yang Yan's performance on the court was remarkably resolute. The opposing team is bound to feel the pressure now. The fans in the live stream of Longdou were completely ignited by Yang Yan's display over these 3 rounds. Initially, many anticipated that Yang Yan's debut as a starter might falter. However, he astounded everyone with his unwavering performance, emphatically dismissing any doubts. No mishaps here. Following Yang Yan's spectacular block, the atmosphere among the Ohio State University players ignited with fervor. The previously suppressed emotions seemed to find their release. Meanwhile, Curry, who was thwarted by Yang Yan's block, wore a look of frustration. Had it not been for Yang Yan's unexpected intervention, he was confident he would have sunk that three-pointer with a 90% certainty. Nevertheless, possession remained with his team, leaving another opportunity ahead. Unfortunately for Stephen Curry, his aspirations ultimately went unfulfilled. Thanks to Yang Yan's block, the players of Ohio State University appeared to awaken, resolutely positioning themselves and denying Curry any easy shots. Reluctantly, Curry opted to pass the ball to a teammate. The basketball ultimately ricocheted off the rim. Ohio State University successfully executed a defensive maneuver. As they returned to their offensive possession, Conley dribbled past halfcourt, his gaze unmistakably directed towards Yang Yan. Conley believed that with Yang Yan having made 2 consecutive three-pointers, his shooting touch was indeed on fire. The best option for this play remained with Yang Yan. However, Yang Yan did not share the same sentiment. Yang Yan feigned a three-point shot beyond the arc, causing a noticeable shift in Davidson College's defense. Previously, they had permitted him a comfortable 2-meter distance, yet now, simply by mimicking the act of shooting, he drew their defenders closer. This is the pressure exerted by consecutive three-pointers. Conley appeared to sense Yang Yan's intentions and refrained from passing him the ball immediately, opting instead to wait for a moment. Finally, after enduring a relentless siege for most of the quarter, Odin found an opportunity beneath the basket. With a simple yet effective bounce pass, Conley connected with the cutting Odin. By the time Davidson College realized the impending danger, it was already too late. Odin, possessing the ball, barreled through the defender with force, completing a thunderous dunk in the face of the approaching help defense. In that instant, Odin demonstrated why he was a leading contender for the number 1 pick. For him, being double-teamed was akin to facing no defense at all. After scoring, Odin expressed his relief by giving a thumbs up to Yang Yan and Conley, finally releasing the pent-up frustration he had harbored. With Davidson College failing in their last offensive attempt of the first half, Ohio State University headed into halftime with a 5-point advantage. After a brief intermission of 15 minutes, the second half commenced. The short respite, however, did little to alter Davidson College's fate. Ever since Yang Yan showcased his three-point threat, the match had veered beyond their control. With Odin as an unyielding presence in the paint, and Yang Yan posing a significant threat from beyond the arc, Davidson College's defense found itself severely strained. Nevertheless, despite their struggles on defense, they had not abandoned their offensive efforts. Player number 30, Stephen Curry, initiated a desperate offensive onslaught, sinking three-pointer after three-pointer in an attempt to reclaim the momentum on the court. Yet this time, he was destined to be thwarted. Each time Curry's three-pointer momentarily narrowed the gap for his team, Yang Yan would respond with a swift counter, striking back with a 3 of his own. Yang Yan loomed like an imposing mountain, casting an indomitable shadow over them. Chapter 20. The Duality of Education. Curry's Nightmare. Stephen Curry's gaze towards Yang Yan gradually transformed, evolving from initial curiosity to a serious scrutiny and eventually to a complex mixture of emotions. Now, it bore the weight of palpable anger. Curry had come to realize that Yang Yan was deliberately targeting him. Every time he executed a brilliant offensive play, rejuvenating his team's morale, The subsequent possession saw Yang Yin retaliate with fierce precision, as if engaging in a dualistic form of education. On one occasion, during a defensive mismatch, Curry found himself personally tasked with guarding Yang Yin. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yin maneuvered past him effortlessly. His three-point shooting rivaled Curry's own, and his penetrative abilities were even more incisive. It seemed as though Yang Yin was fixated on him. How could such a repugnant adversary exist, even in his freshman year? Under Yang Yin's deliberate scrutiny, Stephen Curry experienced firsthand the harsh realities of the competitive world. Despite Curry's relentless efforts, Davidson College ultimately succumbed in the match. Once Yang Yin revealed his three-point threat, opportunities for the team dwindled. They were unable to contain the formidable presence of Odin in the paint, let alone neutralize Yang Yin's formidable driving capabilities. In the second half, Yang Yin finally seized the opportunity to showcase his unrelenting agility, with Curry being one of his victims. In the end, Yang Yin emerged victorious, ensuring he would not falter. In his inaugural starting game, he successfully led his team to triumph, scoring an impressive 27 points, second only to Curry's 32, thereby establishing a new personal best in his NCAA career. Curry alone accounted for nearly half of Davidson College's total points, a testament to the shortcomings of his teammates. Yang Yin wishes to emerge victorious, but is not as effortless as it may seem. Through this match, he has likely come to realize why the system predicts that Stephen Curry will become a legendary player. Indeed, Stephen Curry possesses remarkable skills, and the opposing player is merely a freshman. What a delightful experience. The game was won with ease. Yang Shun indeed avoided a mishap. Yang Shinui is truly remarquable. Have you not noticed? In this match, Yang Yin successfully made numerous three-point shots. I recall that Yang Yin's previous three-point shooting was not particularly impressive. Has he now even developed a proficiency in three-point shooting? Of course. I always suspected those rumors were unfounded. Claims of Yang Yin's lackadaisical training attitude and his careless demeanor at the gym are utterly baseless. His newfound three-point ability clearly indicates that he has indeed put in considerable effort. Those detractors merely harbor biases against him. And now Yang Yin is decisively proving them wrong with his exceptional performance. Moreover, Yang Yin's development has become increasingly well-rounded. If this continues, he could very well be the first player from Longdou to transition from the NCAA to the NBA. However, it might be premature to make such predictions at this stage. The true test lies in the upcoming March Madness, and I am eager to witness Yang Yin dominate during this critical period. Let us not rush. There's only one regular season game left before March Madness arrives. Broadcaster, you must not falter then. I have decided. If you do, there will be consequences. On the other side of the screen, the broadcaster Xiao Liang felt overwhelmed upon seeing the barrage of curses in the comments. However, these fans reminded him that March Madness is approaching, and he needs to secure a stable live broadcast source. He cannot afford to be unprepared when the games commence. At the Ohio State University Arena, players from both teams shook hands post-match. Coach Bob from Davidson College approached Gallagher, saying, "You have indeed found an extraordinary player." Gallagher responded, glancing towards Stephen Curry. "Stephen is indeed remarkable, but he still requires further refinement." Bob, with a sincere smile, remarked, "You have uncovered two exceptional talents. I did not expect you to save your trump card for March Madness." Gallagher's face flushed with embarrassment at Bob's comment. It must be said, Yang Yin's performance today could easily lead to misunderstandings. After today, everyone might believe that Yang Yin is the secret weapon he has kept under wraps for March Madness. Gallagher was well aware of the two players Bob referred to. One is the likely top pick Odin, and the other is the invaluable Yang Yin. Yet, only Gallagher understands the true nature of the situation. He cast a glance at Yang Yin, surrounded by his teammates, and shook his head with a wry smile. Bob noticed Gallagher's expression, but chose not to comment further. He is a talented player, who doesn't he have a touch of genius? Clearly, the communication between Gallagher and his counterpart was far from seamless. With this thought, Bob discreetly kept a watchful eye. Curry's performance this year has already demonstrated his capabilities to the school authorities. Although this year's NCAA journey has come to an end, there remains a possibility for the team to bolster its lineup next year. The opposing player, number 2, appears to be an excellent choice. Bob silently noted Yang Yin's name, swiftly shifting the topic, wary of Gallagher potentially sensing his thoughts. Unbeknownst to Gallagher, a mere single match had placed Yang Yin under the scrutiny of his adversaries. One person's poison is another's nectar. It is evident that while Gallagher harbors no fondness for Yang Yin, there are indeed many who do. Meanwhile, after shaking hands with everyone, Katie approached Yang Yan directly. Yang Yan, is that your name? Stephen Curry inquired, gesturing towards the name on Yang Yan's jersey. Yang Yan gazed at the disgruntled expression on Curry's face, unable to suppress a smile that crept across his lips. Indeed, you should remember my name now, shouldn't you? Yang Yan jestingly regarded Curry. The system commanded him to vanquish the nightmare. Judging by Curry's current demeanor, it is highly likely that he perceives Yang Yan as the very nightmare itself. Although we suffered defeat this time, we shall undoubtedly prevail next year. Gazing at the cherubic face before him, a fierce expression emerged. Yang Yan is indeed unable to feel fear. This may lead to your miscalculation. It is likely that our coach will not schedule a match with you next year. Yang Yan could not help but make a jest. Indeed, upon hearing this, Curry's expression transformed as if he had bitten into a bitter melon. It cannot be. We will surely meet again, Curry muttered numbly. The reason for Curry's current state was undoubtedly due to Yang Yan's reminder. Davidson College and Ohio State University belong to different regions, so under normal circumstances, they would not encounter each other during the regular season. This meeting was purely an accident. Each team, in addition to the specific events arranged by the NCAA, possesses the right to invite any two teams from other regions to compete. This time, it was due to Bob from Davidson College making repeated requests that Coach Gallagher finally acquiesced. Whether the same would hold true for next year remains uncertain. Does this mean there is no opportunity for revenge? Curry stared at Yang Yan, his expression blank. No, there is still a chance. Next year, he must make it to March Madness. In doing so, he would have the opportunity to face his opponents once more. Chapter 21, New Abilities. The Cavalry Charge. As for Curry's exaggerated psychological turmoil, Yang Yan was completely oblivious. After teasing Stephen Curry, he turned to celebrate with his teammates, leaving Curry alone, gazing at his retreating figure with a look of melancholy. Steven, let's go. The call from his teammates jolted Curry back to reality. After giving one last earnest glance, confirming that he would never forget Yang Yan's silhouette, Curry slowly made his way out of the arena. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Yang Yan couldn't help but curse as soon as he opened the door. Damn it, that cursed Johnny. I swear that tonight. I will stuff him into a sack and toss him outside to feed the stray dogs. The overpowering stench assaulted his senses, utterly ruining his good mood from the day. There was no need to think. That wretched Johnny must have returned to the dorm without taking a shower again. This was something Yang Yan found particularly difficult to adapt to since arriving in America, as they truly dislike bathing. Even after regular training, they merely take a quick rinse. Johnny, his closest friend, was the worst among them, refusing even the simplest of showers, claiming it was a sign of manly vigor. Just as Yang Yan's curses faded, Johnny appeared, toiletries in hand, smiling broadly. I'm going right now. I promise. He chuckled awkwardly as he headed out. Having lived in the same dorm for so long, he understood all too well that Yang Yan was genuinely angry at that moment. Once Johnny had left, Yang Yan furrowed his brow and stepped inside, leaving the door ajar before heading to the window to open it. As fresh air flowed in, the foul odor finally dissipated. With an expression of exasperation, Yang Yan approached his bed and opened the system panel. At the age of 35, after enduring hardships, you have finally become the starting player. In your first game as a starter, you performed remarkably well. Clearly, while your body may be aging, your spirit has reignited. Task completed. Random Secondary League gift package has been issued. He had successfully fulfilled the task of starting and completing a game. Yang Yan has successfully completed the task. This time, he harbors great anticipation for the rewards within. The two abilities he previously obtained have significantly enhanced his strengths and compensated for his shortcomings, greatly augmenting his overall prowess. Thus, he hopes to acquire an exceptional ability this time. He silently recites the incantation to unveil the reward package. Congratulations, host. You have received the Fast Break Linear Acceleration ability of NBA player Corey Brewer, NCAA level. Corey Brewer? Upon seeing this name, Yang Yan felt a buzzing in his mind. Compared to the previous two rewards, he was not very familiar with Rose and Corver. However, Brewer is someone he knows all too well. This is because Brewer is still competing in the NCAA League and is a member of the reigning championship team, the University of Florida. Last year, Brewer successfully helped his team clinch the NCAA championship title. This year, their objective is naturally to defend their title and break the record of no university team ever achieving back-to-back championships in NCAA history. So far, the University of Florida has been regarded as the frontrunner for this year's championship. If March Madness unfolds favorably, he might even encounter Brewer's team, the University of Florida. Yang Yin shook his head. This time, the reward was rather disappointing. It was all Johnny's fault, if it weren't for his refusal to bathe, rendering the room a dismal mess. The reward might not have been so disheartening. Yang Yin shook his head, dismissing thoughts of the recent reward. He then turned his attention back to the system panel. At the age of 35, through sheer determination, he had successfully become a starting player in the NCAA League. He had accomplished what eluded him in his youth, bringing him closer to the aspirations he once held. The door to the NBA was now within reach. He was urged by the system to persevere and make his name known during the fervor of March Madness. The first step was to lead his team to advance in the first round as a starting player. Upon completion of this task, a random secondary league gift package awaited him. Indeed, it was the madness of March. The system issued another task, which Yang Yin had anticipated. It seemed to align perfectly with his expectations. Fortunately, this task did not appear particularly daunting. The challenge of Ohio State advancing in the first round was not insurmountable. With a sense of relief, Yang Yin closed the system's task interface and redirected his focus to another objective. At 35, he encountered the legendary star Stephen Curry on the court once more. This time, he shattered the haunting memories of his youth, successfully defeating Curry and leaving an indelible impression on him. Old Deng, this is utterly insane, he thought. Perhaps tomorrow he should apply to join the NBA. This match had become a thorn in the side of the legendary star, Stephen Curry. Congratulations to the host for completing the task with a 120 success rate. It was astonishing. At 35, not only had he defeated Curry, but he had also become a lifelong nightmare for him. The task reward was upgraded. The selectable secondary league gift package was elevated to a random NBA league package. The random NBA league gift package had been dispatched. Please check for it. As he gazed at the panel before him, Yang Yin blinked in disbelief. What a turn of fortune. He never expected that the cherubic face would bestow upon him such a grand gift. According to the system's description, Stephen Curry was still haunted by this match. Under normal circumstances, the final reward would have merely been a selectable secondary league package. However, due to Curry's lingering obsession, viewing Yang Yin as a nightmare, he had inadvertently exceeded the task's requirements, transforming the secondary league package into one of NBA caliber. Although the selectable option had changed to a random draw, this was of little consequence. The most significant aspect was that he was finally on the verge of obtaining his first NBA-level ability. With this thought, Yang Yin clasped his hands together in gratitude. He offered his thanks for Stephen's generous gift. After his prayer, he eagerly turned his attention to the reward. Wait, just as he was about to begin, Yang Yin suddenly had a thought. Earlier, in the dormitory, he had merely activated a linear accelerator of Brule. If he were to activate it here, would it not yield something utterly worthless? Contemplating this, Yang Yin forcibly suppressed his urge to open the box. He rose and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he happened to encounter Johnny, who was returning from shower. Where are you headed? I was planning to showcase my prowess against you in 2K, Johnny inquired of Yang Yin. Perhaps another time, Yang Yin replied. Yang Yin waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. However, in the next moment, he halted, frowning as he glanced at the object in Johnny's hand. Upon recognizing it, Yang Yin erupted with indignation. Damn it, Johnny. You've used my exfoliating cloth again. Chapter 22, A Legendary Encounter. The first NBA ability. Inside the school gymnasium, Yang Yin sat alone on a bench. First, he pressed his palms together in prayer, then rubbed his hands together. Taishang Lao Jun, Mami Hong. Grant me my wish. Yang Yin fixed his gaze upon the panel before him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability of the legendary NBA player Kyrie Irving. Fancy dribbling, NBA level. At the instant he beheld this information, Yang Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once again, a legend had appeared. Moreover, it was a legendary gift of NBA caliber. His fortune seemed to be beyond measure. No matter what, this reward surely could not be subpar. He then continued to examine the details. Kyrie Irving? Well then, it must certainly be another star from the future. Yang Yin was certain he had never heard of such a person before. He had at least heard of Derrick Rose in the past, but Kyrie Irving was entirely unfamiliar to him. His gaze then fell upon the final ability, fancy dribbling. It appeared that he was destined to traverse the path of breakthrough with unwavering determination. Yang Yin could not help but chuckle softly. He felt quite satisfied with this ability, as it was the first NBA-level skill he had ever possessed. A sense of eagerness surged within him. Yang Yin casually picked up a basketball from the sidelines. He was merely attempting a shot, which should not be considered training, right? Surely, this would not activate any punitive measures. Yang Yin secretly pondered. Yin dribbled the basketball in place, attempting a few moves. Upon realizing that the system provided no alerts, he felt reassured, confirming the absence of any punitive mechanisms. It appeared that a simple trial would not trigger any penalties. The basketball danced effortlessly in his hands as he executed crossovers, abrupt stops followed by rhythm shifts, and continued with more intricate maneuvers. After a series of impressive displays, Yin gradually rose to his feet, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Truly, he possessed NBA-level skills. The artistry of Kyrie Irving's dazzling dribbling was simply extraordinary. Yin suddenly discovered that he had mastered numerous techniques for evading defenders, with footwork resets and shifts in balance flowing seamlessly. Could this indeed be the caliber of NBA talent? It was astonishing to realize how formidable such abilities truly were. Yin felt a sense of restlessness within him. A delightful misunderstanding had thus come into being. After a brief attempt at performing some fancy dribbling, Yin shifted his focus back to the rewards he had previously acquired. Brewer's fast break, characterized by a direct acceleration. This ability, which Yin had dismissed from the very beginning. How swift could it possibly be? Who among them could not excel at straight-line speed? Yin disdainfully curled his lips. He then glanced at the opposite half of the court and flexed his ankle. Without hesitation, he activated Brewer's linear acceleration ability. Oh, this is rather intriguing. Yin suddenly realized that his linear velocity had surged dramatically. Furthermore, it appeared that with each landing, his ankles and knees would unleash a surge of power, propelling him to accelerate once more. In simpler terms, he was growing increasingly swift. In the blink of an eye, Yin found himself at the opposite half of the court. However, his expression soon changed drastically. He couldn't stop, despite his utmost efforts to decelerate. He ultimately crashed headlong into the basketball hoop. Fortunately, the hoop was cushioned with protective padding. Yin realized that there was nothing of great significance. What on earth is this bizarre ability? After exhaling a sigh of relief, he could not help but voice his frustration in expletives. This truly is a power of linear acceleration, devoid of any curves. Not only is there no possibility of turning, but there is also no means of braking. Initially, he thought this ability was rather trivial, but it turned out to be even more inconsequential than he had anticipated. Yin shook his head in discontent, preparing to rise and depart from the gymnasium. Yet, after taking just 2 steps away, he halted in his tracks, turning back to glance at the basketball by the sidelines. A bold idea suddenly struck him. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to approach the sidelines and picked up the basketball. What would happen if Brewer's straight-line acceleration combined with Derrick Rose's ability to change direction without losing speed? This spontaneous notion stirred a sense of excitement within Yin. Brewer's straight-line acceleration often led to a loss of control, while Derrick Rose's seamless directional shifts could precisely counteract that. With this thought in mind, Yin felt compelled to give it a try. If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon in his arsenal. The combination of these 2 skills might yield extraordinary results. Subsequently, Yin scanned the area and located a training pole. He positioned the pole at the free throw line on the court to serve as a defender. Once prepared, he brought the basketball to the vicinity of the center court, which was essential for unleashing Brewer's straight-line acceleration. At least the distance near center court was necessary to achieve the desired speed. He dribbled the ball twice in place, readying himself for the challenge ahead. Yin slowly opened his squinting eyes, then lowered his head and surged forward with a fierce momentum. Reminiscent of the wind howling through the desolate landscape, embodying the spirit of a brave warrior who sets forth, never to return. As he approached the 3-point line, Yin sensed that his speed had escalated to the point of losing control. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the free throw line. Without reducing his pace, he executed a swift maneuver. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the head coach, Gallagher, who had just finished his overtime work, was preparing to drive home. The regular season was nearing its conclusion, heralding the much-anticipated March Madness. After dedicating an entire season to this pursuit, how could he afford any missteps? The prospect of Ohio State University facing an early exit was simply too humiliating. Thus, Gallagher immersed himself in studying their opponents, striving to execute everything within his power as the head coach. As he passed the arena, Gallagher noticed the lights were still on inside. His feet instinctively guided him toward the entrance. Who could it be, training at such a late hour? Conley? Or Odin? As Gallagher pondered, he approached the doors, peering through the glass. Chet, Gallagher couldn't help but curse under his breath. He was staring at the last person he expected to see there. "Shit, I must be drunk," he mumbled to himself, turning to leave. Yet, he ultimately halted, a serious expression crossing his face as he glanced back through the window. Indeed, he was not dreaming, nor had he indulged too much. The individual inside was none other than Yang Yan, the most improbable figure in his mind. Gallagher stood quietly outside, his expression shifting as a whirlwind of emotions filled his gaze. In the next moment, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. So fast, from his vantage point, Gallagher witnessed Yang Yan executing a breathtaking drive. It was unmistakably the very style in which Yang Yan excelled. However, what astonished Gallagher was the sheer velocity he observed. It was utterly electrifying. After a brief moment, Gallagher composed himself, casting one last meaningful glance through the window before turning and vanishing into the night. Chapter 23. The Onset of March Madness. The Ninja Turtles of the rival camp. In the final match of the regular season, Ohio State University secured a resounding victory. For them, this game held little significance. Despite the tumultuous journey throughout the regular season, the overall prowess of Ohio State University remained evident. Even after enduring a streak of defeats, they ultimately succeeded in clinching a coveted berth for March Madness. Consequently, in the last game of the regular season, key players such as Yang Yan and Odin only played for approximately 10 minutes before Gallagher substituted all the bench players. As March arrived, the much-anticipated spectacle of NCAA March Madness commenced. Ohio State University's first-round opponent was the University of California, Los Angeles, with the game venue designated at the University of Dayton. This arrangement has long been a tradition within the NCAA. Games during March Madness are typically held in neutral arenas, avoiding any home court advantage. Notably, the initial 4 matches of the tournament are consistently scheduled at the University of Dayton. An Ohio State University's game was fortuitously set as the 3rd match. Thus, the stage was set for their first-round encounter. As the day of the match arrived, Yang Yan and a group of players arrived at Dayton University by bus from their hotel. Unlike the regular season, this time they had arrived a day in advance for the game at Dayton University, where the school had arranged their accommodations. This treatment was worlds apart from that of the regular season. It is worth noting that during the regular season, some away games were quite distant, requiring them to embark on their journeys in the dead of night or early morning just to reach the venue in time for the match. After the game, they would immediately board the bus to return to school. After such a taxing journey, Yang Yan often found it quite exhausting. However, during this March Madness, he had the luxury of resting beautifully the day before, allowing him to optimize his physical condition before arriving at the competition venue. It was an exceedingly comfortable experience. Upon arriving at the arena, they found it already filled with enthusiastic fans who had come to support them. Yang Yan was astonished to observe numerous individuals in the crowd brandishing large posters of Odin. Clearly, as a star player, Odin had garnered his own admirers. To Yang Yan's surprise, among the throng, he spotted a poster featuring himself, an image capturing the moment he executed a one-armed dunk over Durant. He never anticipated that he too had fans. Yang Yan waved his hand towards the direction of the poster. "Brothers, are we ready to give it our all? This time, the host has truly invested a great deal. Did you see that? Just now, Yang Yan even waved at me." The host, Xiao Yang, held up his phone, directing the camera towards Yang Yan's direction. "Wow, you sly host. When did you secretly slip away to the United States? And even to the competition venue? Impressive. This host is remarkable. This is indeed a live broadcast. Where is Yang? I wish to see him. Hurry up, sixth brother. Don't forget to have a brief chat with Yang Yan later. One autograph is hardly enough. With so many brothers in the streaming room, it's quite reasonable to ask for more." Ha ha, indeed. It seems the burden falls on the streamer. Within mere minutes, the live broadcast room buzzed with excitement. The number of online viewers continued to rise steadily. Observing this scene, Xiao Yang felt a sense of relief wash over him. He knew he had made the right bet this time. Meanwhile, on the court, Yang Yan remained oblivious to the fact that his fans were eagerly awaiting him below. Before the match commenced, both teams engaged in a brief warm-up. Given the training load for the day, Yang Yan joined the others in their warm-up routine, which lasted for another half hour. Following this, he returned to the bench. Just as he settled onto the bench, a pair of hands reached out to him. "Have some water." Yang Yan received the water bottle with a peculiar expression. For the individual who had just handed it to him was none other than the team's head coach, Gallagher. This was not the first instance of such an occurrence. Recently, Coach Gallagher seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation, exhibiting an unusual level of concern for Yang Yin. His demeanor towards Yang was no longer as sharp as it had once been. This sudden shift left Yang Yin utterly perplexed. Logically speaking, the relationship between him and Coach Gallagher was far from harmonious. It could be described as contentious at best. Gallagher's abrupt change in attitude was puzzling. At times, Gallagher would utter a few phrases that Yang Yin could not comprehend, such as "keep going. You can do it. From now on, I will not restrain you. You may proceed at your own pace. I understand you wish to make a remarkable impression during March Madness. Indeed, that is a commendable plan." This led Yang Yin to suspect whether Gallagher had ulterior motives. Fortunately, Yang Yin was carefree and did not expend much energy pondering these thoughts. Taking advantage of the players' warm-up session, Yang Yin's gaze shifted towards the opposing camp, the University of California, Los Angeles, commonly referred to as UCLA. It is undoubtedly one of the more renowned institutions within the NCAA, although it may not rival the prestigious powerhouses of North Carolina and Kansas. It remains a familiar contender during the fervor of March Madness. Eventually, Yang Yin's attention settled on UCLA's star player, the sophomore Deng, a remarkably skilled athlete. Following in the footsteps of his predecessor, Jordan Farmar, Collison has not disappointed. He has adeptly led the team to commendable achievements during the regular season, albeit with a notable gap to bridge when compared to Ohio State University. The prospect for this match appeared promising. Yang Yin shook his head, choosing to disregard the other person. What Yang Yin failed to notice was that while he was observing Darren Collison, there was a bald figure resembling a ninja turtle in the opposing camp, whose keen gaze was also scrutinizing their side. The players from both teams had completed their warm-ups, and the match was about to commence. Gallagher maintained his usual starting lineup for this game. Yang Yin continues to serve as the starting small forward. I shall say no more. After an entire season of hard work, you surely do not wish to halt your momentum here, do you? Therefore, your singular objective moving forward is to shatter them, Gallagher declared passionately as he gazed at the players encircled around him. Shatter them. Everyone echoed in unison. All right, prepare to take the court, Gallagher said with a subtle smile, waving his hand. As the group turned to enter the arena, Gallagher reached out to grasp Connolly's arm. Upon noticing, Connolly turned back to look at Gallagher. In this match, we must focus on attacking Yang Yin. Gallagher gently patted Connolly's shoulder, offering the advice in a hushed tone. Connolly, momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodded. By the time he regained his composure, they had already stepped onto the court. Hadn't Coach Gallagher always held disdain for Yang Yin? What could his earlier words possibly mean? What transpired during this time? It seemed Gallagher's attitude towards Yang Yin had indeed shifted. Connolly shook his head, dismissing any further thoughts. Focusing on attacking Yang Yin, was that truly a viable strategy? It seems so. Chapter 24, just how fast? The complete Yang Yin. The players on both sides took their positions on the court. Odin, showcasing his formidable prowess, undoubtedly seized the offensive possession in the first round. Connolly had accurately anticipated the basketball's landing. He extended his hand, securing the ball before him. A swift glance revealed Yang Yin's gaze directed towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Connolly understood that Yang Yin was signaling for a pass. This was the synergy they had cultivated over time. Connolly had complete trust in Yang Yin. Thus, with a flick of his wrist, he sent the basketball soaring in Yang Yin's direction. Meanwhile, the University of California, Los Angeles team, upon losing possession, had already begun to reposition swiftly. Yet, they had underestimated their opponents. Upon receiving the pass from Connolly, Yang Yin initiated his movement almost instantaneously, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed. In just 3 swift strides, he reached his peak velocity. As Yang Yin barreled forward, Oscar, the small forward from the University of California, positioned himself immediately in front of him. Not only that, but the other defenders also converged swiftly. As rivals in the fervent March Madness, the University of California had certainly conducted their due diligence in preparing for Yang Yin. In fact, prior to the commencement of the game, they had already devised a defensive strategy, anticipating his unrelenting advance. Yang Yin's ability to maneuver without deceleration is indeed sharp. However, it is not insurmountable to defend against. As long as the assistance defense is timely, Yang Yin's skill can be effectively countered. Yet on the court, it appears that Yang Yin is entirely oblivious to the opponents providing support defense as he crosses the three-point line. Yang Yin made no feints whatsoever. He simply executed a sudden change of direction to the right. In truth, at such speed and in his current state, it was impossible for Yang Yin to perform any deceptive maneuvers. Of course, he had no need to, despite Oscar being fully alert and prepared. He was deftly bypassed by Yang Yin in a heartbeat. It was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yin had completed his maneuver, a speed that defied logic. Though he had been outpaced, Oscar remained unperturbed, for this scenario had long been anticipated. He was aware that a teammate was positioned to assist. As long as his ally could momentarily delay Yang Yin, Oscar would be able to regroup and execute a strategy to encircle him. However, when Oscar turned around, he was met with the sight of Yang Yin suspended with both hands on the rim, while his teammates wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Defense. Have you forgotten our tactical arrangements before the match? Oscar admonished his nearby teammate. Damn it, I was already on my way to assist. That guy is too fast. Why didn't he have time? The words of his teammate left Oscar momentarily bewildered, yet he soon grasped the reality of the situation. His teammate had indeed adhered to the strategy and rushed to provide support, but Yang Yin's velocity had rendered their defensive formation ineffective. Yang Yin has already broken through their trap once again. His extraordinary ability to surpass expectations is astonishing. Each time I witness such remarkable prowess, I am left in disbelief. Have you noticed that Yang Yin's speed in breaking through seems to have accelerated? Indeed, it appears to have. Goodness, has the divine Yang secretly evolved again? Truly, he is deserving of his reputation, and I yearn to experience Yang Yan's remarkable speed in person. Alas, only that wretched streamer, Liuli, has the privilege of witnessing it live. Esteemed viewers, although it is quite perilous to say this, I must convey to you that the shock of witnessing Yang Yan's breakthrough in person far surpasses that of observing it through a live stream. I merely blinked, and then Yang Yan was already at the basket. My heavens, he truly lives up to his title as the divine Yang. The streamer, Liang, excitedly expressed his thoughts in the live stream. Just moments ago, Yang Yin dashed past him in an instant. Such an experience cannot be replicated through a broadcast. Unsurprisingly, the audience once again vented their frustrations towards the streamer, Liuli. On the court, calmly gazed at Yang Yin with astonishment. As one of the closest players to him, he could fully comprehend just how swift he was. However, he distinctly recalled that while Yang Yin's previous breakthroughs were indeed rapid, they were not this astonishingly fast. Below the court, Gallagher nodded in satisfaction. He had witnessed the scene over a week prior, so he was entirely unfazed. This is the complete Yang Yin. The game continued normally, and Yang Yin's breakthrough did not disrupt the opponent's formation. Turning back to the offensive end, the University of California executed a successful layup through teamwork. Following that, it was Ohio State University's turn to attack. After Conley brought the ball past half-court, he noticed a shift in the opponent's defensive positioning. Perhaps it was subconscious instinct, but their defensive alignment was alarmingly close to Yang Yan's position. This made it exceedingly easy for Odin beneath the basket. In all their time playing, no team had ever dared to allow someone to defend him one-on-one. The University of California was the first. Yang Yin also sensed the situation. Just as he intended to remind Conley, the latter seamlessly passed the basketball to Odin beneath the basket. Odin, receiving the ball, executed an exaggerated spin move, sending the opposing starting center flying. He then completed a thunderous dunk with both hands. Gallagher, observing from the sidelines, wore a triumphant smile, no longer fixated on trivial matters. Gallagher suddenly realized that his lineup was somewhat insurmountable, at least on the NCAA stage. With Conley orchestrating from the perimeter and Yang Yin, capable of both driving and shooting, complemented by the near number one pick, Odin, any opponent would face significant challenges on defense. Another victim had emerged. UCLA's head coach Ben Howland frowned from the sidelines. The team's tactics were faltering. No, it was not the strategy he devised that was at fault, but rather the players' execution. According to his plan, they were supposed to apply pressure through help defense to stifle Yang Yan's performance, while concentrating most of their attention on Odin. This would have perfectly contained the Ohio State University beast. However, he underestimated Yang Yan's strength. Although there were flaws in the player's tactical execution, Yang Yan's individual prowess was the crux of the issue. Misjudging Yang Yan's capabilities was a significant factor contributing to the current predicament. Furthermore, the opponents boasted a remarkably reliable point guard, creating a tug-of-war between inside and outside plays. Just contemplating this made Howland feel as though his head might explode. He absolutely could not allow the opponents to control the tempo of the game. With this thought in mind, Coach Howland waved towards Oscar. Noticing this, Oscar approached Howland during a break in the offense. From now on, you need to do nothing but tightly shadow the number 2. The others cannot assist you. They have more pressing matters to attend to. Oscar hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Yang Yin. Was he to engage in a self-destructive confrontation with this individual? Chapter 25. Who says I can only dribble one way? In truth, this tactic had already been prepared by UCLA prior to the game. It was a strategy they would resort to when anticipating the worst-case scenario. Little did they know that shortly after the match commenced, Coach Howland would opt for a self-destructive tactic against his opponent's number 2. After a brief moment of hesitation, Oscar nodded firmly and sprinted towards Yang Yan. From that moment on, nothing existed in Oscar's vision except for Yang Yan. This was Howland's self-destructive strategy. Oscar needed not to partake in any offensive plays. He need not concern himself with defending anyone. His sole responsibility was to steadfastly follow Yang Yan. Soon, Yang Yan also became aware of this peculiar scene, with Oscar akin to a tenacious adhesive, persistently trailing closely beside him. Yang Yan furrowed his brows momentarily, yet a faint smile soon graced his lips. Within the live streaming room of the Dragon Kingdom. What on earth is Yang Yan doing? It's been a full 10 minutes without a single point scored. That opponent from the rival team is utterly infuriating, sticking to us like a stubborn adhesive. Is this truly the essence of March Madness? It feels entirely different from the regular season. Just encountering such a formidable opponent in the first round is bewildering. Have you noticed that Yang Yan's unstoppable drives seem to have been sealed off? I can't believe it seems to be the case. Why is this happening? Why has Yang Yan suddenly ceased to employ this breakthrough? It is not that Yang Yan has chosen not to, but rather that he is rendered incapable of doing so. On the court, Ben Howland, filled with confidence, cast a triumphant glance towards Gallagher. Victory in this match is within his grasp, despite the presence of a behemoth like Odin and an unpredictable factor such as Yang Yan. He is resolute in his belief that he will prevail against them. At this moment, Yang Yan has been strategically neutralized. All that remains is to manage Odin, and victory will be assured. Ben Howland's gaze fixated on Yang Yan on the court. An unpredictable factor? Huh. A derisive smile crept across Ben Howland's face. Any so-called unpredictable factor arises from a lack of understanding. He has made ample preparations. He has devoted an entire week to studying Yang Yan's unrelenting dribbling technique. The current strategy he employs is specifically designed to counter Yang Yan. The rationale is straightforward. Through his research, Ben Howland discovered that Yang Yan's relentless dribbling ultimately hinges on an extraordinary speed of direction change. Within conventional thinking, such a breakthrough is indeed challenging to defend against. However, by shattering conventional paradigms, the situation becomes manageable. If Yang Yan is denied the opportunity to accelerate while in possession of the ball, will not his speed in changing direction diminish? The evidence has proven his hypothesis correct. This self-destructive tactic has been remarkably successful. Meanwhile, Gallagher, the head coach of Ohio State University, noticed Yang Yan's restrictions and involuntarily furrowed his brow. He must now concede that Yang Yan's tactical significance within the team is ascending. Only by drawing defensive attention on the perimeter can Odin operate freely beneath the basket. Should Yang Yan encounter difficulties, Odin will undoubtedly suffer as a consequence. As expected, within the ensuing minutes, UCLA commenced a frenzied double team against Odin in the paint, even resorting to a frenzied triple team. The results were evident. The previously smooth, offensive rhythm of Ohio State University began to falter. After a moment of contemplation, Gallagher signaled for a timeout. He recognized that his players required this pause to recalibrate their performance. Greg, do not rush. Exercise patience. Trust your teammates. Gallagher patted Odin's shoulder. Odin, panting heavily, lifted his head and nodded emphatically. Mike, you need to step up. Engage in more pick-and-roll plays with Odin. The initiative lies with us. If one pick-and-roll fails, let's attempt it multiple times. Gallagher patiently advised Conley. Finally, he approached Yang Yan, offering encouragement. Keep pushing. In the past, I held certain misconceptions about you. However, I now firmly believe in your capabilities. Gallagher gently patted Yang Yan on the shoulder. The surrounding players were left in a state of astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. When has Gallagher ever shown such tenderness towards Yang Yan? Yang Yan cast a bewildered glance at the head coach, Gallagher. However, Gallagher had already turned away. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Yang Yan's mouth. Why must it be so theatrically emotional? Truly, Yang Yan murmured softly to himself. Immediately, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes, and the smile on his face gradually froze. He had initially intended to keep a trump card hidden, but unexpectedly, he was forced to reveal it in the very first round of the series. It seems he truly is ill-suited for the intricacies of mental calculations. Perhaps it is best to disregard all else and charge forward with unwavering determination. Yang Yin shook his head and then approached calmly. Now you can pass the ball to me. I will tear through their defense. After uttering these words, Yang Yin turned his gaze towards the opponent's camp. Soon, the timeout concluded, and both teams' players returned to the court. However, as soon as they stepped back on the court, the opponent, Oscar, rushed towards Yang Yin. Clearly, they had savored success in the previous match. Yet this time, they were destined to miscalculate. Yang Yin positioned himself differently this time. He stationed himself beyond the three-point line, subsequently turning his back to Oscar, who was behind him. At the same moment, he gestured towards Conley. Conley quickly noticed Yang Yin's movement. A mere sweep of his gaze confirmed that the opposing players' positions would not obstruct the passing lane. With a flick of his wrist, Conley lofted the basketball to Yang Yin. Hey, you won't get past me. We've already seen through your trick. Oscar sneered with a smug expression directed at Yang Yin. However, upon receiving the basketball, Yang Yin's lips curled into a subtle smile. He then pivoted to face the basket, while Oscar promptly closed in, denying Yang Yin any space to accelerate. Who says I can only execute one maneuver? Yang Yin executed a probing step to the left while keenly observing Oscar's shoulder movements. Although it was merely a subtle shift, it was evident that Oscar's center of gravity had been disrupted. Following a brief pause, Yang Yin swiftly contemplated a breakthrough to the left, prompting Oscar to initiate his defense simultaneously. Yang Yin did not immediately shake off his opponent. However, he remained utterly unperturbed. After making a significant breakthrough to the left, Yang Yin abruptly executed a sudden stop. This time, Oscar rushed past him, soaring into the air. Yang Yin, unhurriyat, effortlessly transferred the basketball from his left hand to his right. He advanced towards the right side, leaving Oscar to merely gaze at his receding figure. The defenders beneath the basket were entirely focused on Odin, never considering that Yang Yin would approach. Thus, he smoothly penetrated to the paint, subsequently executing a bank shot that swished through the net. Chapter 26. Dazzling and Unconventional Maneuvers. In the live broadcast room of Longdou, a voice exclaimed, "Did you see that? Yang Yin's breakthrough. That was incredibly stylish. Can anyone decipher how Yang Yin managed to make his way in? It's quite simple. First he did this, then that, and finally surged towards the basket. Come on, that's all nonsense. I'm asking how Yang Yin made it look so effortless. After witnessing that breakthrough, I can't quite articulate the feeling it evokes. It's as if the opponents suddenly became oblivious. Exactly. That's the sensation. Wow. It appears that the divine Yang has once again revealed something extraordinary. After enduring a prolonged 10-minute hiatus, Yang Yin's initial foray ignited the emotions of everyone in the live stream. It was yet another breakthrough. However, this was markedly different from the previous, unrelenting displays of speed. While lacking the same visual impact, this breakthrough possessed a unique allure. What was incomprehensible to the masses was easily deciphered by the experts. Off the court, Gallagher's eyes sparkled with insight. Indeed, Yang Yin had been secretly honing his skills. If his earlier change of direction could be attributed to innate talent, then the Yang Yin I have been observing during this period has never showcased such training in public. The only plausible explanation is that he has been diligently practicing in private. Gallagher stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yang Yin's recent breakthrough could be succinctly summarized in 2 words: rhythm. However, the mastery of rhythm displayed by Yang Yin transcends mere talent. It is evident that he has invested considerable effort to achieve such a level of control. His dazzling dribble astonished everyone present, yet Yang Yin himself was not in high spirits. After successfully scoring, he cast a glance at his palm, a fleeting flicker of regret visible in his eyes. At this moment, Yang Yin felt as though his mind was brimming with countless dribbling techniques. Yet he could only employ a mere 100 of them. It is akin to possessing a treasure trove yet being unable to access it, a sensation that is undeniably disheartening. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Yang Yin, having experienced it once before after acquiring the flamboyant dribbling abilities of Owen. Ultimately, the root of the issue is quite simple. Yang Yin's ball control skills fall short of the required standard. Yang Yin realized that in order to execute Irving's intricate dribbling maneuvers, one must possess an exceptionally high level of ball control. Although Yang Yin's current ball control is adequate, it falls significantly short of the elite standard. Consequently, despite having a myriad of dribbling techniques swirling in his mind, only a few can be effortlessly employed. Nonetheless, if the goal is merely to navigate the present circumstances, his skills are certainly sufficient. After Yang Yin surpassed the Oscars, UCLA still did not seem to place much significance on him. They regarded the previous round as merely a fluke. It was once again Ohio State University's turn to launch an offensive. Yang Yin extended his hand toward Conley, signaling once again, following the previous round's groundwork. Conley held no lingering doubts regarding Yang Yin. The basketball found its way back into Yang Yin's grasp. Simultaneously, Oscar lowered his center of gravity, closely adhering to Yang Yin's side. Yang Yin did not engage in a contest of strength with Oscar. Certainly, if it had come to a battle of power, Yang Yin was confident he would not be outmatched. However, there was truly no necessity for such an endeavor. This time, Yang Yin made no feints. Instead, he took a half step back and dribbled the ball with apparent ease. The basketball swayed back and forth beneath his legs. Oscar fixed his gaze on Yang Yin, refusing to yield an inch. In the next moment, Yang Yin surged to the right with a sudden burst. Oscar's muscles tensed instantly. All he needed to do was to intercept Yang Yin. As he had anticipated, Yang Yin collided with him. Yet, in the following instant, Oscar sensed that the force of the confrontation was far less ferocious than he had imagined. By the time he registered this realization, it was already too late. Yang Yin executed a swift pirouette, deftly maneuvering past his left side. On this occasion, UCLA's defense remained unwavering. The power forward station beneath the basket promptly provided assistance, obstructing Yang Yin's path to the hoop. If Yang Yin hesitated for even a moment, or if he were to be impeded for just a heartbeat, Oscar would be able to pivot and join in the effort to encircle Yang Yin. This defensive strategy was undoubtedly astute, representing one of the most effective approaches at this juncture. Yet, they were confronted with the current iteration of Yang Yin. After completing his turn, he gazed at the power forward, who was now alarmingly close. With scarcely a moment's hesitation, Yang Yin flicked his wrist and executed another pirouette. However, this time, he found himself slightly losing control. Given the dazzling, dribbling prowess of Kyrie Irving, it would ordinarily be feasible to perform multiple successive spins to evade a defender. Yet, constrained by his current ball-handling skills, Yang Yin could only manage 2 consecutive turns, which marked the limit of his capabilities at this stage. Nevertheless, this was already sufficient. After yet another spin, he successfully eluded his defender. Yang Yin had arrived near the 3-second zone beneath the basket. The center from UCLA, compelled by circumstance, rushed to provide assistance. All Yang Yin needed to do was release the basketball. In a swift motion, a figure leaped high from under the basket, seizing the ball mid-air. With a powerful slam, it struck the rim. The resounding thud echoed, causing the entire hoop to tremble uncontrollably. "Mate, that was spectacular." Odin, descending from the rim, gave Yang Yin a thumbs up. Such a seamless assist was undeniably gratifying. Yang Yin drew the attention of nearly all defenders before passing the basketball to his teammate. If such scoring opportunities were to be squandered, it would be better for Odin to find a crevice to hide in. The livestream from Longdou was truly remarkable. No one expected Yang Yin to execute such a breakthrough. It was astonishing. Even guards rarely possess such agility. I propose that Yang Yin transition to the shooting guard position, not to mention his proficiency in three-pointers, mid-range shots, and penetrative drives. He indeed seems well suited for the role of a shooting guard. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his ability to maneuver through defenses is simply unparalleled. The audience in the live stream was utterly awestruck by Yang Yin's breakthrough. Initially, they believed his unrelenting drive was impressive enough. Little did they know, it was merely one facet of his extraordinary skill set. After successfully shredding the defense on the court, the head coach of UCLA, Ben Haaland, could no longer remain composed. He had thought the situation was firmly under their control, only to be met with unforeseen developments. Haaland fixated intently on Yang Yin, his mind racing with thoughts. Soon, the timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Oscar resumed his defense against Yang Yin, but the confidence and composure he once exhibited had vanished. Although Oscar forced himself to appear calm, the fear in his eyes was palpable, a realization that Yang Yin had keenly observed. In the face of Yang Yin's penetrative drives, Oscar dared not defend too closely, as the time for reaction was far too brief. He found himself instinctively drifting further away from Yang Yin. Yet, he seemed to forget the reason his coach had instructed him to maintain close defense against Yang Yin: the relentless drive. This was the very issue that had initially caused them headaches. Chapter 27. Enduring the legendary tortoise? The fierce number 0. Unsurprisingly, Oscar crumbled when space was afforded. Yang Yin would employ his relentless, unyielding drives to bypass his defense effortlessly. In close defense, Yang Yin's uncanny rhythm changes bewildered him. Moreover, Yang Yan's penetrative skills quickly affected Odin beneath the basket. UCLA's defense began to unravel. Haaland furrowed his brow from the sidelines. At that moment, a voice broke through. "Coach, let me in." Haaland turned to see Russell. "Don't cause trouble, Russell. The opponent is a small forward. You won't gain an advantage." Without a second thought, Haaland shook his head in refusal. "Coach, I believe I can do it. Besides, there are no better options left, are there?" As the words fell, Ben Haaland's face displayed a flicker of hesitation. He glanced back at the already crumbled Oscar on the court. Ultimately, with gritted teeth, Ben resolved to warm up and take the stage. At this declaration, the bald turtle's face broke into an excited grin. After 2 rounds, entangled in a dead ball situation, Ben opted for a substitution. The mentally shattered Oscar was replaced by a fellow who appeared to stand at less than 6 feet tall. Was the opposing team truly prepared to throw caution to the wind? Ha ha ha. It seemed the adversaries had been so rattled by Yang's breakthrough that they had lost their wits. Surely this lad could not keep pace with Yang Yan? The members of Ohio State University, upon witnessing the new player enter the court, could not help but burst into laughter, with the sole exception being Yang Yan. Yang Yan stared blankly ahead, his gaze fixed on the legendary superstar Russell Westbrook, whom he encountered once more on the court at the age of 35. Recollections of his sophomore year flooded back, when he faced the same year Westbrook and was utterly overwhelmed by him throughout the game. As a small forward, he found himself blocked 5 times by the point guard Westbrook. Now, confronted by his opponent again, this difficult memory resurfaces. The host is tasked with enacting revenge, creating a similarly uncomfortable memory for Westbrook. Upon completion of this task, reward will be bestowed based on the progress made. Here we go again. Let destruction reign. I am weary. Is it truly the case that legendary players are as common as cabbages? How is it that I keep encountering them all? Observing the opponent, who stands at barely under 6 feet tall, fills him with a mix of disbelief and determination. Yang Yan simply cannot fathom how inept he must be to endure 5 blocks in a single match. Setting aside all else, it is truly disheartening to be thwarted 5 times by the opposing team in this contest. Yang Yan estimated that he would only wish for death. Shaking his head, he cast aside these tumultuous emotions. Yang Yan gazed intently at the player adorned in a number 0 jersey, Russell Westbrook. This future legendary athlete now finds himself merely as a substitute on the team. Yang Yan shook his head in speechless disbelief. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone. Conley also noticed the seriousness etched on Yang Yan's face. He then approached Yang Yan, urging him to relax. "Take it easy. Your opponent is certainly no match for you. I will pass you the ball. Just go ahead and break through without hesitation." Conley patted Yang Yan on the shoulder. Yang Yan glanced back at Conley, then smiled and shook his head, offering no further explanation. It is prudent to remain cautious. The opponent, designated as number 0, is likely not as simple as he seems. Ultimately, Yang Yan felt compelled to issue a warning to Conley. Conley paused momentarily upon hearing this, yet eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the court, the game resumed. The offensive possession for UCLA came to an end, paving the way for Ohio State University's turn to attack. In accordance with their prior discussion, Conley passed the basketball to Yang Yan. Yang Yan faced off against Westbrook, who adopted a more lenient defensive stance compared to Oscar's tenacious coverage. Westbrook granted Yang Yan ample space, and without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yan executed a swift change of direction, penetrating the defense with unwavering momentum. Yang Yan successfully broke through his opponent's right side. However, he soon sensed something amiss. A distinct feeling of contact emanated from his right side. Without time to ponder, Yang Yan found himself beneath the basket. As he leaped, the sensation of contact intensified. In the fleeting moment before the dunk, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him. In midair, Yang Yan forcefully contorted his body, passing the basketball through a narrow gap to Odin. With a resounding thud, Odin executed a powerful dunk beneath the rim. "Well played, mate." Odin exuberantly praised Yang Yan. Yet, Yang Yan was too preoccupied to acknowledge the compliment. He turned to see a frustrated Russell Westbrook, jersey number 0, behind him. When did he catch up? When had the opponent followed so closely? Yang Yan's eyes twitched slightly. At this moment, he finally comprehended the source of the earlier sense of impending danger. Had he not opted to pass midway, there was an overwhelming likelihood that he would have been met with a swift and relentless block from his opponent. This was the first instance where, after maneuvering past an adversary without losing speed, he had not fully evaded them. Yang Yan cast a serious glance at his opponent. Indeed, this number 0 is not so simple. In the live broadcast room of the Dragon Kingdom, Yang Yan's relentless dribbling appeared. Just like that. Go, Yang Shun. Get past him. Wow. That number 0 is incredibly fast. Goodness. He's caught up. Yang Yan, be cautious of what lies behind you. Goodness. Fortunately, Yang Yan made the pass. How terrifying. By the way, who is that number 0? Quite ferocious, isn't he? The host, Xiao Yang, glanced at the barrage of comments, suppressing the lingering fear from earlier. He perused the information in his hands. Dear viewers, just now, Yang Yan was matched against UCLA's substitute player, Russell Westbrook. This player has just joined UCLA this summer and has already established himself as a reliable rotation player. Interestingly, his register position is that of a backup point guard. Now, as Yang Yan's most ardent fan, Xiao Yang diligently gathers data prior to every game involving Ohio State University. This time, it proved to be quite useful. What a surprise. You call this guy a substitute player? A point guard? No wonder there's such a height disparity. However, this fellow's physical prowess is astonishing. I sense that he will undoubtedly make a mark in the future. It's just that at this moment, he is facing Yang Yan. A genius? Who ISNT1? Yang Yan was determined to impart a lesson. On the court, he furrowed his brow as he glanced at Westbrook beside him. Despite the considerable height difference, Westbrook's speed and ability to withstand physical challenges were undeniably impressive, particularly his explosive acceleration. After being overtaken for the first time, Yang Yan attempted several more runs. And he could now affirm that Westbrook was the only player he had encountered thus far who could still mount an effective defense after being momentarily outmaneuvered. Truly, a future legend in the making. Moreover, UCLA had begun to recognize the pressure Westbrook was applying on Yang Yan, leading to a slight shift in their defensive strategy. They focused on limiting the connection between Yang Yan and Odin beneath the basket. Just moments ago, Yang Yan had been forced into a passing error. Chapter 28, 10 minutes. 6 fouls. The fall of a legend. On the sidelines, Ben Howland watched the unfolding game with a smile. Although substituting Westbrook was a reluctant decision, the young player's performance had indeed captured his attention. It was unexpected to find the very weapon capable of containing Yang Yan right before his eyes. Westbrook need not concern himself with Yang Yan's attempts to drive past him or his rhythmic changes in direction. It was clear that Yang Yan's aim was solely the basket. All Westbrook needed to do was defend when Yang Yan took a shot. His remarkable explosiveness and speed could easily compensate for any gaps in defense. As Yang Yan turned to the side, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Ben Howland's triumphant smile from the audience. Yang Yan shook his head in silence, taken aback by the tenacity of this number 0. If he were to rely solely on his original prowess, encountering such an opponent in the second year would certainly prove challenging. Even facing them in the first year would likely result in a humbling experience. However, the current circumstances are not as daunting. Just moments ago, Yang Yan had merely acclimated himself to the opponent's strength. It is evident that there is some skill present, albeit limited. Westbrook's defense predominantly relies on innate talent to overpower adversaries, and at this stage, he has yet to develop significant technique. This is likely the reason why he has been relegated to the bench. Now, the offensive possession of Ohio State University unfolds. Yang Yan chose not to engage in the offense. Instead, he calmly observed the unfolding scenario. Subsequently, Yang Yan gestured with his hand, calmly passed the basketball to Yang Yan. Yang Yan possesses the ball beyond the three-point line, executing a series of deft crossovers between his hands. A magnificent shift of direction beneath both legs. Yang Yan suddenly surged to the right. After breaking through a half-step, he abruptly came to a halt. He then launched himself once more, penetrating towards the paint. After taking 2 large strides, Yang Yan halted again. With both hands cradling the ball, he executed a sudden jump shot motion. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Westbrook charging in from behind. A faint smile graced Yang Yan's lips. Just as he was about to take the shot, his movements seemed to momentarily freeze. Then, Yang Yan leaped into the air once more. Indeed, a tremendous force surged from behind him. Yang Yan skillfully launched the basketball into the air. The referee's whistle pierced the silence. A defensive foul. 2 points awarded. An additional free throw. Yang Yan, Somelhat Bamused, rose from the floor. He had merely intended to feign a foul, but fortune smiled upon him as his casually tossed basketball struck the backboard and found its mark. Standing at the free throw line, Yang Yan confidently sank his shot once more. If one were to assert that breaking through the defense and mid-range shots were Yang Yan's forte, then free throws for him were as effortless as quenching one's thirst. In practice, he had consistently maintained a free throw percentage exceeding 95. The ensuing match held no suspense. 10 minutes later, on the UCLA bench, Ben Harlan appeared utterly infuriated. Damn it, can't you think while playing? The opponent is clearly trying to draw a foul. Why rush in? In a brief span of 10 minutes, he had racked up 6 fouls. Congratulations, you've truly set a record. Opposite Ben Harlan sat the player meant to defend Yang Yin, Westbrook, who was glaring at Yang Yin on the court. Seemingly sensing Westbrook's gaze, Yang Yin turned to reveal a radiant smile, further inciting Westbrook's fury. Coward, too afraid to face me one-on-one. Drawing fouls is utterly despicable. Over the past 10 minutes, Yang Yin, having discerned Westbrook's weaknesses, began to frequently incorporate feints into his rhythm. As expected, Westbrook fell for it easily, leading to his swift return to the bench within that short span. UCLA's head coach, Ben Harlan, was seething with rage, wishing he could exchange his intellect for Westbrook's. Once Westbrook left the court, no one on UCLA's side posed a threat to Yang Yin. The disheartened Oscar had no impact whatsoever on Yang Yin. Ultimately, when the final whistle blew, Ohio State University effortlessly claimed victory in the opening round, inching closer to the coveted trophy of March Madness. After the match concluded, as Yang Yin was about to leave the court, he heard someone call his name from behind. Turning around, he found a bespectacled gentleman, clearly a stranger to him. Hello, I am Williams. It is a pleasure to meet you. The man extended his hand in greeting. Yang Yin nodded in acknowledgement and extended his palm for a handshake, signaling to the other party. I assume we are not acquainted, are we? Yang Yin smiled and inquired, of course. It is my first time seeing you, but you are quite impressive. I believe we shall have further opportunities to meet. After saying this, the other party laughed and turned to leave, leaving Yang Yin in a state of bewilderment. Was the individual merely stopping him to utter a few insipid words of encouragement? This question was ultimately answered by Coach Gallagher. This middle-aged man was a scout for an NBA team. Gallagher paid little heed to the specific team he represented, but it was evident what his profession entailed. He was a frequent presence at various NCAA games throughout the year. Previously, he had not observed any matches featuring Ohio State University, leading Gallagher to speculate that the NBA team he was affiliated with likely boasted a plethora of formidable centers. After all, any team lacking a center would find it hard to resist the allure of Odin. Since the commencement of the regular season, numerous teams had begun to scrutinize Odin without fail. Upon receiving this news, Yang Yin's reaction was surprisingly subdued. Although it signified that he had entered the radar of NBA scouts, it did not guarantee anything. Merely being noticed did not ensure selection in the upcoming draft. Witnessing Yang Yin's composed demeanor, Coach Gallagher felt increasingly satisfied. How had he not recognized the myriad of virtues within Yang Yin before? Do not return too late tonight. I have already made arrangements at the school gym. No one will disturb you, Gallagher remarked before departing the locker room. Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback. Had Galahad misunderstood something? Never mind. There was an unboxing event that evening. It would be unwise to return to the dormitory. Perhaps, under the influence of that rascal Johnny, he might inadvertently summon some undesirable ability within himself. His luck had been rather favorable at the gym last time. Perhaps it would be prudent to visit the gym again today. Yang Yin tidied his backpack and rose from the changing room. Shortly after his departure, a figure entered the now vacant space. Upon witnessing the empty changing room, the newcomer wore an expression of frustration. This individual was none other than Westbrook, who had been humiliated by Yang Yin, returning to the bench in just 10 minutes. Damn that guy. The next time we meet, I will make him pay. Westbrook vented his displeasure outside the changing room. Chapter 29, Exceeding Expectations. The second NBA talent. By evening, the team had returned to campus. After a brief rest in his dormitory, Yang Yin made his way to the arena. With his emotions settled, he gazed at the display before him. At 35, you have once again achieved the miraculous. Through your remarkable performance, you successfully navigated the first round of the Madness of March. Your stellar play seems to have captured the attention of several scouts. Old Deng, do you still believe the NBA is beyond your reach? Keep pushing, Old Deng. Fulfill the regrets of your youth. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The rewards have been granted. Yang Yin gazed at the panel with an impassive expression. Accustomed to the system's biting sarcasm, he remained unfazed. He then proceeded to open the task rewards. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the underbasket finishing ability of the basketball star Jimmy Butler, NCAA level. Yet again, it was a player he had never heard of. Yang Yin shook his head. He has now become adept at utilizing the information disparity provided by the system. It is quite straightforward. The players listed in the system are, at the very least, of NBA caliber. One could say that Yang Yin has gained insight into the destinies of certain individuals ahead of time. What about the ability to finish in the paint amidst physical confrontations? Yang Yin nodded earnestly. This ability is quite niche. However, it is indeed well suited to Yang Yin. Although Yang Yin is currently positioned as a small forward, his aspiration is to become a versatile swingman adept at both guard and forward roles. It is imperative that he possesses a formidable presence in the paint, as both small forwards and shooting guards require the ability to penetrate defenses effectively. This capacity for impact is indeed a defining characteristic of Yang Yin at present. Furthermore, his proficiency in finishing through contact in the paint can compensate for certain inconsistencies in his finishing ability, proving to be significantly superior to Brewer's linear acceleration. Had he not acquired Rose's skill of maintaining speed while changing direction, this ability would perfectly complement his game. Yang Yin truly could not fathom the utility of a straight-line acceleration that one could not control. It was not as if one were competing on a track and field arena to see who could run the fastest. Yang Yin then turned his gaze to another task panel. At the age of 35, you once again encountered the legendary star, Westbrook, on the court. Your performance appeared to surpass expectations, as you remarkably relegated the iconic player to the bench. Old Deng, you have now attained legendary status. Congratulations, host, on completing your revenge against the legendary star Westbrook, achieving a task completion rate of 110. It has been detected that you have exceeded the task requirements. Extraordinary. At 35, not only did you defeat Westbrook, but you also rendered him a mere spectator for the entire game. Old Deng, while we celebrate your successful retribution, this is simply astonishing. The task rewards have been upgraded, transforming the selectable minor league package into a random NBA league package. The random NBA league package has been issued. Please check your inventory. Indeed, Yang Yin's eyes sparkled with delight. Choosing to engage in the box opening operation upon arriving at the arena was indeed a judicious decision. Once again, he had surpassed the task expectations. Before unboxing, Yang Yin had indeed made some speculations, though he did not anticipate it would be so effortless. This signifies that Yang Yin would acquire yet another NBA-level capability. He did not rush into the unboxing process. Yang Yin gently stroked his jaw, intently gazing at the panel before him. Although deep contemplation was not his forte, the consecutive instances of exceeding expectations had seemingly imparted some understanding to him. When confronted by legendary athletes, it appeared that merely maintaining one's composure sufficed, perhaps even fulfilling the minimum requirements for task completion. He had managed to outplay Curry in their initial encounter, securing victory, and in the subsequent match, he had relegated Westbrook to the bench. This was nothing short of a frenzy, akin to Jesus emerging from the depths of hell. Yang Yin felt that he had begun to grasp certain patterns. He yearned to encounter more legendary stars of the future. Suddenly, this thought emerged in his mind. Reflecting on these future legends, he realized that they were all his little treasures, the harbingers of fortune. He stretched his neck a bit. Yang Yin focused his attention on the final choice. The greatest reward of this competition was the random NBA League gift pack. Possessing 2 abilities at the NBA level, he estimated that more scouts would likely take notice of him. He opened the gift pack. Yang Yin silently read it. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the legendary ability of the iconic basketball star Dwayne Wade. The underbasket floater, NBA level, legendary. Upon encountering these words, a smile involuntarily crept onto Yang Yin's lips. It seemed that the luck of the draw in the arena truly favored him. Just last time, he had unveiled the ability of the legendary star Kyrie Irving. To his astonishment, he had once again stumbled upon a legendary level star ability, Dwayne Wade. It was only then that Yang Yin focused on the name of the player. Upon recognition, he marveled that the system had finally presented him with a star he was familiar with. Dwayne Wade, the most sought-after star in the current league. No, it would be more fitting to refer to him as a superstar. Just last year, at the tender age of 3 years into his career, Dwayne Wade had already led his team to an NBA championship as the core player. How utterly astonishing. He had never anticipated such a fortuitous reward. Yang Yin felt a profound sense of satisfaction with this accolade. Anyone who had witnessed Wade's games would recognize that the underbasket floater was a signature move he employed with remarkable finesse, an often underestimated tactic. While casual fans may marvel at Wade's exaggerated first step or his elusive rhythm changes, Yang Yin believed that it was indeed Wade's underbasket floater that posed the greatest challenge. Yang Yin gently rubbed his cheeks, noticing that the smile upon his face had become somewhat rigid. Suddenly, he realized that the abilities he had unboxed that evening seemed to be predominantly those related to the paint area. The tenacious finishing at the rim reminiscent of Jimmy Butler. The delicate floater beneath the basket akin to Dwayne Wade. It appeared that he was indeed destined to tread the singular path of breakthrough, unwavering and resolute. He reached for the basketball that lay beside him. Yang Yin rose and strode toward the basket. Outside the arena, a figure was slowly approaching, observing the brightly lit venue. The newcomer wore an expression of anticipated certainty. As the silhouette drew nearer, the distinctive Mediterranean hairstyle of Coach Gallagher revealed his identity. Gallagher hesitated for a moment at the entrance of the arena before ultimately deciding to step inside. Meanwhile, Yang Yin, who was poised to attempt a shot at the basket, also noticed Gallagher's arrival. "I knew he would come," Gallagher remarked upon seeing Yang Yin, his expression reflecting a sense of assuredness. Yang Yin cast an awkward glance at the other party, uncertain of what to say. It seemed that there was some misunderstanding. "Are you in the midst of training? Come on, allow me to assist you." With that, Gallagher removed his jacket and tossed it aside, striding onto the field. As the head coach Gallagher approached, Yang Yin felt a slight throb in his head. Goodness, if Coach Gallagher got involved, wouldn't he that turn this into a training session? Without further contemplation, he remained silent. Yang Yin swiftly pivoted, his arms swinging as he dashed forward, seizing his backpack in the process, and in the blink of an eye, he burst out of the gymnasium. "Coach, I suddenly remembered something important. Let's postpone the training," he called out as he departed. Observing Yang Yin's retreating figure, head coach Gallagher's expression fluctuated. That familiar sensation returned. "Damn that brat." Gallagher couldn't help but mutter in frustration. Chapter 30. Roll call. Dominate their interior. The intensity of March Madness was palpable. After just completing the first round of the series, Yang Yin returned to campus, having rested for a mere night. The following day, he set off once more for the neutral arena. Ohio State University was gearing up for their second round of the series. Unlike the first round against UCLA, Ohio State's upcoming opponent was somewhat less formidable. Conley initiated the play beyond the three-point line. Yang Yin's unanswerable breakthrough, along with Odin's overwhelming prowess beneath the basket, has led Ohio State University to a resounding victory, successfully advancing to the second round. However, this is merely the beginning. Ohio State University has embarked on its exhilarating journey through March Madness, achieving consecutive victories. After triumphing in the fifth round, Ohio State University has successfully secured a place among the Sweet 16 of March Madness, which represents the elite circle of the tournament. To be precise, in a single elimination format. No team that has reached this stage can be deemed weak. Unbeknownst to many, the twin stars of Ohio State University have gradually evolved into a formidable trident. Yang Yin's exceptional performance has successfully established his tactical position within the team, securing a place in the Sweet 16. Yang Yin faced their most formidable opponent in recent times, Stanford University. The day of the match had arrived. "Everyone, rally your spirits. I'm aware of your fatigue, but the adversary is surely more exhausted than we are. After an entire season of dedication, we have reached this pivotal moment, and I am certain none of you wishes to relent. Therefore, summon your strength and crush them." Gallagher delivered his final pep talk from the sidelines. Victory! 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 Under the inspirational influence of Gallagher's words, the team's morale soared instantly. Satisfied with this transformation, Gallagher nodded in approval. The referee signaled for both teams to take the field. Yang Yin tidied his clothes and rose to make his way towards the court. Wait a moment. At that instant, Gallagher halted Yang Yin. Yang Yin turned to look back. In this match, Odin would undoubtedly be a focal point for the opposition. Therefore, the team needs you to step up. You must offer assistance to Odin. And you, Mike, I require you to penetrate the paint, just like Yang. As the words resonated, Yang Yin then noticed that Gallagher was gripping Mike Conley's other arm. "Rest assured, coach." Conley nodded emphatically. Following this, Gallagher turned his gaze back to Yang Yin. Yang Yin smiled. "Old man, there's no need to be so tense. It's merely a small scene." After saying this, Yang Yin turned and walked towards the court, leaving Gallagher behind, hesitating to speak. Watching Yang Yin's retreating figure, Gallagher suddenly chuckled, and then loosened his clenched fist, which had tightened in anxiety. "That little rascal. He truly doesn't give me any respect," Gallagher muttered under his breath, unable to suppress his irritation. However, the smile on his face revealed that his mood was quite pleasant. As the game commenced, Gallagher's previously relaxed fist tightened once more. As he had anticipated, Stanford University began to target Odin. Unlike any other university they had encountered, Stanford possessed not just one, but multiple formidable players in the paint. On the court, Conley executed a pick and roll with Odin, but Odin's one-handed dunk was swatted away. Yang Yan's expression darkened. They're picking on my brother. To be honest, Yang Yan had developed quite an affection for Odin. This guy truly steps up when it matters. During this time, his relationship with both Odin and Conley had grown increasingly strong. Yang Yan was also aware of the time when Odin and Conley joined forces to approach the coach. For this reason alone, Yang Yan would not allow anyone to mistreat Odin. Yang Yan cast his gaze towards the two towering figures beneath the basket. Number 11, Brook Lopez, and number 42, Robin Lopez, the standout players from Stanford University. This formidable duo exemplifies why Stanford dares to challenge their opponents. On the court, after successfully blocking Odin's shot, Stanford initiated a swift counterattack. The shooting guard, Little Larry, capitalized on his speed to score with an agile layup. The defensive counter was triumphant, and the Lopez brothers exchanged proud high-fives in celebration, turning their attention back to Ohio State University's offensive possession. Conley had just crossed the halfway line with the ball in hand. Yang Yan took the initiative to step forward and request the ball from Conley. Conley cast a surprised glance at Yang Yan, as such behavior was quite inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Typically, Yang Yan would be positioned at a 45-degree angle, awaiting his opportunity. Without further contemplation, Conley passed the basketball to Yang Yan, considering that allowing him to attempt a shot might be a wise choice, especially since Odin was facing difficulties in the paint. As Conley pondered this, he moved to create space at the 45-degree angle. However, the next moment, a gasp echoed throughout the venue. Instinctively, Conley turned his gaze toward the hoop, only to witness a figure darting towards the basket with lightning speed. This was alarming, Conley thought to himself. Meanwhile, Yang Yan's eyes were fixed intently on Brook Lopez. Realizing Yang Yan's path of attack, Odin swiftly positioned himself to obstruct. Yet, Robin Lopez also opted for a similar maneuver, resulting in a tangle between Odin and Robin Lopez. Consequently, Brook Lopez found himself with ample space to defend against Yang Yan. It appeared that Stanford University held the upper hand in this situation. Nonetheless, this was precisely what Yang Yan required. As he approached the basket, Yang Yan forcefully pushed off with his right foot, executing no feints. Brook Lopez likewise leaped into the air, as blocking shots was his forte. Yang Yan takes his first shot in this match. Here he comes. Yang Yan's dazzling acceleration as he deftly maneuvers past his opponent. Incredible. Yang Yan has surged through the defense with astonishing speed. Oh no, he has advanced too rapidly. Odin has yet to establish his position beneath the basket. This spells trouble. Yang Yan is at risk of being blocked. On the court, he is now engaged in a fierce confrontation with Brook Lopez under the hoop. Jimmy Butler initiates his own challenge in the paint. Yang Yan's arms were as steady as Mount Tai, resolutely executing a layup while contending against Brook Lopez in midair. A flicker of undeniable astonishment crossed Lopez's eyes. How formidable! The only sensation lingering in Lopez's mind was one of disbelief. He had initially expected Yang Yan to be effortlessly swatted away. However, after the confrontation, Lopez realized that Yang Yan's resilience was on par with that of interior players. As the balance was lost in their clash, he could only watch helplessly as Yang Yan completed the layup with finesse. Upon landing, Yang Yan extended his hand and gently patted Lopez on the shoulder, while Odin beneath the basket joyfully congratulated him with a hearty slap on the back. Yang Yan turned to gaze at Odin. Greg, continue to hold your ground beneath the basket. If they persist in double-teaming you, I shall unleash an assault that will obliterate their entire interior defense. His final words were directed towards Brook Lopez, who had just blocked Odin in the previous play. Chapter 31. 100% NBA capability. Here comes the explosion. Damn it, you little punk. Who do you think you are? As Yang Yan's words came to an end, Robin Lopez was the first to lose his composure. Brook Lopez, swift of hand and keen of eye, quickly restrained his brother. A flicker of regret passed through Yang Yan's eyes. If the other party truly desired to resolve matters through force, Yang Yan possessed a modicum of knowledge in the realm of martial arts. Yang Yan chose to disregard his opponent and instead turned his attention to the defensive play. Turn back. The offensive sequence for Stanford University commenced. The temperamental Robin Lopez extended his hand, demanding the ball. He subsequently engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with Augustus. Despite Augustus's vigorous defense, the disparity in their physical attributes was evident. Nevertheless, Robin Lopez's shot under the basket was still disrupted, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Odin immediately contested for the rebound, but Brook Lopez also leapt into the air simultaneously. Brook Lopez deftly tapped the ball, which had nearly been secured by Odin. The basketball eluded Odin's grasp once more. As the ball descended, Odin prepared a challenge for the rebound again. But a figure had already soared into the air, none other than Robin Lopez, who had evaded Augustus's defense. Reluctantly, Odin altered his strategy, shifting from rebounding to defending. Robin Lopez's follow-up shot was once again obstructed. However, before Odin could exhale in relief, Brook Lopez capitalized on the opportunity and scored with a putback. This frenetic rhythm of battling for rebounds beneath the basket was the hallmark of the Lopez brothers. From the outset, Robin Lopez's intention had been to besiege Odin in the paint. He was convinced that within the NCAA league, no interior player could rival him and his brother. Furthermore, that insolent young man had been making bold declarations, even naming their inside presence. He was eager to see how the opponent would respond. Odin's expression revealed a hint of frustration. Clearly, his abilities surpassed those of his adversaries, yet the synergy between the two Lopez brothers was remarkable. This was the first time Odin had suffered such a significant setback in the paint since the beginning of the NCAA regular season leading into March Madness. Meanwhile, Yang Yin observed the triumphant Robin Lopez beneath the basket, a faint smirk gracing his lips. The offensive play for Ohio State University commenced. Conley dribbled past half-court and, with a swift glance, spotted Yang Yin advancing once again. This time, Conley passed the ball without hesitation. He had heard Yang Yan's promise earlier, and he wholeheartedly endorsed it. If it were not for his own limitations, Conley would certainly have singled out their entire interior defense. Odin, too, is a close ally of his. This time, after securing the ball, Yang Yin did not opt for a swift drive to the basket as he did previously. Instead, he took a stance beyond the three-point line and gestured towards the interior player, August. August immediately grasped Yang Yan's intention, and a joyful smile lit up his face. This wretched fellow was finally in for some misfortune. August glanced back at his companion, Robin Lopez, and swiftly maneuvered out from the paint to set a screen for Yang Yin. However, after the screen, August noticed that Robin Lopez had inexplicably remained behind. Clearly, Stanford University would not allow Brook Lopez to face Odin alone. Even in a switch during the screen, they would choose to remain passive. Of course, they had faith in Robin Lopez's defensive agility. Robin Lopez, in the paint, wore a mocking expression as he gazed in Yang Yan's direction, intent on luring him out of the paint. Dream on, Yang Yin also noticed the mocking gaze of Robin Lopez. A cold smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth. His intention was never to lure his opponent away from the paint. From the very beginning, Yang Yan's aim was to call him out directly. Since his adversary refused to step forward, he resolved to seek him out himself. Yang Yin skillfully utilized the pick to drive towards Robin Lopez. The latter, stationed beneath the basket, felt a flicker of excitement at the unfolding scene. Realizing that an opportunity had presented itself, Robin Lopez had prepared himself to contest Yang Yan's shot. Although his physicality was not on par with his brother's, he possessed superior leaping ability, which instilled him with confidence in his ability to block Yang Yin. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yin approached the paint. Suddenly, during his drive, he executed a sudden stop. This maneuver disrupted Robin Lopez's rhythm, who had anticipated a fierce drive to the basket. In an instant, he leaped, extending his hand to contest the shot. Meanwhile, Yang Yin, having halted his advance, simply raised his right hand and lofted the basketball into the air. The ball ascended gradually, surpassing Robin Lopez's height, exceeding the rim's elevation, before plummeting down with great force. Swish! The ball cleanly passed through the net with a crisp sound. Yang Yin is employing the very same underbasket floater that Dwayne Wade is renowned for. Unlike the intricate dribbling exhibited by Kyrie Irving, which is constrained by a limited ball handling ability, Yang Yin is able to fully showcase Wade's remarkable skill. This is undoubtedly a talent of NBA caliber, and one of the signature techniques of the superstar Dwayne Wade. If Robin Lopez could successfully block this, he would no longer be playing in the league. I have mentioned before that I will call you out. After scoring, Yang Yin cheerfully pointed at Robin Lopez. In the Dragon Kingdom's live stream, the audience exclaimed, "Brothers!" I sense that Yang Yan's performance in this match is absolutely explosive. I concur. Is Yang Yin on the verge of breaking his scoring record? 2 successful drives, 1 contested layup, and 1 floater, each executed with exquisite finesse. However, have you noticed that Yang Yin seems to be engaging in a rivalry with the opposing team's interior players? Just now, I observed him conversing with them. Interestingly, Yang Yin typically begins with a pull-up jumper before gradually opting for more drives as the game progresses. Yet today, he has taken a different approach, launching directly into two aggressive drives. It seems that Yang Yan's methods of breaking through have multiplied. Have you not noticed in the past, Yang Yan primarily relied on layups or dunks to penetrate. Now, he can also engage in physical confrontations and execute floaters. Yang has evolved once again. In the arena, Gallagher nodded in satisfaction from the sidelines. Although this was Yang's first display of such a shooting technique, it was evident that he had mastered it remarkably well. From Gallagher's expert perspective, Yang's recent shot was flawless. It seems that after being startled by his own performance last time, he has truly transformed. Yang Yan must have found another place to practice in secret, which is why he has not returned to the gym during this time. Reflecting on this, Gallagher felt a twinge of regret for his previous rashness. Had he known, he would not have disturbed Yang Yan. In this interim, Yang Yan has called upon Robin Lopez 3 times in succession, employing the jump shot each time. On the court, Yang Yan has become increasingly adept at executing this technique. In the previous series, he had not encountered any formidable opponents. Almost effortlessly, he would weave past defenders, with Odin clearing the way beneath the basket. What Yang Yan needs to do is simply execute a slam dunk or a layup. This follows Wade's graceful jump shot. Yang Yan showcased his skills for the first time in the competition. It is undeniable that possessing NBA-level prowess in the NCAA is akin to fishing with dynamite. Chapter 32, The Reckless Lopez. The stage is set for a clash of grievances. The Lopez brothers, who have been relentlessly targeted by Yang Yan, have now lost all semblance of dignity. Robin Lopez gazes at Yang Yan with an expression brimming with murderous intent. Brother, I shall ensure his demise. During the halftime intermission, Robin Lopez fixed a ferocious glare upon Yang Yan, as if sensing the weight of his gaze. Yang Yan turned around and smiled, shaking his head. Damn it! Who does he think he is? I will definitely kill him. Absolutely. The already volatile Robin Lopez was once again pushed to his breaking point. Stanford University's head coach, afar, furrowed his brow. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for them, and it was evident that if things continued down this path, the team was destined to lose the match. However, the mere thought of Yang Yan on the court prompted Afar to shake his head in resignation. Why was such a player not on his team? If the Lopez brothers in the paint were paired with Yang Yan, Stanford would undoubtedly be a championship contender. As for Robin Lopez's fury, it merely appeared to Afar as childish tantrums. On the other side, the atmosphere within the Ohio State University camp was markedly more positive. Dude, you're absolutely incredible. His close friend Johnny nudged Yang Yan's shoulder, his face alight with astonishment. He had witnessed firsthand Yang Yan's journey over the past few months, from sitting on the bench with no playing time to emerging as a pivotal player in the Ohio State Trident. For the first time in his life, Johnny felt a pang of envy towards Yang Yan on the court. Watching Yang Yan continuously call for the Lopez brothers in the paint for Odin only intensified the fire of ambition within him. Just moments ago, he had been a most fervent towel waver on the sidelines. Thanks, man. At that moment, Odin approached Yang Yan, his gaze towards him imbued with warmth. What is there to thank? Wasn't it you all who supported me back then? Yang Yan gazed at Aiden with a smile. Aiden, taken aback by the remark, hesitated for a moment before sheepishly scratching his head. For a fleeting instant, Aiden felt a twinge of guilt towards Yang Yan, for his initial intentions had not been entirely noble. Rather than genuinely supporting Yang Yan, his primary concern had been to prevent the team from suffering further losses. Perceiving Aiden's sentiments, Yang Yan rose and gently patted Audouin's shoulder. No matter what, you are the beacon of light that has pulled me from the depths of darkness. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement passed through Audouin's eyes. My friend, from this moment forth, you shall be my dearest brother. Audouin reciprocated the gesture, giving Yang Yan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Soon, the halftime break concluded. Prior to taking the field again, Coach Gallagher fervently clapped his hands at the sidelines. Stay focused. Stay focused. Play steadily and with determination. Do not panic. Do not grant the opponent any opportunities. They should be the ones feeling the pressure now. As he observed Gallagher's fervent exhortations from the sidelines, Yang Yan could not help but turn back and say to Odin, I suddenly feel that Gallagher resembles my grandmother. Odin was momentarily taken aback and even glanced back at Gallagher. Yang Yan observed that Odin remained unresponsive, shrugged with a smile, and proceeded towards the court. After a few moments had passed, suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted behind Yang Yan. Ha, Grandma. It seemed that Odin had recalled something amusing, clutching his belly as he laughed uproariously. Turning around, Yang Yan witnessed this scene and shook his head in silent amusement. Well, that reflex arc is rather prolonged, isn't it? However, unbeknownst to them, As the two reveled in their laughter, a pair of eyes nearby glared at them with malice. Remember, we must ensure that the one in the opposite team, number 2, along with Auden, takes action. Rest assured, I will make them pay dearly. Returning to the court, Ohio State University had possession of the ball. Conley, with the ball in hand, searched for opportunities beyond the three-point line. Meanwhile, Yang Yin furrowed his brow, for he noticed Robin Lopez surreptitiously elbowing Auden in the ribs. Brooke Lopez, on the other side, obstructed the referee's line of sight. The two effectively sandwiched Auden as if he were a hamburger. Ultimately, during this offensive play, Conley executed a mid-range shot, halting briefly to score. As they transitioned to defense, Robin Lopez provocatively sauntered past Yang Yin. Did you see that? Although we might lose the game, I will certainly leave my mark on him. Upon hearing Yang Yan's words, he abruptly lifted his head. Indeed, sensing the intensity of Yang Yan's gaze, Robin Lopez provocatively displayed a smug smile. Simultaneously, within the depths of Robin Lopez's mind, a fervent outcry echoed. Come on, engage with me, strike me. With great difficulty, he suppressed his inner turmoil, only to turn around and discover Yang Yin did not even glance at him. That damn fellow. Truly, he should be cursed. Robin Lopez was once again provoked deeply by Yang Yin. Meanwhile, Yang Yin furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the scene before him. At the age of 35, you once more encountered the Lopez brothers on the court. This long-awaited confrontation rekindled a nearly forgotten memory. Back in your sophomore year, you clashed violently with the Lopez brothers. Alone, you were overwhelmed as they united against you. You vaguely recalled Big Lopez locking your throat from behind, while Little Lopez swung his fists at you. Such a grudge cannot go unavenged. Encountering them again, it is time to settle this score. Please, host, fulfill your revenge against the Lopez brothers and give them a thorough beating. Rewards will be granted based on the completion of the task. Inciting yourself to engage in a brawl? Is this system truly serious? Upon seeing the content on the panel, Yang Yin felt as though he might shatter. Unlike the tasks triggered by others before him, this one was not a contest on the court, but rather a genuine physical fight. It must be noted that it was now the fervent month of March, with this match being the Sweet 16. The next game would be the quarterfinals. If he were to comply with the system's demands, Yang Yin had an ominous premonition that he would be suspended for at least one match. At this critical juncture, if such a decision were indeed made, it would be exceedingly perilous. Yet he found himself gazing at the tasks displayed on the system panel. Yang Yan's heart remained perpetually tumultuous. Good heavens, was this a deliberate act? There was no escape. Prior to the initiation of this task, Yang Yin had not encountered a system mission for an extended period. This meant that since the conclusion of the first round of Crazy March, the system had refrained from presenting any new tasks. Now, this task lay before him, almost akin to a temptation to commit a transgression. After such a long wait, he had finally stumbled upon another mission. Yang Yin truly does not wish to relinquish his aspirations. Curse it! Yang Yin forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions within himself, striving to refrain from contemplating the system's tasks. Indeed, this marked the first occasion that Yang Yin contemplated relinquishing his mission, especially at such a crucial juncture in the quarterfinals. Yang Yin believes that the competition holds paramount importance. Should he face suspension, it would undoubtedly represent a significant loss for the team, potentially thwarting their aspirations in the thrilling month of March. Despite Yang Yan's self-proclaimed nature, he harbors no regrets regarding his decision this time. Chapter 33. The Unyielding Yang Yin. The Naked Choke on Lopez. On the court, Robin Lopez's actions grew increasingly conspicuous, having even drawn a warning from the referee. Yet, Robin Lopez remained unabated, casting numerous provocative glances towards Yang Yin. Yang Yin continually reminded himself that a moment of impatience could disrupt grand plans. However, in the eyes of Robin Lopez, such a choice was merely a sign of capitulation. Robin Lopez grew increasingly triumphant. Are you afraid, you little brat? As long as you stay obedient, I might just let you off. During the counterattack, Robin Lopez deliberately bumped into Yang Yan's shoulder, then provocatively remarked towards him. Yet within, Robin Lopez secretly regretted not having acted sooner. The opponent, Yang Yin, was indeed a coward. A mere display of aggression had frightened him. It was akin to a child still reliant on a pacifier. Meanwhile, Yang Yan's gaze grew increasingly composed. In Ohio State University's offensive play, through the coordinated movements of Conley and Yang Yin, Auden found an opportunity beneath the basket. Receiving the pass, he faced a robust challenge from Brooke Lopez. Managing to push him aside, with both hands gripping the basketball, he aimed for the hoop. The impending success of this offensive play seemed inevitable. However, in the next moment, Robin Lopez, who had been providing support defense, charged from the side and collided forcefully with Odin midair. He even struck down with a heavy slap while airborne. Odin had almost no time to react and fell to the floor with a thud. Upon landing, Robin Lopez exuberantly spread his arms and shouted, "Get out of the paint. This is not a place for you." Witnessing this scene, Yang Yan's inner fury was ignited. Meanwhile, Conley rushed over, exclaiming, "Damn it, you scoundrel. Are you trying to commit murder?" Conley seized Robin Lopez by the front of his shirt. Upon recognizing Conley, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Robin Lopez's eyes. "Get lost," he bellowed, swinging his arm and delivering an elbow strike to Conley. Conley was sent flying more than a meter away. This elbow strike thoroughly enraged the Ohio State University camp. "Damn, you fool. Are you seeking death? Referee, are you blind? I will have your head." The players on the Ohio State University bench erupted in passionate shouts of indignation. "Everyone calm down. Do not act impulsively." Gallagher exerted all his effort to soothe the players from the sidelines, fully aware that if the bench players rushed onto the court, the nature of the situation would drastically change. "Damn, a bunch of idiots." On the court, Robin Lopez exhibited a complete lack of restraint, even defiantly gesturing a middle finger toward the Ohio State University bench. The players, including Augustus, could no longer contain their frustration and surged forward. The Stanford University contingent was equally unwilling to back down. While they may have been outmatched on a basketball court, they certainly would not yield in a fight. They could not stand idly by and watch Robin Lopez take a beating. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, not far away, Yang Yin finally sprang into action. Yang Yin fixed his gaze intently upon Robin Lopez. With a sudden burst of energy, he charged forward, even triggering Brewer's linear acceleration ability midway. He resembled a furious bull in his relentless pursuit. The crowd from Stanford University also took note of Yang Yin, attempting to intercept him. As Yang Yin beheld his opponent before him, he instinctively executed a maneuver that allowed him to glide past without losing speed. In the blink of an eye, he had deftly evaded two players from Stanford University. Robin Lopez, witnessing Yang Yan's advance, wore an expression of exhilaration. "Come on, little bitch," he exclaimed. "I shall make you regret this." Lowering his center of gravity and spreading his arms wide, he was poised to send Yang Yin sprawling, much like he had done to Conley moments earlier. In an instant, Yang Yin found himself right beside Robin Lopez. Yang Yin forcefully lowered his center of gravity, arching his entire body. With arms outstretched, he swiftly embraced Robin Lopez around the waist. Just as Lopez prepared to exert his strength, a sudden change washed over his face. For an overwhelming force surged through his midsection. Without any semblance of resistance, Robin Lopez lost his balance and was propelled backward by the tremendous force. Thud! He landed heavily on the floor and soon realized that the arms around his waist were like iron bands, firmly restraining him. Before he could react, those arms ascended with seamless fluidity, swiftly tightening around his neck. The sensation of suffocation erupted within him, leaving Robin Lopez's mind blank. "Oh, shit, this is it." Such was the final thought of Robin Lopez, who, without the chance to tap out and surrender, succumbed to unconsciousness. Beep, beep. The referee blew his whistle sharply and rushed onto the court, while security personnel finally arrived to completely separate the agitated players. It was at this moment that people noticed Robin Lopez lying peacefully along the sideline of the court. Meanwhile, the live broadcast from Longdou had exploded with excitement. "Wow, that big oaf is bullying him. Aren't they going to call a foul for that defensive move? Surely the referee isn't biased. Oh no, it's turned into a fight." Conley, who had stepped in, was sent flying. "This is too much." Yang Yin rushed towards that bulky figure. Goodness, Yang Yin actually executed a maneuver without losing speed. What did I just witness? A dive and a throw. Remarkable. That's the spirit. Yang Yin, bring that clumsy giant down. With a seamless pivot, Yang Yin successfully applied a naked choke hold on the hefty opponent. The live stream from Longdou was exceptionally lively. Fans were taken by surprise, witnessing Yang Yin's uniquely distinctive fighting style. His intentions were clear. His strikes were decisive and unhesitating. He didn't even afford his adversary a moment to react before rendering Robin Lopez unconscious. First, he skillfully maneuvered past the Stanford University player who attempted to intervene. Then, he executed a diving throw, overturning Robin Lopez with ease. Finally, he transitioned into a chokehold without allowing Robin any opportunity to concede. The entire sequence flowed like water. Most astonishingly, Yang Yin maintained a stoic expression throughout the ordeal. Moreover, he displayed no prior signs before his actions. The Stanford players, upon seeing Robin Lopez sprawled on the floor like a noodle, collectively felt a shiver run down their spines, their gazes towards Yang Yin filled with fear. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this spectacle, Yang Yin, sat calmly on the bench, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, Yang Yin felt a twinge of regret. He had acted too swiftly. Within mere seconds, he had subdued his opponent, inadvertently granting that infuriating fellow an easy way out. After throwing him down, a few more punches would have sufficed before applying the choke. With that thought, Yang Yin's gaze drifted towards Robin Lopez, who had just regained consciousness not far away. Chapter 34. Little Lopez's amnesia. Both exiled. Oh, what the hell? What transpired? Robin Lopez felt as though his head was about to explode. Wasn't he just dominating the court? What happened? Why could he remember nothing at all? As Robin surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the sympathetic glances directed at him. What on earth happened? Robin suppressed the urge to ask. You really don't remember anything? Finally, his brother, Brook Lopez, responded. Upon hearing this, Robin furrowed his brow and shook his head. Team doctor? What's going on? Brook looked anxiously at the nearby team physician. The doctor rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Currently, Robin's condition could be attributed to temporary amnesia caused by a lack of oxygen to the brain. From what I understand, a naked choke can indeed result in such an occurrence. Naked choke? After listening to the conversation, Robin Lopez found himself increasingly bewildered. Had he mistakenly wandered into the wrong filming location? Wasn't this the arena for NCAA competitions? How could there be a naked choke? No, wait. In the next moment, fragmented memories began to resurface in Robin Lopez's mind. He had been taken down by that insufferable brat. And then everything went blank. Damn it. That little rascal had choked him out. At that instant, Robin Lopez finally grasped what had transpired. He cast a fierce glare in Yang Yin's direction, only to find Yang Yin looking back at him with a face full of regret. An inexplicable wave of primal fear washed over him. Robin Lopez instinctively averted his gaze, unable to maintain eye contact with Yang Yin. After experiencing this turmoil, he finally realized just how embarrassing his previous actions had been. By the time he looked back with renewed ferocity, Yang Yin had already shifted his gaze to the side. Damn it, that scoundrel. Robin Lopez cursed with a look of frustration. The referee on the scene, through instant replay, finally comprehended the entire sequence of the altercation. The conflict was undoubtedly instigated by Robin Lopez, whose actions were clearly provocative. As for Conley, his involvement was somewhat ambiguous. He did not display any overtly aggressive behavior and was, in fact, knocked down by an elbow from the opponent. However, the fact that the opponent charged in first warrants careful consideration. As for Yang Yin, the referee could not help but gasp in astonishment. In all his years of officiating, he had never encountered a player exhibiting such outrageous conduct. Conflicts on the court typically consist of tangible exchanges, at most involving a grasp of the collar, leading to a collective tumble. Yang Yin is doing quite well here. A deep dive followed by a grappling throw, a chokehold, and a bare neck strangle. It's as if the basketball court has been transformed into an octagonal cage. The head referee strides to the center of the court and signals the ruling. Robin Lopez has committed a flagrant foul. Ejected. Yang Yin committed a malicious foul and was ejected from the game. Ultimately, the referee decided to spare Conley, as there was no evident act of aggression on his part. One might even argue that he was a victim in this scenario. Meanwhile, Stanford University, which had been eagerly awaiting the ruling, erupted in outrage upon hearing the decision. What are you doing with your officiating? Conley over there should have been ejected as well. Did you not see him strike me? Robin Lopez shouted furiously at the referee. Hurry, players, exit the court. The referee commanded, ignoring Lopez's accusations entirely. Frustration was etched across Robin Lopez's face, while his head coach, afar, wore a grim expression. His anger stemmed not from the altercation itself, but from the failure of his scheme. Indeed, this had been his plan from the outset. Facing a downward spiral in the first half, their only hope of securing victory lay in unconventional tactics. Hence, Afar devised this stratagem. Robin Lopez was to be the executor of this plan. Afar hoped that Lopez would incite a conflict on the court, ideally ensnaring two of the trio, Yang Yin, Conley, and Odin, in the fray. This would provide them with a slender chance of triumph in the match. Thus, after the first half, Lopez's brazen demeanor was entirely intentional. He aimed to provoke discord. Meanwhile, Brook Lopez refrained from involvement, serving as their trump card. However, They were unprepared for what transpired next. Yang Yin acted with remarkable swiftness. The conflict had scarcely erupted when Robin Lopez was rendered unconscious by his grip. "You have acted impulsively this time," Gallagher remarked helplessly, casting a glance at the composed Yang Yin before departing from the arena. Yang Yin smiled lightly upon hearing those words, and then, with a graceful wave of his hand, he strode into the players' tunnel. He refrained from uttering anything further, not even words of encouragement for his teammates. For Yang Yin understood that at such a moment, any utterance would only serve to burden his comrades with additional pressure. "Pass me the ball. I shall vanquish them." After Yang Yin's departure, Odin on the players' bench spoke with a fierce expression. Conley, upon hearing this, did not refuse but merely nodded in silence. However, the flames of determination had already ignited in his eyes. Gallagher, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but marvel inwardly, realizing that there were facets of Yang Yin he had yet to comprehend. That damn charisma. Gallagher found himself slightly losing control. Reflecting on his past actions towards Yang Yin, he felt an urge to slap himself. Glancing at the unfamiliar Odin, Gallagher nodded. Perhaps this situation was not entirely a misfortune. Previously, Odin had always maintained a demeanor of a good-natured gentleman, never displaying such an aggressive aura. For a player in the paint, such a temperament is not particularly advantageous. After this conflict, it seemed Odin had undergone some transformation. Upon returning to the locker room, Yang Yin let out a sigh of relief and leaned back against the bench. At this moment, he could only entrust his fate to his teammates. Nevertheless, he was confident that Odin and the others would not let him down. Yang Yin suddenly recalled a matter, the previous task. With this thought, he opened the system panel. At the age of 35, you successfully executed a bear hug and a chokehold on Robin Lopez. Are you aiming for the skies? You are no longer a youthful lad. You ought to be concerned that such grappling might strain your aging back. Nevertheless, your actions remain satisfying. The combination of the bear hug and the naked choke is sufficient to instill fear in Robin Lopez. Regrettably, the one who initially assaulted you was Brooke Lopez. And this time you were unable to confront both adversaries. Task completion rate, 80. Task reward, a random secondary league gift package will be issued. Please keep an eye out for it. Yang Yin cast a glance at the rewards displayed before him, silently acknowledging the truth of the situation. Previously, he had only targeted Robin Lopez on the court, which signified that he could no longer achieve the same level of task completion as in the preceding two instances. A completion rate exceeding 90% would yield a self-selected secondary league gift pack, while full 100% would grant him a random NBA league gift pack, akin to his previous experiences. Regrettably, this time, his task completion fell short. Chapter 35. The Reward of Star Player Zion's Power. Who is Zion? Yang Yin did not hesitate for long and promptly opened the rewards from the random secondary league gift pack. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the prowess of basketball, star Zion Williamson, NCAA. Yang Yin gazed at the reward before him, feeling somewhat speechless. Yet another player he had never heard of. This time, not only was the individual obscure, but he also fell short of being a legendary figure. As expected, the thrill of opening rewards was best experienced in his own sacred space. The NCAA-level strength attribute held little significance for Yang Yin at this moment. After all, throughout the regular season, he had yet to encounter anyone whose strength was so overwhelming that he could not compete. Therefore, it was likely that the strength disparity among NCAA-level players was not exceedingly vast. This attribute seemed unlikely to provide him with substantial enhancement, yet another lackluster ability. Previously, he had witnessed the remarkable straight-line acceleration of Brewer and Rose's ability to change direction without losing speed, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. However, this current ability left Yang Yin at a loss for how to utilize it. Just then, a new panel unexpectedly appeared before him. The system detected a significant disparity in strength compared to Zion Williamson and recommended that he opt for a gradual synchronization process. Yang Yin was then presented with three choices: 1 week, 1 month, or 3 months. As he contemplated these options, his mind began to race. This was the first time he had encountered an ability that could not be immediately employed and required the system to arrange a synchronization period. Initially indifferent, Yang Yin could not help but furrow his brow. Was this ability not as straightforward as he had presumed? But which of the three options should he select? 1 week. That would allow him to keep pace with the team's upcoming matches. 1 month would mean directly missing out on the madness of March. 3 months, however, might just enable him to complete the assimilation before the draft. Darn it. Yang Yin felt a sharp pain in his head. Indeed, contemplation was not his forte. How surprising. In that case, he would opt for a straightforward approach. 1 week. Yang Yin selected the first option. The host has chosen the synchronization cycle. Over the next week, the host's strength will be synchronized. This entire process may cause fluctuations in the host's other abilities. Please do not panic. Is that all? Yang Yin stretched his body. Perceiving no noticeable change, he decisively dismissed the prompts of the system, for he had already heard the exclamations of excitement from the crowd. Within the arena, the players of Ohio State University embraced one another in jubilant celebration, while the members of Stanford University exhibited expressions of profound dejection, as their journey in this year's NCAA tournament had come to an abrupt end. Soon, at the referee's signal, players from both teams exchanged handshakes. However, the head coach of Ohio State, Gallagher, stood tall and resolute before afar, exhibiting no intention of extending a handshake, instead gazing down with palpable disdain. It was evident that as a professional coach, Gallagher had discerned the ignoble tactics afar employed to incite Robin Lopez. The mere fact that one could assume the role of a team coach was an affront to the profession itself. Gallagher regarded afar, whose eyes were filled with malice. With an air of contempt, "I shall not shake your hand. Should you harbor any grievances, you may file a complaint with the league post-match. Of course, I too shall report your actions during this game." With that, Gallagher turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Previously, his players had been subjected to a tumultuous ordeal on the court, and, as their coach, he felt powerless to intervene physically. Yet, now that they were off the court, such societal maneuvers were best left to him, the seasoned veteran. Moreover, this individual had jeopardized their chances of retaining their finest small forward for the upcoming match. In no time, the players of Ohio State University surged into the locker room. "Young, we won," Odin exclaimed as he burst in, lifting Yang Yin above his head in exuberance. This unexpected display left Yang Yin utterly astonished. "What the hell? I stand nearly 2 meters tall, and you decide to hoist me like a trophy. Do I not have any dignity?" Yet in that moment, no one cared about the absurdity of the scene. All were eager to share in the elation of victory with Yang Yin. Once the excitement had subsided and calmness returned, Coach Gallagher stepped into the center of the locker room. "Boys, though it may seem premature to utter this now, shouldn't we consider launching an assault on the championship?" Galahad regarded the crowd with a bemused smile. Indeed, as his words echoed in the air, the breaths of those in the locker room quickened. Prior to the fervor of March Madness, their chance of victory had often served as mere self-encouragement. Yet now, it appeared that the coveted trophy was within their grasp. Perhaps they could genuinely aspire to claim it, especially after vanquishing Stanford University and securing their place among the Final Eight. The trophy was tantalizingly close. "Return and rest well. Let us rally for the next match." Galahad clapped his hands and signaled for everyone to disperse freely. He then approached Yang Yin. In stark contrast to his earlier exuberance, Galahad's expression bore a hint of turmoil as he stood before Yang Yin. "You must brace yourself," he murmured softly. "What transpired today may very well lead to your suspension in the upcoming match." Yang Yin shook his head in resignation. "It is not a matter of possibility regarding suspension. It is a certainty. He has shattered the NCAA record, becoming the first player to employ grappling and rear-naked chokes on the court. If he were to escape a suspension, it would be a disservice to the significance of this record. I have faith in my teammates. They possess the ability to carry me to the semifinals." Yang Yin smiled faintly as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Gallagher nodded helplessly. Yang Yin possesses confidence, yet within his heart, uncertainty lingers. Time swiftly passes. On the day following the conclusion of the match, the league announced the post-match penalties. As anticipated, the outcomes were predictable. Yang Yin and Robin Bruce have both been suspended for 1 match. According to NCAA regulations, this automatically results in a suspension for the subsequent game. Yang Yin will be absent from the quarterfinals of the team. Meanwhile, Stanford University has been eliminated this season, resulting in Robin Lopez's automatic absence from the first match of the next season. At first glance, it seems that Yang Yin is at a greater disadvantage. However, the subsequent league announced an investigative statement. The focus of the investigation is on Stanford University's head coach, Afar, who allegedly incited players to provoke conflict on the field. Should the league uncover conclusive evidence, it is highly likely that Afar's coaching credentials will be revoked. This news is quite gratifying for Ohio State University. Furthermore, once the investigation commences, it is improbable that the opposing side can evade accountability. After all, the members of the Stanford University team are well aware of the unfolding events. They are unlikely to jeopardize their careers to assist Afar in concealing his misdeeds. Chapter 36. A Surge of Power. The Final Four. Outside Ohio State University. Yang Yin stood outside the bus, bidding farewell to his teammates. Due to his suspension, he was unable to accompany the team to the quarterfinals. His presence here was solely to send off his comrades, believing that it would ignite their fighting spirit. Indeed, Yang Yin was correct. Inside the bus, the players were filled with a sense of frustration, eager to shatter everything before them. Just before parting ways, Yang Yin handed Coach Gallagher an envelope, advising him that if the team emerged victorious, the contents would be of little significance. However, should the team find themselves in a stalemate or trailing, the envelope's contents could be entrusted to Odin. Having accomplished all of this, Yang Yin settled down at school, patiently awaiting the outcome of the match. Meanwhile, on the quarterfinal court, Gallagher paced anxiously along the sidelines, cursing Ockley for failing to keep up with the opposing players. With Yang Yin suspended, Ockley, who had previously transitioned from starter to substitute, was now thrust into the starting lineup in Yang Yin's stead. Unfortunately, Ockley's performance throughout the game was abysmal, and Odin found himself besieged, lacking the support of Yang Yin from the perimeter. The pressure on Odin in the paint was immense, and Ohio State University began to fall further behind. As the game slipped away, Gallagher was compelled to call a timeout, hoping to recalibrate his players. At that moment, his hand brushed against the envelope in his pocket. After a brief hesitation, Gallagher retrieved it and handed it to Odin. "This is what Yang Yin asked me to give you before we left." Odin, panting heavily, accepted the envelope. Upon glancing at its contents, he clenched the paper tightly in his fist, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. "From now on, the game is in my hands. Pass me the ball." Odin rose from his seat and strode to the sidelines, refusing to rest even though the timeout was not yet over, his gaze fixed intently on the opposing team. Gallagher, intrigued by Odin's transformation, picked up the crumpled paper from the floor. Upon unfolding it, he found a simple message written inside. "Brother, you will bring me to the semifinals, won't you?" After reading the words, Gallagher couldn't help but shake his head and smile. In this age, what could possibly hold more significance than brotherhood? Yang Yin was suspended for standing up for Odin, and now Odin must shoulder Yang Yin's burden as they advance to the semifinals together. Once the timeout concluded, Odin's performance transformed dramatically. Even when confronted by 5 opponents clustered beneath the basket, Odin relentlessly attacked the rim, seemingly fixated solely on the hoop. Under his tireless onslaught, he single-handedly dismantled the opposing team. The scouts in attendance were left in a frenzy. In this match, Odin exhibited impeccable skills befitting a top draft pick. If Durant on the opposing team maintained his prior form, the contest for the number 1 pick would already be settled in Odin's favor. With his extraordinary physical gifts, athletic prowess, tactical acumen, and ability to lead his team to victory, he is undoubtedly a natural choice for the top selection. In stark contrast to the fervor surrounding Odin, the situation on Yang Yin's side is quite difficult to articulate. Inside the school's gymnasium, Yang Yin sat on the bench at the sidelines, his expression one of deep frustration. Not far from him lay a discarded weight plate on the floor. Yang Yin gazed at his own arm, a look of utter disbelief etched upon his face. How exaggerated! He had previously acquired the formidable powers of Zion Williamson. Yang Yin chose a synchronization cycle of 1 week. Initially, there were no discernible changes. However, more than 2 days have elapsed since the last occurrence. Yang Yin has already sensed a surge of energy coursing through his body. Thus, brimming with excitement, he ventured to the gym to put his newfound strength to the test. The barbell, which he had previously struggled to lift, now felt almost weightless in his hands. A most delightful transformation indeed. However, as he practiced mid-range shots and drives, he encountered a significant dilemma. The sudden increase in power disrupted his once consistent shooting accuracy, leading to considerable fluctuations. Moreover, his body's equilibrium was also noticeably affected, albeit to a lesser degree than his shooting touch. At that moment, Yang Yin accessed the system panel and finally comprehended the meaning behind the system's warning regarding potential fluctuations in other abilities. Damn it! Had he known, he would have opted for a longer selection period. The resultant effects would undoubtedly have been less pronounced. Given his current state, it was certain that Yang Yin's prowess would be compromised. Yet, there was no opportunity for a reevaluation now. Suddenly, the sound of a ringing phone echoed through the gymnasium. Yang Yin promptly picked up the phone. "Brother, we have made it to the semifinals." Although the other end was filled with raucous cheers, Yang Yin could still hear that resolute statement with crystal clarity. "I knew you could do it." A gentle smile gradually emerged on Yang Yan's face. Within the arena of the quarterfinals, Gallagher bore an expression of helplessness as he received his phone from Odin. The match had just concluded, and Odin could hardly contain his eagerness to get his hands on the phone, not even waiting to return to the locker room for his own. His sole intention was to promptly share the good news with Yang Yan. Reluctantly, Gallagher tucked the phone into his pocket. Yet it was impossible to conceal the joy that radiated from his face. The next step was to advance to the Final Four. Just one more leap, and they would enter the championship match. It all felt like a vivid dream. In the arena, after hanging up the phone, Yang Yan once again glanced at the system panel. The system had issued a new task. At the age of 35, you have been suspended for one match due to an altercation. Fortunately, your teammates excelled, propelling you into the exhilarating Final Four of March Madness. Isn't it exhilarating to be carried along like this? However, regrettably, in the next match, you must return. A brief respite is not the end. Old Deng. Do not forget your original intentions. Please follow the team and strive for victory in the Final Four matches. Upon completion of the task, a customizable secondary league gift package awaits you. Yang Yan gazed at the panel with sparkling eyes. At last, it had appeared. The self-selected secondary league gift pack. The system had finally shown some generosity this time. Previously, the gifts provided were merely random selections from the secondary league. Yang Yan had, to some extent, encountered several opportunities to obtain a self-selected gift pack. However, fate had cruelly conspired against him, causing him to miss every single one. But this time, Yang Yan resolved to seize the opportunity with unwavering determination. He had firmly set his sights on the self-selected secondary league gift pack. Not even the arrival of Jesus could deter him. Chapter 37. A re-encounter with Durant. A fateful confrontation. Time flies swiftly, and it is already the 5th day. On the team bus, Yang Yan sat in the front row, his eyes half closed in a semblance of slumber. Meanwhile, at the rear of the bus, the starting power forward, Augustus, stealthily made his way to Johnny's side. "Hey, buddy," Augustus said with a sycophantic smile, gazing at Johnny. The sight sent a shiver down Johnny's spine, nearly prompting him to instinctively shield himself. Ignoring Johnny's apprehensions, Augustus plopped down beside him. "What do you want?" Johnny exclaimed, a look of sheer terror etched on his face. "Buddy, I merely wish to inquire about a few matters," Augustus whispered to Johnny, surreptitiously glancing towards the front row. Sensing that no one was paying him any heed, he exhaled in relief. Johnny regarded him with a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by Augustus's intentions. Augustus stammered, awkwardly searching for the right words. "What exactly do you want to ask?" Johnny furrowed his brow, directing a scrutinizing look at Augustus. Under the pressure of Johnny's inquiry, Augustus finally summoned his courage. "Aren't you and Yang Yan good friends? Do you happen to know if he is planning to switch to another position?" Upon hearing this, Johnny appeared momentarily taken aback. "Switch to what? I haven't heard anything about it." In the next instant, as Augustus stared in shock, Johnny bellowed towards the front row. "Yang, you damned rascal. Are you really planning to change positions? How come I was not informed?" Yang Yan turned his head back from the front row, directing his gaze towards Johnny. He first raised his middle finger at Johnny, followed by an exasperated curse. "Damn it, when did I ever say I wanted to play other positions? Did you hear that bastard say that?" As his words fell, Augustus, who was beside Johnny, instinctively sought to flee. However, it was too late. Johnny promptly shoved Augustus out. "That guy said it." In Augustus's despondent gaze, Johnny wasted no time in making his purchase. Without so much as a backward glance, Yang Yan raised his middle finger again from the back row, subsequently resuming his meditative state. "See, I told you Yang Yan had no intention of changing positions. Otherwise, how would I be unaware of it?" Johnny explained to Augustus, who had just returned from the brink of despair, stifling the urge to throw a punch. Augustus managed a forced smile before swiftly turning away. As he fled, Augustus silently cursed himself. "Damn it, how could I have asked this guy for information?" Augustus swore that Johnny was the most brainless individual he had ever encountered. Without exception, this all stemmed from the aftermath of the last game. Ohio State University was gearing up for the Final Four, while Yang Yan had begun to frequently seek advice from Odin on low-post scoring techniques. This scene, of course, had caught the attention of the starting power forward, Augustus. After all, Yang Yan's position on the team had always been that of a small forward or shooting guard. In any case, neither of these roles required proficiency in low-post scoring. The only possibility was that Yang Yan had set his sights on Augustus's starting position. From that moment on, Augustus became increasingly anxious. Nevertheless, despite the tumultuous process, The outcome was ultimately favorable for Augustus, as he obtained the answers he sought. Soon, the team bus arrived at the game venue, the site designated for the Final Four. This time, the NCAA had chosen the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, a colossal arena capable of accommodating over 60,000 spectators, serving as a venue for both football and basketball events. Here, Ohio State University would face off against the University of Texas to determine the ultimate victor. Indeed, this was the showdown of the Final Four. Yang Yin and his teammates once again encountered their old adversaries, the University of Texas, who had bested them during the regular season. Kevin Durant, who had contended fiercely with Odin for the coveted top draft position throughout the season, also led his team to this final showdown. Having suffered a defeat to Ohio State University in the regular season, it was evident that they had not triumphed over this formidable team. As they made their mark in March Madness, history was being crafted anew. Around 10 in the morning, players from both teams gradually arrived at the arena. The stadium, filled to its capacity of 60,000, resonated with fans from across the globe. This was, without a doubt, the largest gathering Ohio State University had ever witnessed. "Oh, shit. Mike, my legs feel a bit shaky," exclaimed one player as they stepped onto the court. The deafening cheers from the crowd instantly instilled a sense of anxiety among the team members, even causing Yang Yan's expression to become notably more serious. Can you imagine the exhilaration of nearly 60,000 voices cheering for you? The overwhelming roar sent shivers down Yang Yan's spine. "You youngsters seem a tad nervous," Gallagher remarked with a smile, glancing at the players. The team members turned their heads in unison at his words. Gallagher chuckled lightly. "You should know that the opponents might be feeling even worse." He pointed towards the University of Texas. Indeed, the opposing team displayed signs of tension as well. Duran, while entering the arena, accidentally tripped, causing those from Ohio State to burst into laughter. The tense atmosphere dissipated significantly in that moment. "I won't impose any demands for this match. By now, we may all feel weary. Therefore, I only hope that everyone can play without regrets." Gallagher smiled as he addressed the team. As the captain, calmly slowly extended his right hand. The members of Ohio State gathered around, each placing their right hand atop his. Ohio State. Victory! Victory! At this moment, in the front row of the audience, a young man of Eastern descent held his phone up, facing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the streamer has truly gone all out for this live broadcast. Today, we bring you the climactic showdown of March Madness Final Four. The teams are well known to all, having faced each other previously during the regular season. Here, the streamer wishes to convey just one message. Yang Yan, keep it up." The enthusiastic fans in the audience include Xiao Liang, a broadcaster from the Dragon Country. This time, he has spent a considerable fortune to secure a front-row seat for the match. However, it is not solely for the purpose of providing his followers with the finest live commentary. It is also because he is an ardent admirer of Yang Yan. Go Yang. In this match, victory is undoubtedly destined for Yang. Of course, during the regular season, Durant was unable to defend against Yang, and now it is even less likely. Poor Durant, having traversed this journey, ultimately encounters Yang. Such is fate. His exhilarating march is about to come to an end. However, I advise against excessive optimism. I've been closely observing Durant's gameplay. Compared to the regular season, he has significantly improved. Naturally, our Yang has also grown stronger. The fans in a live stream have become quite lively. Chapter 38, The Protruding Posterior. What a back play. On the court, amidst the cheers of nearly 60,000 fans. The match has officially commenced. Contrary to expectations, the University of Texas has seized the early advantage. Durant swiftly found his rhythm, initiating the offense in the first 3 possessions of the game with 2 mid-range jump shots and a driving layup. In contrast, Ohio State University seemed to enter the game at a sluggish pace. Unbeknownst to many, the point gap had widened to 7, favoring the University of Texas. What on earth is happening today? Why isn't Yang attacking? Indeed, nearly 10 minutes have passed since the game began, and Yang has been either defending or battling for rebounds, not attempting a single offense. When Conley passes the ball to Yang, he also opts to pass it away. What is Yang Yin truly contemplating? It's infuriating to watch. One must lose with grace and acceptance. The lack of resistance from Yang Yin is quite disheartening. The mood within the live stream has begun to sour, all stemming from the events of the opening matchup to this very moment. Yang Yin did not initiate a single offensive move. His usual swift dribbling and rhythmical breakthroughs, or even his mid-range shots from sudden halt, were nowhere to be seen today. It was as if he had no desire to triumph in this match. Patience is key. We must grant Yang Yin some time to acclimatize for he is merely a rookie in his first year, stepping onto such a grand stage for the very first time. It is only natural to feel nervous. The host, Xiao Yang, endeavored to clarify this in the live broadcast. Following his statement, the hostility in the chat began to gradually dissipate. However, in stark contrast to the optimistic atmosphere of the chat room, the live host Xiao Yang wore a troubled expression as he watched Yang Yan on the court. He could clearly see that Yang Yan seemed to be hesitating. Beep. Ultimately, Coach Gallagher called for a timeout. The players from both teams retreated to the sidelines. Upon reaching the bench, Gallagher immediately pulled Yang Yan to his side. "Hey, buddy, wake up. Your teammates need you," Gallagher exclaimed, vigorously patting Yang Yan's shoulder. The sharp pain almost compelled Yang Yan to cry out. Beside them, Conley looked at Yang Yan with confusion, unable to comprehend why Yang Yan had displayed not a hint of aggression in this game. Even in his passing, Yang Yan would either return the ball or pass it to the interior player, Odin. Was he intimidated by Durant? Conley shook his head, dismissing that notion from his mind. How could Yang Yan's character instill fear of Durant within him? What then is he truly hesitating about? At that moment, Odin approached and placed a comforting arm around Yang Yan's shoulders. "Buddy, don't bear such heavy burdens. To be honest, at this point, I am already quite satisfied. So, how about we simply relish the game from here on out?" Odin gazed at Yang Yan with an innocent smile, faced with the expectant looks of those around him. Yang Yan ultimately let out a resigned sigh. "All right then, it's not that I don't wish to take my shot, but today marks the 5th day of synchronized strength. Yang Yan's strength has surged to double its initial magnitude. This enhancement is nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, Yang Yan finally comprehends that he seems to have acquired an extraordinary ability. Occasionally, he is even tempted to curse. The level of power he possesses astonishingly emerged from a secondary league gift pack. And that individual named Zion Williamson. Could he truly not be a monstrous entity? Although Yang Yan is unfamiliar with the standards of strength in the NBA, it is evident that this power, when compared to the NBA, is remarkably impressive. This is merely a reflection of the strength he had during his NCAA days. While he is elated to have obtained a capability that rivals or even surpasses that of the NBA, the ramifications of such a transformation are glaringly apparent. It appears that Yang Yan has become somewhat inept at playing basketball. His shooting accuracy has plummeted, and the increase in strength has rendered his body balance difficult to manage during drives. This explains why he has refrained from initiating offensive plays. Soon, the timeout concludes, and the players from both teams stride onto the court. Yang Yan pauset momentarily, gesting a resigned glanje et gangli. Perhaps you could grant me some low passes. I wish to experiment with low-post offense. Yang Yan spoke it to Conley. Conley, initially taken aback by the remark, nodded in response. Although he was perplexed by Yang Yan's decision to forego a shot or a drive in favor of a low-post maneuver that he had never employed before, he chose to place his trust in Yang Yan. On the court, the offensive possession of Ohio State University unfolded. After Yang Yan executed the sideline throw-in, Conley, holding the ball at the top of the arc, surveyed the court. Meanwhile, Yang Yan made a decisive cut towards the paint from a 45-degree angle. Durant attempted to contain Yang Yan's movements. Although Yang Yan did not display a strong offensive desire in this match, Durant could not forget their previous encounter. Yang Yan's unyielding dribbling maneuver rendered him the subject of ridicule. Contrary to expectations regarding Yang Yan's positioning, he found himself near the paint area. In an instant, Yang Yan pivoted, effectively positioning himself between Durant and the play. This sudden shift, coupled with an indescribable force, left Durant with no time to react, as he found himself dutifully confined behind Yang Yan. Subsequently, Yang Yan lowered his center of gravity and gestured towards Conley, stationed beyond the three-point line. This scene caused Gallagher, watching from the sidelines, to feel his heart racing. What on earth is happening? Is he attempting a low-post isolation? Has he forgotten he is a small forward? Which legitimate small forward engages in low-post backdowns? While Gallagher's mind was in a frenzy, Conley had already executed a decisive bounce pass, delivering the basketball to Yang Yan. Yang Yan steadily received the basketball. Indeed, this is the contingency plan that Yang Yan devised for this match. After all, his mid-range shots and penetrations had both momentarily lost their usual precision. Thus, Yang Yan opted for the most straightforward and direct approach. Yang Yan recalled his efforts on the court, seeking guidance from Odin on the intricacies of low-post back-to-the-basket techniques. He skillfully utilized his back to pin his opponent. Yes, he achieved that. Then, he engaged his hips, propelling his adversary backward, reminding himself to refrain from exerting full force to prevent his opponent from retreating. Yes, he accomplished that as well. It seemed rather straightforward. As Yang Yin pushed Durant towards the paint, a sense of delight blossomed within him, reflecting on his earlier concerns about his capabilities, which now seemed unfounded. However, the perspectives of the onlookers present painted a starkly different picture from Yang Yan's feelings. Some gaped in astonishment, others widened their mouths in disbelief, while a few could not stifle their laughter. All of this was prompted by the comical scene unfolding on the court. Yang Yin employed a rather clumsy low-post maneuver, thrusting his posterior towards Durant behind him. Like a scene frozen in a film, he awkwardly squeezed into the paint, much to the bemusement of the spectators present. Even the head coach, Gallagher, could not help but cover his eyes in disbelief. Truly an eyesore. Chapter 39. The Ferocious Dunk. This young man could make it to the NBA. Good heavens. Is Yang Yin merely putting on a show? His back-to-the-basket play resembled that of an elderly gentleman in the local park, causing quite a stir. Why has he suddenly resorted to this back-to-the-basket style? Clearly, this is not a technique within Yang Yan's repertoire. Could it be that the team's Mediterranean coach has begun to lose his mind again? Why abandon impressive breakthroughs for this? At that moment, the audience in the live broadcast began to express their confusion over Yang Yan's choice. Yet, 2 seconds later, silence enveloped them all. On the court, while everyone was stifling their laughter at Yang Yan's awkward low-post skills, Yang Yin had already propelled Durant to the basket. At that moment, Yang Yin found himself momentarily stunned. Suddenly, he recalled an important detail. Oh no. In his eagerness to learn low-post techniques from Odin, he had completely forgotten how to finish at the rim. However, after a brief pause, Yang Yin made a decision. A jump shot seemed impractical, so he resolved to execute a dunk. Having arrived so close to the basket, it would be a disservice to himself not to cap off this impressive display of strength with a slam. With this thought in mind, Yang Yin pivoted, channeling all his energy into a powerful leap, grasping the basketball with both hands as he soared towards the hoop. Durant, positioned behind him, was unexpectedly sent sprawling out of bounds by Yang Yan's fierce maneuver. Fortunately, Enders, the starting power forward from the University of Texas, rushed in to provide timely defense. In midair, the two collided. In the next instant, Enders' expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming force bearing down on him, causing him to lose his balance instantly. With a resounding thud, Yang Yin completed the dunk under the basket, landing with clenched fists and a triumphant smile. It appeared that executing a low-post move was not as daunting as he had imagined. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, exclaiming, "Oh my, that was utterly ferocious. Who on earth is this guy? This is the most insane basket of the game." This audacious dunk ignited the spectators, who shouted in exhilaration. Meanwhile, the live broadcast from Longdou became lively as well. What about that big guy from earlier? Can your park's old man pull this off? Wow, two-handed dunk. Can't mess with him. Ha ha. The park's old man couldn't possibly dunk like that. He might manage a slide tackle at best. The old man from the park chimed in. You all can boast, but don't drag me into this. All right, I admit, I might have spoken a bit too loudly earlier. Yang is truly remarkable. Ha ha. You certainly know your place. One might say that Yang Yan's fierce dunk is on an entirely different level compared to his earlier clumsy, low-post isolation play. No one could have anticipated that Yang Yin, who appeared to be struggling in his back-to-the-basket moves, would execute such an exaggerated two-handed slam upon reaching the rim. Following this offensive display, Yang Yin seems to have discovered the key to excelling in this match. As the subsequent games unfolded, everyone eagerly anticipated his ball handling. Once Yang Yin took possession, the crowd erupted into frenzied cheers. Amidst the raucous applause, he showcased his rather rudimentary low-post offensive skills, methodically pushing Durant deeper into the paint, culminating in a powerful two-handed slam dunk. Even the University of Texas called a timeout to strategize in response. However, when the opposing team double-teamed Yang Yin, Greg Oden would receive his passes, effortlessly spinning away from defenders before executing a thunderous dunk. By the time the second half arrived, Ohio State University had established a commanding 12-point lead, having transformed a 7-point deficit into an advantage, all thanks to Yang Yan's mesmerizing low-post maneuvers. Though his technique appeared comically inept, it delivered a fatal blow to the University of Texas. Durant found himself utterly incapable of defending against Yang Yan's back-to-basket plays. Despite the numerous flaws in Yang Yan's approach, Durant failed to thwart him even once. The moment Yang Yin positioned himself with his back to Durant, the latter's fate was sealed. Amidst the laughter of the exuberant crowd, Durant's composure began to unravel. This match attracted a plethora of scouts and stars from various NBA teams. Observing from the sidelines, despite Durant spending an entire season proving that, although he may appear slender, he possesses formidable resilience against physical play. Many teams attempted to exploit his perceived weaknesses, yet his seemingly frail physique held up in every contest. This particular game, however, starkly confronted him with reality. Numerous scouts, in unison, took out their pens, marking a significant question mark in Durant's scouting report regarding his adaptability to the physicality of the NBA. Little did they realize that the issue was not Durant's ability to withstand contact, but rather the fact that he was contending with an extraordinary talent in Yang Yan. Perhaps only the ancient titans of yore could rival Yang Yan's strength during their collegiate years. In the stands, a large, bald man observed Yang Yan's clumsy low post moves with great amusement. "I like this kid. He's quite entertaining," he exclaimed, delighting in the sight of Durant being repeatedly pushed into the paint. "Does this remind you of your younger days, Shaq?" inquired a man sporting a flat-top hairstyle, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Indeed, the bald man was none other than the illustrious Shaquille O'Neal, a titan within the league. "Thank you," he responded. "In my youth, I was undoubtedly far more formidable than he. One must understand that I am a once-in-a-century prodigy." O'Neal looked whimsically at the man sporting a bowl haircut. "By the way, Allen, have you considered him for your team? I believe this young lad has the potential to enter the NBA. Perhaps you could suggest it to the team," O'Neal remarked to the man with the bowl haircut. After speaking, O'Neal realized he might have misspoken. "My apologies, I momentarily forgot," he said, awkwardly scratching his head. "It's quite all right." The man with the bowl haircut smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively. However, he could not entirely conceal the hint of sorrow that flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the man with the bowl haircut was none other than NBA star Allen Iverson. O'Neal had forgotten that Iverson had just been traded in December. Now, Iverson was with the Denver Nuggets, no longer the team's leading figure. "In truth, I genuinely believe it merits consideration. I really like this kid, and I shall also suggest it to the team," O'Neal said, grinning as he scratched his bald head. Upon hearing this, Iverson glanced towards Yang Yan on the court and, after a moment, nodded subtly, though a trace of despondency flickered in his eyes. After all, how could one who is unable to command his own fate possess the qualifications to mentor the next generation? Chapter 40, Self-Selected Rewards Received. The legend is here. The game concluded with Ohio State University achieving an unexpected and smooth victory. Ever since Yang Yan showcased his laughably impressive post moves, the University of Texas had fallen far behind. Ultimately, the final whistle blew, and in the semifinals, Ohio State University emerged triumphant, destined to stand upon the grand stage to vie for the ultimate glory of March Madness. Meanwhile, Durant, having lost the match, could no longer contain his emotions amidst the cacophony of mocking laughter from fans. He buried his face in his hands and succumbed to tears. The arduous journey he had traversed weighed heavily on him. He had shouldered the burden of leading the team alone. The squad lacked a concrete strategy, with all tactics revolving around him taking charge. None of this mattered. He had even anticipated the possibility of defeat earlier. Thus, from the very beginning, Durant had prepared himself mentally. It was not the failure he could not accept, but rather the manner of this particular defeat. In the midst of a seemingly absurd post move, under the gaze of 60,000 jeering spectators, he had lost the game inexplicably. At Ohio State University, all the players embraced one another, reveling in the euphoria of victory. Yet, Yang Yan gazed ahead. At the age of 35, you stood on the grand stage of the Final Four, a moment significant enough to etch your name in history. However, this match also served as a profound blow to the legendary star Durant, particularly as he was vanquished by you in such a comical manner, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. The iconic Durant silently vowed that in their next encounter, he would ensure you paid the price. "Ah, old Deng, you have now acquired a nemesis who views you as a lifelong rival. While it may seem extraordinary for a legendary player to regard you as such, old Deng, you have every reason to take pride. Though age may weigh upon you, your prowess remains formidable. At this moment, you have proven your capabilities as the venerable old Deng. Congratulations, host, on triggering the special bond quest of a lifelong rival. This task will automatically commence at your next match against the legendary Durant. Each time you triumph over this lifelong adversary, you shall receive various precious rewards. Cherish every opportunity to face off against your eternal foe." Yang Yan stared numbly at the panel before him. What on earth is happening? Yet another legendary star. Yang Yan felt disinclined to utter more words. It seemed that all these unseasoned legendary players had crossed paths with him. With a helpless shake of his head, he directed his gaze towards Durant, who was weeping inconsolably not far away. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Could it be that this individual would eventually evolve into a legendary player as well? Yang Yin had never doubted the system's assessments. It was said that the previous cherubic phase had a similar fate. Yang Yin couldn't help but recall the cherubic phase from Davidson College, the individual whom the system labeled as the nightmare of his life. Of course, now, Yang Yin had transformed into the very nightmare of the other. Yang Yin attentively examined the system's interface, gradually comprehending the essence of this bond task. In essence, it is akin to a long-term source of sustenance. This implies that every encounter with Durant in the future will trigger a task. Subsequently, based on the degree of completion in defeating Durant, the system will randomly dispense rewards. Quite exhilarating indeed. I never anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable individual would be so generous. Yang Yin couldn't help but steal another glance at Durant. It is said that Durant can trigger a lifelong nemesis bond quest. Why is it that the fellow from Davidson College cannot? Yang Yin suddenly recalled the baby-faced Stephen Curry. Both are legendary athletes. Just look at how generous Durant is. It seems that at that time, I was indeed too lenient. The next time I encounter that baby-faced player, I shall seize the opportunity to impart a valuable lesson. Yang Yan's face contorted into a fierce expression. Meanwhile, within the confines of Davidson College's gymnasium, Stephen Curry, having just concluded his training session, could not suppress a sudden sneeze. Frowning slightly, he felt a chilling shiver run through him, as if some terrifying creature were observing him. Glancing around, he found nothing out of the ordinary and turned to continue on his way. A day had elapsed since the conclusion of the final 4 matches. This marked the 6th day of Yang Yan's power synchronization cycle, with just 1 day remaining until its completion. At this moment, Yang Yin felt a sense of numbness. His entire being was overwhelmed by an explosive sensation. This feeling of empowerment was something he had never experienced before. Inside the gymnasium of Ohio State University, the players engaged in simple physical training. At this stage, Gallagher no longer demanded high-intensity workouts from the team, as the final showdown was imminent. The only objective now was to maintain their current state. Yang Yin sat on his exclusive bench on the court, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. Congratulations! As a seasoned player at the age of 35, you have accomplished a remarkable feat. You have battled alongside your team and emerged victorious among the Final 4. Your performance has captured the attention of numerous scouts and NBA teams. Keep pushing forward, old Deng. The door to the NBA is now within reach. The mission has been accomplished, and your selected secondary league gift pack has been issued. This is the reward for Yang Yin's victory in the previous match, his very first self-selected gift pack. Though it may be merely a secondary league, it holds immeasurable value for Yang Yin. Yang Yin exhibited no hesitation as he promptly opened the selected secondary league gift pack. Please confirm the positional placement of the chosen player. Unlike the previous instance where the task rewards appeared directly, this time an option was presented. Yang Yin hesitated momentarily. Considering his current positioning as a swingman, both shooting guard and small forward presented themselves as commendable choices. Ultimately, Yang Yin opted for the more versatile role of a small forward. Initially, he had contemplated the option of selecting shooting guard, particularly due to the presence of that seasoned veteran. However, such a choice would have left him with limited alternatives. Upon thorough reflection, it became evident that the small forward position was indeed more suited to Yang Yan's capabilities. The host has now designated the small forward position and will present to the host a selection of players from the secondary league. Please make your selection. With the system interface displayed, a plethora of player images appeared before Yang Yin in the next moment. Among them were the illustrious Larry Bird, the legendary Julius Erving, the remarkable Elgin Baylor, the iconic Scottie Pippen, the esteemed Paul Pierce, the formidable Kawhi Leonard, the exceptional Kevin Durant, and the talented Jason Tatum. The multitude of players left Yang Yin in a state of bewilderment. Yang Yin initially dismissed players he was unfamiliar with. His focus was directed towards those who could be unequivocally recognized as legendary athletes, if they were indeed legends of the sport. Even if constrained by the limitations of a secondary league's offerings, their abilities, merely reflective of their collegiate prowess, would still suffice for the present-day Yang Yin. Chapter 41, Dr. J's Dunk, the final dance of the NCAA. Yang Yin incessantly perused the images of basketball stars before him. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. Where was LeBron James? Though he had not examined the entirety of the players, Yang Yin was certain that LeBron James was absent from this election. In truth, when choosing the small forward position, LeBron James had been among Yang Yin's pre-selection choices, one of his preferred candidates. To his astonishment, LeBron James was not included in this package. Yang Yin furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, contemplating a possibility. The package consistently emphasized that these were players from a secondary league. Could this imply that only those who participated in the NCAA league are included? If that is the case, it is understandable that LeBron James, who entered the draft as a high school student, did not appear in the package. Yang Yin felt a tinge of regret, yet fortunately, LeBron James was merely one of his options, not an obligatory choice. Although LeBron currently exhibits a certain dominance within the NBA, he seemingly has not yet reached the status of a legend. After all, his contemporaneous counterpart, Dwayne Wade, has led his team to a championship, while James continues to grapple in the Eastern Conference. Thus, Yang Yin did not dwell on his decision with lingering regret. Swiftly moving on, he began to select from the array of players available. Larry Bird, known as the Legend, showcased an all-encompassing skill set, with his most distinguished attribute being his shooting prowess. This versatility implies that while his adversaries possess balanced abilities, none have ascended to the pinnacle of excellence, particularly in the realm of shooting. Yang Yin's mid-range shooting is already quite stable. Coupled with the three-point prowess he previously acquired from Corver, Yang Yin feels that the legendary Larry Bird's abilities do not align with his own. Kawhi Leonard? An unfamiliar name. Moving on, Kevin Durant? The opponent's mid-range shooting left a profound impression on Yang Yin. It is certain that he is indeed a legendary superstar. However, his skill set does not correspond with that of Yang Yin. Ultimately, among the multitude of players, Yang Yin has narrowed his selection down to two individuals, Dr. J. Julius Erving, an unequivocal legend, and the Batman, Scottie Pippen, another iconic superstar. When Yang Yin made his selection of these two individuals, he had already formulated a strategy regarding their capabilities. Dr. J.'s dunking ability is undeniably impressive. Opting for this skill can significantly enhance Yang Yin's explosive power, as his ability to break through defenses is already his most lethal weapon. Coupled with Dr. J.'s extraordinary dunking prowess, it is reasonable to surmise that this would be sufficient even in the NBA. As for Scottie Pippen, Yang Yin places great emphasis on the opponent's perimeter defensive capabilities. Within the Bulls' triumphant dynasty, Pippen played an irreplaceable role. Had it not been for his relentless perimeter defense, effectively neutralizing the opposing team's offensive linchpin in every game, the Bulls' championship reign would have undoubtedly faced greater challenges. This ability has been validated through historical scrutiny. Of course, if we were to merely consider Pippen's defensive prowess at the NCAA level, it indeed falls short by quite a margin. In Yang Yin's recollection, Pippen's perimeter defense was honed only after his time in the NBA. In fact, there was a time when Yang Yin contemplated an alternative, a focus on ball handling skills. His affinity for ball handling has always been profound, largely inspired by Irving's dazzling dribbling techniques. To this day, Yang Yin has yet to fully unleash this potential. Should he acquire ball handling skills, it could significantly elevate his capabilities. However, after a moment's reflection, he ultimately dismissed this option. To be precise, Yang Yin felt that pursuing such a path would lead to a misalignment in his skill development. After all, who among small forwards specializes in ball handling? In the end, he found himself torn between the choices of Pippen and Dr. J. Yang Yin hesitated for a considerable time. Yang Yin ultimately chose the illustrious Dr. J. Julius Erving. It was not merely a matter of vanity, nor a superficial admiration for his dunking prowess. Rather, Yang Yin meticulously examined the collegiate careers of both Dr. J and P.E.2. In the end, Dr. J's collegiate abilities far surpassed those of P.E.2. Thus, Yang Yin found a compelling justification for selecting Dr. J. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the legendary dunking skills of Julius Erving, NCAA level. Yang Yin sat on the bench, exhaling a sigh of relief. At last, certainty had graced him. There was no room for regret now. Even at this moment, Yang Yin found himself grappling with hesitation. However, following Dr. J's spectacular dunk, his ability to penetrate the basket had ascended to the pinnacle of NCAA prowess. After collecting his task rewards, Yang Yin adjusted his mood, gazing expectantly at another panel. Old Deng, you never imagined, did you? At the age of 35, you stand on the grand stage of the March Madness Finals, a stage you once yearned for in countless midnight reveries during your youth. And now, in this remarkable year of 35, you have accomplished it. Old Deng, now, stride forth with confidence, and vanquish your opponent. The doors of the NBA have swung open for you. Please, host. Take to the court as a starter on the stage of the March Madness Finals and triumph over your adversary. The reward for this task is a selectable minor league package. Indeed, yet, what Yang Yin did not anticipate was that the final championship reward would be identical to that of the Final Four. Only a single selectable minor league package. Although it is a selection, it remains a minor league offering. Of course, thus far, aside from the strength of Zion Williamson, Yang Yin has yet to uncover a talent within the secondary leagues that could rival the prowess of the NBA. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Yang Yin swiftly relinquished his entanglement. Whether it was the secondary league's package or the NBA's, enhancing his capabilities was all that mattered. One must not be overly greedy in life. Soon, Yang Yin redirected his focus toward the forthcoming stage. Old Deng, at the age of 35, you have unwittingly arrived at the culmination of the madness of March. You must once again earnestly contemplate whether this is the singular opportunity that life has bestowed upon you. At such an advanced age, you can no longer afford to squander time in the secondary league. Following this match, regardless of the outcome, you will depart from the NCAA. Therefore, this marks your final contest in the NCAA. Make it a memorable affair to cherish throughout your life. The host triggers a career task, the final dance of the NCAA. Please, host, endeavor to showcase your utmost potential in the last game of March Madness. Task rewards will be calculated based on the host's performance in the match. The final dance? Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback. The system's message was quite straightforward. It urged him to hasten to the NBA and cease dominating the NCAA. This task from the system shattered his initial notion of exploiting a glitch. According to his actual age, since he hadn't celebrated his birthday this year, Yang Yin was still 18, far removed from the 35 years the system mentioned. Thus, he could easily remain in the NCAA for a few more years, essentially reaping additional benefits. With so many legendary young players, such an opportunity would be rare once he stepped through that door. Yang Yin originally intended to immerse himself in the NCAA. While he cannot make any bold claims, if he were to persist for another 2 or 3 years, it is likely that he would be eligible to enter the NBA draft. The media often heralds Yang Yin as the next basketball deity, akin to Michael Jordan. Unfortunately, for now, Yang Yin can only dream, as the oppressive system will not permit him such aspirations. Chapter 42. The Limits of Yang Yin's Power. The village's hopes rest on Odin. 2 days have elapsed since the conclusion of the last Final Four match, within the confines of Ohio State University's arena. Yang Yin, with tears streaming down his face, gazed at the ceiling. At long last, he had endured these 7 days. Today marked the final day of the power synchronization cycle. Once he surpassed today, everything would return to normal. Coincidentally, tomorrow would host the last match of the Crazy March tournament, the grand finale. Their opponents, as expected, were the University of Florida, who had triumphed over the University of Memphis in the Final Four. The defending champions, the University of Florida. This team had been favored by all since the onset of the regular season and would undoubtedly present the most formidable challenge they had faced all season. Throughout the entire season, the University of Florida had only suffered 3 losses at the beginning of the regular season, winning every match thereafter. In terms of both combat prowess and morale, the University of Florida had reached its zenith. The atmosphere within the arena seemed to reflect the rising tension among the crowd. Gallagher stepped to the center of the court. All right, no training today. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. How about we play a game? Once everyone gathered around, Gallagher beamed and continued. For some reason, Yang Yin felt as though Gallagher had cast a glance in his direction. Since no one has any objections, let us begin, Gallagher declared, turning to meet Yang Yin's gaze, their eyes locking in a moment of silent understanding. Yang Yin felt a sense of dread wash over him. It was indeed aimed at him. After the previous match, everyone must be curious about one particular matter. Just how formidable is Yang Yin's strength? Therefore, today's game is quite straightforward. Anyone who can withstand Yang Yin's onslaught will receive $50 from me. Conversely, if Yang Yin successfully lands his attack, that $50 will be his. What do you say? Are you interested in joining? After Gallagher finished speaking, he looked at the crowd with a smile. Come on then. A figure stepped forward without hesitation. Buddy, just go easy on me later, all right? Given our camaraderie, I'll split that $50 with you. The newcomer was none other than Yang Yin's close friend, Johnny. No way. Dream on. You think I'd deal it you off just for $50? You're in for it. Yang Yin viciously gestured a middle finger at Johnny. Oh no, don't. Upon hearing this, Johnny instinctively clasped his head and let out a wail. One must admit that Coach Gallagher possesses a certain cunning. Throughout the course of this trivial game, the collective tension among the onlookers gradually dissipated. Unsurprisingly, Johnny was unceremoniously sent flying out of bounds by Yang Yin, eliciting peals of laughter from the crowd. A mere 10 minutes later, they watched in a mechanical stupor as Yang Yin once again sent the starting power forward, Augustus crashing out. He then effortlessly reclaimed $50 from Gallagher, as if it were second nature. This time, frustration simmered among the spectators. Damn it, Yang, won't you show a hint of mercy? Do you intend to take it all for yourself? My mother always taught me the importance of sharing, they grumbled through clenched teeth. Since the inception of the game, no one had been able to withstand Yang Yan's prowess. In other words, Yang had amassed a considerable fortune from Gallagher, filling his own pockets to the brim. No. It's not that I'm unwilling to give you opportunities. It's simply that you all lack the competitive spirit. Yang Yin laughed heartily as he gazed at the crowd, then picked up the stack of US dollars in his hand and took a deep whiff. The scent of freedom. Yang Yin spread his arms wide, a smug expression adorning his face as he looked at the crowd. Oh, for heaven's sake, I advise you not to be so arrogant. The crowd was thoroughly ignited by Yang Yan's provocative behavior. Don't forget, we still have Greg. All eyes turned to the lone player who had yet to take the court. Odin, indeed, we still have Greg. Just wait and see how you maintain that arrogance. The crowd rallied around Odin, eagerly assisting him in loosening his muscles. Odin had become the village's beacon of hope. Whether they could reclaim a point against Yang Yin rested entirely on his shoulders. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Odin awkwardly scratched his head before stepping onto the court. Yang Yin, ball in hand, began to back down Odin. In truth, Yang Yin had prepared himself for defeat, for Odin was unlike any player he had faced before. Throughout the history of NCAA athletes, few possessed strength comparable to Odin's. Yet upon making contact, Yang Yin discovered that perhaps he could hold his own. Was Odin's power not as overwhelming as he had assumed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was startled. What on earth? Was Zion Williamson a demon? This was Odin. Did this fellow possess boundless strength? Even against Odin, Yang Yin felt he was not at a disadvantage. In fact, he sensed he might even hold the upper hand. At that moment of shock, Odin successfully pushed Yang Yin out of the paint. By the time Yang Yin regained his composure, the arena erupted in cheers. Well done, Greg. Ha ha ha. This is so satisfying. Take that, you arrogant fool. The crowd triumphantly shouted at Yang Yin. Yang Yin smiled silently and shook his head. It was merely a game, after all, and there was no need for excessive concern. Today marked the final day, and his power was still being synchronized. This meant that after today, he would truly know his ultimate strength. Yang Yin harbored an unsettling premonition. If he were to engage in earnest combat, perhaps Odin would indeed prove no match for him. Yang Yin concealed this thought deep within his heart. However, upon witnessing a group of arrogant individuals across from him, he felt a slight displeasure. A bunch of defeated foes. How dare they bark like dogs? With this thought in mind, Yang Yin fanned himself with a thick wad of US dollars in hand, shaking his head in resignation as he remarked, Alas, we lost. The onlookers exchanged glances, their smiles freezing in place. Damn it, how could it feel like they had not won? Despite the victory, they had indeed triumphed. Yet the cash in Yang Yan's grasp was undeniably real. Brothers, I can't hold back any longer. Let's get him. It was Johnny, Yang Yan's staunch ally, who first succumbed to the impulse, charging directly toward him. How infuriating. Let's get him. The second to join this unexpected frenzy was none other than the usually composed and mature Conley. As the two rushed forward, the remaining hesitation among the crowd dissipated. In the next moment, the team members surged toward the boastful Yang Yin. What the hell are you all doing? Can't take a joke? Yang Yan's furious and pitiful roar echoed through the crowd. Ultimately, under the overwhelming pressure of his companions, he conceded to use the money as a fund for a celebratory team dinner after the finals, thus managing to escape their clutches. Chapter 43. The complete Yang Yin, facing the 5 Tigers of Florida. Time had arrived for the final match of the exhilarating month of March. The members of Ohio State University disembarked from the bus, all sporting smiles. This time, none exhibited any signs of stage fright. Having reached this point, they had proven their mettle. Conley, as the captain, led the way, followed closely by Odin and Yang Yin. Yang Yin, go for it. We support you. Outside the arena, Yang Yin suddenly halted, turning to the source of the voice. A bespectacled man held up a massive banner, shouting passionately. To his surprise, it was a familiar face from his homeland. Encountering a fellow countryman in a foreign land always evoked a delightful feeling. Yang Yin smiled and waved his hand. then turned around to continue following the group into the stadium. Unbeknownst to Yang Yin, the bespectacled man was none other than his most ardent fan, the streamer Xiaoyang. This time, he too had arrived at the venue for the grand finals. Moreover, during the live broadcast of the match, streamer Xiaoyang had selected 10 fortunate individuals, forming a support group for Yang Yin with the generous backing of affluent sponsors in the streaming room. Together, they successfully made their way to the arena for the finals. Today, they would rally behind Yang Yin with fervor. After a brief period of rest in the changing room, the players from both teams began to enter the arena. Unlike any previous entrances, this time, amidst the electrifying anticipation of the crowd, the live MC sequentially announced their names. Each player's arrival ignited cheers from the enthusiastic fans. Following their entrance, they engaged in a series of warm-up exercises. Yang Yin returned to the long bench on the sidelines, while the rest of the Ohio State University team continued their warm-up on the court. Yang Yin surveyed his surroundings with keen eyes. The madness of March truly lives up to its reputation as one of America's grand celebrations. This event has attracted numerous prominent stars. However, Yang Yin felt no intrigue towards them. Yang Yin's gaze fell upon a group of individuals seated in the front row. The illustrious Dwayne Wade of the Miami Heat, the formidable LeBron James of the Cavaliers, the remarkable Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson of Nuggets, the legendary Kevin Garnett, the King of the Wolves. A multitude of NBA stars had gathered to witness the event in person. On the opposite side, Yang Yin beheld his idol, the basketball deity Michael Jordan. Truly, it was a match that commanded the attention of all. A faint smile graced Yang Yin's lips. In this competition, let us astonish this group of individuals thoroughly. Ever since he received the mission for the final dance of the NCAA, Yang Yin had already resolved to make a bold move in the final match. Furthermore, he had now perfectly adapted to the strength of Zion Williamson. His mid-range shooting and drives had returned in full force. Yang Yin felt an unprecedented sense of strength. Anything that stood in his path would be crushed beneath him. Soon, the pregame performances came to a close, and the players from both teams completed their warm-ups. At the referee's signal, the players took to the court. Representing the University of Florida were their renowned Florida Five Tigers, the starting point guard, Torian Green, the shooting guard, Lee Humphrey, the small forward, Corey Brewer, the power forward, Al Horford, and the center, Joakim Noah. This lineup was undoubtedly magnificent. According to the draft projections on the official ESPN website, all 5 starters from the University of Florida, with the exception of the shooting guard Humphrey, were recognized in the rankings, and as many as 3 players were even predicted to be first-round picks. It is clear that the University of Florida possesses formidable strength. On the opposing side, Ohio State University was no less impressive, featuring starting point guard Mike Conley, shooting guard Jamar Butler, small forward Yang Yin, power forward Greg Oden, and center Oden, who was ranked at the top of the ESPN draft predictions. Yang Yin and Conley have both made their mark. Conley's draft projection is positioned in the latter half of the first round, while Yang Yin is merely anticipated to be selected in the middle of the second round according to ESPN's draft forecasts. Interestingly, Yang Yin's compatriot, Sun Yu, also hailing from the Dragon Nation, is similarly projected for the second round, albeit with a slightly higher ranking than Yang Yin. Undoubtedly, as the team's second scoring option, he is second only to Oden, and, at times, his performance has even surpassed that of Oden. When Yang Yin was selected in the second round of the draft, it became evident that the integrity of this predicted ranking had already been compromised. Yang Yin still vividly recalls his initial words. The prejudices that reside in the human heart can, at times, feel as formidable as a mountain, particularly here in the United States. Thus, Yang Yin is determined to dismantle these biases step by step. As the players took to the court and positioned themselves, the referee signaled the commencement of the match. Oden successfully overpowered Noah to secure possession in the first round. The basketball soared towards Conley. Meanwhile, as Conley reached out to seize the ball, Yang Yin had already launched himself into a vigorous charge towards the University of Florida's half. Mike, without a glance back, Yang Yin shouted loudly. Just as Conley had regained control of the basketball, upon hearing Yang Yin's call, he swiftly flung his arm. A long pass ensued. The basketball perfectly landed before Yang Yin. At that moment, Yang Yin had already accelerated, having mastered the linear speed gained from Brewer on the opposite side. His prowess in utilizing it was nothing short of exquisite. Yang Yin did not halt the ball. Instead, he adeptly controlled it with one hand as he surged forward. Brewer lowered his center of gravity significantly. However, it was evident that he had yet to grasp the essence of Yang Yin's breakthrough. Unfazed, he continued to advance without losing speed. As Yang Yin approached the free throw line, he executed a swift and abrupt change of direction to the right, akin to a bolt of lightning. Brewer, fully focused on Yang Yin, attempted to pivot in response to his sudden maneuver. Unfortunately, Brewer neglected the fact that lateral movement could not rival vertical speed. The rapid shift caused him to lose his balance, resulting in a sudden slip that sent him tumbling to the floor. Meanwhile, Yang Yin was racing toward the basket with remarkable speed. Underneath the hoop, Horford and Noah stood ready, bracing themselves for the impending challenge. At that moment, Odin had just arrived near the basket, unable to position himself in time to assist Yang Yin. Nevertheless, Yang Yin appeared resolute in his determination to attack the rim. On the sidelines, Coach Gallagher watched in astonishment as Yang Yin charged forth like a beast unleashed. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, for he realized that Yang Yin's speed seemed to have intensified. Meanwhile, on the court, Yang Yin had reached the basket, poised to confront the formidable duo of Horford and Noah at the paint. Yang Yin forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, propelling himself into the air. Below the basket, the vigilant Horford and Noah seized this opportune moment. The duo leaped together to intercept Yang Yin's audacious breakthrough. In the next instant, the three collided mid-air. A faint smile graced Yang Yin's lips, while a flicker of panic and astonishment flashed in the eyes of Horford and Noah. Chapter 44. The Beast is Unleashed. Overturning everything. Contrary to everyone's expectations of Yang Yin being sent flying, the confrontation in the air unfolded differently. Yang Yin's vigor remains undiminished as he soars towards the hoop. Meanwhile, both Horford and Noah nearly simultaneously lose their physical equilibrium. The dunking prowess of Dr. J is unleashed. Yang Yin maintained an almost flawless balance and strength in the air. With a single arm, he struck the rim with tremendous force. Bang! A deafening sound echoed simultaneously. Yang Yin descended from the sky. All those present were left in astonishment, gazing at him in disbelief. Even his teammates, Odin and Conley, were no exception. This was the formidable duo of Florida's interior defense, Horford and Noah. They were no mere pushovers but rather first-round draft prospects ranked by ESPN. Their prowess in the paint was only slightly inferior to that of Odin. Yet, before Yang Yin, they were utterly overwhelmed, toppled to the ground in a single play. Oh my goodness, this is simply outrageous. In a TNT broadcast studio covering the game, NBA legend Barkley clasped his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "Heavens, such a dunk makes me question whether this is truly a collegiate-level game. It is utterly ferocious." Kenny Smith echoed his sentiments, adding, "I feel as though I am witnessing a beast in action." Barkley, captivated by Yang Yin on the screen, could not help but remark, "Indeed, this fellow is a beast." Kenny Smith nodded in agreement. The fans in the arena were ignited by Yang Yin's spectacular dunk. No one anticipated such a powerful opening. "Well done, mate," Odin exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Yang Yin on the chest. Not far away, Conley also excitedly gave Yang Yin a thumbs up. At that moment, a thought crossed Odin's mind. Did he truly best Yang Yin in their confrontation yesterday? Observing the two players who had been sent flying by Yang Yin, Odin suddenly felt that Yang Yin had undoubtedly held back during their practice game. With this realization, Odin couldn't help but shake his head and smile. The game continued, and thanks to the momentum generated by Yang Yin's initial dunk, the Ohio State team found their rhythm much quicker than their opponents. They soon seized control of the court. The reigning champions, Florida University, a team widely favored since the regular season, were now retreating in disarray. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. They had not anticipated that the defending champions would be so utterly overpowered. A mere 10 minutes into the game, Florida University called for a timeout. It was evident that Yang Yin's explosive start had disrupted their tempo. In truth, their capabilities were not as lacking as they appeared. They were simply bewildered by the onslaught. After the pause concluded, the University of Florida showcased the prowess of the reigning champions, beginning to establish control over the court. Horford consistently executed hook shots while backing down his opponents in the paint. In terms of rebounding, Horford and Noah collaborated effectively to momentarily stifle Odin. Sensing the University of Florida's intent to counterattack, Ohio State University initiated their offensive possession. Yang Yin stepped forward once more. He first received a pass from Conley, deftly maneuvering to evade Brewer's defense. Subsequently, he charged toward the basket again. As he approached, Horford and Noah instinctively recalled the moment they had been summarily overturned at the outset. Just a single instance had sufficed to etch their humiliation into memory. The most effective means to absolve themselves of this disgrace was to upend Yang Yin once more. Thus, Horford and Noah braced themselves for another confrontation. However, this was merely their wishful thinking. The first time, Odin had been unable to assist Yang Yin in time, but this time he had positioned himself well beneath the basket. There was no way he would allow the two of them to bully Yang Yin. With a swift pivot, Odin maneuvered Noah behind him, leaving Horford to contend with the beastly Yang Yin alone. Predictably, Horford was once again sent sprawling onto the hardwood floor, alongside the thunderous dunk. A tremendous roar erupted from the crowd. Goodness, facing this beast was akin to a waking nightmare. In a TNT broadcast studio, Barkley could not help but exclaim. Only he understood the feeling of being repeatedly knocked to the ground like Horford and his fellow players. Hey Charles, how does this guy compare to you in your youth? Kenny Smith, ever the instigator, grinned at Barkley. Me? Back in college, I would have just sat on him to keep him in the paint. Then I would teach him a lesson. Barkley remarked, his pride evident. That is certainly not untrue. After all, everyone knows your formidable backside. Kenny Smith quipped with a mischievous grin. You scoundrel, Barkley retorted, playfully locking Kenny Smith in a headlock. This scene elicited laughter from everyone in the studio. Meanwhile, on the court, the game continued. The University of Florida still had not discovered a strategy to counter Yang Yin. Yang Yin executed a ferocious personal slam dunk, abruptly stifling the rising momentum of the University of Florida. The Ohio State University firmly seized control of the game on the court. Yang Yin exhibited an overwhelming desire for offense in this match. Both Odin and Conley, stationed beneath the basket, have become acutely aware of this. The duo is more than willing to support Yang Yin. Moreover, Yang Yin's performance in this game has been truly commendable. As the second half of the match unfolds, Ohio State University has established a commanding lead of 14 points. Yang Yin's personal score has reached 19 points. Additionally, Odin has also achieved a personal score of 14 points. It can be said that during the first half, both Yang Yin and Odin utterly overwhelmed the University of Florida. After the halftime break, the University of Florida began to alter its strategy. On the offensive front, Horford and Noah started to venture out to the perimeter for screen and roll plays, while Brewer tirelessly darted around, successfully sinking 3 mid-range jump shots in succession. On the defensive side, adjustments were made, repositioning the small forward Brewer to shooting guard and moving the power forward Horford to small forward, with the backup center Chris Richards stepping in as power forward. This was a remarkably bold maneuver, effectively shifting 3 positions on the court. However, it seemed that the University of Florida adapted seamlessly to these changes. Clearly, such tactics had been practiced extensively in private. This was their ace up the sleeve. With merely a substitution of a starting shooting guard, the University of Florida unleashed their formidable Death 5 lineup. This configuration boasted a height advantage at nearly every position over Ohio State University, which translated into dominance in the paint. Ohio State found itself struggling to adjust to this transformation, as the University of Florida seized the opportunity to close the gap in points. Yang Yin had already sensed this shift. Chapter 45, the one-arm dunk. This fellow should be heading to the NBA. The strategy of the University of Florida was straightforward, to enhance their dominance in the paint by diminishing the team's mobility. After all, Horford and Noah could no longer protect their rim, a fact evidenced in the first half. Whether it was Yang Yin's ferocious dunks or Odin's disruptive presence in the paint, both had proven disastrous for the University of Florida. If the two could not manage it, what about 3? It must be noted that the lineup employed by the University of Florida in the second half was indeed formidable in half-court offensive play, and their 3 towering players exhibited excellent synergy in the post. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yin or Odin, attacking the rim meant confronting at least 2 of them. Hey, pick up the pace. On the sidelines, Coach Gallagher shouted hoarsely. As a seasoned professional, how could he fail to recognize the weaknesses in the opposing team's formation? Meanwhile, Coach Lyle of the University of Florida wore a subtle smile upon hearing Gallagher's outburst. Having deployed this formidable Death 5 lineup, he was certainly not unprepared. On the court, Conley had already caught wind of Gallagher's calls, yet a flicker of helplessness crossed his eyes. It was not that he was incapable of accelerating. Rather, the player matched against him had become utterly relentless, applying unyielding pressure. They were intent on stifling his every move, leaving him no opportunity to increase his speed. Though Conley had his own methods to gain momentum, it was evident that the opposition had anticipated this as well. The moment he attempted to leverage a long pass to quicken his pace, they would not hesitate to foul him. Even if it meant incurring penalties, they would do everything to curtail his speed. 5 full minutes had elapsed, and calmly had yet to fulfill Coach Gallagher's directive to accelerate. Meanwhile, the University of Florida had narrowed the gap to just 9 points. At this juncture, the Gators were revealing the true depth of their championship pedigree. Their tactical synergy and execution had already transcended the standards of the NCAA. The University of Florida had transformed into a patient predator, gradually wearing down Ohio State University. Although Ohio State still held the lead, discerning observers could already perceive a shift in the dynamics of the game. Although Yang Yan's sense of smell is not particularly acute, he too is acutely aware of the suffocating atmosphere surrounding him. In the previous few rounds, Yang Yan faced considerable challenges. Several times, he attempted a breakthrough for a dunk to elevate the team's momentum. However, after Florida assigned Horford to defend against him, despite Horford's inability to match Yang Yan's speed, their coordinated defense in the paint proved troublesome for him. They were willing to incur fouls rather than allow Yang Yan a successful dunk. The game continues with Florida's offensive possession. Yang Yan forcefully obstructed Horford's passing lane, his gaze fixated intently on Brewer lurking beyond the arc. In recent exchanges, Brewer had proven to be pivotal in Florida's scoring resurgence, and at this moment, he was on fire. If all went according to plan, Talon Green was poised to deliver a legendary play. With this thought in mind, Yang Yan subtly adjusted his positioning, inching closer outward. Sensing Yang Yan's intentions, calmly exerted every ounce of effort in his defense. Talon Green found himself increasingly troubled by such staunch opposition. His instinctive response was to pass the ball to Brewer. With a flick of his wrist, Talon sent the ball soaring towards Brewer, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the opposite side. However, just as the pass was initiated, Yang Yan, who had been biding his time, suddenly erupted with fervent determination. Like a cheetah, he surged forward. "Watch out!" Horford immediately sensed the impending danger and shouted a warning to Brewer, stationed beyond the three-point line. Yet, Yang Yan had already launched into a sprint, his entire being infused with explosive power, concentrated in his legs. What had been a rapid pace transformed into something extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yan crossed the three-point line. Yang Yan extended his arm to intercept the basketball. Brewer, prompted by Horford's alert, swiftly angled his body, reaching out with his own arm to meet the approaching ball. The two players made contact with the basketball almost simultaneously, yet fortune favored Yang Yan, who deftly deflected the ball away. Following his successful steal, Yang Yan surged forward with unrelenting momentum, sprinting after the ball as it flew away. Brewer, sensing the impending danger, desperately trailed closely beside him. They both arrived at the ball's landing point nearly in unison, but it was evident that Yang Yan possessed greater physical strength. Forcibly pushing Brewer aside and seizing full control of the possession, with the ball firmly in hand, Yang Yan's gaze was fixated solely on the hoop of the University of Florida, while Brewer frantically pursued him. The spectators in the arena held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yan reached the three-point line, and with a burst of speed, he accelerated further. Approaching the paint, he executed a powerful long stride, single-handedly grasping the basketball. At that moment, Brewer caught up, showcasing impressive static athleticism and an impressive wingspan that provided him with significant defensive reach. Brewer extended his arm, attempting to disrupt Yang Yan's offensive maneuver, but Yang Yan, spotting Brewer's outstretched limb, spun the ball in the opposite direction, evading the steal. As he soared into the air, he executed another clockwise rotation with his arm and emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. Brewer, positioned beneath the basket, found himself utterly overwhelmed by the force of the dunk, left in a state of disarray. The atmosphere in the arena erupted once more. "Oh my goodness, do you know who this guy reminds me of?" exclaimed Barkley, cradling his head in disbelief as he stared at the screen in the TNT studio. "I was just thinking of that person too." Kenny Smith, sitting alongside him, chose not to contradict Barkley this time. They exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously uttering the name. Dr. J. Julius Irving. As the words left their lips, both men erupted into laughter. "Goodness, this kid's dunk reminds me of Dr. J's one-handed reverse slam." Despite the many nuances that set them apart, it was undeniable that the overall essence of the dunk was strikingly similar. Barkley gazed in astonishment at Yang Yan on the screen. "It's outrageous. The NCAA stage can no longer contain him. His rightful place is in the NBA." Kenny Smith readily agreed, adding, "And that dunk is worth its weight in gold." Ohio State's momentum is set to rise once more. Barkley remarked with profound significance. "Indeed, the University of Florida is in peril." It seems their path to defending their title is fraught with challenges. A flicker of disbelief passed through Kenny Smith's eyes. In truth, he personally favored the University of Florida. Chapter 46, a staggering 39 points. A perfect final dance. With such a lineup, the University of Florida could have contended for the championship in any recent year. Yet, alas, they encountered Odin. They faced Yang Yen. Were it merely Odin they had to contend with, the University of Florida might still have harbored some hope. However, it is unfortunate that Ohio State boasts Yang Yen as well, though he was reluctant to admit it. Kenny Smith understood that the dreams of the University of Florida for a repeat championship were about to be shattered. On the sidelines, Gallagher clenched his fists in excitement, wildly gesturing towards the sky. Oh, yes, that's how it should be done. Magnificent. Young, Gallagher unabashedly expressed his exhilaration at Yang Yan's audacious dunk. The players on the bench stared in awe. They had never witnessed such a coach. Certainly, had the referees not been closely watching, Gallagher might have even resorted to taunting the University of Florida. The game took another turn, after the University of Florida had narrowed the score to single digits. Yang Yan's spectacular dunk revitalized Ohio State's momentum, once again widening the gap. Odin truly showcased the prowess of a #1 pick, battling against Noah and Chris Richard, demonstrating his talents to the fullest. Ohio State granted the University of Florida no further opportunities. This time, Yang Yen unleashed his full offensive arsenal, stopping on a dime for mid-range shots, executing surgical breakthroughs, and delivering ferocious dunks. Time and again, he tore through Florida's defense. With the pace quickening, Florida's famed Death Five could not keep up with Yang Yan's rhythm. The second half of the game became a showcase for Yang Yan's dunking prowess. Buzzer. The final whistle echoed throughout the arena. The scoreboard reflected a final tally of 71-92. The Ohio State University scored an astounding 92 points, clinching the ultimate victory of this year's March Madness. The audience in the stands erupted in jubilant cheers as a cascade of confetti rained down upon the scene. On the court, the entire Ohio State team embraced one another in a moment of shared elation. The towering Odin, standing over 2 meters tall, wept like a child, covering his face in tears. Even the usually composed Conley had his eyes glistening with emotion. From the regular season to this moment, only they know the trials they have endured. And now, at last, they are crowned champions. The crowd joyfully lifted their head coach, Galahad, into the air. Naturally, they did not forget to honor the game's most valuable player, Yang Yen, the key architect of their triumph. Yang Yen achieved a remarkable milestone in this match, scoring a personal best of 39 points in his NCAA career, leading the team in scoring. The second highest scorer, Odin, managed only 25 points, yet he astonishingly secured 18 rebounds. The game can be described as a veritable slaughter by Yang Yen against the University of Florida. Whenever the team found themselves in dire straits, it was Yang Yen who emerged, shattering obstacles with an unstoppable force. As Yang Yen basked in the glory of celebration, his defeated opponents from the University of Florida stood in bewilderment, gazing at the jubilant rivals, feeling as though the accolades should have rightfully belonged to them. Now, everything was lost. The profound anguish enveloped the Florida players, rendering them almost like the living dead as they mechanically exited the arena through the players' tunnel. This emotional turmoil erupted only in the locker room, where a few journalists, having prepared in advance, could be heard outside the door, capturing the heart-wrenching sobs. Inside the venue, Ohio State University was in the midst of the exhilarating March Madness event, featuring the iconic slam dunk competition. Following this classic showcase, the NCAA's most outstanding player for the Final Four was announced, and it came as no surprise that Yang Yen was the recipient. Whether it was his previous match where he backed down against Durant or his ferocious dunks in this game, his performance was truly exceptional. Yang Yen is indeed a pivotal figure in the team's triumph, and his performance has been nothing short of remarkable. Children, relish this moment. It may very well be one of the happiest times in your lives. Gallagher joyfully gathered everyone together. Time flies swiftly. It has already been a week since the exhilarating finals of March Madness concluded. As a result of his outstanding display in the championship, Yang Yen has transcended the ordinary, becoming a celebrated figure on campus. At Ohio State University, countless senior students aspire to weave enchanting tales with Yang Yen. Yet, he remains indifferent to such pursuits for the time being, as he is aware that some may harbor ulterior motives, seeking to gain financial support from him. Yang Yen pondered and concluded that caution was indeed wise. A few days prior, Coach Gallagher summoned Yang Yen, Odin, and Conley together. Gallagher inquired about their aspirations. Though he felt a deep reluctance, he understood that the futures of these three young men lay in the NBA. Odin and Conley had both resolved to enter this year's draft. As for Yang Yin, he found himself with no other choice. The old system did not permit his development in collegiate leagues. Thus, he too decided to participate in this year's draft. Notably, following the exhilarating conclusion of March Madness, ESPN's draft predictions finally positioned Yang Yin within the first round, albeit at the tail end. In the school gymnasium, since the fervor of March Madness had subsided, the atmosphere had grown quite desolate. The entire team was granted a holiday. Today, Yang Yin's purpose for being there was to unbox. Perhaps it was a matter of psychology, but he felt an inexplicable certainty that something remarkable awaited him within the box. Seated on the bench, Yang Yin gazed at the panel before him. Old Odin, at 35, you have succeeded. In the final battle of March Madness, you descended like a deity, leading the team to a triumphant conclusion. You accomplished what you could not in your youth. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The reward, a selectable secondary league package, has been distributed. This was the first reward following victory, akin to the reward for competing in the Final Four. Once again, a selectable secondary league package. Without hesitation, Yang Yin clicked on the gift pack. The familiar scene enveloped him once again. Please select the position of the player to be drawn. The options remained as recognizable as ever. However, this time, Yang Yin chose not to select the small forward position, opting instead for the point guard role. His previous reluctance to choose a point guard stemmed from a fear of misallocating his skill points, which was merely an excuse he fabricated for himself. The truth was, he felt a twinge of regret at the thought of such a waste. This time, Yang Yin decided to be generous. In fact, he had contemplated this reward long before. Please select a player. Countless images of players appeared before Yang Yin. There was Stockton, the dynamic duo from Utah, Chris Paul, the maestro, Jason Kidd, the engine, Magic Johnson. An array of point guards materialized before him, as he struggled to resist the allure that tugged at his heart. Yang Yin has selected his target among a multitude of player cards. I choose Kyrie Irving. Chapter 47. Irving's Ball Handling. The draft conference awaits my presence. Player Kyrie Irving has been secured. Please select a skill option. I choose ball handling ability. At this point, Yang Yin has decisively made his choice. Indeed, Yang Yin has never forgotten the first NBA-level ability he acquired, Kyrie Irving's dazzling dribbling skills. As of now, Yang Yin has yet to master this ability flawlessly. It is evident that without sufficiently matched ball handling skills, this NBA talent would indeed be significantly diminished. Thus, when faced with a choice, Yang Yin immediately thought of Kyrie Irving. Although it pertains only to Irving's collegiate ball handling prowess, it should be ample support for Yang Yin to unleash this NBA ability. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Kyrie Irving's ball handling skills, NCAA level. Yang Yin felt a fiery warmth enveloping his hands. Seizing the moment, he reached for the basketball nearby. Yang Yin immediately sensed a profound difference. It was as if countless tiny tendrils were emanating from his palm, allowing him to distinctly perceive the texture of the basketball surface. Yang Yin rose to his feet and attempted some basic dribbling. To his delight, this endeavor brought a radiant smile to his face. The intricate and flamboyant dribbling techniques flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. The once elusive moves that had previously existed only in his mind now posed no challenge for him whatsoever. Yang Yin knew he had made the right bet. Kyrie Irving's ball handling skills are undoubtedly on par with Zion's strength, both being among the elite in the NCAA. They may even rival the abilities of certain NBA players. After all, up until now, the enhanced strength of Yang Yin has left him without a worthy opponent. He now possesses the confidence to outmuscle even center Greg Oden. Indeed, this arena feels like his treasure trove. This impeccable unveiling of his skills has greatly elevated Yang Yin's spirits. Suppressing the urge to continue dribbling, he returned to the bench, for he still had one final task to accomplish. In the finals, he scored an astonishing 39 points, the highest of the evening. The reward should be quite splendid. With this thought in mind, Yang Yin gazed at the panel before him. The final dance was a frenzy. Old Deng, your performance has been nothing short of impeccable. At 35, you seized the singular opportunity of your lifetime, successfully showcasing your last dance on the grand stage of March Madness. Congratulations, Old Deng. At this moment, your name is etched in the annals of NCAA history, and the legends of the realm have gained your tale. You have also granted yourself a gratifying conclusion. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of the final dance in the NCAA. Task completion rate, 110. Task reward, random NBA gift pack. The The task reward has been issued. Please check your account. Indeed, a hint of a smile flickered in Yang Yan's eyes. He had previously surmised that the rewards for this task would be quite favorable. If his expectations were met, he would soon possess another ability on par with that of the NBA. He hoped to acquire a commendable NBA skill. Yang Yan silently recited to himself, "Congratulations to the host for acquiring the perimeter defensive prowess of the basketball star Trevor Ariza, NBA." Upon glimpsing the information displayed on the panel, an unsettling premonition washed over Yang Yan. The name appeared vaguely familiar, yet he could conjure no concrete recollection. Such a scenario could only stem from one possibility. Yang Yan swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and began searching online. After perusing some information, a flicker of exasperation crossed his eyes. Indeed, as he had suspected, Trevor Ariza was merely a role player, lacking even a consistent amount of playing time. Since being drafted in 2004, he has already changed teams twice. Moreover, his average statistics are hardly impressive. To put it bluntly, this individual could easily find himself exiled from the NBA at any moment. What a dreadful choice. Furthermore, he has not demonstrated exceptional perimeter defensive skills in his previous matches. Yang Yan shook his head in resignation. The phrase "joy begets sorrow" now perfectly encapsulated his situation. Fortunately, his optimistic disposition prevented him from being overly distressed by such events. He then turned his gaze to the final panel. "Old Deng, at the age of 35, you have already garnered fame in the NCAA. Your prowess has been substantiated through your remarkable performance during March Madness, capturing the attention of numerous scouts and NBA teams eager to seize the opportunity. This is the prime moment for you to enter the draft. Therefore, Old Deng, take your final leap into the NBA. Please participate in the NBA draft and join any NBA team. Task reward, a random NBA package. Kindly complete this promptly, or you will trigger the penalty mechanism." Well then, the system's urging had returned. Indeed, it seemed that the system would not allow Yang Yan to continue dominating the NCAA and leisurely developing his skills. However, the prospect of the reward certainly piqued his interest. As long as he joined any NBA team, he would once again acquire an NBA ability. Yang Yan had a faint understanding that the system's rewards were about to be upgraded. Should he join the NBA, future task rewards would transform into NBA packages. In comparison, it seemed plausible that development within the NBA might progress more swiftly than in the NCAA. He then closed the panel. Yang Yan promptly opened his mobile phone and subsequently posted a message on his social media platform. 2007, Draft Day. Here I come. Within half an hour of Yang Yan's announcement regarding his participation in the draft, both Odin and Conley followed suit, declaring their intentions as well. Undoubtedly, Yang Yan's chain reaction had only just begun. Shortly thereafter, Durant took to social media to announce his entry into the draft. Following him, the 5 players from the University of Florida also declared their participation in this year's draft. Initially, after the conclusion of March Madness, the NCAA had grown rather subdued. However, thanks to Yang Yan, it was once again bustling with excitement overnight as familiar faces announced their intentions to enter the draft. Yang Yan found the situation quite amusing. He would soon encounter this group of individuals in the NBA. Yet, as he gazed at a certain social media account on his phone, he noticed a conspicuous absence of any updates. It appeared that imparting a lesson to this individual would require a few more years. Given the nature of their relationship, if this person had any intentions of entering the draft, he would undoubtedly follow suit immediately after Yang Yan announced his decision to conclude his journey. However, the lack of any announcement suggested that this individual had no plans to participate in the draft this year. Meanwhile, far away at Davidson College, Stephen Curry sat alone on his dormitory bed, gripping his phone tightly. The screen displayed the news of Yang Yan's declaration to enter the draft. "Damn it, you wretched fellow. How could you leave? Why do you have to enter the draft? I haven't had my chance for revenge yet." Frustration etched itself across Stephen's youthful face. The thought of not having the opportunity to challenge Yang Yan again for a long time was overwhelming, almost causing his head to explode. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. His former professional father had meticulously crafted a detailed career plan for him. At this moment, he was not yet prepared to step into the NBA, while Yang Yan had chosen to enter the draft. Stephen still needed to hone his skills and resolve in the NCAA. Chapter 48, Agent Conley, the Trail Blazers tryout. The next day arrived, and early in the morning, there was a knock at Yang Yan's door. Upon rising to open it, he was greeted by the familiar faces of Odin and Conley. "Hey guys, how was your rest?" Yang Yan smiled as he welcomed them into his dormitory. "I feel fantastic. I can hardly wait to make my mark in the NBA," Odin exclaimed with a hearty laugh. On the other hand, the typically aloof calmly nodded with a smile. The prospect of entering the NBA was enough to stir even someone as composed as Conley. What brings you here today? Yang Yin curiously glanced at Odin and Conley. After his words fell, Odin and Conley exchanged a brief look. It was Odin who spoke first. We noticed that you also intend to enter the draft, so... He hesitated for a moment before continuing. Do you currently have a preferred agent? As Odin finished speaking, Conley looked at Yang Yin with anticipation. Yang Yin shook his head. What kind of agent would be interested in a player with such dismal draft predictions from ESPN? It's unlikely that a reputable agent would take notice of me. Nevertheless, I've made up my mind. If any agent approaches me with reasonable terms and capabilities, I won't be too selective. Yang Yin then nonchalantly remarked. However, upon hearing this, both Odin and Conley simultaneously broke into smiles. Would you care to join us under the same agent? Odin inquired once more. Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Odin and Conley. You two? An agent? The pair nodded in unison at his incredulity. Who is it? Attacked so swiftly. You only announced your participation in the draft yesterday? Their reaction piqued Yang Yin's curiosity. Following his exclamation, the typically aloof Conley suddenly appeared quite bashful. Sensing Conley's discomfort, Odin chose to address the matter directly. Indeed, both of our agents are Conley's father, Mr. Conley. What do you say, Yang? Would you be interested in joining us? After Odin spoke, he looked at Yang Yin with eager anticipation. Of course, it's fortunate you two haven't forgotten about me. Otherwise, I would not have forgiven you. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yin made his choice. Thank you, Conley exclaimed, gazing at Yang Yin with gratitude. He understood that it was solely for his sake that both Odin and Yang Yin had chosen his father, old Conley, as their agent. What is there to thank for? Yang Yin waved his hand dismissively. Now the three of us are together again. May our Ohio trident triumph, and make it to the NBA. Yang Yin smiled as he gazed at Odin and Conley. Let's give it our all. Conley and Odin chuckled in unison. After a season spent together, the bond between Yang Yin and Odin, as well as Conley, had transcended the ordinary camaraderie of teammates, blossoming into genuine friendship. The day after Odin and Conley sought out Yang Yin, the season Conley personally visited him. To be honest, Yang Yin was thoroughly pleased with old Conley as his agent. Through their interaction, he discerned that old Conley was a remarkably rational and composed individual. Furthermore, old Conley assured Yang Yin that he would refrain from representing any other players that year, believing that his current capacity was best suited to care for the three of them. This decision delighted Yang Yin, for it was evident that old Conley was a responsible individual, not one to recklessly sign various players for the sake of commission. He was genuinely invested in strategizing and planning for his athletes. Subsequently, old Conley and Yang Yin engaged in discussions on other matters. Old Conley expressed curiosity about whether Yang Yin had a preferred NBA team. If so, he would make every effort to secure a private workout with that team, rather than have Yang Yin partake in the crowded combine. Old Conley's perspective was quite unique. Even if Yang Yin was projected to be at the tail end of the first round, he still believed that Yang Yin should pursue a high-end route, focusing solely on private workouts with interested teams. He did not wish for Yang Yin to be picked by subpar teams. Regarding how these private workouts would materialize, old Conley had committed to helping Yang Yin connect with at least 2 teams for individual tryouts. Yang Yin felt quite satisfied with this conversation, appreciating both old Conley's professionalism and his steadfast demeanor. As May arrived, Yang Yin finally received news from old Conley. He had secured his first opportunity for a private workout. What do you think? Surprised? On the day of departure, Yang Yin watched as old Conley appeared alongside Odin. Yang Yin likely harbored some suspicions in his heart. However, he chose to remain reticent. It appears that once again, my brothers and I shall stand united in battle. Yang Yin chuckled as he patted Odin on the shoulder. Keep it up. A smile also graced Odin's face. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Portland Trail Blazers Training Center. Upon entering, they were warmly welcomed by the organization, though it was evident that their enthusiasm was primarily directed towards Odin, while Yang Yin seemed to be an afterthought. The two quickly completed the static talent tests. In contrast to Odin's meticulous evaluation, Yang Yin's assessment was rather cursory, merely measuring his height and weight before running a couple of laps. Subsequently, Yang Yin was set aside by the Blazers staff, who busily surrounded Odin. On the second floor of the training center, Paul Allen, the owner of the franchise, watched Odin on the court with gleaming eyes. I see no reason not to select this giant, Paul Allen exclaimed with excitement. His gaze then fell upon Yang Yin, who was lingering in the corner. Who is that individual? Is he here for a tryout as well? Paul Allen inquired curiously, directing his attention to General Manager Pritchard. Pritchard had recently been promoted to the position of General Manager after his predecessor resigned due to the team's stagnation. Fortune smiled upon Pritchard, as he inherited a once-in-a-lifetime first overall pick, particularly advantageous given the presence of Greg Oden, a player coveted by numerous NBA teams. This pick would allow them to easily secure the desired Oden, assuming his performance was sufficiently impressive. Thus far, Oden's physical testing had been quite remarkable. In response to Paul Allen's inquiry, Pritchard initially displayed a hint of disdain before replying. That guy was never part of our tryout plans. If it weren't for Oden's strong insistence, he wouldn't even know where the Blazers' doors open. Chapter 49, The Olive Branch from the Heat. The Shocked Oracle. Today, 800043. Update. Upon hearing this, Paul Allen comprehended the implication and chose to divert his attention entirely to Oden. By the way, there's another individual coming for a tryout in the next couple of days. ISNT there? Paul Allen suddenly asked. Indeed, Kevin Durant has also set his sights on the coveted first overall pick. Pritchard wore a slight smirk of satisfaction, eager to see who among them would be more suited for the team. As for the remaining trials, I shall not concern myself with them. You may worry about that, he remarked, dismissively waving his hand before turning away. Pritchard bid farewell to Paul Allen with a smile. It can be said that Paul Allen is the most laid-back owner in the entire NBA. Although he possesses a team, most of the time, he hardly remembers it. This is precisely the type of owner every general manager dreams of. Pritchard has already devised grand plans. He intends to implement sweeping reforms for the Trailblazers. A legendary general manager is destined to carve out his place, and Oden is a crucial piece of his dynasty. On the court, Oden quickly noticed Yang Yen, who had been lingering in the corner. Oden's mood visibly soured, and he began to lose focus during the trials. Why isn't he continuing with the trials? Oden furrowed his brow and inquired of the staff. The staff glanced at Yang Yen, their lips curling into a sneer. This individual was never part of our trial agenda, they stated. Upon hearing this, Oden realized he had been deceived. Enough. Oden rose abruptly, deciding to halt the trials. Mr. Gregg, please continue to execute the commands as instructed. We are still in the trial phase, the staff reminded him. Trial phase? I am completely disinterested now, and this is all you're doing. Oden turned to walk towards the sidelines. Mr. Gregg, the trial is not yet concluded. You cannot leave. When the staff saw Oden genuinely attempting to depart, they rushed to block his path. What transpired? The argument between Oden and the staff quickly drew the attention of General Manager Pritchard. Sir, Mr. Gregg wishes to terminate the trial, the staff implored, as if they had found a savior upon seeing Pritchard. Upon hearing this, Pritchard chose not to engage with the staff any further, but instead turned to Oden with a smile. Mr. Gregg, I would like to understand what has occurred. Oden shot him an irritated glance. I recall stipulating a condition when I agreed to participate in the trials. But it seems you have not upheld your end of the bargain. Pritchard's face broke into a smile. You are referring to Mr. Yang Yen, are you not? As Pritchard approached Oden, he gently placed a hand on Oden's shoulder, saying, To be frank, our primary interest has always been in you. Had it not been for your strong insistence, we would not have extended an invitation to him. Please do not be upset. Pritchard continued to smile at Oden. Moreover, you must understand that the NBA is not a mere child's play. There are matters you must contemplate seriously, rather than making impulsive decisions. Rest assured, your agent will engage you in a thorough discussion regarding these matters. Of course, if you wish to discontinue the tryout, that is perfectly acceptable. Pritchard remained composed, fully aware of the immense value of the first overall pick he held, something every player participating in the draft yearns to attain. Although Oden was still young, he recognized the wisdom of his agent, Mr. Conley, who would undoubtedly guide him on what truly matters. Before long, Mr. Conley approached, his expression reflecting discontent, having already discerned the Trailblazer stance on Yang Yen. However, for the sake of Oden's tryout, he chose to endure. Upon seeing Conley's arrival, Oden lost interest in further contention. Mr. Conley, let us go, he declared, turning his back as he walked toward Yang Yen. Conley paused momentarily, taken aback by Oden's words, but he refrained from further comment and turned to follow Oden. At that moment, Pritchard interjected, Mr. Conley, please hold on a moment. Conley halted, listening as Pritchard continued. Greg is still young. I believe there are matters that require your careful attention. Observing Pritchard's insincere smile, Conley stifled his annoyance and nodded with a faint smile. Meanwhile, Oden had reached Yang Yan's side. I apologize, he immediately expressed upon arriving next to Yang Yan. Yang Yan, upon hearing this, chuckled and gently patted Auden on the shoulder. You haven't done anything wrong, so why apologize? At that moment, Old Conley rejoined the two. Upon hearing Yang Yan's words, Old Conley's sense of guilt intensified. Yang Yan, this time it was my oversight, he said earnestly, looking at Yang Yan. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you in connecting with more teams for tryouts. Yang Yan suddenly burst into laughter. Why are you two so serious? It's perfectly natural for them to look down on me. It simply indicates that I am not destined to be among them. Now let us go. With that, Yang Yan chuckled and turned to leave the gymnasium. However, in the fleeting moment of turning, a subtle glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. This enmity was now established. The Trailblazers might disregard him, but they ought to have at least given him a fair chance. The fact that they called him and only to treat him so dismissively was not merely a matter of disdain. It was a blatant humiliation. Given Yang Yan's temperament, this grievance would undoubtedly be etched in his memory. After returning from the Trailblazers to the school, Yang Yan once again found himself in a state of anticipation. Fortunately, the wait lasted merely a day. Old Conley soon delivered delightful news. The Miami Heat had proactively reached out to him, expressing a desire to conduct a private workout with Yang Yan. Moreover, the Heat currently possessed a mid to late first-round draft pick, which aligned perfectly with Yang Yan's draft projections. Without any hesitation, he proceeded. Yang Yan followed Old Kong to the Miami Heat. The opportunity to become teammates with Dwayne Wade is indeed quite remarkable. They arrived at the training center of the Heat, where they had prepared well in advance. As Yang Yan and Old Conley arrived, they were met with a warm reception, starkly contrasting with the attitude of the Trailblazers. Guided by the staff, Yang Yan was the first to undergo a static physical assessment. Pat Riley, the general manager and head coach of the Miami Heat, held Yang Yan's physical test data. This data was quite acceptable. As for other metrics, such as jumping ability, Riley perused them casually, finding them all above average. However, the strength component was an entirely different story. Upon reviewing it, Riley felt his blood pressure rise. Yang Yan managed an impressive 30 repetitions at the standard bench press of 84 kilograms. His maximum bench press weight reached a staggering 180 kilograms. Moreover, the staff noted that this was evidently not Yang Yan's limit. Such a level of strength could easily surpass 90% of NBA players. Watching Yang Yan execute movements under the staff's guidance not far away, Riley's mind began to churn with possibilities. As the dynamic testing approached its conclusion, Riley received the data from the staff. The physical assessment results were quite commendable. However, having observed Yang Yan's nearly monstrous strength level, these findings were not entirely surprising. Suddenly, an alternative thought struck Riley. Holding this notion close, he glanced at the final evaluation provided by the professionals. Strengths. 1. This player possesses an almost abnormal level of strength, granting him a significant advantage in matchups. 2. He exhibits ball handling skills that far exceed those of others in his position, ensuring that he does not easily relinquish possession. 3. His exceptional ability to penetrate defenses and engage in physical play makes him highly effective when attacking the basket. 4. He demonstrates impressive mid-range shooting skills and a reliable three-point shooting ability. After reading these strengths, Riley felt a buzz in his head. He nearly believed he was witnessing the emergence of another Chicago prodigy, perhaps even more remarkable than the rookie version of that player. Riley then turned his attention to the final section. Weaknesses. 1. The player may overly rely on his physicality and penetration skills. Whether he can maintain his collegiate performance in the NBA remains to be seen. 2. Although he displays commendable enthusiasm on the defensive end, his defensive choices can sometimes be rather poor. Just as Riley wished to delve deeper into the analysis, he was interrupted. Yang Yan had followed the venerable Mr. Conley over. Young man, you have performed remarkably well. Mr. Pat Riley generously bestowed his praise. Before Yang Yan could respond, the astute Mr. Conley's eyes sparkled at the compliment. Mr. Riley, it appears you are quite satisfied with Yang Yan's tryout? Mr. Conley inquired with a smile. Mr. Conley, it is not yet our turn to engage in a contest. Furthermore, should Yang Yan indeed join us in Miami, I shall surely present you with a contract that will meet your satisfaction. However, prior to that, there remains much to be accomplished, does it not? Mr. Riley jestingly remarked, glancing at Mr. Conley. Unfazed by Mr. Riley's discernment of his innermost thoughts, Mr. Conley did not exhibit any embarrassment. Certainly, I believe Yang Yan will be your finest choice, Mr. Conley declared with unwavering confidence. Throughout the entire exchange, Mr. Conley refrained from allowing Yang Yan to speak, as he was acutely aware of the cunning nature of his counterpart, Mr. Riley. Dealing with such an opponent was precisely the essence of his role as an agent. However, it seemed Mr. Riley was not inclined to engage in prolonged discourse with Mr. Conley. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he redirected his attention back to Yang Yen. To be candid, I am quite pleased with your performance. Yet, I am eager to observe your capabilities in actual competition. This is merely a humble suggestion, but in approximately a week, several of our teams will conduct a small-scale tryout. I wonder if you'd be interested? Mr. Riley said with a warm smile directed at Yang Yen. At this moment, Mr. Conley's expression subtly shifted as he discerned Mr. Riley's intentions to lay a trap for them. Yet, this time, he was unable to prevent Yang Yen from responding. Of course, I will be delighted to participate. Yang Yen spoke with a smile. After receiving Yang Yen's affirmative answer, Pat Riley cast a triumphant glance at the old Conley. I will convey the relevant information to your agent and look forward to your splendid performance in the next match. Clearly, in this encounter, the seasoned fox Pat Riley had the upper hand once again. After Yang Yen and Old Conley exited the arena, Old Conley, with an expression of resignation, looked at Yang Yen and said, "You should not have agreed so readily." Yang Yen smiled nonchalantly upon hearing this. After all, it was merely a trial training, a practical assessment at that. Do you not have faith in my abilities? Yang Yen playfully glanced at Old Conley, who shook his head in response. I certainly have faith in you, but you must understand that more trials are not necessarily better. Moreover, I have a strong sense that the Heat are genuinely interested in you. Yang Yen, intrigued, cast a curious glance at Old Conley. Isn't it wonderful that they are interested in me? Old Conley shook his head. If you were Pat Riley and desired to acquire a particular player without possessing a high draft pick, yet wish to avoid the cost of a trade, what strategy would you employ? Instead of answering Yang Yen, Old Conley presented him with a question. Yang Yen furrowed his brow and spread his hands in exasperation. Honestly, I'm not adept at calculations. Just tell me the answer directly. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Old Conley's face. If I were Pat Riley, I would ensure that this player's draft position plummets. Therefore, it is highly likely that during the next practical trial, Pat Riley will certainly orchestrate something significant. The worse your performance, the fewer teams will show interest in you, thereby increasing their chances of acquiring you. Do you understand? Old Conley patiently elucidated to Yang Yen. Yang Yen displayed a contemplative expression. How outrageous! The minds behind these schemes are truly sinister. Initially, I believed that Pat Riley's invitation was merely straightforward. Little did I anticipate the multitude of traps concealed within. Is it still feasible for us to decline his offer at this juncture? Yang Yen gazed at Old Conley with a sense of embarrassment. Old Conley shook his head, suggesting that it would be prudent to refrain from such actions. Very well. You need not trouble yourself with these matters. Leave the rest to me. However, for any future communications with the opposing general manager regarding such affairs, it would be wise to entrust that responsibility to me. You may remain entirely silent. A flicker of fatigue crossed Old Conley's eyes. At present, he had only 3 players under his guidance, and aside from his son Conley, there were no significant issues to contend with. Yang Yen and Odin are truly a source of constant concern. Odin, it seems, is persistently expressing a desire to trial with other teams. Clearly, the previous incident with the Trailblazers has left him with a profoundly negative impression of them. Old Conley is compelled to earnestly persuade Odin, and he has chosen to keep this matter from Yang Yen. Should Yang Yen discover that Odin is causing a stir due to his discontent with the Trailblazers, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Conley has already fulfilled 2 out of the 3 agreed-upon individual trials for Yang Yen. Although the process with the Trailblazers has not been particularly pleasant, Yang Yen has yet to depart from Miami when he receives news of another opportunity. A new team, the Hornets, is willing to offer Yang Yen a singular individual trial. The Hornets possess a lottery pick, which is undoubtedly more enticing than the Miami Heat. However, Old Conley has encountered a slight predicament. In the coming 2 days, he must accompany Conley to Memphis for a trial. Consequently, Yang Yen will have to attend the Hornets' trial alone. Before their parting, Old Conley specifically cautions Yang Yen to refrain from agreeing to any requests or inquiries. Regardless of the outcome, Yang Yen's only task is to earnestly participate in the training. After imparting all this advice, Lao Conley and Yang Yen bid farewell in Miami. Yang Yen embarked on a solitary journey aboard the flight to Orleans. Chapter 51. The Gathering of Passion. A Reunion with Durant. In simpler terms, Yang Yen's individual training session with the Hornets yielded quite promising results. Unlike the circumstances in Miami, The Hornets' evaluation focused more on Yang Yan's comprehension of tactics and his instinct for positioning on the court. Although his extraordinary strength astonished them, it evidently did not sway the Hornets entirely. The rationale behind their approach is straightforward. The team already possesses a primary ball handler in their star player, Chris Paul. Paul's performance over the past 2 years has been remarkably impressive, leading the Hornets to establish him as the cornerstone of their championship aspirations. They have made commendable selections for other positions, yet the small forward role lacks exceptional options in the free market. Thus, they have turned their attention to the upcoming draft. The assessment of Yang Yan's capabilities serves to determine his compatibility with Paul on the court. As the training session concluded, the Hornets did not exhibit particularly enthusiastic responses. Yang Yan remained undeterred, gracefully departing from ORL-INS. However, merely one night later, Old Connolly brought news to Yang Yan. Contrary to expectations, the Hornets, originally believed to have no interest in him, made a commitment to Connolly. They promised that if no team selected Yang Yan before the 13th pick, they would utilize their draft rights to secure him at that position. Although such pre-draft assurances in the NBA are often unreliable, anything can transpire during the draft, perhaps to reassure Yang Yan. The Hornets also conveyed to Connolly that he was their primary choice. This revelation significantly enhanced the validity of their commitment. Moreover, subsequent events over the following days confirmed the Hornets' sincerity, indicating that this was not merely a smokescreen. If they had intended to mislead other teams, news of their desire to select Yang Yan would have circulated throughout the league by now. The absence of such information suggests that the Hornets aim to quietly secure a lucrative opportunity. Naturally, the Hornets had their own stipulation. Yang Yan was to refrain from participating in any additional tryouts. It was evident that Connolly regarded this demand as absurd. While the Hornets exhibited ample sincerity, his ambitions extended far beyond merely satisfying a lottery selection. In truth, Connolly had long been devising a plan to maneuver Yang Yan, Connolly, and Odin into the top 10 of the draft through his strategic efforts. Odin's position was secure. If both Connolly and Yang Yan could also break into the top 10, his career as an agent would skyrocket. Undoubtedly, Connolly believed that all three deserved such a prestigious selection. Thus, he advised Yang Yan to disregard the Hornet stipulation. 3 days passed. Yang Yan and Lau Kong arrived in Chicago, accompanied by Durant. Under normal circumstances, given Durant's draft status, he would not participate in such a modest joint workout. Teams interested in Durant would typically prefer individual workouts rather than a collective one. However, the cunning Pat Riley managed to entice Durant with a mere phrase, informing him that Yang Yan would also be present at the joint workout. This was an opportunity for redemption from humiliation, and indeed, Durant was swiftly hooked. Riley, leveraging Durant's star power, managed to engage multiple teams, including the Hawks, to partake in this intimate joint workout. It is evident that Pat Riley is a strategic mastermind. The atmosphere at the venue was palpably more vibrant this time. Yang Yan now understood that the instigator of this small-scale joint workout was none other than the Miami Heat. The participants included the Atlanta Hawks, the Chicago Bulls, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Remarkably, all three teams boasted high lottery picks, with the Hawks holding the coveted 3rd overall pick. Thus, the allure of this joint workout for the players was undeniable. One wonders how Pat Riley orchestrated such a collaboration among these teams. In the training center, Lau King's expression was far from pleasant. Had it not been for Yang Yan's agreement to Pat Riley, he would have vehemently opposed his participation in such a joint workout. This contradicted his initial high-level strategy, as joint workouts often lead to significant fluctuations in a player's draft position, an uncertainty that any agent would dread. The sole silver lining was that the number of teams invited by the Heat was limited, and the presence of the 3rd pick Hawks added to the significance. Therefore, prior to the joint workout, Lau Kong pulled Yang Yan aside and gestured towards the Hawks. What do you think? The top 3 picks are within reach. Do you have the confidence to impress them? Lau Kong then allowed a smile to emerge. Yang Yan shook his head. What? Do you not favor the Hawks? The other 2 teams are quite formidable, and their lottery picks should sufficiently assist me in securing a fair compensation for you in the forthcoming negotiations. Lau Conley was momentarily taken aback, but then he smiled in understanding. It's not that I dislike the Hawks. You previously mentioned that the Heat would likely not allow other teams to see my value. Yang Yan shrugged his shoulders. Suddenly, the smile on old Conley's face froze. Yang Yan's reminder evoked memories of the matter at hand. Just moments ago, he had seen the representative from the lottery team. Old Conley had admitted that he was quite tempted. It had completely slipped his mind. This could very well be a trap set by the Miami Heat. Unlike the heist-like draft trades orchestrated by Jerry Buss of the 1990s Lakers, Pat Riley's draft trades are steeped in meticulous calculation. He meticulously plans every detail, ensuring that the players he desires come to him willingly. Rest assured, they would not dare to overstep their bounds. Old Conley patted Yang Yin on the shoulder. Yang Yin refrained from further conversation with Lauf Conley and instead made his way onto the training ground. There, he was greeted by many familiar faces, Horford Brewer and Noah from the University of Florida, as well as Durant from the University of Texas. Yang Yan's eyes suddenly brightened, a familiar hue appearing within them. His pace unconsciously quickened as he approached the other person. However, upon reaching his destination, Yang Yin realized that he did not actually recognize the individual before him. Ah, Yang Yin, I didn't expect to see you here. Greetings. I am Sun Yu. It is a pleasure to meet you. A tall, handsome figure, matching Yang Yin in stature, extended his hand with a smile directed at him. Such charming figures are the most irritating. At this moment, Yang Yin also regained his composure. He never expected to encounter a fellow compatriot here. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yang Yin also smiled as he extended his hand. You are truly remarkable. I have heard about your accomplishments in the NCAA. You have brought honor to our Dragon Nation. You are simply outstanding. Sun Yu generously offered his praise. Giving Yang Yin a thumbs up, Yang Yin smiled faintly. By the way, where is Brother Lien? Why hasn't he come for the trial training? Yang Yin felt a sense of curiosity. Why had Yi Jianlian not seized such a remarkable opportunity? Sun Yu shook his head upon hearing this. There are numerous teams interested in Alien. He only accepts individual tryouts, unlike us, who are left wanting for parental affection. Yang Yan's smile gradually became somewhat frozen. Who is like you? There are plenty of teams eager for my talents. Not far away. Pat Riley of the Miami Heat observed this scene, and a knowing smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 52, The Frustrating Grouping. I'll teach you a lesson. Soon, the trial players and team representatives were all present. This joint trial was merely to assess the players' practical performance. As for the physical measurement data, I believe each team has already obtained what they desired. The staff of the Miami Heat frequently announced the rules of the trial. They called out Yang Yan's name first. Yang Yan was placed in Group A. Subsequently, he called out Durant's name, who was assigned to Group B. Upon stepping forward, Durant cast a noticeable glance in Yang Yan's direction. Upon meeting Durant's gaze, Yang Yin smiled, as it reminded him of a task involving a lifelong rival. This particular task could be triggered simply by competing against Durant. Perhaps this trial's group matches would present an opportunity to test it. Yang Yin gazed at Durant as if he were beholding a formidable figure akin to a towering giant. However, his expression soon transformed into one of profound emptiness. Group A, Aaron Brooks. Group B, Sun Yu. Group A, Sean Williams. Group B, Horford. With each name announced by the staff, Yang Yan's countenance darkened incrementally. Ultimately, the rosters were revealed. Group A, Aaron Brooks, Yang Yin, Nick Young, Sean Williams, Glenn Davis. Group B, Sun Yu, Brewer, Durant, Horford, Noah. Upon witnessing this competitive grouping, Yang Yan's heart sank. Yang Yin truly feels the urge to utter a profanity. What on earth is this? Is this even a game? It is evidently a matter of life and death for me. This is undeniable. Pat Riley, that old man, is clearly intent on my demise. Yang Yin cast his gaze towards the distant figure of Old Connolly. Indeed, at that moment, Old Connolly was furiously accusing Pat Riley. Even a fool could discern the issues with such a grouping. Observing the irate Old Connolly, a glimmer of hope flickered in Yang Yan's eyes. Yes, this is it. Let us bring him down. I truly made the right choice in hiring this agent. However, soon after, Yang Yin noticed that Pat Riley appeared to have whispered something to Old Connolly. Old Connolly, with a wry smile, shook his head at Yang Yin. Yang Yin was taken aback. My goodness, is it still possible for me to switch agents at this point? Surely, I cannot be thrust into a confrontation with them like this. They would truly devour me. Who stands before me? Opposite me are three of the Florida Five, who had just suffered defeat at the hands of Yang Yin in the finals, alongside my lifelong rival, Durant. Each of them harbors some resentment towards me. Yang Yin cast his gaze towards Group B. As expected, this group of individuals was already brimming with eagerness, ready to spring into action. Brewer and Horford exchanged knowing glances with Yang Yin, their expressions laden with mockery, as if to say, well, young man, today is your day. Yang Yin glanced at his teammates nearby. My Emperor Odin has been replaced by the illustrious Baron Davis. My Conley has been swapped for the diminutive Brooks. Oh heavens! Take me away. Since this was a practical trial, neither team had a coach. A group of players simply motivated each other and jumped straight into action. Brewer, Horford, Noah, and Durant all shared a singular objective: to take down Yang Yin. The four of them chorused in unison. Sun Yu, feeling a bit awkward, chuckled and said, "I won't go after my fellow countrymen. That wouldn't be fair. I'll take on that little black guy instead." He gestured towards Aaron Brooks. The match officially commenced. As expected, Noah seized the offensive possession, and Sun Yu advanced the ball forward. Aaron Brooks remained focused on defense, spreading his arms to disrupt Sun Yu. He aimed to showcase his tenacious defensive spirit to the representatives on the sidelines. However, in the next moment, Sun Yu executed a powerful back-to-the-basket maneuver, sending Brooks flying. Before the opposition could react, Sun Yu had already sprinted towards the basket. Yang Yin swiftly moved to provide assistance. Little did he know, Sun Yu flicked his wrist, effortlessly locating Durant, who had cut to the basket. With a thunderous crash, Durant executed an airborne alley-oop. Upon completing the dunk, Durant triumphantly turned toward Yang Yin. Making a provocative gesture, Yang Yin cast a silent glance at Xiao Heido. Xiao Heido, alone Brooks, awkwardly scratched his head. "I was careless just now. I will be more cautious moving forward," Alone Brooks said earnestly. Yang Yin nodded in acknowledgement. During the offensive round, Aaron Brooks controlled the ball past the half-court, and Sun Yu immediately advanced to apply pressure. As if prompted by Sun Yu's presence, the entire group intensified their defensive efforts. Even Durant became fervently entangled with Yang Yin. When Yang Yin finally managed to extricate himself from Durant's grasp, he discovered Aaron Brooks sprawled on the midfield and Sun Yu executing a one-handed dunk beneath their basket. Yang Yin was utterly exasperated. Is it truly beyond your capability to perform even the simplest tasks? Is this your version of earnestness? Handing over possession to the opposing team with such carelessness? For a point guard like Aaron Brooks, one would expect the ability to execute even the most straightforward passes. Yang Yin, in a moment of exasperation, executed a sideline throw-in. This time, Alonzo Brooks demonstrated wisdom by swiftly relinquishing possession of the ball. Nick Young, having received Brooks' pass, took a decisive shot from a distance of 3 steps beyond the three-point line, unleashing a soaring arrow towards the hoop. Alas, the basketball grazed the net and struck the Bulls staff member diligently recording events at the baseline. Remarkably, instead of feeling the slightest embarrassment, Nick Young maintained an aura of supreme confidence, as if proclaiming his dominance over the court. Were it not for the Bulls staff member at the baseline, clutching his face in distress, one might have believed Nick Young had successfully made an extraordinary three-pointer. Young's error once again handed possession to Team B. Sun Yu, unwavering, advanced the ball past half-court. Confronted by Alonzo Brooks' tenacious defense, Sun Yu showcased the fundamental skills of a guard, dribbling with a bulldozer-like stance. Brooks, lurking behind him, made wild gestures, while Sun Yu remained unfazed. "Can you even reach me, little brother? Your height is no match for my depth." As Sun Yu approached the three-point line, he executed a deft spin. This time, Yang Yin remained vigilant in guarding Durant, yet Nick Young opted to assist defensively. Sun Yu, with a flick of his wrist, located the cutting Brewer. With the lane entirely cleared by Horford and Noah, Brewer seized the opportunity with ease, effortlessly securing 2 points. Such teamwork was a well-rehearsed routine from their college days. Observing the struggle of Glenn Davis, who was significantly larger yet trapped behind Noah and the diminutive Sean, laboriously contending against Horford, added to the spectacle. Yang Yin felt as though the sky had collapsed. He had anticipated that Pat Riley would set a trap for him, but he never expected that this despicable man would utterly disregard his own dignity. How on earth did he manage to assemble such a ghastly lineup? Is this even the work of a human being? With a roster like this, even the legendary Michael Jordan would find himself on the receiving end of a few slaps from the opposing team, perhaps even spitting out a mouthful of blood. It is utterly unmanageable. Truly, it is beyond comprehension. Chapter 53. Seizing control of the ball. Anilating Batrili. On the court, the score had already reached 10 o'clock. Up until this moment, Yang Yan's team and group had yet to score a single point. Moreover, he had not even touched the ball once. In stark contrast to the flawless coordination of the opposing team, his group seemed almost otherworldly in its ineptitude. Aaron Brooks, as the point guard, could barely advance the ball past half-court. Nick Young, with his inflated sense of self-importance, was a classic case of late-stage delusion. Once the basketball was in his hands, one could hardly expect it to be passed again. Even in the middle of the court, this fellow could only flail about aimlessly. As for the 2 players under the basket, Any hope of them contributing was utterly misplaced. Glenn Davis was nothing short of a colossal disappointment. His imposing physique served merely as a decorative prop on the court. Sean epitomized the role of the nurturing big sister. As long as you dare to enter, he would ensure you did so. The score had now escalated to 15-0. Yang Yin was initially engulfed in despair. However, upon turning around, he suddenly caught sight of Pat Riley's triumphant smile not far away. This fleeting glance ignited a surge of fury within him. How dare you smile at a time like this? Reduced to such a pitiful state, he found himself entirely dependent on this shameless individual, Pat Riley. Did you not wish to see my humiliation? Did you not desire my downfall? I shall not grant you that satisfaction. With this thought, Yang Yin, who was not known for his mental acuity, found his mind unexpectedly sharp at that moment. First and foremost, such a course of action was untenable. If things continued in this manner, disaster would surely follow. Secondly, he must take control of the ball, suppressing his anger while glancing at the foolish individuals beside him. Yang Yin signaled for a timeout. This maneuver left the onlooking representatives of various teams utterly bewildered. There was no head coach during the tryout. Whom were you calling a timeout for? As Pat Riley observed the nearly explosive Yang Yin, he felt a surge of delight and, in a rare moment of benevolence, decided to indulge him. Yet, this was not out of genuine goodwill. He simply did not believe that Yang Yin could conjure anything noteworthy. What is going on? You didn't call a timeout, and I just made a long-range three-pointer. Nick Young, with an expression of indignation, looked at Yang Yin, finding humor in his frustration. How could you not notice that the staff near the baseline had all vacated? Don't you have any awareness of the situation? Silence. A long-range three-pointer? Why don't you make one then? If you could shoot it in, we wouldn't be reduced to such a disgrace. Yang Yin showed no regard for Nick Young. Indeed, upon hearing this, Nick Young was immediately enraged. What? Are you not convinced? If you have the ability, confront me directly. Yang Yin then cast a mocking glance at Nick Young. Damn it. Do you think I don't want to score against them? Every time I get the ball, it's just a pass. How am I supposed to attack? Nick Young shouted furiously. At this moment, a trace of amusement flickered in Yang Yin's eyes. This guy, despite his goofy demeanor, truly provided him with some cooperation. Are you implying that as long as you receive the basketball smoothly, you can take on the opponent? Is that it? Yang Yin cast a stern glance at Nick Young. Naturally, I am Nick Young, the unrivaled champion of the world. Nick Young, with an air of flamboyance, curled his lips in response. Very well. In the second half, I shall pass the ball to you. If you fail to deliver, then refrain from pretending to be the greatest of all time. Young effortlessly took over the ball control. Aaron, is that all right? I'll handle the possession in the second half. Yang Yin then turned his gaze toward Alone Brooks. Upon meeting Yang Yin's fierce stare, Alone Brooks hastily waved his hands. Mifine. He feared that a moment's hesitation might provoke Yang Yin's wrath to the point of striking him down with a single blow. Good. From now on, you shall defend with all your might. The moment I secure the ball, you must launch a relentless fast break. Rest assured, as long as you run swiftly enough, the basketball will surely find its way into your hands. Yang Yin formulated a straightforward strategy, opting against intricate tactics. After all, this joint training session merely assembled unfamiliar players, rendering any notion of synergy utterly unrealistic. To expect them to execute a flawless strategy would be nothing short of delusional. Thus, Yang Yin adopted the most direct and unembellished approach. And you, Glenn, are you a coward? If he blocks your position, will you simply let him pass? You ought to confront him. The next time he attempts to obstruct you, use your body to push him aside. Yang Yin abruptly turned around and bellowed at Glenn Davidson. The sudden outburst startled Glenn Davidson, causing him to shudder involuntarily. However, upon meeting Yang Yin's fierce gaze, Byron Davidson resolutely nodded in agreement. Soon, the timeout concluded, and both teams returned to the court. Pat Riley appeared confident on the sidelines, while the elder calmly wore a look of utter despair. Had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from bringing Yang Yin to this so-called joint tryout, even at the cost of his own reputation. This was not merely a trial. It was evidently a matter of life and death for Yang Yin. After this joint tryout, let alone the lottery picks, it is indeed fortunate that Yang Yin was selected in the first round. On the court, Sean was preparing to execute a sideline throw-in, but this time, Aaron Brooks sprinted to the 45-degree angle. Surprisingly, it was Yang Yin who stepped forward to receive the ball. Once he gained possession, Yang Yin skillfully controlled the ball, seeking the rhythm of the game, while gesticulating with his arms to direct his teammates' movements. This scene left the team officials in attendance utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Aren't you a small forward? How have you transformed into a point guard? No, this is clearly a case of a point forward. Yang Yin on the court inexplicably reminded them of that renowned player wearing number 23 in the league. It's an uncanny resemblance. Yang Yin, with the ball in hand, scanned the perimeter beyond the three-point line, but found no suitable opportunity. As the seconds ticked away, the urgency grew palpable. Yang Yin steeled himself, resolute in his determination. With this thought in mind, he surged forward, darting into the lane with fervent acceleration. The despair flickered in Durant's eyes as he anticipated the inevitable. A relentless drive that defied logic was once again upon him. Just as expected, in the next instant, Yang Yin executed a sharp pivot, veering from one side to the other, skillfully navigating past his defenders. Brewer rushed in to double-team him, but this time, Horford and Noah were already poised beneath the basket. With Odin absent, there was no one left to shield Yang Yin. Behind him loomed Durant. To his side stood Brewer, and two imposing figures awaited him in the paint. It seemed that in mere moments, Yang Yin would find himself ensnared. At this moment, Yang Yin found himself in a predicament. After breaking into the paint, he suddenly remembered that there was no Odin beneath the basket, only a mere obstacle. Relying on the fleeting memory of his peripheral vision during the breakthrough, Yang Yin hurled the basketball away. Meanwhile, Nick Young, left unguarded beyond the three-point line, seized the opportunity and unleashed a decisive shot without hesitation. This time, the ball did not miss its mark, but rather pierced through the net with a crisp swish. Following the successful three-pointer, Nick Young displayed an air of arrogance, bringing together his thumbs and index fingers while showcasing the other three fingers with flamboyance. Chapter 54. The perfect foundation for team building. The unpredictable Nick Young. Although Yang Yin had secured 3 points, it seemed that there was no shift in mentality for Team B. After all, who doesn't indulge in dumplings during the new year? As the offensive possession turned, Sun Yu continued to back down Aaron Brooks, exuding an attitude of blatant superiority. However, this time, Aaron Brooks stayed resolutely close to Sun Yu, denying him any chance to pivot. After enduring 2 consecutive physical confrontations, Brooks promptly re-established his position. Realizing this, Sun Yu abandoned the back-down strategy and turned to face the basket. With a simple double cross in front of his body, he still found no favorable opportunity. Nonetheless, Sun Yu remained undeterred, directly tossing the basketball to Noah in the post. Noah, with his back to Glenn Davis, received the pass and a broad smile spread across his face. He was eager to accept this 2-point gift, keen to showcase his low-post skills in front of the team representatives. Lowering his center of gravity, Noah engaged in a series of confrontations with Davis, who was beginning to feel overwhelmed. It was simply too intense. Could he withstand it? Just as Glenn Davis entertained this thought, the piercing gaze of Yang Yin suddenly materialized in his mind. Damn it, that guy would truly kill him. No, no, no. I refuse to accept this. Just when Glenn Davidson had seemingly begun to falter, an unexpected surge of strength emerged from within him. He forcefully shoved Noah out of the 3-second zone. This spectacle ignited a profound interest among the representatives of the teams watching from the sidelines. Indeed, everyone appreciates a man who plays with a bit of grit. Meanwhile, on the court, Noah appeared utterly bewildered. Wait, dude, are you messing with me? Just a moment ago, you were casually intruding, and now you're playing hardball. Noah's dribbling was already subpar, and with Glenn Davidson's forceful push, the basketball slipped from his grasp. Sean, observing the chaos beneath the hoop, wasted no time in launching himself towards the ball. However, he miscalculated the trajectory of the basketball, which ricocheted through his hands and struck him squarely in the face. Yet, in a stroke of ironic fortune, it rebounded right into Yang Yin's hands, leaving no time to appreciate what could rival the excitement of a soccer match's header. The moment Yang Yin grasped the ball, he let out a fierce roar. Charge forward. Upon hearing Yang Yin's command, Nick Young and Brooks, stationed beyond the arc, sprinted into action without hesitation. Surprisingly, the once overpowered Brooks, who had been thoroughly outplayed by Sun Yu, surged ahead with remarkable speed, even venturing into the uncharted territory of the court. Yang Yin would naturally not show any mercy, although his passing skills were somewhat lacking. Executing such long throws as a quarterback requires a certain level of proficiency. However, with the little black bean having dashed into open territory, he merely needed to throw the ball into that general vicinity. Yang Yin swung his arm and launched the basketball with considerable force. The ball landed over a meter in front of the diminutive player, Xiao Haidu. At that moment, Brooks exerted every ounce of effort he could muster, managing to control the ball before it crossed the baseline. The ensuing phase was straightforward. With no defenders in sight beneath the basket, Brooks executed a simple layup, concluding the offensive play. The score on the court was promptly updated to 15-5. Although Team A, led by Yang Yin, had managed to score 5 consecutive points, neither the representatives of the 4 teams present nor the players from Team B exhibited any signs of astonishment. To them, it seemed merely a desperate struggle. However, the sentiment among Team B began to shift. After 2 successful plays in succession, their mindset transformed. It appeared that the opposing team was not as formidable as they had initially perceived. The most significant change in mentality was observed in Glenn Davison. Having successfully defended against Noah, he now felt invincible, hastily labeling Noah as weak. On the court, Sun Yu held the ball and began to penetrate from beyond the three-point line. This time, he successfully made his way to the rim, but his shot was contested by the approaching Aaron Brooks, causing it to veer off target. Underneath, Horford and Noah engaged in a fierce battle for the rebound. Meanwhile, Glenn Davison recalled Yang Yan's advice: if positioning fails, then use your body. Weighing in at 260 pounds, he found his mass served its purpose at that moment. Glenn unexpectedly thrust his backside against Noah, pushing him out of bounds, seemingly intent on asserting his dominance rather than pursuing the rebound. Thanks to Glenn's decisive action, space suddenly opened up beneath the basket. Yang Yin relinquished his defense against Durant. With a swift surge, he dashed towards the basket and seized the rebound from Horford's grasp. This time, Yang Yin needed no further words. At the very moment he secured the rebound, Brooks and Nick Young on the perimeter were already sprinting with fervor. Yang Yin passed the basketball to the swiftest Brooks. However, this time Sun Yu had already anticipated the situation and managed to closely follow Brooks. Without hesitation, Brooks tossed the basketball beneath the hoop, where Nick Young, charging in from the other side, executed a one-handed alley-oop dunk. After scoring, he naturally showcased his signature swagger. Following yet another score, the representatives from the 4 teams on the sidelines displayed expressions that hinted at intrigue. It is quite remarkable. After a timeout, the seemingly struggling team truly came alive under Yang Yan's leadership. Logically, Team B's lineup was extravagantly impressive, exhibiting no apparent weaknesses. However, if there were to be a single flaw, it would be that all 5 members of Team B were towering giants. Even the point guard Sun Yu stood at an imposing 2 meters tall. Consequently, their speed was evidently compromised. Team A seized upon this vulnerability, employing intense defensive pressure and rapid counterattacks. With this realization, the representatives from the 4 teams began to regard Yang Yin with fervent admiration. This individual was astonishingly astute. His court awareness, basketball intelligence, and leadership qualities were unparalleled. Were these not the quintessential traits that every team dreams of in a foundational player? At that moment, the onlookers could no longer afford to dismiss Team A as a mere joke. If they continued to view Team A in such a light, they would indeed become the laughingstock themselves. Team A had relentlessly overwhelmed Team B in a series of plays, causing the expressions of Team B's players to sour as they grew increasingly serious. Yet, it was already too late. The members of Team A no longer feared their opponents. On the contrary, under Yang Yan's orchestration, they matched Team B stride for stride. Offensively, it was straightforward. In a half-court setting, Yang Yin would drive and distribute the ball. Defensively, they fought with fervor. If they could hold their ground, splendid. If not, they would make their opponents pay dearly. Seizing possession led to swift counterattacks. Frustrated, Team B found themselves unable to keep pace. With Yang Yin leading by example, Team A erupted with remarkable energy. Even against formidable adversaries like Durant and Horford, they exhibited no trepidation. The most outrageous performance came from Nick Young, who, once he found his shooting rhythm, became an electrifying presence. Fueled by exhilaration, Nick Young transformed into an almost glitch-like entity, executing various jump shots and scoring frenetically. The representatives from the 4 teams on the sidelines were left in disbelief, convinced they had stumbled upon another Chicago legend. Chapter 55, The Dunk That Sealed the Victory. A flawless practical training. The practical training session on the court was nearing its conclusion, with just 35 seconds remaining. Under the leadership of Yang Yin, Team A trailed by a single point, while possession rested with Team B. Thus, this defensive round was of utmost importance. Durant, disregarding the sweat trickling down his brow, found himself cursing internally. Who would have thought that the intensity of a minor joint training session could be so demanding? Beyond the three-point line, Sun Yu advanced the ball past half-court, immediately seeking out Durant. His height, surpassing that of Brooks, afforded Sun Yu a commendable view for passing. However, Yang Yin was already prepared for this. In this critical moment, there was a 90% chance that Sun Yu would pass to Durant. Therefore, Yang Yin escalated the intensity of the confrontation to its peak, practically ready to embrace Durant in a princess carry. Durant, not to be outdone, refused to back down despite the disadvantage in strength. He nearly elbowed Yang Yin in the face. Yet, to the officials on the sidelines, this seemed to go unnoticed. Clearly, this was part of the training. The representatives of each team had likely advised the referees beforehand. If the referees refrained from interrupting the match at this juncture, they could glean more insights from the unfolding situation. The pressure on the court had left Sun Yu gasping for breath. Should he pass or take on the offense himself? Caught in a moment of indecision, he observed his teammates from Team A, all tightly marked. Finally, he resolved to attack. The defender was Aaron Brooks, and the significant height difference instilled Sun Yu with confidence that he could successfully execute this offensive move. Upon sensing Sun Yu's decision, the members of Team B promptly spread out to create space. Sun Yu, holding the ball beyond the three-point line, executed a series of back-to-the-basket moves. Though the process was somewhat arduous, he managed to reach the paint. From this position, he felt assured about his mid-range jumper. Indeed, from the outset, Sun Yu had no intention of driving to the basket. Simply reaching the paint was a source of satisfaction for him. He spun, leaned back, and took the shot. With a height exceeding 2 meters and an exceptionally long wingspan, Brooks was utterly incapable of defending against him. However, to everyone's astonishment, Nick Young, who had previously shown on the offensive end, suddenly materialized before Sun Yu. No one knew when he had arrived, nor could they fathom his motives. Earlier, Nick Young's defense had been lackluster. It was hardly abysmal, but certainly leaky enough that if not for his defensive lapses, Yang Yan's team would have already taken the lead. Clearly, Nick Young preferred offense over defense. Yet, after Yang Yan's persistent efforts to set him up, he felt compelled to reciprocate. Thus, the most unlikely of players found himself in this pivotal moment. With a resounding smack, the basketball was emphatically swatted away. Yang Yin hastened towards the point where the basketball descended, his singular focus fixated upon it, resembling a wild beast in pursuit. First, he utilized his strength to push aside Durant, and then, with unyielding force, he collided with Brewer. Yang Yin did not disappoint, assertively seizing control of the ball. However, at the moment he was contesting possession, the interior players of Team B had already retreated to their defensive positions. At this critical juncture, it was evident that everyone was exceedingly cautious. With approximately 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock, the previous possession had nearly consumed all 24 seconds. After the basketball was blocked, a few more seconds slipped away in the battle for possession. Thus, the time remaining for Yang Yin and his team was dwindling. Yang Yin swiftly advanced with the ball. Representatives from various teams on the sidelines paused their writing, intently watching Yang Yin on the field. They were eager to discern the choice he would make. As Yang Yin approached the three-point line, Durant had already positioned himself defensively, while Horford emerged from the paint to impede Yang Yin's advance. The moment Yang Yin halted his steps, he would succumb to their encirclement. Yet, Yang Yin was not one to acquiesce. Instinctively, he understood that stopping was not a judicious choice. Thus, he executed a swift change of direction, maintaining his speed as he evaded Horford and surged toward the basket. However, as seasoned adversaries, both Horford and Noah, along with the pursuing Durant, were fully prepared for Yang Yan's drive. They simultaneously conspired to thwart Yang Yan's advance beneath the hoop. Yet, upon reaching the basket, it appeared that Yang Yin had no intention of attempting a score. A chilling sense of foreboding swept through Team B. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Yin passed the basketball to a figure racing in from beyond the arc, Nick Young. His performance during this trial was reminiscent of the Chicago Bulls' prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Nick Young received the ball and launched a three-pointer. Despair washed over all members of Team B. For Nick Young's shooting accuracy was nothing short of extraordinary. An open three-point shot felt akin to a gift. However, to everyone's astonishment, the anticipated three-pointer ricocheted off the rim. Nick Young's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, beneath the basket, Horford and Noah exchanged glances of exhilaration. They still had a chance. They didn't even need to mount an offensive. Securing that rebound would suffice to clinch victory. As Yang Yin dashed out from the baseline after making the pass, frustration welled within him. After showcasing exceptional skill throughout the game, he faltered at a crucial moment. After all those daring shots, it felt as though he had been equipped with a sniper scope. Now, he could not even convert an unguarded, straightforward three-pointer. Without time for contemplation, Yang Yin surged forward, swiftly maneuvering beneath the basket. Almost simultaneously, four players leaped into the air. Team B's Durant, Horford, Noah, and Team A's Yang Yin. It was a 1 versus 3 showdown. Yang Yin has long ceased to place his hopes on his team's interior defense. However, he has never shied away from the physical confrontations beneath the basket. Fortunately, the basketball ricocheted in a direction and trajectory that brought it closer to him. Yang Yin reached out with one hand to touch the basketball in midair, then forcefully directed it toward the hoop. Horford, realizing he had lost the rebound, swiftly transitioned to defense, attempting to block Yang Yin's shot. However, regrettably, after the aerial confrontation, the outcome was not in his favor. Yang Yin, against all odds, triumphed over 3 opponents, resolutely driving the basketball into the hoop. With a resounding swish, the referee blew the final whistle, signaling the end of the match. Oh my goodness. Ha 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 ha. Wasn't that remarkable? My emphatic block. What a fierce pass. Nick Young, brimming with excitement, pounded his chest and rushed toward the crowd. Yet, the entire A group completely overlooked him, turning instead to the hero behind him, Yang Yin. Buddy, you were absolutely phenomenal. Oh my gosh, what a thrill. Truly exhilarating. The group enveloped Yang Yin in their admiration. From a moment of their initial training divisions, they had never imagined they would emerge victorious. Yet here they were, not only victorious, but each member had performed exceptionally well. This was sure to leave a lasting impression on the representatives of all teams present. Hey, this is utterly outrageous, Nick Young exclaimed. Feeling neglected as the unsung hero of the match, his frustration palpable. Did they not realize that it was entirely due to him that they had clinched victory? Chapter 56, The Old Guard. Times have changed. Observing Nick Young's animated antics, the group wore expressions of incredulity. How absurd. He had missed an open three-pointer without any defense. If it hadn't been for Yang Yan's last-minute heroics, they might have faced defeat. Nick Young, oblivious to the awkwardness reflected in their gazes, instead preened his hair with unabashed vanity. Yang Yin shook his head in silence. This person is truly astonishingly confident. How could anyone possess such an extraordinary level of self-assurance? He chuckled softly as he shook his head. Yang Yan's gaze shifted, fortuitously landing on the scowling Pat Riley not far away. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yan's spirit soared. Damn, that old strategist. You thought you could outsmart me? I shall defy your expectations. Pat Riley's emotions at this moment were undeniably intricate. He felt elated, for Yang Yan's performance surpassed his expectations, bordering on perfection. Having orchestrated the groupings himself, Pat Riley was acutely aware of the disparity between the two teams. Yet, Yang Yin managed to energize the entire squad, leading them to victory. Conversely, he was agitated, having discerned that the numerous teams present were casting suggestive glances at Yang Yin. Even a shameless representative of the Bulls had discreetly pulled Old Conley aside for a hushed exchange. Other teams were also eager to engage. Old Conley, on the other hand, wore an air of pride. Yang Yan's exceptional performance has successfully opened the doors to the lottery zone. Old Conley is now assured of one thing. Yang Yin is destined to be selected in the lottery, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he may even secure a position within the top 5. After all, the representatives from the Hawks, who have yet to engage in discussions with the team, have begun to exhibit signs of impatience. This time, Pat Riley has inadvertently stumbled upon a miscalculation. Known for his strategic acumen, this marks the first occasion he has faltered in his calculations. Consequently, the prize for acquiring Yang Yin will inevitably exceed his original plans. Despite the turmoil brewing within, Pat Riley chose not to depart. Once everyone had completed their discussions with Old Conley, he finally approached the ladder. At that moment, Old Conley displayed an air of arrogance. Reminiscing about the time he had humbly sought to arrange a tryout for Yang Yin and cautiously probed whether he would indeed choose Yang Yin at the draft. Now, Old Conley had reversed his fortunes, singing triumphantly, "Old buddy, times have changed." Witnessing Old Conley's smug demeanor, even the composed Pat Riley could not help but curse internally. That damn nouveau riche. Old Conley's demeanor bore no distinction from that of a newly wealthy individual. Although he harbored such thoughts, a smile graced Pat Riley's face as he remarked, "Congratulations, Mr. Conley. Yang Yan's performance was quite impressive." Pat Riley gazed at Old Conley with a beaming smile. "Ha ha. It was merely adequate. Yang Yin deserves the credit," Old Conley replied, fully aware of Pat Riley's current sentiments and thus refraining from mentioning the earlier draft discussions. The one who should be anxious is certainly not him. With a deft display of Tai Chi, he deftly redirected the ball back into Pat Riley's court. Indeed, my entire team and I are exceedingly pleased with Yang Yan's performance. Pat Riley, with a smile that belied the turmoil within, had already begun to curse under his breath. He understood that old Conley was engaging in a subtle game of Tai Chi nevertheless. He sought to entice old Conley into broaching the subject of the draft first. Yet, old Conley seemed resolute in his intent to remain unperturbed. Oh, the Hawks just spoke with me as well, and they expressed great satisfaction with Yang Yan's performance. Old Conley remarked with a smile directed at Pat Riley. This masterstroke nearly caught Pat Riley off guard. Pat Riley was not oblivious to old Conley's insinuation regarding the Hawks, who possessed the third pick in the draft. This was a clear indication, stating, "Without a top 3 position, do not trouble me." Though he had prepared himself for old Conley to demand an exorbitant price, Pat Riley was still incensed. Suppressing his anger, Pat Riley leaned closer to old Conley and whispered, "Mr. Conley, I shall not beat around the bush. We are determined to acquire Yang Yan. However, the cost of securing one of the top 3 picks is exceedingly steep. Nevertheless, I shall ensure my position remains within the lottery range, or at least among the top 10 selections." Witnessing Pat Riley's concealed intentions, even the seasoned Conley has tempered his previously gleeful demeanor. "Rest assured, I will communicate your thoughts to Yang Yan." After uttering these words, Conley turned and departed. As he led Yang Yan out of the arena, beaming with satisfaction, Pat Riley could not suppress a deep sigh. This recent practical trial was indeed a perplexing endeavor. Following this intimate joint trial, Conley advised Yang Yan to rest and await further developments. In fact, both the Bulls and the Timberwolves had approached Conley with requests for a private workout with Yang Yan. Yet he declined them all. The trials conducted thus far have sufficed. Conley is acutely aware that Yang Yan has evolved beyond his former self. No further trials are necessary to validate his prowess. The principle of scarcity is not lost on Conley. Thus, as Yang Yan remains steadfast and unyielding, the intrigue among these teams only intensifies. While Conley engaged in casual banter with the various teams, Yang Yan was not idle. In his dormitory, he reclined upon his bed, confronted by the system's interface. During this compact joint trial, he once again encountered Durant, who considers him a lifelong rival, triggering the lifelong rival bond task. "Congratulations, old friend. In this trial, you have once more bested Durant, leading your team to victory. The task reward, a bond package, has been dispatched. Please be attentive to its arrival." Yang Yan looked curiously at the rewards this time. This was the first time he had received rewards beyond the league gift pack since acquiring the system. Without hesitation, Yang Yan promptly opened the bond gift pack. "Congratulations, host. You have received 10 bond points. For every 50 bond points, you may upgrade any secondary league ability to NBA level. For every 100 bond points, you can exchange for a random NBA league gift pack." Upon reading the system's description, although Yang Yan felt a tinge of disappointment, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. After all, tasks of such nature, akin to bonds, are a long-term source of sustenance. It is quite reasonable for the rewards to be somewhat modest. However, the prospect of upgrading an NCAA ability to NBA level with just 50 bond points greatly pleased Yang Yan. He was quite content with several of his NCAA abilities, such as Rose's ability to change direction without losing speed and Zion Williamson's sheer power. They were already formidable, and the thought of elevating them to NBA caliber was truly enticing. Yang Yan found it difficult to fathom the immense terror these 2 abilities could evoke. It seemed that, even when placed within the realm of the NBA, they would stand out uniquely. It appears that in future encounters with Durant, he must resolutely engage in earnest communication with his opponent. There is no alternative. After all, the individual from Davidson College has proven to be rather ineffective, leaving him with Durant as his sole point of connection. Yang Yan reclined with his legs crossed, a disdainful curl of his lip. Chapter 57. The Strategist Who Cuts Off the Fuel. The draft conference commences. During this period, Old Kong Lee has been diligently safeguarding Yang Yan. Until the dust settles on the draft, Old Kong Lee has been relentlessly negotiating with various teams. Surprisingly, the very individual he was most concerned about, Yang Yan, has exhibited remarkable stability. At least 3 lottery teams have already explicitly conveyed their favorable opinions on Yang Yan to Old Kong Lee. Conversely, the player Old Kong Lee initially deemed least of a concern, Odin, has now become a source of considerable anxiety. Due to previous complications caused by the Trailblazers, Odin's impression of them has soured considerably. He has inquired of Old Kong Lee on multiple occasions whether there exists any means to prevent the Trailblazers from selecting him. Odin has even expressed indifference towards being the first overall pick. Witnessing Odin's resolute stance, Old Kong Lee has relinquished attempts at persuasion, instead opting to assist Odin in crafting a narrative in the media. For instance, Odin has publicly declared his disinterest in being selected by the Trailblazers, among other statements. It is certain that once the media disseminates this information, the Trailblazers will grasp Odin's sentiments. However, the ultimate decision still lies in the hands of the Trailblazers. In Old Kong, Lee can merely strive to sway their perspective. As the draft approaches, a report shattered the tranquility. An article online cast doubts on Yang Yan's professional attitude, even featuring a video of former team coach Gallagher publicly condemning Yang Yan's lackadaisical training habits. At such a critical juncture, the emergence of such a report could irreparably tarnish Yang Yan's reputation. Even if teams had shown an interest in him, they would be deterred by the stigma of a questionable work ethic. Damn it, it must be that scoundrel Pat Riley's doing. In Old Kong Lee's home, Yang Yan lounged lazily on the sofa while Old Kong Lee, seething with rage, shouted in the living room. He had believed that Pat Riley had gone quiet, perhaps ready to concede defeat. To his shock, Pat Riley had executed a treacherous move at this crucial moment. Merely a day had passed, and Yang Yan's draft predictions on ESPN had plummeted to the latter end of the first round. How could Old Kong Lee remain calm? The media, with their incessant fabrications. Damn them, they have portrayed you as an undisciplined, untrained rebel. Does this make any sense? Old Kong Lee vented his frustrations at Yang Yan. Exactly. These individuals are simply spouting nonsense. There is absolutely no factual basis for such claims. I trained diligently for half an hour every single day, without fail, Yang Yan indignantly exclaimed. Is half an hour of training not considered training at all? These wretched media. Upon hearing this, Old Kong Lee was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired, what do you mean by half an hour? I train for half an hour every day. Yang Yan gazed calmly at Old Kong Lee, when suddenly a troubling premonition flickered through Old Kong Lee's mind. And then, well, I simply took a break. Half an hour of training was more than sufficient. Yang Yan waved his hand impatiently. Old Kong Lee nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What about this? What is Gallagher's assessment of you? Old Kong Lee looked at Yang Yan with eager anticipation. Oh, this is utterly nonsensical. Yang Yan disdainfully curled his lip, not allowing Old Kong Lee a moment of happiness. Yang Yan spoke once more, remarking that previously Gallagher had been unfamiliar with him, but now, if one were to inquire about his assessment, Gallagher would undoubtedly extol him to the heavens. Old Connolly, however, paid no heed to Yang Yan's earlier statement. He was only attentive to the latter part. In other words, Gallagher had indeed uttered such words before. Upon finishing his thought, Old Connolly's expression as he gazed at Yang Yan revealed the answer he had sought. Blast it! In the end, the fool was none other than myself. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the end of June. Madison Square Garden, New York. Yang Yan, adorned in an exquisitely tailored suit, sat gracefully in the small green room. In response to a prior online report, Mr. Conley had taken certain measures, including re-engaging with the media to gather comments from Gallagher regarding Yang Yan. This endeavor has aided in restoring some of Yang Yan's reputation. Given the interest expressed by various teams during the previous trials, Yang Yan ultimately received an invitation to the small green room. However, just before the draft, the predictions from ESPN regarding the selection had emerged. Yang Yan's draft position has fallen to the second round. Due to work commitments, his parents were unable to attend. Following the advice of the seasoned Conley, Coach Gallagher accompanied Yang Yan to this event, in contrast to the numerous family members surrounding other rookies. Beside Yang Yan stood a solitary Gala, who appeared somewhat out of place. At this moment, Gala was filled with remorse towards Yang Yan, never anticipating that his earlier remarks would influence Yang Yan's draft prospects. By attending this event, Gala aimed to convey to numerous teams his unwavering support for Yang Yan. They had done all that was within their power. Now, they could only leave the rest to fate. Soon, the league's commissioner, Stern, arrived on the scene. After a brief opening statement, he announced the first overall pick of the draft, granting the choice to the Portland Trail Blazers, who had 5 minutes to deliberate. In no time, the envelope representing the Blazer selection was handed to Stern. Upon opening it, a faint smile graced his lips. In the 2007 NBA Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers select Greg Oden from Ohio State University. As Stern's voice resonated through the venue, the crowd erupted into fervent applause. The camera shifted to Odin, who, contrary to everyone's expectations, wore a grim expression. It was evident that he had not anticipated the situation unfolding in such a manner. The Blazers had indeed chosen him. Observing Odin's demeanor, many teams connected it to prior online reports and instantly realized that Odin was not keen on joining the Blazers. Perhaps they still had a chance. On stage, Odin reluctantly accepted the cap representing the Blazers. After a brief photo opportunity, he returned to his seat. The next selection, the second overall pick, belonged to the Seattle Supersonics, who chose Kevin Durant. Unlike the unwilling Odin, Durant leaped up in excitement upon hearing his name called as the second pick. Regardless of his previous underwhelming performance in the March Madness or the earlier scrimmage where Yang Yin outshone him, Durant had at one point feared his draft prospects were doomed. To his surprise, he had ultimately been selected second. After joyfully posing for photographs, Durant deliberately glanced at Yang Yin as he exited the stage. This time, he had triumphed. Chapter 58, the fifth pick, the Green Team. Next up was the Atlanta Hawks, one of the teams most intrigued by Yang Yin during the earlier small-scale joint workouts. It could be said that after the workouts, most of Conley's time was spent negotiating with the Hawks. He could discern that the Hawks were genuinely interested in Yang Yin. If, prior to the aforementioned report, Conley had been 80% certain that the Hawks would select Yang Yin with the third pick, he now found his confidence wavering. Although Yang Yin maintained a calm demeanor, a flicker of hope briefly illuminated his eyes. After all, no one wishes to descend into the second round when a prospect of being selected in the higher ranks is at hand. The 5-minute wait felt interminable. The envelope representing the Atlanta Hawks arrived in Stern's hands. In the 2007 NBA draft, with the third overall pick, the Atlanta Hawks selected Al Horford from the University of Florida. Despite having anticipated this outcome, Yang Yin felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing that it was not his name called. Nearby, Old Conley also wore a look of frustration. After so much effort put forth prior to the draft, it felt as though a single article had shattered their hopes. This grudge would certainly linger. Not far off, Old Conley offered Yang Yin a reassuring glance. Yang Yin shook his head with a smile, indicating that he was not overly concerned. In truth, Old Conley felt a sense of uncertainty within. Although he had undertaken public relations measures to rectify the situation, he remained unsure whether any team would select Yang Yin in the lottery. Should Yang Yin remain unchosen, it might indeed unfold as ESPN had predicted, with his draft position plummeting to the second round. The mere thought of this ignited a flicker of anxiety within Old Conley, to the extent that he failed to notice his son, Conley, excitedly rising from his seat. "Dad, I've been selected," Conley exclaimed joyfully to Old Conley. "Oh." Old Conley nodded faintly, only to realize the gravity of the moment a heartbeat later. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards Conley, who wore an expression of disbelief. "All right, I will head up now," Conley remarked, his face reflecting a hint of melancholy as he turned towards the stage. At that moment, Old Conley fully comprehended the situation. His son Conley had been chosen by the Grizzlies with the fourth pick. Despite having previously tried out for the Grizzlies, Old Conley had harbored doubts. He had not anticipated that the dream would truly come to fruition. Odin went first and Conley fourth. Old Conley felt as though he might burst with emotion. Yet, a pang of guilt soon washed over him as he glanced at Yang Yin. While his son and Odin were being maneuvered so favorably, it was Yang Yin who had been overlooked. "Damn you, Pat Riley. I shall never forgive you." Old Conley silently cursed, his heart heavy. In stark contrast to Old Conley's anxious sentiments, the Hawks had relinquished their interest in Yang Yin. Yang Yin found himself in a state of contemplation, uncertain of which team would ultimately select him. Surely, he cannot become an undrafted player. If that were to happen, it would indeed be a tremendous farce, an NCAA mop reduced to a mere footnote in the draft. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as his name echoed throughout the venue. "Oh, goodness, you have been chosen," Galahad exclaimed, urgently nudging Yang Yin beside him. Yang Yin emerged from the sage mode, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. It seemed he had faintly heard his name being called. With a perplexed expression, he turned to glance at Galahad. "The Celtics have chosen you," Galahad exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. At that moment, Galahad felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Among his 3 disciples, one had become the first overall pick, another the fourth, and yet another the fifth. How remarkable! He imagined the high school prodigies clamoring to come under his tutelage. Galahad appeared to foresee the dawn of a dynasty at Ohio State University, lost in his reverie of splendid dreams. Yang Yin turned his gaze towards the distant figure of Old Conley, who, at that moment, was equally perplexed. The team they had previously tried out for did not include the Celtics. Although the NBA draft is often rife with unexpected maneuvers, it is rare for a team to exhibit no prior interest, only to make a whimsical selection during the draft, an occurrence reminiscent of the eccentric antics of the old bus from Los Angeles. Old Conley offered Yang Yin a reassuring expression before retrieving his phone to make inquiries. As an agent, even though the Celtics had never conducted a tryout for Yang Yin, Conley still possessed their contact information. Soon, Old Conley received his answer. He promptly approached the edge of the stage to await Yang Yan's arrival. As Yang Yin stepped onto the stage, Old Conley immediately cautioned him. The Celtics have made a trade. They did not select you. Upon receiving this warning from Conley, Yang Yin was taken aback. Yang Yin let out a sigh of relief. At least now he understood how to conduct himself on stage. Had he remained oblivious to this situation, he might have stood there thanking the Celtics profusely, only to be overwhelmed with emotion, only to discover later that he had been traded. That would have truly made him a fool. Besides, such occurrences have indeed transpired during the NBA draft. Thus, after receiving the prudent reminder from the venerable Conley, Yang Yin took the stage merely to accept the Celtics cap, offering no elaboration. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he descended from the platform. At that moment, the seasoned Conley remained at the edge of the stage, awaiting Yang Yin. What was happening? Yang Yin felt somewhat bewildered. Although being selected as the fifth pick was undoubtedly a joyous occasion, he remained unaware of his future destination. I am equally in the dark. The Celtics did not disclose everything to me. They merely mentioned that it was a confidential transaction. Conley shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead. Yang Yin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Damn it. So, I essentially wasted my time participating in a talent competition. After it ended, I have no idea where to go. Watching the anxious and frantic Lao Conley, Yang Yin gently patted him on the shoulder. There is no need to rush. After all, I have already been selected. You should relish this moment with Conley. Otherwise, his gaze might just devour me. Yang Yin playfully pointed towards Conley, who was not far away. Upon turning around, Old Conley indeed caught sight of Conley gazing at them with a look of melancholy. After offering an awkward smile, Old Conley spoke up, assuring, rest assured. By the latest tonight, I shall provide you with a definitive update. Having made this promise, Old Conley then turned to depart. Yang Yin smiled silently, pondering the absurdity of the situation. What on earth was this all about? Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to such peculiar occurrences. Could anything be stranger than his invincible old Deng system? Upon returning to his seat, Yang Yin did not maintain his sage-like demeanor. During the ensuing draft conference, he witnessed his fellow townsman, Jianlian, being selected by the Milwaukee Bucks as the 6th overall pick. His old rival, Brewer, was claimed by the Timberwolves at the 7th position. As for the other compatriot, Sun Yu, Yang Yin and Sun Yu were surprisingly well acquainted, having previously trained together. Yang Yin was taken aback when the Los Angeles Lakers selected Sun Yu as the 19th pick in the first round. He wondered how his fellow townsman had managed to catch the attention of the Lakers. Los Angeles, with its dazzling allure, could easily lead one astray. He hoped that his younger compatriot would not lose himself amidst the myriad temptations of the city. Chapter 59, Seattle Supersonics. A frenzied trade. After the conclusion of the draft, it was already evening. Yang Yin discovered that the draft conference was far more troublesome than he had initially imagined. After enduring the lengthy event, he still had to cooperate with the media for a myriad of photographs and other chaotic matters. However, upon returning to the hotel, Yang Yin received some delightful news from Old Conley. I finally managed to gather some information. Old Conley exclaimed to Yang Yin. Yang Yin was momentarily intrigued. Which team possessed such audacity to trade for him? The Seattle Supersonics. Old Conley gazed at Yang Yin with a beaming smile. Indeed, he perceived the astonishment etched upon Yang Yin's face, a reflection of the very expression he himself wore upon receiving the news. How could it possibly be the Seattle Supersonics? Yang Yin found himself utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Good heavens! The Seattle Supersonics is the very team that selected Durant. How could it be that I have become teammates with Durant? This unexpected twist left Yang Yin at a loss for words. Upon hearing Yang Yin's bewilderment, Old Conley displayed a look of wistfulness. In his view, it was inconceivable that it could be the Supersonics. What bargaining chip could they possibly use to acquire me? Durant, perhaps? Yang Yin harbored a flicker of hope deep within his heart. After all, such downward moves in the draft have been witnessed before. No, they truly had the opportunity to become teammates alongside Durant. Old Conley remarked with a hint of detachment. Damn it, Yang Yan's last vestige of fantasy was shattered. The lifelong rivalry and bond with Durant now appeared to be momentarily suspended, unless one of them were to depart from the Supersonics. Well, Yang Yan quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, the Supersonics currently boasted a commendable lineup, with Durant alongside himself, and there was also Ray Allen on the team. Under such circumstances, perhaps they could even reach the conference finals in their very first year. It was not entirely unacceptable to consider becoming teammates with Durant. Wait a moment. Yang Yin suddenly became aware of another issue. Damn it, where did the supersonic trading come from? What could Supersonic offer in exchange for me? Yang Yin turned to Old Conley and said, "You may find this hard to believe, but this is precisely what I need to advise you about. The Supersonics have traded their star player, Ray Allen. This means Ray Allen will be heading to the Celtics next season. Such a trade is often accompanied by skepticism from fans, as they perceive the team's decisions as being made for their benefit. You might have to bear considerable pressure." Old Conley spoke slowly. Meanwhile, Yang Yin was left utterly speechless. How could this be? He truly did not understand what the Supersonics saw in him. They had not previously shown any interest, and now they had gone ahead and dispatched their star player. This reckless maneuver placed him in a difficult position. This trade was nothing short of outrageous. However, the recent actions of the Supersonics management were indeed aligned with Yang Yan's preferences. Noticing that Old Conley had not yet departed, Yang Yin instinctively inquired, could there possibly be even more explosive news? Initially, Yang Yin posed the question in a light-hearted manner. To his surprise, however, Old Conley's face revealed an expression that seemed to say, "At last, you have broached this topic." Wait a moment. Yang Yin raised his hand to interrupt the Old Conley. After finding a place to lean against, he turned his gaze to Conley. "Please continue. I believe I can handle it. Surely, the Supersonic won't trade me away as well, will they?" Upon hearing this, Old Conley shook his head. "In truth, your trade is merely one facet of the Celtic strategy. Besides you, they have sacrificed a significant portion of their team for this deal." Conley's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. Goodness, have they lost their minds? Yang Yin was somewhat taken aback. No, they were not insane. They had acquired Ray Allen and Kevin Garnett. Old Conley, with an expressionless demeanor, had dropped a bombshell. The revelation left Yang Yin in a state of bewilderment. "Hey, you can't be serious, can you? This joke is far from amusing." Yang Yin turned his gaze towards Old Conley. "I never jest," Old Conley remarked as he spread his hands and shrugged. Yang Yin was utterly astounded. At this moment, I have truly become a historical figure. Even before stepping onto the NBA court, I have already been inscribed in its annals. Ray Allen, Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce. What on earth are the Celtics planning? 3 superstars. Is there even room left for others to play? Now, even if Yang Yin never steps onto the court, as a trade asset, he has already secured his place in the chronicles of the NBA. In the future, whenever people think of the Celtics' Big Three, Yang Yin, as the trade bait for Ray Allen, will undoubtedly be mentioned. After a long while, Yang Yin finally processed this news. If there are any other explosive updates, please share them all at once. Yang Yin has resolutely chosen to relinquish his efforts. He harbors doubts that any revelation could surpass the previous sensational news. Fortunately, Old Conley shook his head this time. Had Old Conley truly unveiled another explosive piece of information, the consequences would have been profound. Yang Yin felt that he was truly on the verge of breaking down. "By the way, I received a message from the Supersonics. They advised me not to rush into your reporting. The atmosphere in Seattle has become rather gloomy since Ray Allen was traded," continued Old Conley. Yang Yin noted, although he was quite self-assured, he had not yet reached the level of confidence required to challenge the fervent fans. The star player had been traded. Yang Yin could vividly envision the ecstatic reaction of Seattle's fans upon receiving this news. It is likely that the doors of the Supersonics headquarters have been bombarded by fervent supporters. Just as Yang Yin had anticipated, the entire NBA erupted into chaos following the announcement of this trade. Numerous general managers were vocally cursing the Celtics for their lack of decorum, having audaciously assembled 3 superstars to construct their team, seemingly without a shred of shame. Meanwhile, a segment of other team executives lamented their absence from this historic transaction, striking their chests in regret. Seattle Supersonics fans have even surrounded the team's headquarters, with general manager Presti being at the forefront of the storm. The newly appointed Presti has received death threats, as he played a pivotal role in this monumental trade. Had he not collaborated with the Celtics to secure Ray Allen, the hesitant Kevin Garnett would not have been compelled to depart from the Timberwolves. Days later, Yang Yin also encountered the fervent general manager, Presti, who had traded away the team's star player. This individual has certainly made a name for himself within the NBA. Inside the Supersonics arena, Yang Yin exchanged a few casual pleasantries with the eccentric general manager. Yang Yin finally posed his question, "Why did you trade Ray Allen?" In response to Yang Yin's inquiry, Presti offered a subtle smile and gestured towards him. Yang Yin merely curled his lips in disdain, feeling that the lie was utterly unconvincing. However, Presti, upon witnessing this, did not express anger, but instead regarded Yang Yin with a warm smile. "Why do you think this cannot possibly involve you?" Before Yang Yin could respond, Presti continued, "Allow me to introduce an old friend of yours. Upon seeing him, you will surely recognize him." As the general manager's words faded, a middle-aged gentleman wearing glasses entered the room. "Greetings. Let us reacquaint ourselves. I am Williams, the dedicated scout for the Seattle Supersonics." The middle-aged man approached Yang Yin, extending his right hand with a friendly grin. This individual was none other than the same person who had exchanged pleasantries with him during the NCAA days. At this moment, Yang Yin has come to a profound realization. Everything has become clear. It turns out that the Supersonics were the true dark horse all along. They've been quietly observing him since his NCAA days. If one were to pinpoint, the Supersonics were indeed the first team to take notice of Yang Yin. This revelation caught him by surprise. "Now, do you believe me? I have scrutinized nearly every game video from your college league, and they're still in my office." Presti appears to relish witnessing such an expression on Yang Yin's face. Yang Yin took a deep breath. Very well. Although he was aware that this was merely a tactic employed by Presti to win people's favor, he could not deny that he was indeed moved. Upon seeing the smile grace Yang Yin's face, Presti leisurely remarked, "Welcome to the Seattle Supersonics. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the upcoming season." Yang Yin gazed at Presti with a bright smile, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "You will see. Your choice will not be in vain." Faced with Yang Yin's spirited declaration, Presti understood that Yang Yin was assuring him that the trade involving Ray Allen was undoubtedly a prudent decision. Although he had yet to play a single game, he boldly claimed to stand shoulder to shoulder with the league superstar, Ray Allen. However, Presti did not mock Yang Yin. Instead, he regarded him with equal seriousness. "I shall await the outcome. I hope you can demonstrate that my choice was indeed wise." Upon reporting to the team, Yang Yin soon encountered head coach Carlesimo, as well as his newly minted teammate, Durant. When Durant laid eyes on Yang Yin, his expression shifted to one of evident discomfort. He had once vowed to return everything he had given to Yang Yin, and now that Yang Yin was his teammate, it left Durant feeling somewhat disoriented. In that moment, he found himself at a loss regarding how to interact with Yang Yin, prompting him to instinctively avoid eye contact whenever they crossed paths. Yang Yin remains indifferent, having successfully entered the NBA. What truly captivates his attention now are the forthcoming matters. In a villa situated on the outskirts of Seattle, the Seattle Supersonics await. Yang Yin reclined comfortably on the sofa. Although, under the persistent advocacy of his agent, Old Connolly, he had signed a 4-year contract worth $15.5 million with the Supersonics. He had yet to purchase a residence in Seattle. This decision could be traced back to General Manager Presti, who had suggested renting instead. Typically, many teams prefer their star players to invest in property within the city, as it is perceived as a demonstration of loyalty. However, Presti chose to take a contrary approach. He did not disclose the specific reasons to Yang Yin, merely informing him that he would understand in approximately a year. Yang Yin, not particularly curious about the matter, decided to heed Presti's advice and rented a villa in Seattle. This villa, arranged by his agent Old Connolly, was conveniently located not too far from the arena. It was secluded and tranquil. Following the trade between the Supersonics and the Celtics, in which Ray Allen departed from Seattle, Yang Yin found himself amidst the swirling currents of public opinion. The most prudent course seemed to be to distance himself from the media frenzy. As the new season approached, the public would gradually forget about the incident. Yang Yin gazed at the panel before him. "Congratulations, old Deng. At the venerable age of 35, you have successfully joined an NBA team. This is the greatest opportunity that life has presented to you, and you have seized it with unwavering determination. What you failed to achieve in your youth, you have now accomplished with remarkable success. It must be said, the current old Deng is indeed quite extraordinary." Task completed. The reward, a random NBA gift package, has been dispatched. Upon arriving in Seattle to report to the Supersonics, Yang Yin successfully accomplished this task. After rising from the sofa, he rubbed his palms together. If circumstances had permitted, Yang Yin had to return to the arena of Ohio State University. In his subconscious, that place was a treasure trove for unboxing. At this moment, Yang Yin had to settle for less. He silently recited the words to open the gift package. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the mid-range shooting ability of the star player DeRozan. After receiving the reward, Yang Yin furrowed his brow slightly, but soon a smile adorned his face. Initially, upon seeing the mid-range shooting ability, he thought he had toiled in vain once again. However, upon the reward's arrival, Yang Yin began to grasp the nature of this newfound skill. Yang Yin's mid-range shooting ability is commendable in its own right. However, if the focus is solely on enhancing this skill, it may not yield the most significant improvement for him. What has been acquired this time pertains specifically to his mid-range shooting following screens, a facet that does not align with his strengths. Previously, during his NCAA collegiate league days, Yang Yin rarely engaged in pick-and-roll plays with Odin. Yang Yin's primary mid-range shooting technique leans more towards solo breakthrough. During positional play, he employs sudden stops to execute his shots from a distance. DeRozan's ability, however, could enhance the synergy between Yang Yin and the interior players. Although the name DeRozan remains somewhat unfamiliar to Yang Yin, it is evidently another player from the future. Nevertheless, Yang Yin has grown accustomed to this. After receiving his reward, he once again gazed at the panel before him. Old Deng, at 35, you have successfully joined an NBA team. Yet it appears you are now ensnared in the maelstrom of public opinion. For a rookie, this would be a perilous predicament, but for you, an experienced player of 35 years, it represents a rare opportunity. Old Deng, the chance lies before you. Please seize it firmly and, in the upcoming Summer League, strive to win over the team's fans through your efforts. After the conclusion of the Summer League, the task will be assessed and rewards will be distributed based on the completion progress. Yang Yin rubbed his temples, feeling utterly exasperated. What sort of opportunity was this? In light of Ray Allen's departure, the Supersonics fans were practically ready to tear him apart. The absurd system had the audacity to expect him to win their favor. Did they truly believe he was the chosen one? Standing on the court, he exuded an imposing aura, yet the fervent fans' kneeling in adoration was nothing but a farce. Moreover, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly concerned Yang Yin was his precarious position within the team, especially now that Durant had joined. Yang Yin's position is that of a small forward. During team training, Coach Colessimo consistently encouraged Yang Yin to experiment alongside Durant. Moreover, Colessimo has observed certain issues with Yang Yin's training. He often sneaks away after merely half an hour of practice. Although Coach Colessimo refrained from commenting on this behavior, Yang Yin has begun to sense that Colessimo is increasingly favoring Durant as the starting small forward for the team. These predicament poses a significant challenge. Chapter 61. The proper utilization of Yang Yin. Failing to secure a starting position implies that his playing time will undoubtedly be limited. Thus, Yang Yin finds this task quite daunting, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. Yang Yin resolutely turned off the panel and nestled himself into the sofa. Engaging his mind felt utterly exhausting. Ultimately, it was only a matter of time before Coach Colessimo recognized the brilliance within him, much like Coach Gallagher had during his university days. As July arrived, the Summer League commenced as scheduled. Under the expected guidance of Coach Colessimo, Durant was positioned as the starting small forward for the team, while Yang Yin took on the role of a substitute, serving as the second small forward. In the inaugural game, Yang Yin played merely 10 minutes, during which he managed to score 8 points, grab 4 rebounds, and provide 1 assist. Given the limited time on the court, such statistics were indeed impressive. However, the fans paid little heed to these figures. They only knew that the Supersonics had traded an average 20-point scorer, Ray Allen, for a player who could only muster 8 points. Following the conclusion of the first Summer League game, the media in Seattle was inundated with skepticism and vitriol directed at Yang Yin. His agent, the seasoned Conley, promptly flew to Seattle. Upon locating Yang Yin in the villa, Yang Yin was indulging in a serving of French fries while engrossed in a video game. "Oh, what brings you here?" he inquired. "Would you care for some?" Upon the unexpected visit from Old Connolly, Yang Yin extended the fries towards him. Old Connolly instinctively reached out his hand, but as it hovered in midair, realization dawned upon him. Damn it, why was I even worried? He had assumed that Yang Yin would be overwhelmed by the onslaught of public scrutiny. Who could have imagined that this fellow was comfortably enjoying the cool breeze of the air conditioning, savoring fries and cola, while blissfully engaged in his game? With a hint of annoyance, Old Connolly plopped down onto the sofa. Yang Yin shook his head in silence, subsequently discarding the French fries to the side. He pondered whether Seattle possessed a Chinatown, resolving to procure some delicacies from the Dragon Country next time. as he found it somewhat challenging to acclimate to the American-style French fries. Yang Yin looked at the fries with a face of disdain. It is better to consume such things sparingly. Excessive indulgence can adversely affect your bodily functions. Lao Conley interjected with a hint of irritation. I hardly eat them often. It's just an occasional treat. Yang Yin waved his hand dismissively. Old Conley, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. In this regard, he held a firm belief in Yang Yin, despite the earlier rumors surrounding his alleged laziness in training. However, from both Odin and Conley, Old Conley had also come to understand the situation. Yang Yin has always been remarkably disciplined. Have you seen the things online? Old Conley hesitated for a moment before finally voicing the question. Is it really that significant to just utter a few curses? Compared to the trolls from our Dragon Nation, this is mere child's play. When it comes to insults, I could consider myself their ancestor. We are merely at the beginning of this discourse. Yang Yin appeared nonchalant, while Old Conley furrowed his brows. Although Yang Yin's condition was surprisingly good, the prevailing online discourse could no longer be disregarded. We must devise a strategy. You need to deliver an impressive performance to calm the fans, Old Conley remarked. Gazing at Yang Yin, I wish it were that simple. In the last match, I only had 10 minutes on the court. Even Jordan couldn't score over 30 points. Could he? Yang Yin helplessly spread his hands. Old Conley furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He had no better solutions regarding Yang Yin's current predicament. Certainly, Old Conley could reach out to the team to exert pressure on Coach Colessimo. However, such an approach could easily lead to dissatisfaction on the coach's part. A single misstep could turn the situation from bad to worse. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Old Conley would refrain from suggesting such a course of action. For now, do not be anxious. Perhaps the team has other plans for you. During this period, refrain from responding to any media inquiries and avoid excessive contact with them. Old Conley patiently advised before leaving the villa. Soon, Yang Yin faced his second Summer League game. In this match, Coach Colessimo indeed made some adjustments. Although Yang Yin continues to enter the game as a substitute, he managed to share playing time with Durant throughout the match. In simpler terms, Durant dominated the first half, while Yang took the reins in the second. In this contest, Durant scored 17 points, whereas Yang surpassed him with 18 points. Despite Yang's individual score rising by 10 points compared to the previous game, the Seattle Supersonics ultimately succumbed to defeat. The public outcry in Seattle has reached a fever pitch, with a deluge of vitriol directed at Yang and Presti online. They label him a fool, questioning the rationale behind trading Ray Allen for such a player who seemingly fails to bring victories to Seattle. The management is condemned as utterly foolish, with fans exclaiming disbelief at the notion that this individual was worth trading Allen for. In an effort to shield Yang from criticism and quell the fans' fury, he was omitted from the roster for the next 2 Summer League games, during which Durant led the team to an unfortunate pair of consecutive losses. It seems that anyone could step onto the court and contribute. The current roster of the Seattle Supersonics is indeed lacking in quality. Remarkably, the most skilled player on the team is the rookie Durant. Inside the Supersonics arena, General Manager Presti stood alongside head coach Colessimo, who wore an expression of distress. No head coach relishes the taste of defeat. Despite selecting the formidable Durant, the team's overall capability remained woefully inadequate. How has Yang been doing lately? Presti inquired with a smile, glancing at Colessimo. Same as always, half an hour of training each day. Then he disappears, Colessimo replied, exasperated. At this, Presti couldn't help but chuckle. Clearly, the earlier reports about Yang's aversion to rigorous training were indeed accurate. This individual is truly a paradox. While he detests training, he consistently shows up for his half-hour sessions, never missing a day. Yet, when it comes to extending his training beyond that brief period, it seems as though it would be a monumental task for him. By the way, what are your thoughts on Yang's positioning? Presti turned to Colessimo, who was furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. I believe he would serve better as Durant's substitute. After all, Durant's performance in that position is considerably more consistent. Colessimo expressed with a hint of frustration. In retrospect, we should have selected an interior player during the draft. Upon hearing this, Presti chuckled and shook his head, clearly unconvinced by Colessimo's suggestion. Perhaps you have never truly understood Yang Yin. Have you considered allowing him to play alongside Durant? Chapter 62. Time is of the essence. The pressure is on. Colessimo's initial reaction to Presti's proposal was nearly one of rebuttal, but upon meeting Presti's earnest gaze, he recognized the gravity of the suggestion. He remained silent, furrowing his brow as he pondered the implications. Before he could reach a conclusion, Presti continued, You see, Yang Yin possesses commendable ball-handling skills and exceptional offensive capabilities. Have you thought about positioning him as a point guard or shooting guard? I feel the shooting guard role would suit him well. If both Yang Yin and Durant were on the court together, we would have two formidable scoring options. Who knows? They might even create a remarkable synergy. Colessimo appeared momentarily taken aback by this notion, as it was something he had never contemplated. From the outset, he had assumed that Durant and Yang Yin could not coexist. Thus, his focus had always been on evaluating which of the two would be more fitting for the starting lineup. However, after Presti's insightful reminder, Colessimo found himself intrigued by the possibility. As July drew to a close, the Summer League approached its conclusion. Yang Yin has been feeling rather low lately. In the previous two matches, he did not get any playing time. He had resigned himself to the possibility of failure regarding the tasks set by the system. However, after one particular training session, head coach Carlesimo called out to him. Surprised, Yang Yin turned to face Carlesimo. "I will place you in the starting lineup for the next match," Carlesimo stated plainly, without any hesitation. Yang Yin, upon hearing this, broke into a smile. At long last, the moment had arrived. However, do not celebrate too prematurely. In the upcoming match, you shall take the position of number 2, Colessimo cautioned. A flicker of indifference crossed Yang Yan's eyes. What does the position matter? As long as he could take to the court as a starter and receive ample playing time, he could handle anything thrown his way. Sensing Yang Yan's mindset, Kalashimo shook his head with a resigned smile. Just perform well. Without further ado, Kalashimo gave Yang Yin a pat on the shoulder before turning to depart. On the third day, the Summer League featured a match between the Seattle Supersonics and the Cavaliers. Yang Yin has finally made his debut in the starting lineup. It must be said that the Cavaliers are quite intriguing. Aside from their star player, LeBron James, nearly all of their regular roster members are present. This is, after all, merely the Summer League. Typically, such events are approached with a casual attitude. There are indeed very few teams that take it as seriously as the Cavaliers do. The game is officially underway. Yang Yin displayed no modestie, asserting his dominance with the ball from the very first quarter. Presently, the Supersonics lineup, apart from the starting player Nick Collison, who integrates seamlessly into the team's regular rotation, consists primarily of individuals summoned from the Development League. Thus, within this configuration, Yang Yin unquestionably stands as the pivotal ball handler. Meanwhile, beneath the court, LeBron James, clad in casual attire, observes the game from the sidelines. It is evident that, given his stature, he would not participate in the Summer League. His presence here is merely to witness the team's performance and to alleviate his boredom. Yang Yin merely cast a fleeting glance at LeBron James during the opening moments. Without dwelling on it further, his sole focus now rests on the game at hand. It is evident that they possess a certain understanding of Yang Yin. Although Larry Hughes finds himself at a disadvantage in height when facing Yang Yin, as a seasoned veteran, he should be capable of handling the situation. However, in the very first round, Yang Yin astonished everyone. During this period, he had been holding back, and thus he unleashed his full potential in the initial round, launching into action without hesitation from beyond the three-point line. After a swift change of direction, he charged past Larry Hughes into the paint, executing a powerful one-handed dunk, a move that is, in fact, a favorite of LeBron James off the court. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The second round, the third round, Yang Yin employed the same tactics, effortlessly rendering Larry Hughes a mere muggle. At this moment, Larry Hughes found himself utterly bewildered. What the hell? Wasn't it agreed upon that we would dominate the Summer League? How did it end up with me being the one on the receiving end of the punishment? This fellow is simply outrageous. Setting aside his astonishing agility, let us consider his strength. It is utterly monstrous. Larry Hughes believed that among players in his position, his physicality was decent, if not exceptional, yet here he was being soundly slapped in the face by reality. Where was the competition? I merely strolled to the basket as if on a leisurely walk. Subsequently, Yang Yin continued to challenge Larry Hughes in a series of one-on-one encounters. Witnessing Larry Hughes being thoroughly overwhelmed, the Cavaliers promptly opted for a defensive substitution. The previously tasked defender of Durant, Daniel Marshall, switched to guard Hughes, while Marshall, a seasoned veteran from the 1990s, brought a wealth of experience that even surpassed that of Hughes. His physical attributes were evidently superior, making him a mature role player. Faced with Marshall, Yang Yin did not hesitate for a moment and passed the ball to Durant. After such a prolonged, offensive onslaught, it was high time to let Durant enjoy some glory. What followed on the court was a delightful spectacle. Without needing to perform any extravagant moves, Durant simply caught the ball and rose for a jump shot over Larry Hughes. The height disparity and his lengthy wingspan left Hughes in a state of despair. Durant's shooting touch was exceptionally fine that day. Thanks to Yang Yan's explosive drives prior, the Cavaliers' defense instinctively shifted towards him, a stark contrast to previous games. For the first time, Durant experienced the liberating sensation of being unguarded. It was exhilarating. In a one-on-one scenario, Durant's jump shot was an absolute cheat code. In 3 consecutive possessions, Durant sank 3 three-pointers. Weatherman or Spirit, everyone was showcasing their skills, while only Larry Hughes was left to endure the punishment. With a resentful expression, Larry Hughes cast a glance at Yang Yan. What enmity! What grievance! He initially thought that after the switch, he could coast through the game. Little did he know that Yang Yan, who had been relentlessly aggressive, now began to distribute the ball, targeting none other than the very Durant he was defending. The crux of the matter was that he still could not contain Durant. In the span of a single quarter, the Supersonics had amassed an 18-point lead. The Cavaliers were thoroughly decimated in the first quarter. Meanwhile, below the court, Coach Calissimo's eyes sparkled with a frenzied light. Who could have anticipated this? It was merely a suggestion from General Manager Presti, yet it astonishingly yielded remarkable results. On the court, the synergy between Yang Yan and Durant is palpable. Chapter 63, Decimating the Cavaliers. The Frustrated Young Emperor. The performance of Yang Yan and Durant has ignited a fervent fire within Coach Calissimo. Although their collaboration appears somewhat immature, the crucial fact remains that their presence together on the court indeed creates a remarkable chemistry, a phenomenon coveted by countless teams yet elusive to find. The remaining task is straightforward. More games, more training, and more synchronization. In just a single quarter, Yang Yan has already won over Coach Calissimo, who is unaware that his attitude towards Yang has undergone a transformation. As the second quarter commenced, everyone anticipated a resurgence from the Cavaliers. However, the developments in the second quarter were even more astonishing. The Cavaliers' defense proved utterly ineffectual against Yang Yan and Durant. Should the Cavaliers focus their defense on Durant, Yang Yan would surely charge towards the basket. Once Yang Yan successfully penetrated the defense multiple times, the Cavaliers would no longer risk leaving him unguarded, thus providing Durant with splendid one-on-one opportunities. Whether facing Larry Hughes or other substitutes, the defensive efforts during these matchups failed to disrupt Durant's shooting. Durant himself recognized this shift. Though he had previously become teammates with Yang Yan, he had always harbored a competitive spirit towards him. Initially, he felt a sense of satisfaction when Yang Yan was relegated to the bench as he secured a starting position. In private, Durant even celebrated with a small pizza. Yet, he never anticipated that his most compatible teammate would be Yang Yan. From his NCAA days to the present, Durant had never experienced scoring as effortlessly as he does now. With the defense drawn towards Yang Yan, he merely needed to elevate and shoot the basketball into the hoop. Meanwhile, after venting his frustrations in the first quarter, Yang Yan felt significantly lighter in spirit. He sensed that playing alongside Durant made the game remarkably easier, a stark contrast to his previous collaborations with Conley and Oden. Durant's extraordinary shooting ability stretched the court's spacing, granting Yang Yan ample opportunities to break through. It was astonishing how effortlessly they dismantled the Cavaliers, leaving them utterly incapacitated. One must wonder, is this truly a standard NBA rotation? Despite the absence of their star player, such poor performance is simply unacceptable. It is not surprising that Yang Yan harbors such thoughts. The performance of the Cavaliers has been nothing short of perplexing. In fact, Yang Yan feels that facing the University of Florida in the NCAA finals presents a greater challenge than contending with them. As the second quarter commenced, the previously jovial LeBron James, who had been smiling before the game, wore a solemn expression. Watching Yang Yan and Durant dominate the court, LeBron was tempted to shed his jacket and begin warming up. Unsurprisingly, the game concluded with the Seattle Supersonics triumphing over the Cavaliers with a staggering score of 118-71, thus culminating the Summer League in a dreamlike fashion. Throughout the match, Yang Yan achieved a remarkable double-double with 35 points, 5 rebounds, and 13 assists, while Durant astonishingly scored 42 points, setting a new record for single-game scoring in the Summer League. Undoubtedly, such an impressive tally was facilitated by Yang Yan's passes, with all 13 assists originating from Durant. Durant, in turn, made the most of Yang Yan's contributions. However, the deepest sentiments were echoed by the team's head coach, Calhoun. Observing the game unfold and glancing at both Durant and Yang Yan, he thought to himself, this is the first time he's felt that winning a game could be so effortless. In the entirety of the match, The coach made but a single timeout, exhibiting no further extraneous maneuvers. It truly felt as though even a dog could triumph from the coach's bench. Furthermore, Yang Yin unequivocally demonstrated his prowess during this game. The fans of the Seattle Supersonics seemed to accept the situation with surprising grace. After all, a change had already occurred, and it was highly unlikely that the Celtics would reverse their decision. Nevertheless, a faction of supporters maintained that it was merely one match, offering no substantial proof of anything. Amidst the swirling currents of public opinion, Yang Yin vanished following the conclusion of the Summer League. With some time yet before the commencement of the new season, the seasoned Conley took it upon himself to secure numerous endorsements for Yang Yin. The first endorsement contract, as is customary for every NBA player, was the highly coveted sneaker endorsement. Although being selected 5th in the draft typically yields meager contracts, Yang Yin had already received multiple offers from sneaker brands before the draft concluded. Despite his 5th overall selection, Yang Yin's affiliation with the vast market of the Dragon Kingdom made him an irresistible prospect for these brands. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Conley opted for Nike, which presented the most lucrative terms. Nike bestowed upon Yang Yin a staggering 6-year, $72 million sneaker contract. This time, Nike was cautious, recalling the significant financial loss incurred from their previous oversight regarding Yao Ming. They understood that in the vast market of the Dragon Kingdom, falling behind even slightly could lead to further setbacks. Thus, Nike's strategy was simple: to invest generously. It must be said, their tactics have indeed proven successful. In the face of Nike's relentless financial onslaught, the conditions proposed by other sneaker brands always seem to fall short in some regard. It is worth noting that Durant, who shares a team with Yang Yin and was the 2nd overall pick in the draft, was offered merely a 6-year contract worth $60 million by Nike. Thus, following the Summer League, Yang Yin flew to Nike's headquarters in the United States and signed this contract. This meant that Yang Yin would receive $12 million in a lump sum for his first year. Suddenly possessing such a substantial amount of money, Yang Yin felt a sense of disbelief. Consequently, as he passed by Mercedes-Benz dealership, he walked in without a moment's hesitation. When he emerged once more, he had acquired 2 luxury Mercedes cars in different colors, with Yang Yin naturally occupying the passenger seat. It was only after the purchase that he remembered he did not possess a driver's license. Fortunately, the staff at the dealership were exceedingly helpful, promising to deliver the vehicles to his residence. This audacious move by Yang Yin reignited the media's interest after more than a week of silence following the Summer League. Online scrutiny began to surface, questioning Yang Yin's decision to hastily purchase 2 extravagant cars immediately after securing his rookie contract. It was evident that Yang Yin was not solely focused on the court. As a result, the media cautioned the Supersonics that they might be acquiring a player whose physique could become unkempt during the offseason. Just as the Supersonics were inundated with media scrutiny, Yang Yin, who had been purchasing Mercedes the day before, had quietly returned to the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 64. The Coach's Favor. The mentorship of seasoned players. Accompanying Yang Yin in the Dragon Country was his agent, Old Conley. This time, Old Conley was thoroughly enlightened about what truly constitutes the Dragon Country. He assisted Yang Yin in securing several endorsements that appeared quite reasonable within the realm of the Dragon Country. After all, Yang Yin had forewarned him about this aspect beforehand. Their journey lasted over a month. Upon Yang Yin's return to Seattle, it seemed that the fans and media had largely forgotten about him. In September in the United States, within the dilapidated arena of the Seattle Supersonics, all team members gathered, with the exception of Durant. For the first time, Yang Yin encountered the entire roster, distinct from the Summer League experience, as this was a fully assembled team. This indicated that these individuals would be his teammates for the upcoming season. Head coach Carlissimo immediately turned his attention to Yang Yin, and upon realizing that he was not the rotund figure he had been led to believe, he let out a sigh of relief. Although he was aware that the media often thrived on sensationalism, Carlissimo had been somewhat apprehensive. However, seeing a normally proportioned Yang Yin confirmed that the prior media speculations were unfounded. After engaging in half an hour of joint training with the team, Carlissimo abruptly halted the session and waved towards Yang Yin. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Yin refrained from further comment and turned to descend to the sidelines. Now, he need not fabricate excuses. It was evident to Carlissimo that Yang Yin's training would not extend beyond half an hour, with even a single additional minute being improbable. Rather than resorting to coercion or inducement to compel Yang Yin into action, it would be more prudent to adopt a relaxed approach. After all, as long as Yang Yin performs adequately during the matches, that suffices. Furthermore, he is not the sole individual in the NBA who displays a reluctance for training. Indeed, geniuses often exhibit a penchant for individuality, much like the legendary Rodman of the Bulls dynasty and the formidable Shaquille O'Neal of the subsequent Kobe-Shaq duo. Both excelled in their craft without adhering to rigorous training routines, dominating the court nonetheless. In light of this comparison, Carlesimo found himself more favorably disposed towards Yang Yin. At the very least, Yang Yin would not vanish into obscurity like Rodman, leaving behind sensational tabloid headlines, nor would he, like O'Neal, discreetly evade training only to be discovered in an unseemly state of weight gain. On the sidelines, Yang Yin sat upon a bench. His previous commitments to various endorsements had caused him to overlook the collection of his system rewards. He gazed at the panel before him, which read, "Congratulations, old Deng, on the flawless conclusion of the Summer League. Your stellar performance has somewhat redeemed your reputation in the eyes of fans. However, the segment remains skeptical of your abilities. Task completion rate, 40. Reward, random secondary league package." As anticipated, Yang Yin shook his head in silent disbelief. If only Coach Carlesimo had not benched him for those 2 games. Had he taken the court earlier, his performance would undoubtedly not have been so abysmal. Clearly, had he completed the task under normal circumstances, he would have secured at least a random NBA ability. Yet now, with his performance faltering, he had been relegated to a secondary league. Although he had missed out on an NBA ability, Yang Yin felt little concern. He quietly recited to himself the opening of the gift package. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the knee strength ability of the legendary star Russell Westbrook, NCAA. Ah, a familiar face." Upon seeing the task reward, Yang Yin immediately recalled the visage of the number 0 turtle face player. The last time they crossed paths, Yang Yin had sensed that Westbrook was destined to become a legendary athlete. To his surprise, he had unlocked one of Westbrook's abilities. However, the ability related to knee strength was indeed unforeseen. He slightly flexed his knee. Yang Yin distinctly sensed that the muscles around his knees had become notably firmer, as if they were securely enveloping his knees. Yang Yin immediately recognized the advantages of this ability. For someone like him, who relies heavily on breakthroughs and dunks, this could significantly mitigate the risk of injury. Yang Yin noted in satisfaction. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Watson on the court was casting a rather displeased glance in his direction. It was evident that he harbored significant discontent towards Yang Yin's exemption from training, a privilege granted by Coach Carlesimo. After the training concluded, Yang Yin rose and made his way towards the locker room. Suddenly, he noticed Durant waving at him. Yang Yin slowed his pace. It was evident that Durant still regarded Yang Yin as his lifelong rival, a target for defeat and vengeance. Although the tension in the exchanges between Durant and Yang Yin had eased significantly, a trace of awkwardness lingered. "What are your plans for later?" Durant inquired, directing his question towards Yang Yin. Yang Yin perplexed gazet at Durant. In that moment, Durant felt as though he were expounding to a cow. Nevertheless, in hopes of receiving more passes from Yang Yin in the upcoming season, Durant restrained himself. "Surely, you are not oblivious to the unspoken rules of the locker room? Soon, the veterans will undoubtedly instruct us to undertake certain tasks." Yang Yin suddenly realized, almost forgetting about this matter. It simply meant instructing us to procure some items or the like. Yang Yin shruged indifferently. Durant, upon hearing this, shook his head in silent disbelief. If it merely involved instructing someone to purchase items, then it would be a trivial matter. "Therefore, you might as well rely on your own fortune," Durant remarked, choosing not to engage further with Yang Yin. He had an overwhelming sense that continuing the conversation would result in a significant depletion of his brain cells. After all, he had already offered Yang Yin a word of caution. Yang Yin maintained a nonchalant demeanor as the two of them entered the locker room, one after the other. "Hey, rookie," the group, predictably as Durant had imagined, greeted them with mischievous grins upon their arrival. "Rookie, we need a cup of coffee. You and T mind running an errand for us, would you?" Damian Wilkins looked at Durant with a sly smile. To his surprise, Durant breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a request for coffee, indicating that this group of veterans wasn't being excessively demanding after all. Meanwhile, Earl Watson had set his sights on Yang Yin, harboring discontent towards the individual who observed their practice from the sidelines. Watson glared at Yang Yin with a sinister expression, already concocting several outrageous schemes for his reprimand. As he stepped forward, just as he was about to speak, he felt someone nudging his arm. It was none other than Nick Collison from the team. "Hey, you might not be aware that Ray Allen has been traded. This season, the Team S leader will be positioned between Yang Yin and Durant. The head coach has clearly shown his preference for both of them. If you wish to remain on the court, I suggest you refrain from going too far. Collison cautioned in a hushed tone, having long sensed Watson's hostility towards Yang Yin. Upon hearing Collison's words, Watson was taken aback. The remarks he had previously formulated transformed into something entirely different as they reached his lips. Hey, rookie, would you like a safe and hygienic umbrella? I can go get some for you right now. By the way, what color or brand do you prefer? Chapter 65, All Rookies. Why are you so exceptional? In truth, Yang Yin was already mentally prepared for this, as it is a customary aspect of NBA culture. Many stars and superstars have traversed this path. However, he had not anticipated that Earl Watson would launch a full-on assault against him. Yang Yin was momentarily taken aback. This was entirely different from what he had initially envisioned. Meanwhile, Durant, who had been contemplating stepping out to purchase coffee, was equally stunned, staring incredulously at Yang Yin. Damn, you're just a rookie. Why are you so impressive? Here I am, merely tasked with fetching coffee, while he receives personal service from a seasoned player. Is there no justice in this world? At the same time, Earl Watson also came to a realization. He had originally intended to send Yang Yin to the convenience store to buy an umbrella. For Watson could guarantee that outside the back door of the arena, a throng of media reporters was already gathered. Every year, during this time of the rookie prank convention, no media outlet would ever miss it. Who could have anticipated that, after being interrupted by Nick Collison, it would lead to such a turn of events? Everyone in the locker room turned their gaze towards Earl Watson, who felt increasingly self-conscious under their scrutiny. Damn, this is ridiculous. Resolutely, he decided to go all in, choosing to embrace the chaos. After all, between losing his job and losing face, Watson, as an adult, sensibly opted for the latter. If you want to make a move, I shall decide for you, he declared, and with that, Watson pushed the door open and stepped outside. The other seasoned players in the locker room were left dumbfounded by this scene. Wow, this guy is serious. Initially, they thought he was merely toying with Yang Yin, but it turned out Watson was genuinely committed to the task. No, this was a bit too intense. Aside from Nick Collison, the others were unaware that Watson had intended to give Yang Yin a harsh lesson at first. Yet now, they all perceived Watson as utterly shameless. However, there was a tacit understanding among them. Ever since Ray Allen's departure, the Supersonics had been without a leader. The team needed to cultivate a new figurehead, and it was evident that this leader would not be one of the veterans. Their paths were already nearing an end. The team required someone capable of guiding them into a new era, and Yang Yin and Durant were undoubtedly such players. If all went smoothly, they would be the principal and secondary leaders of the team in the upcoming season. Though everyone understood this implicitly, the veterans would not lower themselves to curry favor with Yang Yin and Durant. After all, no matter how one looked at it, these veterans were still the predecessors. Until one proves oneself, a predecessor will always remain a predecessor. Watson, that fellow, is quite something, even before the NBA regular season has commenced. He is already eager to curry favor with Yang Yin. Although Durant harbors resentment towards this unjust treatment, he ultimately sneaks out through the back door to bring back coffee for the veteran. Watson, true to his word, even manages to procure an entire box of umbrellas for Yang Yin. Well then, Yang Yin admitted that he was somewhat baffled by the reasoning of this individual. A man presenting another man with an umbrella of protection? How curious. It's inevitable that such an occurrence would provoke speculation. Yet, Yang Yin was undeterred. With a grand gesture, he bestowed the entire collection upon Durant, who had just returned from purchasing coffee. It was evident that Durant, indeed, had a pressing need for such an item. Yes, that was certainly the case. As Yang Yin turned and departed the locker room, Durant remained behind, clutching a box of vividly colored umbrellas. Initially, he was filled with irritation and contemplated discarding them. However, the next moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. He glanced down once more, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Noticing that no one was watching, Durant carefully concealed the entire box of umbrellas within the locker. Perhaps, before long, they would prove to be useful. With this thought, a surge of motivation coursed through Durant's entire being. Yang Yin is quite a decent fellow. If only he could receive this in private, it would be even better. However, it matters little now, as hardly anyone in the locker room is paying attention. Returning to the villa, Yang Yin's first action is to settle on the sofa and gaze at the screen. It has been over a month without a single task from the system, which is rather unsettling. The regular season is about to commence, heralding the official beginning of your NBA career. This time, you will truly compete alongside all the NBA stars. Old Deng. Isn't it exhilarating? You must ensure that everyone in the NBA witnesses the allure of Old Deng. Please host. Achieve a performance of 30 in the season's inaugural match and lead your team to victory. The task reward is a random NBA gift package. Yang Yan's expression was one of astonishment. Not only was he required to score over 30 points in a single game, but he also needed to lead his team to victory. The difficulty of this task was nothing short of outrageous. Yang Yan vividly recalled that the number of stars capable of achieving 30 points in their debut was exceedingly rare. Even a formidable LeBron James only managed to score 25 points in his first game. The system truly held him in high regard. Upon reflection, the challenge of this task became abundantly clear. Moreover, his debut opponent was far from a weak team. It was the Denver Nuggets, who had recently made significant acquisitions. The roster boasted exceptional scorers like Carmelo Anthony and the renowned Allen Iverson. To secure over 30 points against such adversaries left Yang Yan feeling rather uncertain. Shaking his head to dispel his worries, he continued to read on. Congratulations, Liuli Deng, on embarking upon your NBA career. You are currently affiliated with the Seattle Supersonics. The system will initiate daily tasks for your team. Each time you lead or accompany your team to victory, you will earn 1 point of team value. Once your team value accumulates to 60 points, you may randomly draw a skill from a current team legend. Upon reaching this point, Yang Yan nearly felt faint. Although the system had unlocked daily tasks, providing him with an additional avenue for improvement, the challenge was daunting. It was important to note that one could only draw from the team legend's abilities after amassing 60 points of team value. This meant it was highly plausible that he might not have the opportunity to draw at all throughout the season. For instance, in the previous season, only 2 teams in the entire league managed to achieve over 60 wins. The Dallas Mavericks, with the highest winning percentage in the league, and the offensively minded Phoenix Suns. Thus, it was evident just how challenging it would be to attain the opportunity to draw a team legend's ability. The Seattle Supersonics' performance last season was even more staggering, securing merely 31 wins. If this trend continued, it would take him at least 2 years to have a chance to acquire the abilities of a team legend. Yang Yan let out a long sigh. Rayman Kemp, Glove Gary Payton, and the progenitor of the Dream Shake, the illustrious Jack Sikma, who ranks 3rd in all-time scoring. Just reflecting on the legends of the Supersonics evokes a sense of awe. What a loss it would be to miss out on their extraordinary talents. Yang Yan truly regrets it. Therefore, Yang Yan will never allow himself to fail. Indeed, he must give his all in every competition. Chapter 66. One should tear apart Bobo's mouth. Time passes swiftly. The synergy between Yang Yan and Durant within the team has proven to be exceptional. Furthermore, Coach Calhoun has refrained from allowing excessive speculation among the players. Within a mere week, he has solidified the core positions of Yang Yan and Durant, unequivocally indicating to the seasoned veterans that these two are the future of the Supersonics. It remains unclear whether this decision originated from Calhoun or General Manager Presti. Although the core roles of Yang Yan and Durant have been established, there is yet to be a definitive clarification regarding who the true leader of the team is. It appears that they aim to stimulate a healthy rivalry between Yang Yan and Durant, encouraging both to compete vigorously, with the one demonstrating superior performance, naturally ascending to the position of team leader. Yang Yan remained indifferent to the situation. However, Durant had felt a surge of frustration on several occasions. Yet, he swiftly managed to regain his composure. He regarded this individual as a lifelong rival. Thus, he resolved to commence his revenge from this point forward. First, he would ascend to the position of Yang Yan's superior. Durant silently vowed to himself, if only Yang Yan were aware of Durant's intentions. Yang Yan will undoubtedly employ his signature back-to-basket moves to confront Durant, then smile and inform him that in this world, no one can claim to be his superior. As time progressed to October 30th in the United States, the NBA regular season officially commenced. The day's games did not feature the Supersonics, as the league scheduled the season opener with matchups that typically captivate the fans' attention, often pitting rival teams against one another. Although the initial games held no direct relevance for Yang Yan, one particular matchup between the Spurs and the Trail Blazers caught the media's focus, especially in light of Odin's absence due to his knee injury. In September, Odin had shared with Yang Yan that he needed surgery to ensure he could compete at his best in the NBA. With Odin sidelined, Yang Yan found little reason to pay attention to the game between the Blazers and the Spurs. However, following this matchup, media reporters interviewed Spurs head coach Greg Popovich. When questioned about the Celtics' acquisition of the Big Three during the summer, Popovich expressed his discontent regarding the trade, particularly criticizing the Supersonics for exchanging their star player for a rookie draft pick. He remarked candidly that such a decision could only be made by someone lacking in common sense. Popovich humorously likened the trade to someone attempting to exchange a handful of coins for a $100 bill, adding that it was foolish for the other party to agree to such terms. This interview quickly went viral online, and the $100 bill in Popovich's analogy was evidently not a reference to Yang Yen. Thus, Yang Yen was relegated to the status of mere coins in Popovich's eyes. Once nearly forgotten by Supersonics fans, Yang Yen re-emerged into the public consciousness. Damn it, I said this was a terrible trade. Look, even Popovich understands this. How could our management be so oblivious? Indeed, our Seattle Supersonics management is akin to the fool who trades a $100 bill for mere coins. The management has truly lost its mind to let Ray Allen go. Yang Yen, that fellow, has performed abysmally in the Summer League, save for the final match, where he failed to score in double digits. Damn it, this team has been utterly ruined by these brainless individuals. Once again, a deluge of doubts and curses has flooded the internet. In front of the office of the Supersonics manager, Yang Yen rapped gently on the somewhat dilapidated door, unable to suppress his inner complaints. He had long been aware that the Supersonics arena was the smallest and most run down among all NBA teams. However, one would think they could make some repairs. Although this was currently his home team, Yang Yen could not help but express his discontent. As the sound of his knocking faded, a voice emerged from within, belonging to General Manager Presti. Yang Yen pushed the door open and stepped inside, encountering the almost explosive General Manager, Presti. Well, after yesterday's interview with Popovich, Yang Yen was not the one facing the harshest criticism. That dubious honor belonged to the man before him, Presti, the one who had orchestrated this trade from start to finish. Although the lexicon of insults here in America may be somewhat limited, this is merely from Yang Yan's perspective. For Presti, the online vitriol was akin to being berated as if one's ancestors had been condemned for generations. It was astonishing that Presti could maintain his composure. Damn that Greg. He truly deserved to have his mouth torn apart. Presti began with a sarcastic remark directed at Yang Yen, then leaned slightly forward, fixing his gaze on him. Do you have confidence for tomorrow's game? You must understand, if you perform poorly today, the ensuing public outcry online could very well bury us. After posing his question, Presti anxiously awaited Yang Yan's response. Yang Yen initially stared at Presti in astonishment, but soon a smile graced his face. Well, it seems that Presti summoned him out of concern for the upcoming match. After all, his debut is set against the formidable Allen Iverson and the offensive virtuoso Carmelo Anthony. A single misstep could lead to a disastrous outcome. The primary concern for Presti is the potential impact on Yang Yan's mentality. If he were to falter and lose his confidence, it would indeed echo the sentiments expressed by Popovich. Presti had already devised a plan. Should Yang Yen feel uncertain, he would instruct Carlesimo to allow him a breather. After all, a little shamelessness is far preferable to being utterly overwhelmed. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. Just await Popovich's apology. Yang Yen revealed a confident smile. Although the debut presents considerable challenges, Yang Yen thrives on challenges. After receiving Yang Yan's commitment, Presti let out a sigh of relief. Just perform well. As long as the loss isn't too devastating, I believe the fans will understand us, Presti said, nodding slowly. A loss? Yang Yen revealed a faint smile. I have never contemplated the notion of defeat. Yang Yan's smile gradually became unabashedly exuberant. Beside him, Presti was utterly astonished by Yang Yan's audacious thoughts. Did he truly intend to win, despite the formidable challenge? Yet, could victory genuinely be within reach? The Supersonics were notoriously regarded as a lackluster team, while the opposing Nuggets had made their mark in the playoffs the previous year. Not to mention the addition of the illustrious Allen Iverson this year. Was victory truly attainable? As Presti's gaze lingered upon Yang Yan's unrestrained smile, he suddenly felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. After all, the Supersonics were already in a dismal state. It was precisely for this reason that the team had opted for sweeping reforms. Perhaps he could afford to have a little more faith in himself. After all, Yang Yen was a man he held in high regard. Presti was acutely aware that he was now intricately linked with Yang Yen. Yang Yan's exceptional performance only serves to validate his keen insight. Thus, believing in Yang Yen is akin to believing in oneself. I have unwavering faith in you. I have but one additional request. The outcome of this match is secondary. However, this season, we absolutely cannot afford to lose to the Spurs. Let us fiercely confront that fellow Popovich. Chapter 67. Airdropping into Denver. Facing the Golden Duo. On October 31st in the United States, the Supersonics commenced their new season with an away game against the Denver Nuggets. Upon entering the arena, Yang couldn't help but find himself lamenting the inadequacy of his own team's facility in comparison to the spacious venue of the Nuggets. Interestingly, over 90% of the Supersonics fans tuned in for this game. Typically, one might expect only about 60 to 70% of fans to follow a regular match involving the home team. However, this occasion was different. Everyone was eager to witness Yang's potential downfall. This game would expose Yang for who he truly was. What does it matter if he was the NCAA's MOP? He would soon learn that the NBA was not the NCAA. Anthony and Iverson were certain to give this rookie a thorough lesson. Damn Presti, if we lose this match, I shall make his family pay dearly. Due to the extraordinary buzz online, TNT made a last-minute decision to broadcast the game. As season commentators, Barkley and Kenny Smith naturally took the helm for this event. Charles, how do you think Yang will perform in this game? Kenny Smith inquired with a sly smile. Shut it. Damn you, Kenny. Don't set me up for failure. Barkley immediately saw through Kenny Smith's ploy. Had it not been for Kenny's encouragement back then, Barkley would not have rashly promised to kiss a donkey's behind. The memories of encountering players from the Dragon Kingdom flooded back to Barkley, making him resolute not to fall for any tricks again. After all, after that infamous kiss, his wife had not allowed him near her for a whole month. Ha ha ha, Charles. I never imagined you would become so wise. Kenny Smith, unfazed by the exposure, burst into laughter. In that case, why not take a guess at which team will emerge victorious? A failed scheme gave rise to another. Kenny Smith deftly shifted the conversation. Well, obviously it will be the Denver Nuggets. Barkley instinctively blurted out as soon as Kenny finished speaking. Realizing he had once again fallen into the trap, he nearly slapped himself. Yet, his nature was one of candor. Often, he spoke without a second thought. By the time the realization dawned, it was already too late. That rascal Kenny Smith always seemed to have a knack for exploiting this weakness. Curse that Kenny. In his mind, Barkley silently cursed Kenny Smith 1,000 times. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith wore a smug smile, having evidently anticipated that Barkley would take the bait. I, however, do not believe that the Denver Nuggets will secure an easy victory. After all, this marks the inaugural game for Iverson and Anthony together, though both possess remarkable talent. The crucial question remains whether they can forge a harmonious chemistry on the court. Kenny Smith remarked leisurely. Buddy, surely you jest. Even if their chemistry is less than apparent, the Supersonics could hardly triumph. Barkley pondered aloud. Let me think. Last season, the Supersonics managed only 31 victories, seemingly languishing at the bottom of the league standings. Moreover, they traded away their star player Ray Allen this season. Barkley shook his head in disbelief, wearing an expression of incredulity. Unbeknownst to him, Kenny Smith had begun to reveal a barely perceptible smirk. Of course, while the Supersonics may have traded their star Ray Allen, one must not forget that they now boast the second overall pick, Durant, alongside NCAA's MOP Young. Kenny Smith continued to elaborate. Mop? What on earth is that? Barkley retorted. You must understand, the collegiate league and the NBA are worlds apart. They are up against the NBA's regular season MVP, scoring champion, and steals leader, Allen Iverson. Should the Supersonics win this game, I shall eat my words, Barkley exclaimed, shaking his head vigorously as he voiced his disbelief. Once he concluded his remarks, he finally noticed the mischievous grin on Kenny Smith's face. Wait, what did I just bet on? Eat my words? Oh, good heavens. That infernal Kenny. I can just imagine him eagerly wanting to bag his foul words and present them to me. A flicker of anger crossed Barkley's eyes. Ha ha ha. It's a deal then. If the Supersonics win, rest assured, I shall deliver my words to you. Kenny Smith's face gleamed with a victorious smile. Barkley, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration, silently cursing under his breath. However, once he regained his composure, he felt quite confident in his odds. He truly did not believe the Nuggets would falter against such a Supersonics team. On the court, the players from both teams had completed their warm-ups. Yang merely engaged in a light exercise to stretch his body before taking a seat at the sidelines to observe. His gaze fell upon Allen Iverson. Yang Bauset. For that was the answer. Do you understand why Iverson is referred to as the answer? Because on the court, Iverson embodies the singular solution. Simply place the basketball in his hands, and he shall return to you a flawless response. If the legendary Jordan is Yang's idol, then Iverson serves as his aspiration and benchmark. What leaves Yang feeling wistful is his belief that Iverson would achieve a one-man, one-city legacy with the 76ers. Yet, to his surprise, he was traded during this very season. Sensing Yang's gaze, Iverson turned to look back. The two pairs of eyes collided in the air. Yang Yan's gaze ignited a spark of battle. AI Fusen inexplicably felt a shiver run through his heart, as if something deep within him had been stirred. Turning his head, AI Fusen chuckled and shook it in disbelief. How was it that he, in his current state, was engaging in a contest with a rookie? Indeed, AI Fusen was acutely aware that in that fleeting moment of eye contact with Yang Yan, his inner fighting spirit had been awakened. It had been a long time since anyone had elicited such resonance within him. As a referee's whistle blew, the players concluded their warm-ups, and the starting players gradually took their positions on the court. The starting lineup for the Supersonics comprised Earl Watson at the point guard, Kevin Durant at the shooting guard, Yang Yan at the small forward, Damian Wilkins at the power forward, and Nick Collison at center. Clearly, due to Watson's astute gesture of presenting a case of umbrellas, he had secured his position as the starting point guard for the team. On the other hand, Yang Yan did not occupy the shooting guard position as he typically would during practice. Instead, he moved to the small forward position. In essence, Yang Yan and Durant had swapped roles for this match. The rationale was straightforward. The opposing player, Anthony, was known for his affinity for confrontation and play beneath the basket. Head coach Carlesimo believed that Durant would face significant challenges against him, which prompted this strategic alteration. Conversely, the physically robust Yang Yan might yield some unexpected surprises. Chapter 68, The First Block, The Stingy Melon. On the side of the Denver Nuggets, the starting lineup consisted of Allen Iverson at point guard, Diarra at shooting guard, Carmelo Anthony at small forward, Kenyon Martin at power forward, and Marcus Camby at center. The Nuggets had also made some adjustments, opting for a second small forward in the shooting guard position rather than the traditional scoring guard, who typically served as Anthony's substitute. It was evident that they were wary of Yang Yan's penetrating prowess, as an ordinary shooting guard could hardly contend with him. However, what the Nuggets did not anticipate was Yang Yan's shift to the small forward position for this game. On the court, Marcus Camby secured the first possession of the game and promptly handed the ball to Iverson. As Iverson received the basketball, deafening cheers erupted from the crowd. Clearly, the Nuggets fans warmly welcomed Iverson, providing ample support for his debut. Witnessing this scene, Yang Yan felt a pang of envy. Reflecting on the challenging dynamics with his own fans, he experienced a sudden headache. Yang Yan certainly did not forget that this group of individuals had caused him to experience his first defeat in a mission. The task of winning over these fans was indeed a formidable challenge. Iverson, with the ball in hand, approached the three-point line. Everyone anticipated that he would utilize his signature killer crossover. However, much to their surprise, upon reaching the arc, Iverson opted to wave his arms, directing his teammates to reposition themselves and then pass the basketball to the outward-moving Anthony. It was evident that Iverson was conveying through his actions that the true leader of this team was the young Anthony, rather than himself. This decision left the fans in attendance feeling utterly disheartened, as if their youth had abruptly come to an end. The once defiant answer had now learned the virtue of humility. Meanwhile, Anthony faced off against Yang Yan, his eyes brimming with confidence. Yang Yan also summoned all his spirit, for Anthony possesses such qualifications. This data is sufficient for him to ascend into the ranks of superstars. Yang Yan advanced, positioning himself closely against Anthony, leaving no space for him to turn. Unfazed, Anthony countered by using his head to push against Yang Yan. With half a body's width created, Anthony abruptly engaged in a confrontation with Yang Yan, leveraging the rebound's force to pivot. In a single step, he nearly bypassed Yang Yan. However, Anthony slightly underestimated Yang Yan's strength. Although he managed to get past him, he lost his bodily equilibrium. Yet, this was no challenge for Anthony. As a premier player, navigating such a state of imbalance was child's play. He executed a lateral drift in midair, guiding the basketball towards the hoop with his arm. Meanwhile, Yang Yan, initially startled, was taken aback by Anthony's swift maneuver. To his surprise, Anthony had cleanly maneuvered past him. Nonetheless, he also noticed Anthony's loss of balance. Could he possibly block the shot? An inexplicable thought took root in Yang Yan's mind. At that moment, his wingspan of 2 meters and 20 centimeters accentuated his defensive range. Yang Yan pivoted and extended his arm, effortlessly swatting Anthony's shot away. One must admit, Ariza's perimeter defense is indeed commendable. In previous times, Yang Yan would have struggled to make such a swift judgment. Oh, what a surprise. This fellow managed to block Carmelo. Goodness, am I dreaming? This rookie has undoubtedly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. He is doomed. He has now provoked Carmelo. Undoubtedly, Carmelo will take it upon himself to teach him a lesson. In the very first round, he blocked Anthony's layup, leaving the spectators in utter astonishment. Durant seized the basketball that Yang Yin had deflected. Instead of opting for a pass, he drove forward with remarkable speed. Approaching within a step of the three-point line, Durant abruptly halted, shaking off the trailing Diavera, and launched a mid-range jumper. The ball swished through the net. With this elegant shot, Durant secured the first points of his NBA career. Following his score, Durant appeared visibly elated, momentarily forgetting his lifelong rival, Yang Yin, as he flashed a thumbs up in Yang Yan's direction. Were it not for Yang Yan's exceptional defense, his scoring would not have been so effortless. Meanwhile, Anthony, having been blocked by Yang Yin, wore a grim expression, his gaze toward Yang Yin brimming with fury. Clearly, being thwarted by a rookie was a source of embarrassment for Carmelo Anthony. However, he refrained from making any harsh remarks. After all, Anthony has never been one to engage in trash talk, especially not with a newcomer. At this moment, Anthony still did not regard Yang Yin as a significant threat. During the Nuggets' offensive possession, Iverson utilized the screen to penetrate and subsequently passed the ball to Kenyon Martin, who executed a hook shot beneath the basket, leveling the score. Next, it was the Supersonics' turn to orchestrate their offensive strategy. Watson dribbled outside the three-point line, pacing back and forth. Yang Yin found himself firmly entangled with Anthony, whose arm rested snugly beneath Yang Yan's armpit. Yang Yan's elbow obstructed Anthony's path, with neither willing to yield. While Anthony's defensive prowess has often been criticized, the issue lies not in his abilities, but rather in his disposition towards defense. He has never been particularly fond of it, as defense is an exhausting endeavor. However, when Anthony chooses to engage, his defensive skills rival those of elite perimeter defenders. Currently, Yang Yin finds himself ensnared by Anthony's relentless physicality, denying him any opportunity for an easy catch. Observing this, Watson refrains from forcing a pass to Yang Yin and instead directs the ball to Durant. Upon receiving the pass, Durant, in a triple threat position, effortlessly sidesteps Diavera with a swift step. The two offensive plays have already unveiled the tactical miscalculation of the Nuggets, who position their backup small forward Diavera at the shooting guard spot, while his height and wingspan do provide a commendable defensive range. The Nuggets have underestimated a crucial factor. Durant's speed surpasses that of a typical small forward. This is precisely one of Durant's defining traits, his towering height coupled with an unexpected agility. As Diavera exerts himself to catch up, Durant executes a sudden stop and releases the ball, which elegantly sails over the opponent's defense and nestles into the net. In just 2 plays, the Supersonics fans erupted with excitement. Regardless of Yang Yan's situation, Durant has truly delivered a delightful surprise. His performance undeniably justifies his selection as the second overall pick. Indeed, securing Durant at that position has proven to be a remarkable gain. Yang Yin felt a twinge of frustration. Damn it. It seemed that Cameron had begun to engage in a rivalry with him, all because he had blocked the opponent in the first round. Now, even Anthony was reluctant to accept a pass. What a miser. Chapter 69. The pick-and-roll jumper. Steady as a rock. Half of the first quarter had elapsed. The score on the court stood at 13-14. The Supersonics trailed by a single point. The ball was in the possession of the Supersonics. After Watson advanced past half-court, he first cast a glance towards Yang Yin. Just as expected, Yang Yin remained fiercely entangled with Anthony. Watson passed the ball to Nick Collison beneath the basket. Collison forcefully maneuvered past Marcus Camby and scored with a bank shot, turning the tide of the game. Do you see that? This is the consequence of provoking Carmelo. That rookie can't even lay his hands on the basketball. Rookie, you should retreat. The NBA isn't as simple as you might think. What a pitiful fellow. In his very first professional game, he encounters the likes of Sweet Melon. The spectators in attendance showed little interest in the basket scored, instead turning their focus to the duel between Yang Yin and Anthony. The two were engaged in a physical battle almost every possession. Over the past half of the quarter, Yang Yin had yet to take a single shot. Although there were several opportunities to confront Anthony, he simply could not capitalize on them due to Watson's passing skills. This led to the impression that Yang Yin was completely stifled by Anthony's defense. However, they unconsciously overlooked one crucial point. During the same span, Anthony had also failed to score a single point. Though he attempted 3 shots, each was either disrupted by Yang Yin or missed due to Yang Yin's interference. Watching this unfold, head coach Carlesimo could hardly contain his amusement. He had worried that Yang Yin would struggle to adapt to the NBA's pace. But it now appeared that the NBA might need to adjust to Yang Yin's rhythm. After all, Anthony is a prolific scorer. The fact that such a player was successfully defended by Yang Yin is truly astonishing. While it is true that Yang Yin has yet to score, and Durant has already amassed 5 points, one must not forget an important detail. Yang Yin now finds himself pitted against the league's most elite scorer, while Durant is merely contending with a rotational player. Colessimo senses that Yang Yin is gradually acclimating to the current situation. It is anticipated that it will not be long before Yang Yin breaks free from his scoring drought. As Colessimo surmised, Yang Yin is indeed adjusting to the rhythm and environment of the NBA. After Iverson of the Nuggets successfully executes a mid-range shot, regaining the lead, Watson has just crossed half-court. Anthony lowers his center of gravity, preparing to engage in a confrontation with Yang Yin. Yang Yin leaned against Anthony, and in the next moment, he exerted tremendous force. Utilizing the rebound's momentum, he propelled himself beyond the three-point line. This sudden shift caught Anthony completely off guard, for Yang Yin had never before eluded him in such a manner. Moreover, the strength Yang Yin exerted this time far surpassed his previous efforts. This caused Anthony to lose his balance, momentarily rendering him immobile. By the time Anthony regained his composure, Yang Yin had already received Watson's pass outside the three-point arc. No worries. Receiving the ball was inconsequential. Anthony stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Yang Yin, effectively constricting the available space. During Yang Yin's NCAA games, Anthony had also watched the footage. Thus, he was well aware of Yang Yin's remarkable ability to accelerate past defenders. Consequently, Anthony made every effort to deny Yang Yin the opportunity to initiate his moves. Once Yang Yin had the ball, he remained composed, standing tall and beckoning Nick Collison, who immediately grasped Yang Yin's intention and emerged from the paint. Observing this, Durant relaxed, creating space on the opposite side. Wilkins, who had been engaged in a close tussle under the basket, paused with his hands on his hips. It seemed as though the Supersonics players collectively let their guard down. Unfortunately, the Nuggets players failed to notice this unusual development. Nick Collison positioned himself on the right to set a screen for Yang Yin. The moment Collison was in place, Yang Yin erupted into action, making a powerful stride to the right. Marcus Camby attempted to step forward and disrupt him, but Yang Yin had already halted abruptly, leaping into the air for a mid-range shot. DeRozan's pick-and-roll jump shot. Indeed, this was a delightful surprise for Yang Yin. It was only during the game that he truly appreciated the extraordinary nature of this skill. The execution was deceptively simple, requiring merely the cooperation of an interior player for a screen. Yang Yin would then dribble and leap for the shot. With his height of over 2 meters and an impressive wingspan nearing 2 meters, he need not worry about defensive help from interior players. The reason the Supersonics players had earlier relaxed was straightforward. During previous team practices, they had witnessed Yang Yin score over 30 points utilizing this very tactic. His scoring was remarkably consistent. Subsequent training sessions further confirmed this effectiveness. Screen and mid-range shot. Yang Yin seldom falters. Hence, whenever he possesses the ball and executes a pick-and-roll jump shot, an inexplicable sense of certainty envelopes the spectators, assuring them that the basket is a foregone conclusion. On the court, barring any unforeseen events, the basketball swishes through the net. Yang Yin scored his first point in this match, marking the inaugural point of his NBA career. Remarkable. Yet, this rookie is rather disconcerting, calling for assistance. How cowardly, lacking the courage to face off in a one-on-one. And what about Marcus Camby? Couldn't he provide help defense a tad quicker? Other centers managed to contain Carmelo, while he seems to be meandering aimlessly in the paint. The fans in attendance were evidently displeased. They initially anticipated that Anthony would impart a thorough lesson to the rookie. The previous sequences unfolded similarly, especially considering that Yang Yin had yet to score a single point. How did he suddenly manage to score? In the following play, Anthony found himself beyond the three-point line, facing off against Yang Yin. It was quite straightforward. At that moment, Anthony was brimming with youthful vigor. He was not the type to endure a slight without retaliation. After gaining possession, Marcus Camby attempted to set a screen, but Anthony waved him off, signaling for him to step aside. Anthony declared his resolve, asserting that he could handle it alone. After all, he was merely a rookie. Was it truly necessary to employ a screen to confront him? Yang Yin continues to employ a defensive strategy, for he is acutely aware that Anthony's initial explosive drive is not particularly formidable. He remains well acquainted with the familiar concept of the triple threat. Yang Yin endeavored to stabilize his center of gravity. However, Anthony's triple threat was truly deceptive. Possessing Ariza's prowess in perimeter defense, Yang Yin found himself nearly fooled by every feint made by Anthony. Yang Yin instinctively exhibits defensive judgment. The effectiveness of his feints is truly commendable, befitting of a superstar scorer in the league. The moment Yang Yin is momentarily distracted, Anthony swiftly makes a decisive drive towards the basket. Many recall Anthony's deceptive moves and precise shooting ability. However, it is worth noting that he possesses a strong affinity for attacking the rim. Yang Yin closely followed behind Anthony. Upon reaching the basket, Anthony leaped into the air, engaging in a confrontation with Yang Yin before releasing his shot. Yang Yin's relentless defense placed considerable pressure on Anthony. The basketball rimmed out, but in the next moment, Anthony swiftly leaped again upon landing, seizing the ball to execute a bank shot. Nick Collison also came to defend, but Anthony's attempt went awry once more. Yet, in the very next instant, Anthony soared again, and this time he successfully guided the ball into the hoop. Chapter 70. Unyielding Drive versus Killer Crossover. Following his successful score, Anthony pounded his chest and roared in triumph. He single-handedly challenged the entire paint and achieved the score, a feat truly worthy of celebration. Meanwhile, Yang Yin felt a twinge of frustration, silently resolving not to allow Anthony to continue attacking the basket. Although Anthony's initial burst of speed was not particularly explosive, his leaping ability was nothing short of exceptional. With extraordinary vertical leap and elite competitive skills, Anthony was akin to a glitch in the game beneath the rim. Even if his offensive efforts resulted in a miss after contact, his leaping speed allowed him to regain control of the ball almost instantaneously. After his exuberant celebration, Anthony spoke for the first time in the match, declaring, "Rookie, I possess more than just one technique." With that, he departed with a smile. Anthony's message was simple. Having been thwarted twice in consecutive back-to-the-basket plays by Yang Yin, he was signaling that Yang should not assume he could contain him. The back-to-the-basket move was merely one of the many weapons in his arsenal. Yang Yin smiled lightly at the words, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned back and, utilizing his robust physique, propelled Anthony aside. Swiftly, he maneuvered to the three-point line to receive Durant's pass. This time, Yang Yin did not pause for a moment. He seized the ball and, with an explosive burst of energy, charged toward the paint. Anthony immediately lowered his center of gravity in response. As Yang Yin approached him, he executed a dramatic change of direction. Anthony shifted to defend on the left, but just as he turned, Yang Yin had already slipped past him with remarkable speed. Ha! There it is. Yang Yin's unstoppable drive. Did you see that? Even the NBA defenses cannot contain this move. Anthony was left in the dust. The fans supporting Yang Yin erupted in excitement upon witnessing this spectacle. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yin had penetrated beneath the basket. It was the first time the Nuggets' interior defense faced such an audacious breakthrough, and they evidently failed to react in time. Yang Yin executed a one-handed slam dunk, securing a score. "The mid-range shot following a pick and roll is merely one of my techniques," he remarked with a subtle smile near Anthony's ear during the defensive transition. Upon hearing this, Anthony's expression darkened. Prior to the match, he had never anticipated entangling with a novice on the court, and yet this rookie seemed to hold his own. Not merely holding his own, the opponent's strength appeared to surpass his own. It was only after the game commenced that Anthony finally took matters seriously. Turning to the Denver Nuggets' offensive possession, Iverson noticed that Anthony had been drawn into a close-quarters tussle with Yang Yin. Thus, he opted not to pass. This decision was also influenced by Yang Yin's previous breakthrough, a stunning, relentless change of direction that ignited a quiet flame within Iverson's heart. Breaking past defenders was his signature skill. Holding the ball beyond the three-point line against Watson, Iverson executed a simple shoulder shimmy. Watson immediately became alert. Right side, right side, right side. Watson continuously reminded himself not to be deceived. Iverson was surely going to break to the right. In the next moment, Iverson lowered his center of gravity and executed a powerful left-to-right crossover step. Watson was momentarily deceived, his body weight shifting to the left for a fleeting second. Iverson, however, had already slipped past Watson with ease, completing a layup. This was indeed Iverson's hallmark move, the killer crossover. The atmosphere in the arena was instantly ignited. In the TNT broadcasting studio, despite having witnessed it numerous times, Allen's change of direction remained spectacular. Kenny Smith couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the entire world knows Allen will break to the right, yet no one can defend against it." Barkley nodded in agreement. However, Yang Yin's breakthrough is also impressive. "I never expected that even Carmelo couldn't keep pace with Yang Yin's relentless maneuver." Charles, Who do you think possesses a more formidable breakthrough, Yang Yin or Allen? Kenny Smith suddenly smiled at Barkley. Barkley shook his head in response. There is simply no comparison. Allen's move has outmaneuvered every perimeter defender in the league. Remember, every opponent has suffered at his hands. Thus, let us wait until Yang Yin reaches that level before making a judgment. Barkley maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Kenny Smith did not contest Barkley's perspective. True. Yet, I believe Yang Yin's breakthrough is not inferior to Allen's. While he has yet to prove himself, I suspect that day is not far off. The high praise bestowed upon Kenny Smith instantly stirred discontent among online fans. After all, this is Allen Iverson we are talking about. Who is Yang Yin? Merely a novice. How could his breakthroughs possibly compare to those of Iverson? The first quarter of the game has concluded, with the score standing at 32-30. Both teams exhibited remarkably efficient performances. On the Nuggets side, Iverson made an outstanding debut. Whether it was his signature killer crossover or his adept playmaking after driving to the basket, Iverson excelled, much to the satisfaction of the Nuggets fans. Conversely, their star player, Anthony, surprisingly found himself evenly matched with a rookie during the first quarter. Anthony managed to score 8 points, while Yang Yin also tallied 8 points, albeit after only beginning to shoot in the latter half of the quarter. This comparison suggests that Anthony's defense had no effect on Yang Yin. Rather, it was Yang who created considerable trouble for Anthony. All attention was drawn to the duel between Yang Yin and Anthony, yet one individual silently reaped the rewards, Kevin Durant. Positioned to the shooting guard spot, Durant quickly realized that no one was marking him. Scoring became astonishingly effortless, even easier than during practice. With no double teams and minimal defensive awareness directed toward him, Durant found himself unchallenged in one-on-one situations. Without making a sound, he amassed 12 points in the first quarter. A small flame of excitement ignited within Durant as he envisioned potentially achieving an extraordinary scoring record in his debut. However, the next moment his smile vanished. As the first quarter concluded and he returned to the bench, head coach Carlesimo approached, beaming with pride. He walked past Durant and patted Yang Yin on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with a smile, saying, "Well done. I knew you could do it. Keep it up." Durant, who expected to receive praise for his own 12-point performance, felt deflated. 12 points. Did he not see? I was the highest scorer. He glanced at the coach, who was still smiling and commending Yang Yin. This prompted Durant to recall the day he joined the team, when Carlesimo had encouraged him with a smile, saying, "Play well. The future of the team is yours." He turned to look again at the coach, whose grin was infectious. Thus, it is said that love can fade away, can it not? Chapter 71. The jealous Durant under the gaze of Carmelo. Durant's envious glare was soon noticed by Yang Yin. Yang Yin was perplexed by Durant's erratic behavior. At this moment, he needed to seize every opportunity to recover his stamina. His debut coincided with a matchup against one of the league's scoring machines, which placed considerable defensive pressure on him. On the other side, Anthony was in a similar predicament, having plopped down on the bench, gasping for breath. At this juncture, Anthony began to awaken to the reality of the situation. The first quarter had fallen into the opposing team's rhythm. It was evident that they aimed to exhaust his energy, intending to reap the rewards in the later stages of the game. The energy expenditure in just one quarter equaled what he typically experienced in an entire half. This vividly illustrated the intensity of the physical battle he had engaged in with that rookie. Another individual had also noticed Anthony's decline in stamina, George Karl, the head coach of the Nuggets. He was well acquainted with Anthony's technical attributes and quickly recognized that Anthony was not performing as usual. The sight of him gasping for air was unprecedented throughout the last regular season. It is critical to note that Anthony's shooting ability was a significant asset for them. For a shooter, managing one's heart rate is essential. An elevated heart rate inevitably affects shooting touch. Among the league's elite shooters, exceptional cardiovascular regulation is a hallmark. However, Karl understood that although Anthony's shooting was remarkable, his cardiovascular control was not elite. Hence, it was imperative not to overexert Anthony's stamina at the onset of the game and to prevent him from continuing to grapple with that rookie. Karl swiftly reached a conclusion. Casting a glance at the Supersonics lineup, a small plan began to form in his mind. He approached Anthony and stated, "Carmelo, your defensive assignment is about to change for the second quarter." Anthony raised an eyebrow at this suggestion. Wouldn't changing his assignment imply to the rookie that he was intimidated? What a joke. He could only imagine how that rookie would mock him. A faint smile crept across Karl's face, confirming his expectations regarding Anthony's reaction. Nevertheless, he had found a compelling excuse. "Carmelo, don't be too quick to reject this. Do you know why we failed to widen the gap in the first quarter?" It's because of that rookie number 35. He scored 12 points in the first quarter. We need you to handle him. Can we trust you, Carmelo? Carl's demeanor exuded genuine emotion. Anthony frowned, glancing at the Supersonics bench, his eyes landing on the lanky Durant. Damn it. In the first quarter, this player managed to score 12 points. Taller than me? This is utterly intolerable. If given the choice, Anthony would undoubtedly refuse to relinquish his physical battle with Giannis. However, the team currently requires his presence, so the confrontation must be temporarily set aside. As the second quarter commenced, everyone was astonished to witness Anthony, who should have been guarding the small forward position, instead defending Durant. Meanwhile, Diavara, originally positioned at shooting guard, was tasked with guarding Giannis. It seems Anthony intends to teach the rookie a lesson. Although the opposing team scored 12 points in the first quarter, this does not necessarily signify anything conclusive. For Anthony has now taken on the defensive role. It is believed that Durant will soon find himself in a quandary. Welcome to the NBA, rookie, Barkley remarked slowly while observing the live broadcast in the TNT studio. Next to him, Kenny Smith raised an eyebrow, acutely sensing an opportunity as his partner spoke. Charles, I beg to differ. I believe Carmelo chose to defend the slender Durant out of fear of physical confrontation with Giannis. This is hardly the hallmark of a leader. Carmelo must be aiming to conserve his stamina, as engaging in a physical tussle with Giannis has already depleted much of his energy, as evidenced by his scoring in the first quarter. Barkley's assessment garnered a favorable impression of Anthony among fans, particularly those of the Nuggets. The Nuggets now boasted not just their home supporters, but also a significant influx of Iverson's admirers. After all, a remarkable leader can consistently guide his team to victory. Perhaps it is indeed possible to grant Iverson a championship title. Yet, Kenny Smith's remarks swiftly brought the audience back to reality. The Nuggets fans erupted in disbelief. How could their leader, Anthony, fear a rookie? What a ridiculous notion. However, some fans not aligned with the Nuggets rationally consider the possibility. After all, in the first quarter, Anthony did not dominate his matchup with Giannis. It was evident to any basketball enthusiast that the pivotal figure of the first quarter was Giannis, not Durant, who merely accumulated 12 points. Without Giannis's restrictions on Anthony and his impact on the Nuggets' interior defense, Durant's scoring would not have been so effortless. The TNT studio descended into chaos. Kenny Smith wore a subtle smile. His objective had been accomplished. The buzz had indeed arrived. On the court, Anthony remained oblivious to the frenzy of the Nuggets fans. He was intently focused on defending Durant, who, as he had anticipated, proved far more manageable than Yang Yen. The opposing team's offensive arsenal was limited to merely mid-range jump shots. Given their physique, the prospect of penetrating into the paint seemed utterly fanciful. Fortunately, Anthony was well-versed in the fears that accompany a jump shot. Thus, each time Durant prepared to shoot, Anthony would apply a measure of resistance, thereby disrupting Durant's bodily equilibrium. This, in turn, compelled Durant to exert additional effort to regain his balance, ultimately undermining his perfect state and affecting his shooting touch. Unsurprisingly, within just half a quarter, Durant had been held to 5 attempts without a single score. He panted heavily, not due to physical exhaustion, but rather from the tension that gripped him. After facing off against Anthony, Durant realized the caliber of the opponent Yang Yen had contended with in the first quarter. Moreover, Yang Yen had managed to score 8 points against such a formidable adversary, while Durant had yet to register any points. Each of his attempts was met with perfectly timed disruptions to his balance. Reflecting on the pre-game decision to have Yang Yen match up against Anthony, Durant had initially harbored some dissatisfaction. In hindsight, however, he recognized his naivety. He was indeed no match for Anthony, just as the coach had predicted. Glancing down at his hands, Durant vowed to strengthen his physique. Chapter 72. 15 points in a single quarter. From now on, I've got your back. As the second quarter concluded, the score on the court stood at 60-60. The Nuggets had managed to equalize during this period. While the first quarter had not seen a significant lead, it could be attributed to the Nuggets' pre-game complacency. However, after the second quarter, the Supersonics continued to tightly contest the Nuggets. The implications of this were becoming increasingly clear. This year, the Nuggets had acquired Iverson, undoubtedly enhancing their strength compared to the previous year. Yet, they found themselves level with the once feeble Supersonics at halftime. The Supersonics fans appeared as though they were in a dream. Initially, they had expected their team to be ruthlessly overwhelmed by the Nuggets. However, as the halftime whistle blew, they began to realize that the Nuggets were perhaps not as formidable as they had believed. After all, they were up against Iverson and Anthony. When had their team become so resilient? Prior to the match, the Supersonics fans were rife with skepticism and vitriol directed at Yang Yin. However, they have now been rendered utterly speechless, as it appears that Yang Yin possesses remarkable prowess. During the Summer League, one could argue that the opposing players lack sufficient strength. Yet in this game, Yang Yin faced none other than the NBA superstar, Anthony. In the first quarter, Yang Yin scored 8 points. Following a strategic player rotation by the Nuggets in the second quarter, Yang Yin elevated his performance to an impressive 15 points, amassing a total of 23 points by halftime, the highest individual score of the game. In contrast, Anthony managed to accumulate merely 18 points. Despite the Nuggets' adjustments, the Supersonics continued to employ Yang Yin to defend against Anthony. Although freed from the physical toll of defense, Anthony was able to dedicate his full energy to offense, yet he only managed to score 10 points in the second quarter. By comparison, Yang Yin seemed to outshine Anthony. Upon realizing this, the Supersonics fans were left in a state of disbelief. Having traded Ray Allen for a rookie who appears to surpass Anthony, it seems that this trade might indeed be a stroke of genius. The only caveat is that while Ray Allen has aged, Yang Yin is still not yet 20. Goodness, is this a sign of extraordinary things to come? At this moment, the remaining nostalgic fans of Ray Allen have also shifted their allegiance. Farewell, Ray. Let us not keep in touch. I fear Yang Yin might misunderstand. The prevailing thought among Supersonics fans is singular. ISN T19-year-old Yang Yin, simply magnificent? During halftime in the Supersonics locker room, smiles adorned the faces of numerous players. Naturally, for they had managed to tie with the Nuggets by halftime. In past years, encounters with the Nuggets often resulted in severe defeats. In such instances, their only desire was for the game to conclude swiftly, allowing them to escape the torment. Yet today's match was truly exhilarating. They were finally free from constant humiliation. What a remarkable young man. He truly holds his own against Carmelo. The seasoned veteran, Wilkins, chuckled heartily as he patted Yang Yin on the shoulder. Having witnessed countless talents over the years, he could now affirm that Yang Yin is indeed a prodigy born for the game of basketball. Absolutely astounding. In his debut, he is already going toe-to-toe with the league's elite. What does it mean to hold one's own? Yang Yin seems to have the upper hand. Did you not see how uncomfortable Anthony was while backing down against Yang Yin in the second quarter? Watson, standing nearby, could not contain his laughter and chimed in. Carmelo must be utterly frustrated right now. Nick Corliss echoed in agreement. In the face of everyone's praise, even Yang Yin, who typically possessed a thick skin, felt a tinge of embarrassment. All right, we've only completed the first half. There will be plenty of time to celebrate after the second half, remarked head coach Colessimo, his expression one of resigned amusement. However, his admiration for Yang Yin was unmistakable, shining through without a hint of concealment. To coach such a player was truly a dream come true for someone in his position. While the atmosphere was vibrant and joyful for everyone, Yang Yin noticed Durant sitting dejectedly in the corner. Once the commotion subsided, Yang Yin plopped down beside Durant. What's got you so downcast, my friend? Durant glanced up at Yang Yin, a flicker of discomfort crossing his mind. Yang Yin matched up against Anthony, demonstrating not only his ability to defend without faltering, but also his prowess in scoring. Yet what of himself? Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, he found himself thoroughly suppressed by Anthony. He scored 12 points in the first quarter, but the second yielded none. Durant sighed, his head bowed in disappointment. In the next moment, Yang Yin draped his arm around Durant's shoulder. Come on, you're not considering conceding, are you? You are an opponent I hold in high regard. Although we are teammates now, do not let me down. Yang Yin playfully regarded Durant, who suddenly lifted his gaze towards him. What was he saying? Durant had previously believed that considering Yang Yin as a lifelong rival was merely a one-sided sentiment. Yang Yin perhaps had never truly regarded himself with importance. Now, he has received the answer directly from Yang Yin's own lips. It turns out that Yang Yin also perceives himself as a rival. A surge of fervent emotion erupted from Durant's heart. With a sense of joy, he declared in the second half, I will take care of you. Together, we shall be an unstoppable force against our opponents. Yang Yin then spoke with a cheerful smile. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Durant instinctively nodded in response. Wait, shielding me? Damn, am I not Kevin Durant? Do I really need your protection? Once Durant realized this, he was about to voice his rebuttal. However, Yang Yin had already risen and departed. Watching Yang Yin's retreating figure, Durant could only grit his teeth in frustration. Not far away, head coach Colessimo's eyes glimmered with amusement. How intriguing. Colessimo was also aware of Durant's dismal mood. After all, It was quite the blow for a prodigy to be rendered incapable of scoring. Initially, Colessimo intended to seize this opportunity to impart a valuable lesson to Durant. Yet, before he could intervene, Yang Yin had already taken the initiative, and it seemed the outcome was remarkably effective. It appeared that in terms of leadership qualities, Yang Yin might surpass Durant. Colessimo silently concluded this in his mind. As the halftime intermission concluded, both teams returned to the court. The Denver Nuggets made a strategic adjustment, substituting the underperforming Kenyon Martin with a more defensively adept Nene Hilario. Clearly, the Nuggets had conducted some analysis during the break, hoping that Nene's enhanced defensive capabilities would pose a threat in the paint, denying Yang Yin any opportunities to penetrate for scores. Through the first half, the Nuggets had also discerned that the primary reason the Supersonics managed to closely contest the score was due to their excessive points allowed in the paint. Yang Yan's penetration into the paint is simply a matter of desire and demand. Nene's physical prowess is even more explosive, and his shot-blocking ability has significantly improved. Should he succeed in containing Yang Yan's drives within the paint, it is likely that the outcome of the match would be determined by the third quarter. Chapter 73. The Marvelous Pick and Roll. Your Grim Reaper, Kevin, has returned. On the court, Yang Yin sensed an unsettling shift, yet he could not pinpoint its source. Casting a lingering glance at the muscled Nene in the paint, Yang Yin shook his head and then forcefully pushed Diavra away. He circled out to receive the ball beyond the three-point line. Watson, following the flow of the game, entrusted the ball to Yang Yin, demonstrating his confidence in the rookie within just half a game. It seemed there was no hesitation in allowing such an inexperienced player to handle the basketball. Once Yang Yin had possession, Diavra immediately lowered his center of gravity, intently focusing on Yang Yin. The extraordinary change of direction that Yang Yin showcased in the second quarter had given Diavra quite a challenge. Although uncertainty lingered in his mind, Diavra resolved to put up a fight. However, this time he was taken aback to find that Yang Yin appeared to have no intention of breaking through. Instead, he waved from the top of the arc, instructing his teammate Watson to position himself at the 45-degree angle. Watson looked bewildered but complied with Yang Yin's directive. A sense of foreboding washed over Watson as he thought to himself while moving into position. Yang Yin at the top of the arc then glanced towards Durant nearby and gestured for him to set a screen. This moment left Durant momentarily speechless. After a second of hesitation, he thought he must have misinterpreted the gesture. When he saw Yang Yin cheekily waving at him again, Durant realized that Yang Yin was indeed signaling him to set a pick. Damn it, is this how you plan to protect me? This scene not only astonished Durant, but also left Coach Colessimo on the sidelines utterly perplexed. After all, screen and roll plays typically involve more collaboration from interior players. While perimeter players can also participate, the effectiveness tends to diminish. Why would Yang Yin choose to have Durant set the screen? Suddenly, Colessimo's furrowed brow relaxed, and a smile spread across his face. Brilliant! How did I not think of that? On the court, although Durant was reluctant, he still approached to set the screen for Yang Yin. Just as Durant positioned himself, Yang Yin surged forward without a moment's hesitation, swiftly breaking through to the side. Anthony immediately assessed the situation. A defensive switch was imperative. If they failed to adjust, Yang Yin's speed would easily allow him to penetrate to the basket. Diavra's pace was simply insufficient to keep up with Yang Yin. Without a moment to spare, Anthony called out for Diavra to switch defenses and quickly followed in Yang Yin's wake, using his body to provide ample resistance. That damn fellow! He shall not breach the inner line. Meanwhile, within the Nuggets roster, the freshly substituted Nene was eagerly awaiting his chance. Should Yang Yin dare to enter, he would certainly introduce him to the taste of a fiery rejection. As all eyes were fixed on Yang Yin gently flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring in an elegant arc into the hands of Durant. At the top of the arc, Durant, momentarily bewildered, received the ball and glanced down at the equally perplexed Diawara before a devious smile crept across his face. Ah, it's you, he mused. I couldn't handle Carmelo, but you're fair game. The vivid memories of dominating the opposing team in the first quarter flooded his mind. Durant was brimming with confidence. After a brief hesitation, he executed a deft feint, dribbled in a single step inside the three-point line, and unleashed a mid-range jumper. The basketball sailed over Diawara's head, gracefully swishing through the net. A smile spread across Durant's face after scoring. Denver, your Kevin has returned. Prepare for the Grim Reaper's harvest. He then cast a glance at the smiling Yang Yin in the distance, a surge of gratitude swelling within him. What good brother. Truly commendable. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Coach Colessimo wore a maniacal grin, having anticipated this moment. The pick and roll may not have been significant, nor Durant's score, but Colessimo had uncovered yet another shining facet of Yang Yen's talent. Yang Yen's ability to seize opportunities is remarkably astute. He was able to conceive such a strategy in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Colessimo's mind was flooded with countless tactical combinations. As a professional head coach, he possesses the clarity to discern these nuances. The pick and roll between Yang Yen and Durant holds great promise, particularly given that they are facing the formidable Nuggets in this match. Furthermore, they contend with a skilled player like Anthony on the opposing side. What if they were to face an average team instead? Yang Yen and Durant can undoubtedly execute an infinite array of pick-and-roll plays. Who could possibly defend against these two? The mere thought of it has sent Coach Colessimo into a frenzy of excitement. He yearned for the game to conclude so he can hastily delve into strategizing in this regard. As the match progresses, ever since Yang Yen and Durant executed their first pick-and-roll, cracks have begun to appear in the Nuggets' defense. With successive pick-and-rolls, Durant has consistently seized every opportunity, leaving Anthony on the verge of explosion. Despite having the capability to defend against the opponent, this vexing switch in defense has firmly anchored him in front of Yang Yen. He has not refrained from attempting to avoid the switch. However, should he choose not to stick closely to Yang Yen, the latter would effortlessly glide past him, penetrating into the paint for a delicate jump shot. The substitute, Nene, who was brought in to counter Yang Yen, has been rendered utterly ineffective. Yang Yen offered him no opportunity whatsoever. With a mere flick of a layup, he deftly resolved the crisis. Furthermore, through a seamless pick-and-roll collaboration with Durant, the Supersonics astonishingly seized the initiative. After all, Nene's scoring prowess paled in comparison to that of Kenyon Martin. Consequently, the Supersonics' defense could now concentrate on Anthony and Iverson. This substitution by the Nuggets could be viewed as shooting themselves in the foot. Following half a quarter of play, the Supersonics had widened the gap to 7 points, marking the largest margin between the two teams in this match. Beep beep. The Nuggets were compelled to call a timeout. If this continued, they risked a disastrous opening to the season. Head coach George Karl was furiously shouting from the sidelines, attempting to ignite his players' spirits. As the timeout concluded and both teams returned to the court, Anthony remained firmly shackled by Yang Yen. The strategy was clear: apply pressure and continually deplete Anthony's stamina. However, on the other side, Iverson stepped up. Clearly, in his debut with the Nuggets, Iverson was unwilling to exit the stage quietly. He took it upon himself to spearhead the Nuggets' offense, driving and shooting with determination. By the end of the third quarter, he had narrowed the deficit to a mere 2 points. Although the Supersonics still held a 2-point lead, this was hardly encouraging news for them. Iverson had single-handedly propelled the team for half a quarter, which also meant that Anthony had rested for nearly that same duration. The energy that Yang Yen had previously drained from Anthony was now significantly replenished. Anthony's explosive scoring ability in the final quarter was well recognized throughout the league. Despite being in the league for only 3 brief years, Anthony had already created numerous instances of scoring 20 points in a single quarter. This achievement often surpassed the total points scored by many players in an entire game. Although he had yet to break any single quarter scoring records, it was widely believed that it was merely a matter of time. Chapter 74. The Frenzied Fourth Quarter. A Duel of Golden Guns. Thank you, buddy. During the intermission of the third quarter, Anthony gently patted Iverson on the shoulder. At this moment, Anthony had successfully recalibrated his stamina and was no longer gasping for breath, as he had been previously. Most importantly, he had regained his composure. It dawned on him that throughout the game, he had been led by the nose by Yang Yen. Iverson's explosive performance had provided Anthony with the opportunity to regain his calm. A sense of dread crept into Anthony's heart. Had it not been for Iverson, he might have suffered a disastrous defeat in this game, becoming nothing more than a stepping stone for 2 rookies. Just the thought of this sent shivers down his spine. His reputation in the NBA was certainly not meant to serve as a mere launchpad for 2 novices. Contemplating this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Anthony's eyes. Meanwhile, in the TNT broadcast studio, during the intermission of the third quarter, Charles remarked that the Supersonics were still in the lead. Don't forget our earlier wager. Kenny Smith teased Barkley, who was seated nearby. Hey, don't celebrate too early. It's just a 2-point lead. I admit, the 2 Supersonics rookies are indeed impressive, but their performance ends here. Carmelo will undoubtedly explode in the fourth quarter, Barkley asserted with conviction. Although he spoke with bravado, inside, he was fraught with anxiety. He wondered what Anthony and Iverson were up to. Was it really this challenging to outplay a pair of first-year rookies? Had he faced such novices in his own rookie season, they would have been utterly crushed. Now, Barkley could only silently pray for the Nuggets to rise to the occasion in the fourth quarter. He certainly did not wish to face humiliation. Before long, the fourth quarter commenced on the court, with the Nuggets in possession of the ball. Iverson held the ball just beyond the three-point line, and in the next moment, Anthony surged toward the top of the arc to set a screen. Without hesitation, Iverson made a swift move to create space. Yang Yin had not originally intended to switch defenses. However, Watson's movements were regrettably sluggish. Watson called out to Yang Yin to switch defenses. Yang Yin had no choice but to swiftly move alongside Iverson. In the next moment, Iverson flicked his wrist, locating Anthony beyond the three-point line. Anthony faced off against Watson. This could spell trouble. Yang Yin felt an ominous premonition. Watson's petite frame seemed ill-equipped to withstand Anthony's confrontation. However, to Yang Yin's astonishment, Anthony opted for a three-point threat beyond the arc and executed a clean jump shot. The basketball sailed through the air, finding its mark in the hoop. Following the score, Anthony emphatically pointed 3 fingers at his own head. With this three-pointer, the Nuggets seized a 1-point lead. Turning back, Yang Yin and Durant executed a seamless pick-and-roll, confronting the Nuggets, who had chosen not to switch their defensive assignment. Yang Yin swiftly penetrated to the basket, executing a flawless layup. However, turning back, Anthony once again collaborated with Iverson for a pick-and-roll, resulting in yet another three-pointer that swished through the net. In just 2 consecutive plays, they effectively stretched the lead to 2 points. Upon reaching this point, Yang Yin let out a sigh, his gaze settling upon Anthony. Anthony, in turn, regarded Yang Yin with a cheerful smile. It was evident that Anthony had regained his composure and was no longer inclined to engage in a protracted struggle with Yang Yin. This was a competition, not a mere game. Why insist on employing methods in which one is not proficient to contend with an opponent? What is Anthony's forte? Undoubtedly, it lies in scoring. In just 2 rounds, Anthony showcased his remarkable scoring prowess. Now, confronted with the awakened Anthony, Yang Yin found himself with no better alternatives. Thus, he was left with no choice but to engage in a fierce scoring contest with the opponent. After all, the weaknesses of the Supersonics were glaringly apparent. Aside from Nick Collison under the basket, the guard Watson and the power forward Wilkins could barely be deemed as players of rotation caliber. While they might hold their own against average teams, it was indeed a tall order to expect them to effectively defend against a formidable team like the Nuggets. Consequently, throughout the entire fourth quarter, the fans watching the game were driven to a frenzy. AI had possession of the ball. Once again, he executed a killer crossover and penetrated the defense. He surged in for a contested layup and successfully scored. Yang Yin continued to execute the pick-and-roll with Durant. Durant effortlessly sank a mid-range jumper. Anthony, stationed at the arc's apex, displayed his three-point prowess once more, netting another shot. In the fourth quarter, Anthony had already amassed his 13th point. Once again, it was Yang Yin. The Supersonics refused to concede defeat. Yang Yin surged into the paint, completing a remarkable 2-1 play. The fervent commentary alone conveyed the intensity of the fourth quarter's battle. Initially, it was presumed that following the explosive performances of the Nuggets' dynamic duo, Iverson and Anthony, the Supersonics would be overwhelmed. Yet, who could have anticipated that these 2 youngsters, barely past their teenage years, would astonish everyone? In one moment, Iverson would score, and in the next, Durant would respond with a jump shot. The previous possession witnessed Anthony's three-pointer, only to have Yang Yin charge into the lane, drawing a foul. The clock dwindled, and every player on the court wore a serious expression, treating each possession with utmost gravity. For now, even a single rebound or a timely help defense could dictate the outcome of the match. The score stood at 111-110. Beep. With just 2 minutes remaining, Supersonics coach, Carlesimo, could no longer contain his restlessness and called for a timeout. Meanwhile, Nuggets coach, George Karl, exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing the whistle. Just seconds away, if Carlesimo hadn't called the timeout, he would have been compelled to do so himself. Fortunately, in this tactical chess match, he had maintained his composure. He had inadvertently gained a timeout. George Karl, not allowing himself to linger in joy, quickly seized the tactical board and approached his players. This was the debut of the formidable duo. A loss could occur at any moment, but this game simply could not be squandered. After all, prior to the game, local media in Denver had fervently hyped the prowess of the Golden Duo. On the other side, the Supersonics bench reflected Carlesimo's frustration as he instinctively glanced at his opponent. George Karl. There he caught a subtle smile from Karl, and in that instant, Carlesimo realized his misjudgment. With only 2 minutes left and possession in his favor, along with a lead on the scoreboard, it should have been the opposing team that felt the pressure. Yet, his poor decision had unwittingly granted the adversary a moment to regroup. Damn it, Colessimo couldn't help but thump his head in frustration. Yet, he could hardly blame himself for the predicament. The intense pace of the game was wreaking havoc on his psyche. Both teams were fiercely engaged, with players exhibiting a fervor akin to bloodlust. Moments ago, Yang Yin had charged into the paint, only to be unceremoniously elbowed to the floor by Nene. Colessimo was apprehensive that the situation could lead to Yang Yan's injury. Thus, he promptly called for a timeout, hoping to instill a sense of calm among the players. In a brief span of 2 seconds, Colessimo managed to compose himself. Given another chance, he would unequivocally call for a timeout again. Standing before his players, he noticed everyone simultaneously looking up at him, their eyes shimmering with a fervent glow. This radiance was not unfamiliar to Colessimo. It was the unmistakable hunger for victory. At this juncture in a match, they were all instinctively clinging tenaciously to the Nuggets, a team they had previously been at the bottom of the standings against last season. Yet, this season revealed a glimmer of hope, a chance to contend with the Nuggets for a potential victory. Aside from the outstanding performances of Durant and Yang Yin, the other seasoned veterans on the team were in a frenzy. This impending victory, so tantalizingly within reach, was seen by these old-timers as rightfully theirs. They would not permit anyone to encroach upon it. Observing the fierce determination in their gazes, Colessimo felt a dryness in his throat, as if something was stuck there. Were these fierce competitors truly the same individuals who had languished through last season, merely going through the motions? Colessimo found it impossible to reconcile the formidable presence of these players with the lethargy exhibited by those who had merely clocked in and out previously. "Gentlemen, let's rally," he urged. "Yang Yin and Kevin have developed excellent synergy. From now on, all possession will be entrusted to them. Watson, if necessary, allow Yang Yin to bring the ball past half-court." Colessimo swiftly regained his composure and meticulously outlined the strategies for the ensuing moments, cautioning the players about potential scenarios that could arise. After conveying his thoughts, he paused for a moment, gazing intently at the 3 seasoned veterans on the court. Protect them. With no superfluous words or grandiose speeches, his singular statement conveyed all that needed to be understood to the 3 veterans. Yang Yin and Durant symbolize hope. They transform a struggling team into one with the potential to triumph. As the timeout concludes, the match resumes. George Karl and Colessimo exchange a brief glance from across the court. George Karl still possesses 2 timeouts, while Colessimo, due to a moment of impulsiveness, is left with only 1. Thus, Colessimo silently prays for his team to withstand the pressure. Yang Yin stood at the sidelines to execute the throw-in. Leveraging his height and arm span, Durant successfully seized control of the ball. However, the Nuggets were not about to let such a prime opportunity slip by. Anthony and Nene swiftly converged to double-team Durant. For a rookie, the ability to pass out of a double team is fraught with challenges, as it heavily relies on experience rather than mere talent. As the first round resumed after the timeout, the Nuggets delivered a resounding blow to the Supersonics. George Karl eagerly glanced in the direction of Calhoun, silently urging him to call a timeout. "Can you hold on any longer? Use your only remaining timeout." Karl's mind screamed in desperation. Meanwhile, Calhoun's eyes remained fixed on Durant on the court. If Durant failed to extricate himself from the double team, he would surely lose possession. At this juncture, each possession symbolized a glimmer of hope for victory. Calling a timeout would mean relinquishing his final strategic advantage. Calhoun acknowledged his defeat in this tactical duel against the opposing coach. Just as he was on the verge of madness from the mounting pressure, Wilkins, who should have been stationed in the paint, suddenly abandoned his post. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Durant, using his robust physique to carve out a sliver of space. It was within that narrow opening that Durant spotted a flash of white and green. Without a moment's hesitation, Durant unleashed a powerful pass. The basketball landed squarely in front of the player clad in the white and green jersey, number 2. Upon receiving Durant's pass, Yang Yin did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately accelerated and charged towards the basket. Meanwhile, Nene, who was double-teaming Durant, strained with all his might to retreat back to the rim, his eyes wide with urgency. However, it was already too late. The moment they chose to double-team Durant, it became evident that the defense under the basket would inevitably be compromised. Yang Yin soared through the air, engaging in a fierce confrontation with Marcus Camby. An immense surge of power emanated from him, forcefully subduing Camby. With a resounding thud, he executed a one-armed slam dunk, not only sending the basketball crashing through the hoop, but also propelling Camby beyond the baseline. Yang Yin, with this remarkable slam dunk, conveyed to everyone that even upon reaching the NBA, he would continue to execute such feats with unwavering precision. After Yang Yin completed his dunk, Nene had just returned to the basket, left to watch as Yang Yin descended from the rim. Without a moment to spare, Nene dashed to the baseline to retrieve the basketball, having noticed Iverson's signal. The strategy of executing a quick baseline play. This is a tactic favored by many NBA teams, designed to catch the opposition off guard by swiftly initiating play before the referee intervenes. Seizing the moment of the opponent's instability, Nene launched a quarterback-style pass that found Iverson. Although the force of the pass was somewhat excessive, Iverson's rapid downcourt speed left the defenders no time to react. Damn it! Yang Yin was also lowering his head, diligently pursuing. However, he had just completed a thunderous dunk under the basket and was the farthest player from Iverson, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Just as everyone from the Supersonics was about to concede defeat, a figure swiftly approached from behind Iverson, with legs slicing through the air like scythes. Each stride covered nearly 2 meters. Iverson, who had initially distanced himself from the others, found himself perilously close to being overtaken in the blink of an eye. It was Durant. Just moments ago, he had been double-teamed beyond the three-point line by the Nuggets. Among the Supersonics, he was the player closest to Iverson. And as soon as the Nuggets initiated the baseline play, Durant had already begun his fervent chase. At this moment, Durant showcased his extraordinary talent. When a player over 2 meters tall possesses agility comparable to that of a guard, the result is a formidable presence on the court. Iverson sprinted from midcourt to the three-point line in just over a second, while Durant required only 2 exaggerated strides. His physical advantage was fully realized. "Watch out!" shouted Anthony from behind in a furious tone. Yet, as his words fell, Iverson had already released the ball. In that instant, Durant, who had been trailing closely, finally caught up. A figure descended from the air. A hand emerged from behind Iverson, forcefully pinning the basketball against the backboard. In the next moment, the owner of that hand lost his balance and flew towards the baseline. Clearly, to achieve such a remarkable block on Iverson, Durant had not done so without consequence. He had unleashed nearly all the energy within him, leaving no room for retreat. As Iverson landed, he immediately turned to reclaim possession of the ball. There was still hope. Durant was simultaneously struggling to rise. Chapter 76. Linear Acceleration and Unforeseen Picks. But in the next second, a swift white-green figure, resembling a roaring locomotive, charged forth. It was Yang Yin, racing from beneath the Nuggets basket. This scene astonished all the fans present. The breathtaking surge of Yang Yin during this sprint utterly dazzled the eyes of the spectators. Initially, he was expected to be the last among the crowd. However, his formidable linear acceleration enabled him to surpass one player after another during his defensive retreat until there was not a single soul in sight before him. Yang Yin has truly epitomized the essence of linear acceleration. He has devoured his opponents with astonishing ease. Goodness, this individual is nothing short of a roaring sports car. It is utterly terrifying. He has outpaced everyone in a straight line. At this moment in the TNT live broadcast, Kenny Smith could not contain his astonishment and clutched his head in disbelief. "Charles, did you see that?" he exclaimed to Barkley, who stood beside him. A conflicted expression crossed Barkley's face. Deep down, he certainly did not wish for the Supersonics to triumph, as their victory would mean he would face a rather unpleasant consequence due to a wager. However, Yang Yin's recent display of prowess had elevated the aesthetic of basketball violence to unprecedented heights. For someone like Barkley, who revered the brutal beauty of the sport, it was simply irresistible. Ultimately, Barkley succumbed to his inner truth. "I must concede, this guy is indeed formidable." On the court, Yang Yin seized the basketball with a firm grip. He then abruptly lowered his center of gravity and decelerated, his feet firmly planted on the ground. The muscles in his calves visibly erupted with power, leaving behind a mark on the floor akin to that of a break. This spectacle elicited yet another gasp from the crowd. The last player to leave such a mark on the court was that chosen one from Cleveland. Back on defense, one cannot deny that Iverson's reflexes remained the swiftest. Upon witnessing the ball fall into the hands of the Supersonics, he immediately alerted his teammates. By the time Yang Yin dissipated the inertia from his movement, the Nuggets had already regained their defensive positions. Observing this, Yang Yin did not rush. Instead, he gradually advanced while maintaining control of the ball. Upon crossing half-court, he rested one hand on his knee, pausing near the center. He calmly lifted his gaze to the timer above the basket. This scene left George Karl internally astonished. How extraordinary, after experiencing such an intense sequence, he could still remain composed and manage the clock. Is this truly a rookie? As Yang Yin manipulated time, Durant gradually strolled back from the backcourt. The two locked eyes in the air for a fleeting second. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yin passed the basketball to Durant. Upon receiving the pass, Durant was immediately overwhelmed with pressure. Goodness, my friend, while I appreciate your unwavering trust in me, I must admit I am feeling quite anxious at this moment. Durant exhibited the typical traits of a novice, succumbing to nerves during a pivotal moment. Meanwhile, Yang Yin seemed entirely devoid of intentions to initiate an offensive play, having already positioned himself at a 45-degree angle to create space. It was evident he intended to leave this offensive opportunity to Durant. Gritting his teeth, Durant recalled Yang Yan's performance and resolutely reminded himself that he could not fall short of Yang Yan's excellence. Yang Yin was not anxious at all. Why should he be? He forced himself to calm down as Durant dribbled the ball, making his way towards the three-point line. Just as Durant approached the arc, Yang Yin, who had been leisurely observing from a 45-degree angle, suddenly darted forward. Yang Yin signaled for a pick, and Durant's eyes lit up as he immediately shifted toward the opposite side. This sudden turn of events threw the Denver Nuggets defensive formation into disarray. Anthony, tasked with guarding Durant, instinctively followed the movement, remembering the torment he and his team had endured from Yang Yin and Durant's pick and roll throughout the match. In a desperate attempt to avoid a defensive switch, Anthony forcefully tugged on Diavra during his movement, causing Diavra to stumble momentarily. However, despite losing his balance, he fortuitously managed to keep pace with Yang Yin, obstructing Durant's passing lane to him. It must be acknowledged that Anthony's clever maneuver granted them an opportunity. As the pick and roll faltered, Durant appeared somewhat flustered. Yet in the next instant, a figure emerged beside Anthony, power forward Wilkins. Seizing the moment, Durant utilized the pick to drive forward. Although Nene rushed to provide support, his footwork as a big man was still too slow. Durant successfully executed a shot, and the basketball swished through the net. Beep! With this basket, Nuggets head coach George Karl could no longer remain seated. Following the timeout, his team had inexplicably faced a 4-0 run, widening the deficit to 5 points. This was indeed troublesome. Karl, feeling agitated, glanced over at Yang Yin, having clearly observed that prior to the opposing pick, Wilkins had signaled from the paint. Subsequently, Wilkins had emerged from the interior. Yang Yan's screen clearly served as a mere decoy. Who could have anticipated that the Supersonics would engage in almost no screen and roll plays with their interior throughout the entire match? Yet, at a critical moment, they delivered a decisive blow. On the sidelines, Durant excitedly patted Wilkins on the chest, exclaiming, "Buddy, your screen was perfectly timed." Wilkins chuckled in response, but his gaze shifted toward Yang Yin, filled with admiration. "No, this is not my achievement. It is all due to Yang Yin. He signaled me. From the very beginning, it was Yang Yin who prompted me to set the screen." Wilkins declared with righteous fervor, unwilling to claim credit for Yang Yan's contribution. Durant was left bewildered. Casting an incredulos glance at Yang Yan. Was this guy truly that remarkable? Before even setting his own screen, he had foreseen the possibility of failure, which is why he had Wilkins execute a secondary screen. Or perhaps Yang Yin was simply using himself as bait. However, when everyone turned to Yang Yin, they found him exhibiting the same bewildered expression. "Huh, I didn't ask you to come set a screen. I intended to cut toward the basket. Hence I wanted you to clear the space inside." As Yang Yan's words resonated, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Wilkins wore a look of disbelief, his brow twitching uncontrollably. Then, laughter erupted as the head coach, Calhoun, could no longer contain himself. Everyone turned to Calhoun, and in unison, they burst into laughter. Well, if Anthony and the others were to discover that the exquisite double screen and roll they executed moments ago was merely due to Wilkins misunderstanding Yang Yan's signal, they would probably be infuriated. They thought they lost due to a lack of skill, but little did they know they were defeated not by strength, but by sheer luck. How frustrating that must be. The Supersonics bench erupted in laughter, while Calhoun, still grinning, squinted his eyes, gazing at Yang Yin with astonishment. Was this intentional on his part? If so, this guy absolutely must be a team leader. Chapter 77, Greg Popovich. Speak. To Kalishimo's astonishment, after Yang Yin finished speaking, the previously tense Supersonic players suddenly relaxed with a smile. It is noteworthy that such a feat eludes many seasoned coaches, yet Yang Yin accomplished it effortlessly. In critical moments, Heightened tension often leads to errors. Hence, the newfound composure of the players undoubtedly resulted in a more stable performance. Kawashima quietly noted this in his mind before retrieving the tactical board to advise his team. The final whistle echoed throughout the arena, 121 to 116. The Supersonics emerged victorious, thanks in part to Yang Yan's humorous interlude during the timeout. Upon returning to the court, the Supersonic players were entirely at ease, providing no opportunities for the Nuggets and robustly extending their lead until the end. After the match, Durant jubilantly waved his fists, while Yang Yin chuckled and patted his chest. The veteran members of the team could not resist surrounding Yang Yin and Durant. So what if it was just a regular season game? Why the exuberance? One might think we had won the finals. On the other side, Anthony, who had lost the game, cast a jealous glance at the Supersonics. Fine, I admit it. We messed up this game. Those two rookies are indeed formidable. Carmelo, do you recall your first NBA game? You should be as elated as they are. He thought to maintain the dignity of the veterans and approached the rookies to extend his greetings. Meanwhile, Iverson, with a faint smile, shook his head and approached the Supersonics camp. At this stage of Iverson's career, he certainly would not be as competitive or envious as Anthony. Rookies, consider yourselves fortunate this time. We shall meet again this season. Then you will truly understand what it means to be a genuine scoring machine. Upon reaching Yang Yin, Anthony wore an expression of defiance as he regarded him. This scene caused Iverson to sigh internally. One was Anthony, furious and agitated, while the other was Yang Yin, calm and composed. It appeared as though Anthony was the true rookie in this scenario. Hey, buddy, when we meet next time, I'm still going to give you a run for your money. You'd better pray we don't end up matched against each other. However, in the next moment, the composed Yang Yin, in Iverson's eyes, unleashed a barrage of banter towards Anthony, nearly causing Iverson to strain his back from laughter. Well played, rookie. You performed admirably. Keep pushing forward. There is certainly a place for you in the future of the league. Following this, Iverson approached Yang Yin, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Alan, you must also strive to keep ahead. Don't let me catch up to you too quickly. Otherwise, even though you are one of my idols, I will show no mercy. Yang Yin cast a faint smile towards Iverson. Upon hearing this, Iverson was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in resignation and turned to leave. In the players' tunnel, as soon as Anthony returned, he grimaced. Damn, that rookie is simply a freak. I suspect he might be a Terminator. His strength is nothing like that of an ordinary rookie. I feel like I'm about to be shattered by his collisions. Iverson stared incredulously at Anthony, wondering if this was truly the same brash character he had witnessed earlier in front of Yang Yin. Anthony, feeling the awkwardness, managed a sheepish grin. I can't afford to lose face in front of a rookie. Iverson shook his head in silence, reflecting on the youth's tendency to concern themselves with trivial matters. Meanwhile, Yang Yin and Durant, as expected, attended the post-game press conference together. We won. Coach Calipari held his head high, resembling a proud rooster as he brought his two star players to the press conference. Last season, Calipari dreaded coming to this venue, as it was always after a loss. But today, not only had they triumphed, but they had also defeated the formidable Nuggets, overcoming their dynamic duo. Durant and Yang Yin had bested Iverson and Anthony. Mr. Calipari, could you please comment on the performance of your two rookies? A journalist inquired. Is it necessary for me to comment? They led the team to victory against Allen and Carmelo. I am sure there are more impartial evaluations out there than mine. Though internally elated, Calipari maintained an air of indifference. Mr. Durant, how would you assess your debut performance? The media turned the spotlight to Durant. The youthful Durant appeared somewhat flustered, yet he grasped the microphone firmly. I'm immensely grateful to my coach, thankful for my teammates, thankful to the fans who believe in me. Moving forward, I will strive to perform even better. I want to let you down. His earnest words, reminiscent of a diligent student, quickly dulled the media's interest. The numerous reporters eventually shifted their attention to Yang Yin. Emir Yang, how do you assess your performance in this match? Gazing at the microphone before you, Yang Yin offered a faint smile before gradually lifting the microphone and directing his gaze towards the camera below. Greg Bobo, speak, he declared, and with that, he arrogantly tossed the microphone back onto the table. The media reporters present erupted into a frenzy. It was exhilarating. That damn fellow. Did we capture that? What was the angle like? Damn it. Why is the angle so skewed? For heaven's sake, hurry and contact the editor-in-chief. Front page news. The journalists in attendance were in utter disarray. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this chaos, Yang Yin, strolled away from the press conference with an air of nonchalance. Hands clasped behind his back, Yang Yin, however, harbors a grudge. During an interview yesterday, Popovich likened him to a mere few cents coin. Today, Yang Yin is eager to inquire about Popovich's perspective on the match. In his NBA debut, Yang Yin delivered an impressive performance, scoring 33 points, along with 4 rebounds and 6 assists, all while facing the formidable duo of the Golden State Warriors. Thus, Yang Yin possesses ample confidence. This should finally silence his critics. As anticipated by Yang Yin, the fans of the Supersonics are left with but one sentiment: sheer delight. Yang Yin's performance in this match was truly astonishing, as he boldly faced off against Carmelo Anthony. Remarkably, it seems he even gained the upper hand. The fans of the Supersonics feel as though they have hit the jackpot. Initially, Greg Popovich publicly criticized this trade, leaving Supersonics fans devoid of hope. It is akin to purchasing a stock, only to be advised by experts that it is utterly worthless, and anyone who invests in it is a fool. One would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of despair upon hearing such news. Yet, the following day, this very stock unexpectedly revealed its potential to become a market leader. This roller coaster of emotions has genuinely put the Supersonics fans through a tumultuous experience, leading them to previously misunderstand Yang Yin. Yang Yin, this is not a mere coin worth a few dimes. This is undeniably a freshly minted, delightful new banknote of 1,000 yuan. All of this can only be attributed to those so-called experts. Yes, that fellow named Greg Popovich. Chapter 78. The legendary Harden's court vision. It's time to reap the rewards. In a villa in Seattle, Yang Yin, freshly showered, reclined on the living room sofa, gazing at the screen before him. At 35 years of age, you showcased a flawless performance in your NBA debut, triumphing over the formidable duo of the Denver Nuggets, renowned stars in the league. Your performance astonished numerous teams across the league. From this moment on, who would dare to underestimate old Deng? When old Deng is enraged, blood flows in 5 steps. Congratulations, old Deng, scoring over 30 points in a single game and leading your team to victory. The random NBA gift package reward has been distributed. Yang Yin could hardly contain his excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Before the match commenced, he was anxious about fulfilling the system's debut task, considering that achieving over 30 points in his first performance was a daunting challenge. Not to mention, the system also demanded that he lead his team to victory. Nevertheless, Yang Yin ultimately succeeded in accomplishing his debut mission. Thus, the exhilarating moment of unboxing had arrived. He silently chanted to himself as he prepared to unveil his reward. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the legendary superstar James Harden's court vision ability. A legend reappears. Yang Yin suddenly sat up from the sofa, caught off guard by an unexpected surge of excitement. He had long given up hope for the random gift package, yet this outcome delivered a genuine surprise. Indeed, with high task difficulty often comes a stroke of fortune. However, the name James Harden felt somewhat unfamiliar to Yang Yin. Habitually, he took out his phone and began to search online, engaging in a thorough investigation that lasted over 20 minutes. Yang Yin has finally discovered what he has been yearning for. Last year's All-American High School All-Star roster unveiled a name that piqued his interest: James Harden. Goodness, he was just a high school student last year. This year, he is likely to embark on his collegiate journey. It is entirely possible that this James Harden might cross paths with that prodigious talent from Davidson College. And let us not forget the enigmatic number 0 from UCLA. Just the thought of it sends a thrill through Yang Yin's heart. These are all future legendary superstars. Yang Yin secretly resolved that during the frenzied month of March next year, he must witness these individuals in person. After the unboxing concluded, Yang Yin glanced at another panel. Congratulations to the host for leading the team to victory. Current home team value increased by 1. Well, he has already gathered 1/60th of the fragments of the team's legends. Yang Yin glanced through the pages once more, only to discover that there were no further tasks awaiting him. This outcome left him with a sense of disappointment. As he pondered when he might next encounter a system task, the dawn of a new day had arrived. Yang Yin initially adhered to his customary routine, engaging in half an hour of training. Subsequently, he awaited the conclusion of the team's practice session. Yang Yin approached Durant. Durant gazed at Yang Yin with 2 innocent eyes. Hey buddy, how about a one-on-one challenge? Yang Yin revealed a peculiar smile, reminiscent of the scene where the wolf temptingly lures Little Red Riding Hood. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Yang Yin's gaze, Durant couldn't help but shiver. Why? I have no intention of engaging in a one-on-one confrontation. Durant shook his head vigorously like a rattling drum. Of course, he still vividly recalled how Yang Yin had dominated him. He was certainly no fool. inviting unnecessary suffering upon himself. I do not require a backup. Before Durant could elaborate further, Yang Yin spoke with a smile. Durant paused for a moment, scrutinizing Yang Yin earnestly and instinctively inquired, truly no need for a backup? Yang Yin smiled and nodded in response. Truly, there was no need for any backing. A fleeting hesitation crossed Durant's face. If Yang Yin did not require him to sit on his posterior, it seemed they could indeed give it a try. He believed that his other abilities were not inferior to those of Yang Yin. Hey mate, can you just be straightforward about it? Stop behaving like a coward. Yang Yin curled his lip in disdain, a hint of mockery flickering in the corner of his eye. As anticipated, Durant had indeed taken the bait. Damn it. If a confrontation is what you seek, then so be it. Do I fear you? In an instant, Durant's competitive spirit was ignited. He rolled up his sleeves, shedding the jacket he had just donned, and strode purposefully towards the court. Yang Yin smiled. Silly child, so easily deceived. He stretched his neck and wrists, then followed Durant onto the court. There was no other way. Yang Yin intentionally provoked Durant into a one-on-one challenge. Ever since the box was opened yesterday, the system had not issued any new tasks. Yang Yin felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in. It was not in his nature to sit idly by and await his fate. After much contemplation, he recalled the nearly forgotten task of confronting his lifelong rival. This thought emerged after he had become teammates with Durant. Yang Yin has extinguished his thoughts on this matter. However, with the system currently devoid of new tasks, he must find ways to enhance himself. Yang Yin diligently delved into the formidable challenge posed by his lifelong rival, Durant. It appeared that the task merely required them to compete as adversaries, without stipulating the necessity of belonging to different teams or engaging in an official arena. Who decreed that a one-on-one contest was not a legitimate competition? Thus, Yang Yin resolved to embark on an audacious endeavor. At that moment, the other team members began to sense that a duel between Yang Yin and Durant was imminent. This was indeed a spectacle that the NBA team relished amidst their otherwise mundane training sessions, a much-needed spice to their routine. It was not uncommon for players across different NBA teams to engage in one-on-one challenges, yet none anticipated that the Supersonics would witness their inaugural duel so swiftly. Not far away, Coach Calhoun also became aware of the unfolding drama. With his arms crossed over his chest, he harbored no intentions of intervening. The team strategy was originally designed to foster healthy competition between Yang Yin and Durant. Now that the two were set to clash, Calhoun was more than delighted. Having no desire to halt the excitement, the Supersonics gathered around the half-court, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, each relishing the impending confrontation. Kevin, give it your all. I believe you can take down Yang Yin. Wilkins shouted with a mischievous grin from the crowd. Young, teach Kevin a lesson. Watson quickly chimed in, addressing Yang Yin. The crowd cast disdainful glances at Watson, who had lost face ever since he had bought an umbrella for Yang Yin. Seizing the opportunity, he pledged his loyalty to Yang Yin. I bet $100 on Yang Yin's victory. Watson exclaimed exuberantly. I'm betting on Yang Yin too. $50. Yang Yin, $20. Watson sneered at the surrounding onlookers. Oomph. You all criticize me for lacking dignity, yet your words betray your true sentiments. Durant noticed that it seemed none of his teammates believed he could triumph over Yang Yin, leaving him feeling somewhat humiliated. Just then, Coach Calhoun approached. I'll place a $10 bet on Kevin's victory. Oh wait, make it $5 instead. Initially, Calhoun intended to bolster Durant's confidence, but this remark proved to be the final straw, shattering Durant's already fragile spirit. Chapter 79. The spirited young bull, the despairing Durant. With a sense of grievance, Durant clenched his teeth and cast a fierce glare at Yang Yin. Let us get this started, he declared, relinquishing the ball to Yang Yin. 21 points. Do we need to switch sides? Yang Yin took the basketball and playfully glanced at Durant. No substitutions. Just go for it. Durant replied with irritation. These guys didn't believe in him. He was determined to prove himself convincingly. Yang Yin's lips curled into a subtle smile. According to the rules of a one-on-one match, the shorter player is granted possession of the ball. Yang Yin took possession of the ball in the first round without any issues. However, he was determined from the outset to prevent Durant from scoring. After all, the rivalry with his lifelong adversary came with a quest that would yield rewards based on its completion. Thus, Yang Yin deliberately toyed with his opponent. As expected, Durant refused the request for a substitution. On the court, Yang Yin dribbled a few times beyond the three-point line before suddenly driving towards the basket. Durant's eyes widened, his feet firmly planted on the floor. Bang! The two collided, and Durant felt himself becoming weightless. Upon landing, he found himself already a meter away from Yang Yan. Before Durant could react, Yang Yan accelerated once more. Poor Durant was once again subjected to the sensation of soaring. With ease, Yang Yan reached the basket after 2 confrontations and executed a one-handed slam dunk, scoring effortlessly. Oh wow, Yang Yan is impressive. Wow, Kevin, are you even capable? If not, let me take your place. This clash is simply reminiscent of a young bull. The onlookers erupted in excitement, fully aware of Yang Yan's potential for victory, but astonished at how effortlessly he was dominating the offense. Durant glared at Yang Yan in the distance, seething with frustration. Damn it, didn't you say I wouldn't have to sit on your behind? Yang Yan chuckled as he spread his hands. I didn't T-turn my back, did I? This is merely a standard breakthrough confrontation, and I utilize my hips and elbows, not my backside, he remarked, gesturing toward his hip area. Durant's brow twitched in response. This one-on-one encounter ultimately became a one-sided domination by Yang Yan. In the face of Yang Yan's strength, Durant found himself utterly powerless. Typically, he could rely on his height and wingspan to compensate for any disparity in power. However, facing someone with a similar stature and reach, Yang Yan, Durant's strength became a liability. The score stood at 22-0, 11 breakthroughs and 11 thunderous dunks. Yang Yan effortlessly resolved the battle, successfully rendering Durant scoreless. Following the one-on-one encounter, Durant collapsed onto the floor, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the ceiling of the arena. He was bewildered. How could there be such a vast chasm between him and Yang Yan? After all, he was the 2nd overall pick. Yet, this fellow had managed to shut him out completely. As the spectators gradually dispersed, Durant remained sprawled on the floor. At that moment, the team's head coach, Colessimo, slowly approached Durant, peering down at him. What's this? Have you conceded, Kevin? Colessimo jested, observing Durant with a playful smirk. Concede? Absolutely not. How could I possibly give up? A flicker of defiance flashed in Durant's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by confusion. What could he do if he refused to surrender? He could not conceive of any strategy to overcome Yang Yan. The coach had witnessed countless prodigious talents. He must possess the wisdom to guide him. Coach, please, enlighten me on how to triumph over Yang Yan, Durant implored, lifting his gaze towards Colessimo. A subtle smile crept across Colessimo's lips. Let's commence with strength training. Your physicality is still lacking. Before long, the sounds of clanging weights echoed throughout the arena. Meanwhile, Yang Yan, having bested Durant, gazed with a broad smile at the system interface before him. Congratulations, old Deng. You have triggered the lifelong rival bond task. In the course of the one-on-one match, you successfully shut out your lifelong rival, Durant. Old Deng, it must be said, you have a heart of stone. Regardless of the circumstances, you shouldn't be so harsh. Do you not worry that your lifelong rival may crumble under the pressure? Let's not forget, besides being your lifelong rival, he is also your teammate. Task completed. Rewards have been dispensed. Upon seeing the notification from the system interface, Yang Yan sheepishly scratched his head. It seemed he had indeed been a bit too severe. After all, Durant was now his teammate. If he instilled a psychological barrier in Durant, it could adversely affect the team's performance, leading to more harm than good. With this thought in mind, Yang Yan lifted his gaze, searching for Durant within the arena. In the nearby strength training room, he caught sight of Durant fervently venting his frustrations upon the weights. How childish he appeared. Sigh. Yang Yan shook his head and said, let us just say goodbye when we leave later. We wouldn't want to truly distress the child to the point of causing any harm. Yang Yan then gazed at the panel before him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 bond points, bringing the total to 15 bond points. Indeed, it is feasible. Yang Yan let out a sigh of relief. Although the reward was somewhat unexpectedly meager, it was certainly preferable to receiving nothing at all. Moreover, the 5 points he earned this time were a result of completely shutting out Durant, which indicated that the maximum bond points obtainable in a one-on-one match were limited to 5, significantly less than what one could achieve in a standard match. During the previous trial of a 5-person duel, he had received a commendable 10 bond points. However, Yang Yan was now more than willing to accept this outcome. Upon careful consideration, it appeared that partnering with Durant was indeed more advantageous. He asked for nothing more than the opportunity to engage in daily one-on-one matches with Durant, which would allow him to steadily accumulate bond points. This arrangement was certainly more lucrative than encountering him sporadically as adversaries throughout a season. Delighted by this prospect, Yang Yan whistled as he made his way toward the training facility. Currently, Durant was akin to his benefactor. and he was determined to ensure that nothing jeopardized this valuable partnership. Hey, buddy, remember to train in moderation. Don't overexert yourself, or you might risk injury. Yang Yin called out cheerfully to Durant, who was situated a short distance away. In response, Durant cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yin, exclaiming, "I don't wish to converse with you." Frustration bubbled within Durant as he observed Yang Yin from afar. Nevertheless, his physical exertion remained uninterrupted as he continuously added weights to the barbell. Not perturbed by Durant's disregard, Yang Yin understood that a little attitude from his benefactor was entirely normal. Yang Yin strode purposefully towards Durant. Upon noticing Yang Yin's approach, Durant, without uttering a word, swiftly turned and positioned himself beneath the barbell. "Allow me to demonstrate my strength," Durant thought resolutely as he lifted the barbell with sheer determination. However, in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. "Damn it, I just added several weight plates." He cursed inwardly. "This is a disaster. It's all Yang Yin's fault. If it weren't for his interruption, I wouldn't have added those extra plates." In that fleeting moment, a torrent of thoughts surged through Durant's mind. Soon, his hands could no longer bear the weight of the barbell pressing down upon him. Chapter 80. The Enlightenment of Little Master Du. The onslaught of the fast-paced team approaches. How could I, a once proud second overall pick in the draft, find myself in the perilous position of being crushed by weight plates? Durant even felt as if his great-grandmother was waving farewell to him. Just at this critical juncture, Yang Yin sprang forward in a sudden burst of energy. Just moments ago, he had observed Durant adding weights to the barbell, a clear indication that trouble was brewing. It was evident that this individual had loaded over 110 kilograms. With the newfound ability of James Harden's court vision, Yang Yin never expected to employ it in such a scenario. The dilemma was that, if Yang Yin recalled correctly, the rookie's regular bench press was a mere 84 kilograms. Durant either had not performed a single repetition or had executed only one. 110 kilograms? What a farce. What astonished Yang Yin was the fact that Durant had actually lifted it. And then it came crashing down. If it struck him, not only would Durant be in peril, even the Terminator would lose a few parts before making his exit. Durant, eyes closed, awaited the judgment of fate. However, after a prolonged moment, he felt nothing as the barbell failed to descend. "Hey, buddy, how much longer do you intend to remain in slumber?" Yang Yin's teasing voice echoed in Durant's ear. Durant abruptly opened his eyes, only to behold a muscular arm firmly positioned before him. The barbell that had just moments ago eluded his control was now effortlessly gripped in midair by a single hand. Goodness, is this fellow a freak? Durant couldn't help but inwardly curse. "Aren't you going to get up? I can't hold it much longer." Noticing Durant still in a daze, Yang Yin decided to amuse him. With a flick of his wrist, he feigned losing his grip. In the next moment, Durant executed a remarkably smooth escape, swiftly sliding out from beneath the barbell, showcasing an agility that belied his physique. "I've told you, training must be moderated. Be more cautious next time." Yang Yin refrained from teasing the disheveled Durant, instead walking towards the exit of the arena with a smile and whistling merrily, leaving Durant with a face ashen with disbelief. He was still immersed in the explosive scene that had just unfolded before him, which had shattered his perception of reality. The immense weight that he could barely lift with both hands was effortlessly grasped by Yang Yin with a singular, unflinching grip. Was this truly a human being? Contemplating this, Durant promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Coach Colessimo. "Coach, could you enlighten me on Yang Yin's maximum bench press during his tryout?" Durant asked, his eyes filled with anticipation as he stared at the phone. It appeared that Yang Yin had not undergone a tryout for quite some time. Coach Colessimo's voice came through the line. "I must say, during his prior tryout with the Heat, he reportedly bench pressed nearly 180 kilograms. Durant was momentarily dumbfounded. He was certain that Yang Yin's strength far exceeded 180 kilograms, having witnessed him effortlessly lift his barbell with one hand just moments ago. Damn it, he thought, realizing that it seemed impossible to ever surpass Yang Yin's strength. Gazing at the barbell not far away, Durant concluded that it was time to cut his losses. Perhaps a lifetime of training would never enable him to catch up to Yang Yin's power. Unbeknownst to him, as Yang Yin exited the arena, he had experienced a significant epiphany in his life. Time moved on to the following day. Yang Yin has entered the arena for his second supersonic match. Upon learning of his opponent for this pivotal game in his NBA career, Yang Yin was on the verge of exasperation. The Phoenix Suns, Phoenix City, the fast-paced team. He recalled that he had not offended the old man Stern. Had he? One would think they expected a more stellar performance from him. Yet here he was, entering the league only to face two formidable opponents right off the bat. Was he not concerned about shattering his own teeth? In the previous game, he had encountered the newly formed dynamic duo of the Golden State Warriors, and now he was set to confront the Suns, one of the only two teams from the last season to achieve over 60 victories. The external consensus was decidedly against the Supersonics for this match. Despite Yang Yin and Durant's impressive performances as rookies in their last game, triumphing over the Warriors, no one believed they could best the Suns. Even within the Supersonics, confidence was scarce. Head coach Calipari shook his head in resignation. He had no remedy for this predicament. The team's history of losses had taken a toll on the players' morale, eroding their spirit. The only solution seemed to be a complete overhaul of the roster. Calipari sighed, aware that General Manager Presti was always scheming something. But he remained indifferent to such matters, focusing solely on the team's performance. As the game approached, the Supersonics players gradually arrived at the arena. Soon, media reporters discerned their target. A sleek Mercedes parked elegantly outside. After purchasing the car, Yang Yin had asked Old Conley to help him obtain a driver's license. Fortunately, Yang Yin's aptitude for learning was commendable, and he quickly acquired his license. Upon exiting the vehicle, he was immediately besieged by a throng of reporters. Mr. Yang, do you have any comments regarding this game? Emir Yang, what is your opinion on Popovich's response? Emir Yang, have you been following Charles' promise regarding the absurdity? Yang Yin refrained from responding to any inquiries. Clearly, this was not an opportune moment for a dialogue. With the assistance of security personnel, Yang Yin successfully arrived at the changing room. The first order of business was to retrieve his mobile phone. Although he did not answer the media's questions, he discerned several critical points from their queries. Popovich addressed the questions posed to him after the previous match. In contrast to Barkley's antics, Yang Yin was rather intrigued by how the cunning Popovich would respond. He swiftly searched for information on Popovich on his phone. In front of the reporters, Popovich offered a slight smile. Yang Yin, who is that? Apologies, but our focus is solely on the game. We prefer not to dwell on matters beyond the court. It was evident that upon learning of Yang Yan's explosive performance, scoring 33 points in the last game, Popovich wished to evade further discussion on the subject. Yet, the media was relentless, directly referencing his previous comments, leaving Popovich with little room to retreat. Faced with the reporters' persistent inquiries, Popovich finally provided a response. My earlier remarks were solely about trades and not directed at any individual. Moreover, Yang Yin is an exceptional player, one I have always admired. In fact, our Spurs considered selecting him during the draft, and I look forward to our encounters on the court. Chapter 81. Barkley's Antics. The bet escalates. This tactical maneuver was executed by Popovich with impeccable precision. However, for reasons unknown, watching the interview footage featuring a beaming Popovich sparked an inexplicable sense of intrigue. Yang Yin was filled with indignation, convinced that the interview conducted by the other party was insidious in intent. Therefore, he diligently scrutinized the entire conversation from beginning to end. Ultimately, Yang Yin arrived at a resolute conclusion. That old man Popovich was indeed attempting to elevate him only to set him up for failure. Indeed, the more Popovich praised him, the more disastrous his defeat would be once the match was lost. In that moment, Popovich would undoubtedly chuckle and remark, I had forewarned the Supersonics about this. Of course, if Yang Yin were to lead the Supersonics to triumph after triumph, would that not merely validate Popovich's assertions and further affirm the opponent's discerning expertise? All that remained was to ponder deeply upon Popovich's final statement. Yang Yin finally comprehended the meaning behind Popovich's final words. This is undeniably a challenge. Popovich was clearly saying, well done, play well, take your time. When we meet in the next game, just wait and see how I will deal with you. For someone like Yang Yin, who is not particularly adept at analytical thinking, deciphering so much from this was indeed a remarkable feat. Yang Yin shook his head in displeasure. Since the old man had already devised a strategy, it was prudent to await the outcome of the confrontation before drawing any conclusions. When the time came, he would ensure the adversary understood the wrath of the venerable Deng. Blood would spill within 5 steps. Casually perusing his phone, he discovered the media's mention of Barkley engaging in an absurd wager. It appeared that he had lost a bet in the previous match, and during the live broadcast of this game, he was to perform the ludicrous act of consuming excrement. Yang Yin shook his head in silence. Indeed, Barkley was a natural at this profession. He had truly mastered the art of live broadcasting. Meanwhile, on the other end of the arena, the players of the Seattle Supersonics opponents, the Phoenix Suns, began to arrive. Inside the locker room, The temperamental Stoudemire was slamming the locker doors with a resounding bang. Oh, for heaven's sake. This is the worst locker room I have ever seen. Even my home bathroom is far superior. Stoudemire grumbled as he shoved his belongings into the locker, incessantly complaining. Ha! Amare, you'll get used to it, Grant Hill remarked with a smile, directing his words at Stoudemire. It's no wonder Amare feels this way. Their arena is truly subpar. Which NBA arena still has such a terrible playing surface? Honestly, I detest coming here to play. On the other side, Sean Marion of the Mavericks echoed his discontent. All right, our purpose here is to compete. Let's focus on playing well. Stephen Nash, the team's leader, interjected to put an end to the complaints. Stoudemire and Sean Marion shrugged in response, but chose not to continue their grievances. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the game. The players from both teams gradually entered the court, commencing their pre-game warm-ups. Yang Yin was gently mobilizing his ankles and wrists on the sidelines when he suddenly sensed an unpleasant gaze upon him. Turning his head, he found himself locking eyes with Marion, who promptly turned away with a disdainful smirk. Yang Yin shook his head, casting a bewildered glance. It was truly perplexing. It seemed he had no acquaintance or prior conflict with Marion, yet this individual exhibited such overt hostility. Soon, both teams completed their warm-ups, and the match commenced officially. The starting players took their positions on the court. In this game, the Supersonics retained the same lineup as in the previous match. Following that encounter, Colessimo began to feel that perhaps he had erred from the very beginning. Yang Yin is more suited to the small forward position at number 3, whereas Durant might perform even better at the shooting guard position. Thus, for this match, the starting small forward remains Yang Yin, with Durant taking the role of the starting shooting guard. On the other side, the Suns are relying on their established lineup from last season. At the point guard position, they have the irrefutable core, Steve Nash. The shooting guard is Raja Bell, the small forward is Grant Hill, the power forward is Sean Marion, and the center is Amar Stoudemire. This lineup of the Suns clearly lacks the height advantage compared to the Supersonics. Aside from Grant Hill at the small forward position, who does not fall short in stature, the other positions are noticeably shorter than their Supersonics counterparts. After watching the previous match between the Supersonics and the Nuggets, the Suns still boldly present such a lineup, demonstrating their confidence in their fast-paced offensive strategy. At this moment, the TNT studio is buzzing with excitement. Charles, you should fulfill your wager from the last game, Kenny Smith remarked with a mischievous grin as he looked at Barkley. Oh, for heaven's sake, you wretched man. Barkley had initially hoped to evade the topic, but he never anticipated that Kenny would bring it up immediately. Of course, I will not go back on my word. Barkley glared at Kenny with clenched teeth. Ah, that is splendid. I have prepared what you need, Kenny said, grinning as he retrieved a bag from beneath the table. Freshly prepared just before we went live, he added, handing the bag to Barkley. Upon seeing the bag, Barkley's expression was quite the spectacle. However, upon meeting Kenny's teasing gaze, he steeled himself. What a colossal scar on my pride. He then swiftly snatched the bag from Kenny's hands. Wait a moment. Just as Barkley was about to fulfill his wager, Kenny suddenly reached out to stop him. What is the meaning of this? I, Charles, am a man. I could take a loss. Barkley retorted irritably. Ha ha ha. I certainly know you're a man. But how about another wager? If you win, you have to eat that. Kenny proposed with an enticing look. At the first sight of Kenny's smile, Barkley instinctively wanted to refuse. However, glancing at the contents of the bag in his hands made him hesitate. What do you mean? Explain it clearly. Barkley halted his actions and turned to Kenny. Noticing this, a flicker of amusement crossed Kenny's eyes. He realized that Barkley had already taken the bait.